In August, Kyoto felt like a steaming oven, as if it were trying to melt people alive. Inside the classroom, the stifling atmosphere was suffocating. Outside, the deafening sound of cicadas was maddening. The ceiling fan hummed overhead, but it did nothing to dispel the fire raging in Shin-Chi's heart. He clenched his hands tightly, flames of fury burning in his eyes. His lips were bitten raw, with blood seeping out, but the pain was nothing compared to his anger. His classmates around him quietly observed, some with mocking expressions, some with pity, but most remained silent out of fear of the boy standing in front of Shin-Chi. The boy before him had a handsome face, wore a neatly pressed school uniform, and exuded an air of arrogance in his gaze. He looked down at Shin-Chi with a cold smirk, his tone dripping with superiority. Shin-Chi, have you made your decision? Will you drop out, or pay up? Rage burned within Shin-Chi, and he wanted nothing more than to slap that self-righteous boy across the face. But he knew he was just an ordinary archer with an E-level talent and couldn't possibly contend with Zhao Ji, the boy before him. After being provoked yesterday, Shin-Chi had impulsively struck back with a single punch, and that one action had pushed him into dire straits. He had hoped the principal would stand up for him, but when Shin-Chi watched the principal bow his head to Zhao Ji's father, all his hope crumbled. The principal's cold voice rang out, "Why did you fight back? Why didn't you run?" Shin-Chi was furious. "I was defending myself." "Defending yourself? This is clearly a fight," the principal said, his gaze sharp as a blade, making Shin-Chi realize he stood no chance in this game of power. Zhao Ji's father was the deputy leader of Kyoto's largest hunting guild, a martial grandmaster, and a major benefactor who donated tens of millions to the school every year. Any resistance from Shin-Chi seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such power. "Does your family really have $1 million to spare?" Zhao Ji smirked mockingly as he stared down at Shin-Chi, his disdain unhidden. "Your father couldn't scrape together that much money even if he spent his whole life on clogging drains. A family of paupers, through and through." Shin-Chi's anger flared like a wildfire, making his whole body tremble. He felt like he was about to explode. "Zhao Ji, shut up," he roared, his eyes sharp as knives, staring directly at his arrogant foe. "I'll drop out, but you can't pursue this matter further, and you must leave my sister and brother alone." "A wise choice," Zhao Ji sneered, nodding with disdain. "Dealing with poor trash like you would only dirty my hands." The reason for Zhao Ji's harassment was simple. Shin-Chi had gotten too close to a girl Zhao Ji fancied. Growing up, Zhao Ji had never failed to get what he wanted, using any means necessary. To him, Shin-Chi was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Forcing Shin-Chi to drop out and leave would restore everything to the way Zhao Ji preferred. As Zhao Ji and his group left, Shin-Chi slowly unclenched his fists, slumping back onto his chair, staring blankly at the spinning ceiling fan. His mind was empty. In this high martial world, everyone had the chance to awaken their own talent, combat, healing, or support, forming the foundation of cultivation. But Shin-Chi's E-level archer talent seemed pitifully insignificant in a world full of powerful individuals. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji was a prodigy with an S-level wind elemental combat talent, completely overshadowing Shin-Chi. The ability to control elements made Zhao Ji destined to be stronger, more promising, and far superior. The gap in talent was apparent from the moment of awakening, an insurmountable chasm, clearly defined by levels. If my talent were stronger, maybe a B-level, or even an A-level, could I finally get the justice I deserve? Shin-Chi's hollow eyes stared into nothingness, his mind a chaotic mess. The brutal reality lay before him. B-level? A-level? None of that mattered. He had no idea how he left the school. The crowd of students leaving for the day swallowed him whole. With an E-level talent, he was destined to remain ordinary. At the school gates, a recruitment poster stood prominently on display. Shin-Chi stopped in front of it, clenching his fists as a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. With an E-level talent, martial universities were out of reach. If he wanted to change his family's dire situation, the recruitment poster seemed like his only way out. Condition for withdrawal and enlistment met. Activation criteria for the system triggered. Current talent, E-level archer. Matching corresponding talent. Matching successful. Current match talent, SSS-level archer, Hoi. As a sudden voice echoed in his mind, a light screen appeared before Shin-Chi's eyes. "What is this?" Shin-Chi froze, then quickly realized what was happening. On the screen, his information was clearly displayed. His golden finger had appeared. His nails dug deep into his palms as his body trembled slightly. Shin-Chi raised his head, scanning the bustling crowd before him, his gaze coldly sweeping past Zhao Ji among the masses. Turning on his heel, he walked away. He wasn't in a rush to take revenge on Zhao Ji. The principal of the second martial high school, Zhao Ji's father. They were his true targets for vengeance. Shin-Chi came from a poor family. His father was a sewer cleaner, his mother a street vendor selling snacks from a small cart. He had a younger sister and brother, and the three siblings' existence only added to the burden on his struggling family. Over the years, they had grown up quietly amidst hardship. He had thought that awakening his talent would allow him to become a warrior and share the burden of his family. But Zhaoji's malice had pushed this already impoverished family to the brink of collapse, like a storm-battered ship that could capsize with a single wave. The walls of their apartment building were weathered and cracked by the elements, and the iron gate of their unit wobbled from years of mistreatment. Climbing the stairs, Shinchi inhaled deeply as the smell of food wafted from his home. He inserted his key and opened the door. "Mom, I'm home." As he entered, a familiar figure came into view in the dimly lit living room. The once straight back of his father now seemed hunched under the faint light. "Dad!" Shinchi's voice was low. His father, seated on the worn-out sofa, nodded faintly. The smell of cheap tobacco filled the living room. In the kitchen, his mother poked her head out, giving Shinchi a gentle smile. "Wash your hands and get ready for dinner," she said softly. His younger siblings weren't home yet, as their classes ended later. Shinchi set aside some food for them before sitting down at the table. The three of them ate in silence. His father broke the quiet. "Why did you fight yesterday?" The moment he spoke, his mother cast a quick glance at Shinchi, gently setting down her bowl and chopsticks with a sigh. Shinchi looked up, meeting the gaze of the man who had raised him. "Dad, I've dropped out." Shinchi didn't answer his father's question directly but instead confessed his decision to leave school. "What? You dropped out of school? Are you crazy?" Mother exclaimed, staring at Shinchi in disbelief, her face full of panic. "Yes." Shinchi nodded. Without waiting for them to ask further questions, he continued, "Since I dropped out, they will no longer pursue the matter. So you don't need to scrape together money anymore. This is the end of it." Listening to Shinchi's words, his father's face grew darker. Bang! A loud slam echoed as father angrily pounded the table and roared at Shinchi. "Who gave you the right to drop out? I've spent so much money, who allowed you to do this? Go back to school. Even if I have to sell everything we own, I'll get the $1,000,000. Father's voice was thunderous and overwhelming. "Dad!" Shinchi put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, looking directly into his father's furious eyes. "We don't have $1,000,000. Dropping out was part of a deal between me and him. No! You must go back to school. If you don't go to school, what else can you do?" Father was insistent, and mother chimed in. Shinchi shook his head, his expression resolute. "I want to enlist in the military." After speaking, despite his father's anger and the urge to strike him, Shinchi said firmly, word by word, "Yesterday, I fought because he insulted you. He called you a maggot from the sewer." Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, his father and mother stood frozen in place. Father continued shouting loudly, but his voice gradually weakened. Until finally, his shouting turned into soft sobs. His son had defended him so courageously, yet he was powerless to provide him with shelter from life's storms. This helplessness was heartbreaking, like an invisible weight crushing his chest, leaving him breathless. He silently vowed to change everything. To no longer be the passive one, to no longer just lament fate. He wanted to become a strong father and provide his son with a life free of worries. Thus, he began to work tirelessly, learning all kinds of skills, determined to create a better living environment for his son. He no longer feared the storms of life but faced them head-on, meeting challenges with courage. Every struggle was for his son's smiles and future. A flame of hope ignited in his heart, akin to the first ray of dawn before sunrise, illuminating the path forward. Chapter 2, Innate Talent, Enlistment. Name, Shinchi. Realm, not yet ranked. Physique, none. Talent, 3S talent, Hui. Talent skills, 100 steps piercing yang accuracy increased by 100%. Archery comprehension, ability to comprehend any archery skills increases by 100-fold. Divine arrow, infusing blood energy or spiritual energy adds immense piercing power to arrows. Next talent skill unlocks at warrior tier 3. Martial skills, none. Cultivation technique, none. Weapon, none. Lying on the bed, Shinchi once again saw the translucent panel appear before his eyes. Staring at the information displayed on the panel, his heart was so excited it nearly exploded. A 3S talent, this was the pinnacle of the martial world. The E-level talent he had awakened previously had now vanished, replaced entirely by the 3S-level Hui talent. In this martial arts-focused world, talents ranged from F-level to 3S-level, clearly stratified and vastly different in strength. The martial ranks were divided into first-tier warriors, second-tier martial soldiers, third-tier martial masters, fourth-tier martial generals. Each tier was further divided into 9 minor levels. As for realms beyond that, Shinji had no knowledge. The level of one's talent directly impacted their strength. No matter how hard someone with an E-level talent worked, they would only achieve the rank of martial master at best. But the cultivation speed granted by a 3S talent was worlds apart. If he had sufficient cultivation resources at hand, Shinji would immediately test just how powerful a 3S talent could be. What intrigued him the most was the exact implications of the 3S talent, Hoi. To his knowledge, no one had ever awakened a 3S Hoi talent before. 3S talent, Hoi, Patriarch of the Longbow, the one who drew the bow to shoot the sun. A simple introduction that made Shinji tremble uncontrollably. Patriarch of the Longbow, the one who drew the bow to shoot the sun. In this martial-focused world, Shinji wasn't the only one to awaken an archer-related talent. Archers in hunting groups or the military were generally seen as support roles. Though capable of long-range attacks, their combat methods were limited. When faced with exceedingly fast enemies, their weaknesses became glaringly obvious. Lacking close combat prowess and having monotonous attack patterns, they were doomed if an enemy got close. However, with the 3S talent, Hoi, Shinji would undoubtedly shatter everyone's expectations and completely redefine the perception of archers. The night passed without incident, and Shinji got up early. He needed to first go to school to complete his withdrawal process, and then head to the recruitment office to enlist. In the living room, his father, mother, younger sister, and younger brother were all at home. As soon as Shinji walked out of his room, all their gazes instantly focused on him. Big brother! Big brother! His sister Xinyao and brother Xinhao stood up, concern evident in their eyes. News of Shinji's withdrawal had already spread through their father, Shinjiqiang. As the eldest of the three siblings, Shinji had made the decision not to continue school. Big brother, don't drop out. Let's go to the Martial Development Bureau, Xinhao said urgently. Being the second child, his temper bore some resemblance to Shinjiqiang's, making him a bit stubborn. What's this about? Shinji patted his brother Xinhao's shoulder and pinched his sister Xinyao's cheek, smiling as he said, "If I don't go to school, aren't you worried you won't get into martial university in the future?" "Big brother, you're dropping out yourself," Xinyao said, her eyes glistening with tears, showing her emotional side. "I'm dropping out because I don't want to study anymore. Enlisting in the army is more honorable than getting into martial university," Shinji explained with a smile. Though his words were truthful, the hidden reasons were known only to him. With the 3S talent in his possession, there was no way he was returning to the second martial high school. Joining the military was the only way to unlock his full potential. Father Shinjiqiang looked up at the three siblings, sighed lightly, and set down the cigarette in his hand. "You can drop out, but you cannot enlist." "Why?" Shinji was stunned. His father's sudden decision left him momentarily at a loss. The mother sat silently to the side, her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came out. The father glanced at Xinyao and Xinhao. "You two head off to school first. I need to have a word with your brother." "Okay," the two nodded. Xinyao wiped her tears and said, "Brother. Be good. Go on now." After Xinyao and Xinhao left, their father, Shinjiqiang, finally spoke. "You're grown up now. You can make your own decisions, but joining the military is out of the question. I'd rather you join a hunting group than enlist." "Dad, why? What's so wrong with enlisting?" Shinji asked, confusion in his heart. He still couldn't understand his father's opposition. Shinjiqiang was silent for a moment. He picked up a cigarette from the table. The tobacco had already spilled out from holding it too long. He lit it, exhaled a slow puff of smoke, and finally began to speak. "Joining the military is good, but not for you. Your grandfather died in the military. Before his death, he passed on a message to me: no one in our family is allowed to enlist." "No one." His father's words struck Shinji like a heavy hammer, leaving him stunned. He had always wanted to know about his grandfather's past. Today, the secret was finally revealed, but it carried such weight. Shinjiqiang exhaled another puff of smoke. The thick haze filled the air, blurring his expression and seemingly also veiling the pain in his heart. "I don't know why your grandfather gave me that message, but there must be a reason. The military is too dangerous, and I can't bear to risk you." His voice carried helplessness and worry. Shinji snapped out of his daze, his heart trembling. Meeting his mother's concerned gaze, he walked firmly to stand before them, his expression resolute. "Dad, I don't know why Grandpa gave you that message either. But enlisting is my only chance to seek justice. Joining a hunting group may not be bad, but it can't compare to the immense power behind Zhao Ji." These words caused Shinjiqiang to pause, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. His grip tightened around it, frustration and helplessness evident in his demeanor. He sighed deeply, unable to refute. Dad, Mom, Shin-Shi's gaze was firm as he looked directly at his parents. The forces behind Zhao Ji are far too powerful for us. He won't let this go easily. He might even target you, Shin Yao, and Shin Hao. To protect you all, I must enlist. The military provides security for soldiers' families. Only this way can I ensure our family's safety. Hearing this, his mother gripped Shin Jiqiang's arm, her voice trembling. They still won't leave you alone? You've already dropped out of school, why must it come to this? The cigarette fell from Shin Jiqiang's hand as he suddenly looked up, his eyes reddened. If they dare touch you all, I'll risk my life to make them pay. Shin-Shi shook his head, grasping his parents' hands. Word by word, he said firmly, this is why, to keep you safe, I have no choice but to enlist. This grudge I will avenge it. 30 years the river flows east, 30 years it flows west. Zhao Ji and the forces behind him, I won't let them off. The declaration struck like thunder, shaking everyone present to their core. Shin Jiqiang and his wife were silent for a long time. Finally, his father let out a long sigh. Go then. Enlist. Kyoto 2nd Martial Arts High School. In the office of the homeroom teacher, Jia Shualin, Shin-Shi's decision was like a bombshell, exploding in Jia Shualin's heart. He felt a mix of helplessness and bitterness. Faced with the conflict between Shin-Shi and Zhao Ji, Jia Shualin, as an ordinary teacher, felt powerless. He could only sigh deeply, unable to shield Shin-Shi. Shin-Shi, what's your plan after dropping out? Jia Shualin's voice was hoarse, his gaze resting on Shin-Shi's calm expression, filled with hesitation and concern. Shin-Shi's talent wasn't exceptional, but Jia Shualin didn't want to see him bullied by someone like Zhao Ji. If you're still willing to study, I have a friend who's a grade director at another martial arts school. I could recommend you there, Jia Shualin said earnestly, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope. Shin-Shi smiled faintly and shook his head. Thank you, Mr. Jia, but that won't be necessary. Even without Zhao Ji, I would still drop out, he said firmly, his eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. Getting into a martial university with my level of talent is nearly impossible. Besides, you know my family's situation. My younger brother and sister are still in school. This way, I can at least reduce the burden on my family. Sigh. Jia Shualin felt a pang of bitterness. He knew Shin-Shi was speaking the truth, but there was nothing he could do to change it. Those bastards. Jia Shualin slammed the table, cursing under his breath. In the end, however, he could only helplessly process Shin-Shi's withdrawal paperwork. It was just as he expected, the withdrawal application had already been filled out. All that was left was to submit it to the academic office for approval, and the process would be complete. He knew that even if he didn't submit the application, Shin-Shi's withdrawal would inevitably proceed, unstoppable like a surging tide. What's your plan now? After completing the paperwork, Jia Shualin insisted on accompanying Shin-Shi to the school gate, a sense of unease in his heart. Shin-Shi turned around, gazing one last time at the 2nd Martial Arts High School behind him. His eyes shone with determination. He pointed to the striking advertisement at the school gate. I'm going to enlist. The red banner with white lettering stood out vividly under the sunlight. A surge of emotion welled up in Jia Shualin's heart. He extended his hand to shake Shin-Shi's, his tone earnest. Shin-Shi, forgive me. I've tried, but I can't make you stay. Go enlist. Perhaps that's where you truly belong. He looked at Shin-Shi, his heart filled with both worry and hope. Feeling the slight tremble in Jia Shualin's hand, Shin-Shi's smile was bright and resolute. Mr. Jia, I'll come back one day. I'm leaving now. Go on, Jia Shualin said, his voice tinged with reluctance. Sunlight poured down from above, casting Shin-Shi's face in a mix of light and shadow, making him appear both hazy and mysterious. His elongated shadow stretched past the towering school gates, lying quietly behind him, while he himself strode forward with unwavering determination, as if stepping into an entirely new world. At the Kyoto Recruitment Registration Office, the place was bustling with people. By the time Shin-Shi arrived, a long line had already formed. Each individual carried their dreams, eager to join the military and become true warriors. The line moved slowly. Most of the young men around Shin-Shi were like him, choosing this seemingly tough but hopeful path due to their lack of talent. While hunting groups offered quick riches, they were fraught with hidden dangers and lacked security. Enlisting in the military not only provides stable resources but also offers the opportunity to interact with countless strong individuals, learn combat skills, acquire resources, and most importantly, experience the sense of honor and mission. At this moment, there was no shortage of outgoing youths in the line, and one of them quickly struck up a conversation with Shin-Shi. Hey, buddy, are you here to enlist too? A burly youth with a rugged face asked beside him, a friendly smile on his face. Shin-Shi was slightly surprised but soon smiled back. He raised his hand and pointed at the line ahead, teasingly asking, "What do you think they're here for?" The strong youth was momentarily stunned before giving an awkward laugh. "Oh, sorry, my bad. My name's Zhang Ruya. What's yours?" The youth introduced himself, appearing a bit shy. "Zhang Ruya?" Shin-Chi froze for a moment, eyeing the youth in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "That's a good name." The name didn't quite match the image before him. Shin-Chi nodded and replied with a smile. "What's your talent?" "Maybe we'll end up in the same unit," Zhang Ruya said as she gradually relaxed, engaging in an enthusiastic conversation. "E-grade archer." Shin-Chi's response caused a flicker of excitement in Zhang Ruya's eyes, as if she saw hope and a challenge for the future. "I'm an A-grade combat talent, strength enhancement," Zhang Ruya said with a hint of embarrassment on her face, seemingly worried that her talent might discourage Shin-Chi. She glanced at him and tried to ease the atmosphere. "Actually, E-grade talents are pretty good too." Shin-Chi shook his head helplessly, his eyes showing a trace of determination. "All right, no need to explain. I'm not that fragile." "Ha!" Zhang Ruya chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with a trace of warmth. "Zhang Ruya, with an A-grade talent like yours, why did you choose to enlist?" Shin-Chi asked curiously. A-grade talents were rare among those who awakened at the Second Martial Academy, and anyone with such a talent was undoubtedly a promising individual. During the long wait in line, Shin-Chi and Zhang Ruya chatted enthusiastically to pass the time. Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "My dad and grandpa said I'm too soft-hearted and told me to join the military to toughen up." Shin-Chi nodded. Although their conversation hadn't been long, he could already sense a hint of gentleness in her personality. Indeed, she had a soft temperament, but not to the extent of being weak. No one would associate her with the word fragile. On the contrary, Shin-Chi's delicate appearance often led others to mistakenly believe he was soft. The August sun was still blazing. As the line grew shorter, it was finally Shin-Chi and Zhang Ruya's turn. At the conscription registration desk, Shin-Chi quickly filled out his information and received an enlistment notice, secretly looking forward to the challenges ahead. "Shin-Chi, Shin-Chi." Zhang Ruya called out from a nearby convenience stand, holding 2 bottles of drinks. She waved at him as soon as she saw him finish registering. "This is for you," she said, her smile as sweet as ever. "Thank you, Zhang Ruya," Shin-Chi said with a faint smile, feeling grateful. Although Zhang Ruya's personality leaned on the softer side, her kindness made her incredibly endearing. He could tell that Zhang Ruya's family background was much better than his own. "Shin-Chi, I just asked around. It seems that the group from Kyoto this time will likely be assigned to the 3rd Corps. I hope we can end up together," Zhang Ruya said, her gaze full of anticipation as she looked at the thinning line ahead. "Maybe," Shin-Chi replied, his eyes firm and his mind already bracing for what lay ahead. "Shin-Chi, see you in 3 days, Zhang Ruya said with a smile, waving. "See you in 3 days, Shin-Chi replied in a clear and resolute voice, his heart brimming with endless anticipation and fervor for the future. "Comrade Shin-Chi, you have successfully registered for military enlistment and voluntarily joined the ranks to resist the alien beasts. This is an honorable and great mission. With this notice, please report to Kyoto Square by 7 a.m. in 3 days. Father Shin Ji-chan's gaze was resolute, while mother's face was filled with concern. Younger brother Shin Hao and younger sister Shin Yao surrounded the enlistment notice on the table, their emotions running high. "Brother, I suddenly feel that joining the military is so honorable," Shin Hao exclaimed, looking up with excitement, his eyes shining with passion and hope. However, Shin Yao's face showed unease. She was reluctant to let Shin-Chi leave. Smack! Before Shin-Chi could react, their mother slapped Shin Hao on the head and said sternly, "What's so honorable? It's risking your life." Shin Hao, feeling wronged, pouted slightly but didn't dare to argue back. "Enough," Shin Ji-chang said in a deep voice. "Since you've already registered, prepare well." He looked at Shin-Chi with firm eyes. "When you're in the military, safety is the most important thing." Mother opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. She still had reservations about Shin-Chi's decision to enlist, but with the enlistment notice already in his hand, there was no turning back. In China, enlisting was synonymous with responsibility and duty. As night fell, Mother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a lavish meal, even bringing out a whole pound of exotic beast meat that they usually couldn't bear to eat. Shin Yao and Shin Hao stared at the delicious spread, swallowing their saliva. Father Shin Ji-chang sat in the living room, his gaze once again falling on the enlistment notice on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "I'll head out for a bit." The 3 siblings and their mother exchanged puzzled glances, unsure where he was going. Downstairs, in front of the neighborhood store, Shin Ji-chang took out his worn wallet, pulled out a few bills, and said, "Give me your most expensive bottle of wine." The shopkeeper, an old friend of his, chuckled as he grabbed the priciest bottle from the shelf and teased, "Old Shin, did you win the lottery? You'd never splurge on this wine." Shin Ji-chang smiled faintly and took the wine without hesitation. Shin Chi's enlisting. Shin Chi's enlisting? The shopkeeper was surprised, then quickly understood. Laughing heartily, he grabbed a bag of peanuts from the shelf behind him. "Here, a gift for Shin Chi." Shin Ji-chang accepted the wine and peanuts with a smile, then turned and left, his heart heavy with both hope and worry for his son. Enlisting. "Shin Chi, kid, you better do your best out there," the shopkeeper muttered as he watched Shin Ji-chang walk away, filled with mixed emotions. "Father, this is..." Shin Chi looked at the wine his father placed on the table, his heart aching slightly. The cost of this single bottle was enough to support the family's living expenses for half a month. Shin Ji-chang waved his hand dismissively, opened the bottle without hesitation, and poured 2 glasses. One for himself, and one for Shin Chi. He raised his glass, his tone calm. "As your father, I've been incompetent, living a mediocre life for decades. I couldn't protect you when you were bullied in school, and it forced you to drop out. This glass is my apology as an unworthy father." He downed the drink in one gulp. Shin Chi wanted to speak, but Shin Ji-chang interrupted him. "Enlisting in the army is your choice, and I won't oppose it. Once you're there, listen to your superiors. Safety is the most important thing." In his father's eyes were hope and earnest reminders, and Shin Chi understood the heavy guilt weighing on his heart. "Dad, in my heart, you've always been a hero, and you'll never be an ordinary man." Shin Chi raised his glass with a slight smile. "This drink is my toast to you." Tears shimmered in his mother's eyes as she gently wiped the corners of her eyes. "All right, let's eat quickly before the food gets cold," she urged. "Shin Yao, Shin Hao, you two eat more as well." During this meal, Shin Ji-chang, for the first time, became quite talkative, repeatedly reminding Shin Chi to stay safe and never act recklessly. After dinner, Shin Ji-chang, his wife, Shin Yao, and Shin Hao began helping Shin Chi pack his luggage. Shin Yao, feeling downcast, glanced back at their silent parents before softly saying to Shin Chi, "Brother, I've never seen Dad cry before." Shin Chi's heart tightened at her words, recalling his father's earlier advice. With a sigh, he said, "Dad is too proud. The grievances he feels this time are no less than mine." "Brother, you..." Shin Yao wanted to stop Shin Chi, but she didn't know how to say it. Finally, she managed, "Brother, you have to work hard in the army and make Dad proud." "I will," Shin Chi replied with a faint smile and a resolute nod. Shin Hao stood silently to the side, his eyes flickering with reluctance. Shin Chi's decision to drop out of school and join the army left Shin Hao with a sense of loss. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, the next day arrived. When Shin Chi opened his eyes, the house was already empty. After washing up, a light screen panel appeared before him. His determined gaze fell on the label 3S talent, and he silently vowed to himself, "Justice. A man must avenge his grievances, that is the spirit of a true man." Now that he possessed a 3S-level talent, Shin Chi would not let go of the opportunity to settle the score with Zhao Ji. Though he currently lacked the power to confront the formidable forces behind Zhao Ji directly, he would never miss a chance for revenge. In this society, where power was paramount, obtaining a bow and arrows was surprisingly easy. Just by asking around on the street, he managed to purchase a longbow and 3 arrows for 2,300 yuan, his entire life savings. Late at night, in the most bustling area of Kyoto, lights glimmered as men and women swayed in the darkness, their eyes glazed. Zhao Ji had his arms around 2 curvaceous women, nearly drooling. "Brother Zhao, my chest feels so tight. Brother Zhao, my heart is racing. Feel it if you don't believe me." From a rooftop nearby, Shin Chi watched coldly as Zhao Ji flirted with the 2 women. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew it wasn't the right time to make his move yet. Zhao Ji came from a wealthy family, but his parents strictly forbade him from bringing home any woman they disapproved of. Clearly, these 2 women wouldn't be taken home. And if he wasn't taking them home, there was only one place he could go. As Shin Chi silently watched Zhao Ji lead the 2 women into an alley, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The dim lighting in the alley only allowed him to see blurry silhouettes, making it difficult to aim precisely at Zhao Ji. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Shin Chi quickly drew his bow and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in rapid succession. Without looking back, Shin Chi turned and left decisively. "This is just the interest. Zhao Ji, wait for me. Wait for me to claim the justice I deserve." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Kyoto, August mornings began to brighten by 6 o'clock. The family rose early, with breakfast already prepared. Under the concerned gazes of his family, Shinchi hastily ate a few bites before boarding the bus to Kyoto Square. As he looked at his parents, Shinyao and Shinhao standing in place, Shinchi felt a pang of sorrow. His eyes grew moist. "Young man, are you heading off to join the army?" An elderly woman noticed the luggage Shinchi was carrying and smiled as she asked. Shinchi nodded as the figures of his family gradually faded from view. "Good for you, young man. Serving in the army is an honor." The woman gave him a thumbs up, drawing the attention of several passengers. Shinchi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If not for being forced to drop out by Zhao Ji, how could he have chosen to enlist? Kyoto Square was already teeming with people. Many boys around Shinchi's age were dragging their luggage toward the square. Shinchi glanced up at the enormous statue in the square's center, a figure holding a long sword, his body covered in scars, the first great warrior of Huaxia, a legend who awakened his talent, Zhan Yuanzhou. With an S-level talent alone, he had led countless strong individuals to establish the nation of Huaxia. "Shen Qi." Zhang Ruya spotted him in the crowd and called out with a smile. "You're early," Shinchi greeted with a smile. Zhang Ruya chuckled. As the two prepared to chat, a rough voice rang out across the bustling square. "New recruits, assemble." Turning to look, they saw a towering man in a military uniform, nearly 2 meters tall, striding forward. His eagle-like eyes were sharp and intimidating. "Family members sending off recruits, please leave within 3 minutes." The man's impatient hand wave signaled the people behind him to begin dispersing the crowd. It was now 6:40, just 20 minutes until the scheduled assembly time. The crowd dispersed quickly. Shinchi and the other young recruits stood obediently, awaiting further orders. Yet among them were a few troublemakers whose lives in the army were destined to be rough. When 3 minutes passed, those who hadn't assembled were left standing aside, apprehensive. 3 minutes 800 push-ups per person. Start now. The man's thunderous voice shook the air as his sharp eyes scanned the recruits. Few dared meet his gaze. Faced with the towering man and the intimidating soldiers behind him, the remaining recruits could only drop to the ground and begin their push-ups. One boy, tall and muscular at nearly 1.9 meters, raised an eyebrow at the order, showing no fear. "It's not yet assembly time." "I'm not late," the boy argued, drawing sharp looks from the towering man and others. The man strode forward like a mountain bearing down, stopping in front of the boy. "Either you do them now, or I'll make you do them." "I won't do it." "I wasn't late," the boy insisted, feeling smug in his belief that he wasn't in the wrong. Bang! Without hesitation, the man slammed the boy to the ground with such force that he couldn't move. "This is your first lesson, do whatever the instructor says." The man's voice was cold and merciless. His overwhelming strength left the boy pale. The boy, who was just a step away from becoming a warrior, had thought he was special. But the man's actions and words brought him back to reality. This was the army, where there was no room for reasoning. As the man said, in the army, you follow orders, even if it means risking your life. After dealing with the troublemaker, the towering man turned to the others with an impassive face. "Uniforms will now be distributed. Once you receive yours, you have 1 minute to change. Put away your casual clothes." His words were like a command, leaving no room for negotiation. After the earlier lesson learned from the young man, no one dared to question him again. Everyone swiftly changed into their military uniforms. Once dressed, Shinchi glanced at Zhang Ruya not far away and offered a faint smile, thinking to himself, this is the beginning of something new. By the time everyone finished changing, it was 6:53 a.m., leaving 7 minutes until 7 o'clock. Roll call. The burly man raised his hand and issued the order. The roll call was completed swiftly. Report, expected attendance, 5,343 people, actual attendance, 5,343 people. The result made the burly man nod slightly. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd before him. "From the moment you put on this uniform, you are no longer civilians, you are soldiers. And soldiers are meant to fight, to kill the beasts." His voice was like a war drum, passionate and powerful. From the first generation of warriors until now, the beasts have wreaked havoc for hundreds of years. It is thanks to countless individuals who risked their lives and forged ahead that you have been shielded from their onslaught. Now that you have chosen to enlist and join the army, you must take on this responsibility. The burly man's voice carried an intense sense of duty. This is a glorious and great cause. Our mission is to eliminate the beasts. Do you understand? His gaze was like fire, piercing through every individual. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their hearts ignited with a surging determination. Now, board the train. At his command, the crowd surged forward like a tide. The Kyoto Plaza was only 100 meters away from the Kyoto station. A train specifically designated for transporting recruits had been waiting for some time. Once everyone boarded, the train slowly began to move, heading toward an unknown destination. Zhang Ruya and Xin Shi were assigned to the same carriage. Xin Shi, Zhang Ruya, with his broad and rugged face, walked over to Xin Shi and greeted him with a smile. The brother sitting next to Xin Shi was observant enough to give up his seat willingly and find another place to sit. Xin Shi smiled faintly and said nothing more. After all, Zhang Ruya hadn't forced that brother to leave, so it wasn't bullying. Xin Shi, I looked into it. This time, we're heading to the third corps. Zhang Ruya leaned in mysteriously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That burly man from earlier is part of the third corps. His name is Xiang Han, and he's part of the 8th Division of the Beast-Suppressing Army under the 3rd Corps, he said in a low and steady tone. You even know that? Xin Shi was genuinely surprised this time. Knowing Xiang Han's name was one thing, but knowing his corps and even the specific division now that was extraordinary. Such information was definitely not something an ordinary person would easily know. Damn, brother, you're impressive. You even know this? Their conversation was not particularly private, and a strikingly handsome young man nearby overheard, looking at Zhang Ruya with amazement. He couldn't help but praise him. Both turned to look at the young man, who smiled and nodded at them. Su Xingyuan, Shun Qi, Zhang Ruya. As expected, when Su Xingyuan heard Zhang Ruya's name, he froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with disbelief. After a pause, he chuckled and said, Your name is something else, Zhang Ruya. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were a cute girl. Zhang Ruya awkwardly laughed, but deep down, he was secretly amused. It seemed like his first impression on others wasn't bad. Su Xingyuan was merely joking and didn't mean to mock Zhang Ruya. He quickly brought the conversation back to the main topic. Ruya, is everything you just said true? Naturally, he casually called him Ruya, his tone friendly and warm. But in Xin Shi's ears, the way he said it gave him goosebumps all over. Damn, this guy is so good-looking. Could he be a damn flirt? Zhang Ruya was also a little embarrassed by Su Xingyuan's address and quickly waved his hand. You should just call me old Zhang. I really can't handle you calling me that way. Ha, alright, old Zhang, go on, Su Xingyuan replied with a laugh, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiang Han belongs to the 3rd Corps, so it's very likely that we will also be assigned to the 3rd Corps, Zhang Ruya said seriously, frowning slightly. After speaking, he glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, lowered his voice. The 3rd Corps ranks second among the 3 major corps, second only to the 1st Corps, which was established the earliest. The beasts that need to be defended against in their stationed area are numerous and incredibly powerful. His voice was low, but it carried an undeniable urgency. If we're assigned to the 3rd Corps, we probably won't even have the chance to slack off. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. The 3rd Corps recently suppressed a beast tide. I heard they suffered significant casualties, and were here to replenish their losses. His words made the atmosphere grow heavy instantly. Xin Shi knew almost nothing about these matters, but Su Xingyuan seemed to have some understanding. Upon hearing Zhang Ruya's words, his expression froze. I'm just an A-level talent. I shouldn't be sent to the front lines, right? I prefer working logistics, Xin Shi said with a bitter expression, inwardly lamenting how unlucky he was. Xin Shi looked at Su Xingyuan with a mix of helplessness and resentment, screaming internally, damn it, you're really showing off, aren't you? Even Zhang Ruya was at a loss for words, shaking his head. What about your talents? Cover for me when the time comes, Su Xingyuan asked, his gaze resolute. The two exchanged a glance before Zhang Ruya replied, A-level combat talent, strength enhancement. Xin Shi pressed his lips together. E-level talent, archer. Su Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Xin Shi to have an E-level talent. No worries, Xin Shi, we'll cover for you, he said, patting Xin Shi on the shoulder with an encouraging smile. Xin Shi's emotions were a mix of gratitude and frustration, difficult to put into words. Zhang Ruya, on the other hand, smiled faintly, seemingly affected by the camaraderie in the air. After what felt like an eternity, the train finally stopped shaking. Suddenly, the driver's voice echoed through the carriage, disembark and assemble. Casual clothes, put them away. His words carried the weight of a command, leaving no room for negotiation. Having witnessed the lesson learned from the young man earlier, no one dared to question him again. Everyone quickly changed into their military uniforms. Once dressed, Xin Shi glanced at Zhang Ruya not far away and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, all of this marks a new beginning. When everyone had finished changing, the time was 6:53 a.m., 7 minutes shy of 7 o'clock. Roll call. The burly man raised his hand and issued the order, completing it promptly. Report, 5,343 expected, 5,343 present. The result made the burly man nod slightly. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the crowd before him. From the moment you put on this uniform, you are no longer civilians. You are soldiers. And soldiers are meant to fight battles and slay beasts. His voice thundered like a war drum, passionate and powerful. From the first generation of warriors until now, beasts have ravaged our lands for hundreds of years. It is the countless individuals who faced death without hesitation that have shielded you from their invasion. Now that you've chosen to enlist, you must take on this responsibility. His voice carried a profound sense of duty. This is an honorable and grand undertaking. Our goal is to exterminate the beasts. Do you understand? His piercing gaze bore into every individual. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, a surge of fervent resolve igniting within their hearts. Now, board the vehicle. At the burly man's command, the crowd surged like a tide. The distance from Kyoto Square to Kyoto Station was barely 100 meters. A train designated for transporting troops had been waiting for some time. As the crowd finished boarding, the train slowly started, heading toward an unknown destination. Zhang Ruya and Shen Qi were assigned to the same carriage. Shen Qi. Zhang Ruya, with a face full of rugged features, walked over to Shen Qi and greeted him with a smile. The brother sitting next to Shen Qi, perceptive enough, voluntarily gave up his seat and found another spot. Shen Qi smiled slightly without saying much. As Zhang Ruya had not forced the brother to move, this couldn't be considered bullying. Shen Qi, I did some digging. This time, it seems we're heading to the third corps. Zhang Ruya leaned in mysteriously, her eyes flickering with excitement. That burly man earlier is from the third corps. His name is Xiang Han, part of the 8th Division of the Beast-Suppressing Army under the third corps. Her voice was low and firm. You know all that? Shen Qi was genuinely surprised this time. Knowing Xiang Han's name wasn't unusual, but knowing his exact corps and even his division was quite extraordinary. Information like this wasn't something ordinary people could easily learn. Whoa, you're impressive. How did you even know that? Their conversation wasn't particularly secretive, and a strikingly handsome young man nearby overheard, looking at Zhang Ruya in astonishment and admiration. The two looked over, and the young man smiled, nodding at them. Su Xingyuan, Shen Qi, Zhang Ruya. As expected, when Su Xingyuan heard Zhang Ruya's name, he froze for a moment, his eyes flickering with disbelief. After a moment, he chuckled and said, Your name is incredible, Zhang Ruya. If you hadn't told me, I'd have thought you were some cute girl. Zhang Ruya chuckled awkwardly but felt a bit smug inside. It seemed her first impression wasn't bad. Su Xingyuan was merely joking and had no intention of mocking Zhang Ruya. He quickly steered the conversation back on track. Ruya, is what you said earlier true? He naturally called her Ruya, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. But in Shen Qi's ears, it sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, this guy's so handsome, could he be a creep? Damn. Zhang Ruya, too, felt a little awkward at Su Xingyuan's address, hurriedly waving her hand. Just call me Old Zhang. I really can't handle you calling me that. Ha, alright. Old Zhang, go on. Su Xingyuan laughed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiang Han is part of the third corps, so there's a high chance we'll be assigned to the third corps as well. Zhang Ruya frowned slightly, speaking seriously. After saying this, she glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention, lowered her voice. The third corps ranks second among the three major corps, surpassed only by the first corps, which was established the earliest. The area they guard is teeming with beasts, many of which are incredibly powerful. Her voice was low, yet it carried a sense of urgency. If we're assigned to the third corps, we won't even have the luxury to slack off. There was a trace of helplessness in her tone. The third corps recently suppressed a beast tide, suffering significant losses. We're likely here to replenish their ranks. Her words instantly cast a heavy atmosphere over the group. Shen Qi had little knowledge of such matters, but Su Xingyuan seemed to know a bit. Hearing Zhang Ruya's words, his expression stiffened. I'm just an A-level talent. I shouldn't have to go to the front lines, right? I'd much rather do logistics, Shen Qi said gloomily, wondering how he'd get through this. Shen Qi looked at Su Xingyuan with a mix of frustration and resentment, roaring internally, damn it, you're such a show-off. Even Zhang Ruya was at a loss for words, shaking her head. What are your talents? Look out for me when the time comes, Su Xingyuan asked, his gaze resolute. The two exchanged glances, and Zhang Ruya spoke first. A-level combat talent, strength enhancement. Shen Qi pursed his lips. E-level talent, archer. Su Xingyuan's lips twitched, he hadn't expected Shen Qi to have an E-level talent. No worries, Shen Qi. We've got your back. He patted Shin-Chi's shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. Shin-Chi's feelings were a chaotic mix, impossible to describe. Zhang Ruya, on the other hand, smiled faintly, seemingly affected by the atmosphere. After what felt like an eternity, the train finally stopped shaking. Suddenly, the driver's voice rang out, "Disembark and assemble." As the doors opened, rows of neatly aligned buildings came into view in the distance. The deafening roars of beasts filled the air, instantly creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In front of them stood soldiers clad in military uniforms, like an iron fortress, their gazes sharp and cold as eagles. The moment the train doors opened, countless eyes locked onto the new arrivals, as if stripping their souls bare. The recruits couldn't help but tense up, their hearts pounding. The warriors before them, though calm in demeanor, exuded an indescribable aura of dominance, one forged in a sea of blood and corpses. Even their ordinary gazes carried an overwhelming sense of terror. This was the presence of warriors. Completely distinct from ordinary people, they radiated immense power. Among them, the weakest were at the 4th level, while the strongest was Xiang Han, his strength a mystery that inspired awe. The new recruits were quickly assigned to various platoons. Shin-Chi and Su Xingyuan ended up in the same squad, while Zhang Ruya was placed in another. "Roll call by squads," Xiang Han said, his expression impassive, his voice booming like thunder as roll call was completed efficiently. Once done, Xiang Han's gaze swept over them, his rough voice echoing again, "Register your abilities and talents by platoon. Teams will be formed for combat. Each combat team must include at least 2 with augmentation talents, 2 with healing talents, and 4 with combat talents." Shin-Chi tilted his head to look at Zhang Ruya and nodded slightly. Then, he whispered to Su Xingyuan, "Xingyuan, my combat talent is too weak. Should I consider teaming up with someone else?" Su Xingyuan turned his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "When a genius with a rank talent says they'll look out for you, then they must look out for you." Shin-Chi felt helpless. Before long, the combat squads were formed. In Shin-Chi's team, aside from Su Xingyuan, who possessed A-rank talent, there was also a healer with B-rank talent. The rest of the team members were C-rank or D-rank. Shin-Chi's E-rank talent seemed utterly insignificant compared to the A, B, C, and D-rank talents around him. "Let me introduce you. This is my buddy Shin-Chi. He has an E-rank talent archer and will serve as the scout for our team, primarily assisting in combat," Su Xingyuan said warmly, patting Shin-Chi on the shoulder as he introduced him to the others. Shin-Chi smiled faintly and nodded at everyone, who all returned the gesture. "Captain Su, why are the combat squads being divided up so early?" one of the team members asked curiously. "Just follow orders," Su Xingyuan replied sternly, his expression serious, fully displaying the authority of a captain. His awakened talent was A-rank combat-based lightning ability, making him ideally suited for offense. Without a doubt, he was the core of the squad. "Tomorrow morning, gather at 6 sharp. Everyone, dismissed," instructed Xiang Han before turning and walking away. The class leader in charge of Shin-Chi's group was named Wu Lui. When they returned to their dormitory, Wu Lui entered immediately after them. The group quickly stood at attention beside their beds. "Pack your belongings and follow me to collect your weapons," the class leader ordered. "Class leader, we're already allowed to collect weapons?" the group asked excitedly. Combat talents required weapons, and for someone like Shin-Chi, who possessed a rare 3S-level talent, weapons were absolutely essential. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of longbows the military offered. Shin-Chi was filled with anticipation. He had yet to test the capabilities of his 3S talent. At the logistics department, Shin-Chi and the others followed Wu Lui to register and collect their weapons. Su Xingyuan chose a spear and proudly remarked, "Only a spear is worthy of someone as dashing as me." Most of the other team members chose blades. When it was Shin-Chi's turn, he confidently stated, "Longbow." The logistics officer in charge of registration was slightly surprised but smiled as he remarked, "We've got quite a few people here with the archer talent. Even Commander Xiang himself has archer as one of his talents. Do your best." The military's arsenal was vast, covering almost every type of weapon, including firearms. However, while firearms were effective against low-level beasts, they were utterly useless against those that had reached the martial master level. Martial master level beasts were incredibly fast, capable of dodging bullets with ease. For beasts with extraordinary defense, bullets were entirely ineffective. Shin-Chi gazed at the rows of longbows before him and casually picked one up. Its surface was entirely black, cold to the touch. The moment Shin-Chi gripped the bow, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him. It felt as though this bow had been by his side for years. This was the power of his 3S talent, Hui, the ancestor of all archers. With any longbow in his hands, Shin-Chi required no adjustment period. It felt as natural as breathing. The logistics department also provided new recruits with additional resources, training pills and a crystal core from a martial artist level beast. This was a method to rapidly enhance the recruit's strength. "Here, take it," Su Xingyuan said, tossing a training pill and the beast crystal core to Xinqi with a playful glint in his eye. "You don't want these?" Xinqi was stunned, fumbling to catch the glowing treasures. "Nope. Stuff like this might help someone with your talent, but it's pretty much useless for me," Su Xingyuan shrugged, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Alright then," Xinqi relented, feeling a mix of gratitude and exasperation. He couldn't help but think that Su Xingyuan had once again flaunted his superiority. Despite possessing a 3S talent, Xinqi remained at the bottom of the class in terms of strength. Most of his peers were already close to reaching the martial artist level, while he seemed stuck, lost in a fog. "Thanks," Xinqi said with a smile. Su Xingyuan merely waved dismissively and walked away, seemingly indifferent to the gratitude. With the training resources in hand, the atmosphere in the dormitory immediately turned intense as everyone threw themselves into their cultivation. Finding it dull, Su Xingyuan decided to visit other dorms, leaving Xinqi alone to examine the training pill in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Xinqi firmly swallowed one of the pills. Gulp! The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm energy coursed through his body. Xinqi felt a wave of comfort, but before he could fully savor it, a cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. His eyes shot open, filled with confusion. Was it already fully absorbed? A single training pill's energy usually took him at least half an hour to process. Yet this time, it was over before he could even register the taste. Is this the true nature of a 3S talent? He pondered, glancing down at the remaining pill in his hand. Overcome by an impulse, Xinqi took another deep breath and swallowed it in one go. Minutes later, his eyes opened again, brimming with shock. The energy from both pills had been fully absorbed in such a short time. He was now only a step away from reaching the martial artist level. This cultivation speed was so astonishing that even Xinqi himself struggled to process it. Without hesitation, he placed the two beast crystal cores into his mouth. A fishy taste filled his senses, but he ignored it, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger. Thanks to his 3S talent, Xinqi could absorb these resources at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Strengthening himself was his top priority. Absorbing the beast crystal cores took slightly longer, about 10 minutes. As the energy surged through his body, his blood and vitality boiled, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. When Xinqi finally opened his eyes, his gaze was filled with exhilaration and disbelief. In just over 10 minutes, he had risen from an ordinary recruit to the first stage of the martial artist realm. Martial Artist Stage 1, Vitality 20, Strength 1000 to 1500, Speed 20 meters per second. At that moment, Xinqi's heart burned with unshakable determination. The road ahead was destined to be bright and glorious. New recruits had to endure a baptism before becoming true soldiers. But before that, Xinqi and his peers would endure a grueling month of basic training. This period was meant to teach discipline and impart the military's unique cultivation technique, the battle armor aura breathing method. As the first powerful warrior of Huaxia, Zhang Yuanzhou developed and mastered the battle armor aura breathing technique, a profound cultivation method. This technique not only enhances physique and vitality but also boosts strength, reinforces defense, accelerates power recovery, and more, serving as a golden cheat code for new recruits. However, this ultimate skill is strictly confined to military training and must never be disclosed to outsiders. Veteran Wu Luan was already well acquainted with this. Although it wasn't particularly advanced, teaching it to Xinqi and the other rookies was more than manageable. The battle armor aura breathing technique, passed down by Zhang Yuanzhou, the first powerful warrior of Huaxia, is practiced by everyone in the military and is commonly referred to as the battle aura technique. Wu Luan stood with his feet apart, his face showing an expression of reverence as if narrating a myth. As the group of recruits listened to Wu Luan's words, images of a massive statue wielding a long sword, its body covered with scars, immediately appeared in their minds. As Huaxia's first powerful warrior, Zhang Yuanzhou held an especially sacred position in the hearts of martial artists, particularly in the military. Upon hearing that the battle aura technique had been passed down by Zhang Yuanzhou, everyone couldn't help but feel their blood surge with excitement, and Xinqi was no exception. Noticing everyone's reactions, Wu Luan's face revealed a faint smile, though his tone remained stern. Remember, the battle aura technique must not be passed on to outsiders. Violators will be executed. After issuing this stern warning, Wu Luan finally began teaching the technique, assuming a peculiar stance and slowly stating, the battle aura technique is divided into 10 levels. The first level is spirit recognition. Empty your mind, stay calm, and practice according to the rhythm I mentioned earlier. Wu Lui said as he entered the state of cultivating the battle spirit technique. In an instant, his breathing became deep and steady, and a faint virtual shadow of battle armor appeared around his body. This was precisely the third level of the battle spirit technique armor shadow manifestation. At this moment, Xinqi and the others unconsciously entered the state of cultivating the battle spirit technique as well. Following the unique posture and breathing rhythm of the technique, Xinqi felt a profound sense of comfort throughout his entire body. A faint trace of spiritual energy was drawn into his body. As the energy flowed in, every cell within Xinqi's body seemed to cheer as if experiencing relief after a long drought. The presence of the spiritual energy caused his cells to begin transforming continuously. Wu Lui opened his eyes and saw that Xinqi and the others had all entered the cultivation state of the battle spirit technique, nodding slightly in approval. The reason why the battle spirit technique is restricted to the military lies in its immense power. When cultivated deeply, one can achieve breath like thunder, radiating an indomitable sense of battle intent. Experts like Xiang Han have reached the level of breath like thunder, which corresponds to the 6th level of the battle spirit technique. The initial practice of the battle spirit technique requires guidance to channel spiritual energy into the body, a step where some succeed quickly while others take longer. Wu Lui recalled that, during his time as a recruit, this step had taken him an entire day to accomplish. He discreetly observed Xinqi and the others, pondering if their speed could match his past performance. "This is good, I can already feel it. I should be able to succeed today," he murmured to himself. Just then, Wu Lui walked over to Xinqi, paused slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could actually sense a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from Xinqi. This meant that Xinqi had successfully drawn the spiritual energy into his body. Wu Lui's eyes were filled with shock. It had only been a few minutes since everyone started practicing the battle spirit method, and Xinqi had already succeeded? Such a rapid absorption rate. Standing beside Xinqi, Wu Lui could feel the spiritual energy in the air being quickly absorbed by Xinqi, as if he were devouring it with ferocity, consuming the surrounding spiritual energy so fast that it significantly slowed down the speed of others drawing spiritual energy into their bodies. He pondered for a moment, then reached out and patted Xinqi to wake him up. Xinqi opened his eyes with a puzzled expression. Wu Lui said nothing but pointed to a spot not far away, indicating that Xinqi should go there. "What's your name?" Wu Lui asked. "Xinqi," Xinqi answered. Wu Lui looked at Xinqi, who appeared delicate yet had a resolute expression in his eyes, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I remember the awakened talent you registered was an E-level. Combat talent archer, isn't that right?" He accurately stated Xinqi's information. As the class monitor, being familiar with everyone's data and talents was essential for targeted training. Xinqi nodded. Wu Lui's response made him even more curious, but he ultimately chose not to continue questioning. Some individuals have awakened talents that are generally mediocre yet absorb spiritual energy at an exceptional rate. Such examples were not uncommon, so Wu Lui could only regard Xinqi as one of those lucky ones. "You can wait to cultivate for now. Wait until they finish before you start." To prevent Xinqi from disturbing others' cultivation, Wu Lui simply let Xinqi take a rest. 2 hours later, Su Xingyuan opened his eyes. After successfully channeling spiritual energy into his body, he only felt completely relaxed. With his A-grade talent, his speed in channeling spiritual energy into the body was much faster than others. Looking up, he saw Wu Lui and Xinqi both looking at him. "Stay over there for now." Wu Lui nodded slightly at him. He knew about Su Xingyuan's profile, a combat talent of grade A, and it was lightning attribute. Someone like him would surely rise quickly once assigned to a unit, so there was no need to strain relations with Su Xingyuan. "Xinqi, why aren't you training?" Su Xingyuan was curious why Xinqi wasn't training. Then he remembered that Xinqi had awakened with an E-grade talent. He helplessly patted Xinqi's shoulder and comforted him, saying, "It's okay. Although you haven't succeeded in drawing the spirit into your body, as long as you persist, you will definitely succeed." A single comment led Wu Lui to glance at him with a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Xinqi simply smiled and nodded without offering any explanation. Although Su Xingyuan liked showing off, he was still a decent person. "Alright, everyone is already familiar with the battle spirit technique, so the remaining time needs to be spent on intensive practice." Wu Lui finished speaking and announced to take them back. "I'll give you 1 day to think carefully about the martial skills you need to practice. When the time comes, I'll take you to choose martial skills. Before that, let me remind you, the choice of martial skills is best used to compensate for your weaknesses. After speaking, he glanced at Shinchi. For example, an archer who possesses long-range attack methods needs to compensate with close combat martial skills. Shinchi, let's go find old Zhang. As Wu Lui just left, Su Xingyuan jumped off the bed and pulled Shinchi to go look for Zhang Ruya. Although they were not assigned to the same class, they all lived in the same dormitory building. Zhang Ruya lived on the 5th floor, while Shinchi and the others were on the 2nd floor. Shinchi sighed helplessly, secretly thinking, Su Xingyuan really plans to show off in front of Zhang Ruya. But there was a hint of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps today would bring some unexpected surprises. As they walked out of the dormitory building, Su Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his eyes blazing as he stared ahead. What new tricks will old Zhang have today? You'll find out soon enough. Shinchi smiled faintly, secretly looking forward to this little adventure. This day would change their fate and become the first step in their rise. A look of astonishment sparkled in Zhang Ruya's eyes, her face full of admiration. Xingyuan, you're incredible. Successfully channeling spiritual energy in just 2 hours, this is practically defying the heavens. Su Xingyuan smiled faintly and waved his hand nonchalantly. It's actually not that big of a deal. Fast? Not necessarily. True S-level talent is what you'd call fast. Zhang Ruya nodded in agreement, secretly marveling in his heart. After all, it had taken him nearly 6 hours to succeed. And above S-level talent, there are SS and even SSS. Su Xingyuan's eyes revealed a look of envy, as if he was yearning for an even higher realm. Those people are simply the pride of heaven. If I were to encounter a genius with SSS or even just S-level talent, I would definitely apprentice under them. He looked full of expectation, as if he had already envisioned a glorious future. So what do you plan to do? Shinchi asked curiously, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Having wandered half a lifetime without meeting a worthy lord, I'd gladly call them my adopted father. Su Xingyuan joked, provoking Shinchi and Zhang Ruya into uncontrollable laughter. Let's go to the cafeteria. He waved his hand, and the three headed toward the cafeteria. On the way, Zhang Ruya suddenly asked Shinchi, Shinchi, did you channel spiritual energy into your body today? Let's talk about it later, old Zhang. For now, let's figure out what to eat at the cafeteria. Su Xingyuan patted Zhang Ruya's shoulder, changing the topic. Shinchi shrugged, showing indifference. Although he had a 3S-level talent, in the military, strength was the ultimate rule. Only by being strong enough could one earn the respect and admiration of others. At this moment, although he possessed 3S talent, his strength was still at the level of a first-stage warrior, and revealing his talent would not bring any substantial benefits. Only through the grind of time, growing into a true genius, could he attract others' attention. Have you all decided which martial skill to choose tomorrow? Su Xingyuan swallowed a mouthful of exotic beast meat and turned his gaze to Shinchi and Zhang Ruya. I've already decided, strength enhancement. I'm planning to choose a martial skill for the hammer, Zhang Ruya answered firmly, with a pile of food in front of her. A hammer does suit you well, Su Xingyuan nodded in agreement. And what about you two? He looked at the pair curiously, while Shinchi pondered for a moment. I plan to choose marksmanship. Shinchi smiled confidently, saying, although I lack close combat skills, marksmanship is my true strength. You've got good taste. Su Xingyuan slapped the table with enthusiasm, his blood boiling. One gun, my gun, along with old Zhang's hammer. Tomorrow's battle will be absolutely thrilling. You'd better mean the gun. Shinchi smirked mischievously and teased. The three exchanged smiles, a silent understanding in their hearts, as if they could already see the glorious battles of the future. Meanwhile, in the recruit company office, Wu Lui and other squad leaders gathered together, with the highest-ranking and most capable Xiang Han seated at the head. Once everyone was present, Xiang Han began to speak. Starting with Squad 1, report on the situation of the recruits. A young man in his late 20s stood up, his sharp brows and bright eyes giving him a striking appearance. Despite the scar on his face, it added a touch of fierceness to his demeanor. Squad 1 has 1 recruit with an A-level enhancement talent, 9 recruits who have entered the basics of combat spirit techniques, and no special personnel discovered so far. Class 2 has 2 individuals with B-level combat talents, 1 with B-level healing talent, 7 who have entered the introductory stage of spirit law, and no special personnel identified for now. Xiang Han listened to the reports from each class with an impassive expression. He knew the 3rd Legion had just experienced a beast tide, suffering heavy casualties. The purpose of this meeting was to identify exceptional talent. Within the 3rd Legion, individuals with C-level and D-level talents were the most common, followed by B-level. A-level talents already stood out significantly. Everyone was filled with anticipation, awaiting the rise of a new wave of strong contenders. As for S-level talents, such individuals were incredibly rare among the recruits, practically 1 in a million. However, to ensure no potential talent was overlooked, Xiang Han decided to conduct another thorough screening. As the sound of one report after another rang out, Xiang Han's brows gradually furrowed. Although the quality of this batch of new recruits was not top-notch, it wasn't too bad either, generally falling into the mid-range level. This caused his interest to gradually wane, but he still forced himself to focus and carefully listen to each person's report. At that moment, Wu Lui stood up, his voice clear and loud. Class 32 has 1 individual with an A-level combat talent, 1 with a B-level healing talent, 9 beginners in the battle spirit method, and additionally, we have identified 1 suspected special individual. Xiang Han leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening as he asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" Wu Lui continued, "This E-level combat talent archer has shown astonishing speed in cultivating the battle spirit method, comparable to an S-level talent." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone exchanged looks, their expressions changing instantly. Someone voiced a doubt, squad leader. "Wu, I don't mean to question you, but I'm curious, how could such a cultivation speed appear in someone with E-level combat talent?" Another person nodded in agreement, then someone speculated, could it be that he had already practiced before? Wu Lui shook his head and looked firmly at the person. Impossible. When teaching the battle spirit method, his movements were stiff and his strength was weak. If he had practiced the battle spirit method beforehand, he wouldn't be like this now. Moreover, the battle spirit method is prohibited from being shared externally, everyone here knows that. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, what Wu Lui said indeed made sense. However, doubts remained in their hearts. If Wu Lui's words were true, then this person's talent absolutely couldn't be E-level. Could it be that Wu Lui had truly found a gem? Xiang Han quietly listened to everyone's debate. After careful consideration, he ordered, "Bring me his information." At the meeting, Wu Lui and his team had already prepared detailed personnel information, covering each person's family background, from elementary school to martial arts middle school and high school, listing everything big and small. "I've reviewed his information. His background is clean, average talent since childhood, no suspicions whatsoever." While flipping through Xin Qi's file, Xiang Han continued listening to Wu Lui's briefing. After finishing the file, Xiang Han closed the document, his deep voice sounding out, "Monitor this person. The archery combat talent rated E and his speed in mastering the battle spirit technique clearly don't align." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Place him on the watch list for the talent program." Yes, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, however, Xin Qi and his 2 companions were completely unaware of this, focusing all their attention on practicing the battle spirit technique in the dormitory. After parting with Zhang Ruya, Xin Qi, and Su Xingyuan returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was brightly lit, and everyone was racing against time to practice the battle spirit technique, with the air filled with an intense atmosphere. Everyone could clearly feel the changes in their bodies, the effects of the practice surging in like a tide, bringing great excitement. Just by getting started, their physical qualities had already greatly improved, as if their potential had been fully unleashed. What was even more exhilarating was the shadow of a battle armor behind Wu Lui as he practiced, seemingly reminding them not to slack off. They seized every opportunity to continuously train, yearning to break through their limits. Even Su Xingyuan did not slack off, fully focused on cultivating the battle spirit technique, his eyes burning with determination. After leaving the logistics department, Xin Qi and the others each had a martial arts manual in their hands, their hearts filled with excitement. Xin Qi, as he had previously considered, chose the gun technique martial skill. Carrying a longbow on his back and wielding a spear in his hand, he could attack from afar and was unafraid of close combat, perfectly aligning with his fighting style. In the days that followed, they continuously practiced the battle spirit technique and honed their martial skills, rapidly improving their strength. Everyone in the tactical squad had already stepped into the first level of martial artist, their momentum soaring. Su Xingyuan possesses grade A combat talent, with an extraordinarily fast cultivation speed, and has now reached the 2nd stage of warrior. Blood energy at 40, capable of unleashing strength between 1500 to 2000 kilograms, with a speed reaching 25 meters per second, swift like lightning. Xin Qi's abilities have also quietly advanced to the 3rd stage of warrior, with blood energy at 60, a single punch capable of releasing strength over 2000 to 2500 kilograms, reaching speeds of 30 meters per second, and his combat power soaring. At this moment, only 3 days remain until the conclusion of 1 month of recruit training. "Gather up!" Wu Lui's voice thundered through the air, invigorating everyone. After this period of training, they had gained a deeper understanding of Wu Lui. Ranked among the top 10 of the 32 company, His strength had already reached Martial Master Level 4, Battle Spirit Arts Level 3, and the shadow of armor had begun to emerge, a figure to be revered. The 1-month recruit period is about to end. Wu Luyi's eyes were calm yet resolute. Over this month, you've grown significantly. Each of you has now reached Martial Practitioner Level 1. Xin Shi and Su Xingyuan exchanged a glance, a smile appearing on their faces. This past month flew by, and their growing strength deepened their camaraderie. But having strength without actual combat experience is not enough. Over the next 3 days, we will hold a competition. This will be a test of your first month's results in recruit training. Wu Liuqi's tone turned serious, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xin Shi's expression subtly changed, and his breathing became heavier. This meant actual combat. About to truly face the exotic beasts, his heart surged with excitement, and the blood in his veins seemed to be boiling. Su Xingyuan revealed an expectant smile, filled with eagerness for the real combat mentioned by Wu Luyi. The others were also brimming with excitement. Now, gather as tactical teams. Wu Luyi raised his hand to check the tactical communication watch on his wrist and held up one finger. In 1 minute, proceed to the designated location. The specific coordinates have been sent to your tactical watches. Xin Shi and the others quickly checked the specific location on their watches, their hearts secretly elated. Combat is not a drill. The likelihood of injury or even death is very high. This is your first battle. Only through the baptism of blood can you truly become warriors. Now, move out. Scared, Xin Shi? Su Xingyuan gripped the long spear tightly, walking beside Xin Shi, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Not really. Xin Shi shrugged, though his heart was already itching for action. He longed for real combat, wanting to prove the true power of his 3S talent, rather than just being quick at cultivation. Ha ha! Su Xingyuan suddenly swung his spear, kicking up a cloud of dust, and laughed loudly. From this battle onwards, Su Xingyuan, will blow everyone's minds. Xin Shi shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself how overly optimistic this guy really was. Su Xingyuan's outstanding talent and handsome looks made him well liked, and he had made plenty of friends during recruit training. Su Xingyuan, stop bragging. Someone teased. Exactly, unless you take me with you, echoed another person. Faced with everyone's teasing, Su Xingyuan smiled brightly, completely unconcerned, and uttered 2 words, get lost. Ha ha. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere relaxed and lively. Among the new recruits, A-level talent was not uncommon. In addition to Su Xingyuan, there were 6 other companions. They all possessed strong combat talents, and the pressure was self-evident, especially with Xin Shi's presence as someone with an E-level talent. Xin Shi, you're responsible for reconnaissance and will act as support during combat. Be extra careful, Su Xingyuan turned to Xin Shi and instructed, his eyes glimmering with determination. As the team captain, he had to assign duties to each team member before the battle to ensure nothing would go wrong. The others raised no objections, as clear division of labor was the key to survival in battle. Although Xin Shi only had an E-level talent, as an archer, he could still provide crucial support in critical moments. His presence meant that their team had a slightly better chance of victory in combat. Finally, they arrived at the location indicated by the watch, and an abandoned county town appeared prominently in everyone's sight. The area was surrounded by vigilant warriors guarding the region. When Xin Shi and the others arrived, a soldier with the rank of 3rd-level sergeant on his shoulder scanned the group with eyes as sharp as knives and said coldly, the assessment period is 2 days. During these 2 days, the number of exotic beasts each tactical team kills will determine your points. The strength of the exotic beasts varies, and so do the points. A 1st-level exotic beast is worth 1 point, a 2nd-level exotic beast is worth 2 points, and so on. After a kill, your watch will automatically identify and calculate the points. Remember, under no circumstances should you strike anyone aside from the exotic beasts, or face the consequences, instant execution. Do you understand? The officer's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. Understood. Xin Shi and the others responded in unison, realizing the severity of this assessment. In the army, betraying comrades was an unforgivable rule etched in life and death. Go in. The 3rd-level officer nodded, gesturing to the soldiers stationed nearby to step aside and open the passage for Xin Shi and the others. How many people do you think will pass this recruit assessment? At the corner of the testing site, Xiang Han surveyed the surroundings, followed by Wu Luyi and other recruit squad leaders, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Hard to say. Squads that haven't experienced real combat might completely fall apart the moment they encounter alien beasts. Someone shook their head, expressing doubt about the pass rate for the recruit assessment. Wu Luyi pondered for a moment and then said firmly, I estimate it could be around 70%. Xiang Han tilted his head to look at Wu Luyi, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Wu Luyu, do you think your squad can pass? They can. Wu Luyu answered without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Over the past month, he had gained a thorough understanding of each member under his command. Leaving aside Su Xingyuan, who possessed A-level lightning talent, the squad also had a member with B-level battle talent, while the rest ranged from C-level to D-level capabilities. This lineup might not be considered top-tier among rookie squads, but it was by no means weak. What fueled his confidence was his ongoing belief that Xin Qi was somewhat extraordinary. Xin Qi's mastery of combat spirit techniques had already reached the second stage of the condensed spirit realm. He speculated that Xin Qi might have an exceptional affinity for spiritual energy, which was why he had identified Xin Qi as a special talent and reported this to Xianghan, Tangsong County. Xin Qi stepped into the abandoned county town, squatting down and gently brushing the dust off the stone tablet, revealing the engraved words, Tangsong County, classified as a small county town, covering an area of 873 square kilometers. Among the team's members, besides Su Xingyuan, the backbone with an A-grade talent, there was Wang Er with B-grade healing talent, a C-grade healing support talent, 2 members with amplification talents, and finally, 4 individuals with combat talents, forming the standard configuration of the squad. The one who had just spoken was Wang Er. As one of only 2 B-grade healers, his presence was crucial to the team. Su Xingyuan nodded slightly, his gaze swept across the abandoned streets, which were filled with moss-covered cars and cracked roads. He was well aware that the current situation was far from easy. The highest level of beasts in Tangsong County is at martial artist's 6th realm, with an unknown number. At this moment, Su Xingyuan's face no longer carried its usual calm demeanor, instead, it appeared exceptionally serious. After all, this was their first encounter with a monstrous beast, and any carelessness could result in casualties. As the squad leader, he had to take on the responsibility of protecting his team members. Xin Qi, you're in charge of finding a vantage point to monitor the movements of the beast and assist in combat, Su Xingyuan decisively issued orders, his gaze unwavering. Those with healing talents should focus on all combat members other than myself, while those with enhancement talents must provide combat boosts immediately when encountering the beast. The group looked solemn and nodded earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingyuan slightly inclined his head toward Xin Qi. Be careful. We'll wait for your updates. Xin Qi swiftly nodded, his figure moving like the wind and vanishing instantly. A moment later, he appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The setting sun gradually dimmed, making his task of searching for exotic beasts more challenging. However, he seemed unconcerned, his eyes subtly changing. At this moment, his pitch-black pupils turned amber. Eagle-eye insight, talent skill, consume mental energy to gain vision like that of an eagle. Current insight range, 1 kilometer, range varies based on personal strength. This was the second talent skill he awakened after breaking through to the 3rd stage of the martial artist realm. Xin Qi gripped the black alloy longbow in his hand tightly. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the strands of hair on his forehead. Like a hunter lurking atop the building, he silently searched for his prey. Southeast direction, Zheng'erwa Supermarket, there's a rock-armored beast at a distance of 873 meters. Xin Qi relayed the information to his waiting teammates through his tactical watch. How far? Su Xingyuan asked repeatedly, puzzled. 873 meters. Xin Qi once again precisely reported the distance of the beast. Gulp. Except for Su Xingyuan, the other team members all widened their eyes, faces full of disbelief. 873 meters. Is this for real? Damn. Wang Er, how far can you see? The team immediately turned to Wang Er. About 200 meters. Wang Er hesitated for a moment before answering. Everyone was speechless. 873 meters was simply incredible. Su Xingyuan snapped out of it and decided to trust Xin Qi, his gaze sweeping over the team. Trust him. Prepare to depart. At this moment, everyone's demeanor instantly changed, their fighting spirit soaring. Move out. With the order issued, all team members vanished from their positions like lightning. Xin Qi, keep a constant watch on the movements of the surrounding beasts. Understood. Xin Qi squatted on the rooftop, a silver arrow already knocked on the string of his alloy longbow, with nearly 30 silver arrows neatly arranged on the ground beside him. The rock-armored giant beast of Zheng'erwa's supermarket resembled a combination of a rhinoceros and a crocodile. It measured a full 8 meters. In length, its body covered in thick rocky armor, with powerful and sturdy limbs and a hammer-shaped tail, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. As Su Xingyuan and the others approached the rock-armored giant beast, Xinqi on the rooftop was also quietly moving closer. The previous distance had been insufficient for attacking the creature, and the building's obstructions had created blind spots in his line of sight. His target was a tall building over 400 meters away, which would provide an excellent vantage point. From there, he could ensure no blind spots, at least as far as the battlefield was concerned. Combat enhancement. Su Xingyuan calmly glanced at the rock-armored giant beast not far away and decisively gave the order. In the team, Xuanyan's aura changed instantly. He placed both hands on the bodies of two other combatants, ready to act. His amplification talent pertained to strength, endowing him with a sense of unparalleled power. Meanwhile, another amplifier possessed a sea-level talent, focusing on speed enhancement. The group quickly felt the effects of the amplification. Su Xingyuan licked his lips, a flame of challenge flickering in his eyes. Let's move. Before the words settled, a silver arrow tore through the night like lightning, accompanied by a whistling sound, shooting straight at the rock armor beast. Su Xingyuan knew all too well it was essential to attract the beast's attention first to allow him and his teammates to get close to the creature's weak spots. Roar! The rock armor beast was startled by the arrow and swiftly locked onto Xinqi's location with its cold gaze. It roared loudly, its strong limbs stomping forcefully, causing the ground to tremble violently. Despite its 8-meter-long body, it showcased a shocking agility. Where are you looking, idiot? Just as the rock armor beast prepared to counterattack, a figure wielding an alloy spear dashed out like lightning, swiftly launching an attack from the side. Su Xingyuan's speed was astonishingly quick, and the other teammates, unwilling to lag behind, closely followed. Although healing abilities are typically regarded as combat support, this does not mean they lack fighting power. The strikes from teammates of A and B levels, along with several attacks from C and D levels, instantly enraged the rock armor beast. The moment Su Xingyuan and his teammates appeared, the rock armor beast's massive tail suddenly swung, emitting a deep whooshing noise as it cut through the air. As the embodiment of defense and strength, the hammer-like structure of its tail contained astonishing power. Dodge! Su Xingyuan roared, leaping as his spear gleamed with lightning and fiercely struck toward the top of the rock armor beast's head. The others swiftly evaded, but the rock armor beast moved so fast that one teammate, a step too slow, was brushed by its tail. The full force was like being slammed by overwhelming power, sending the teammate crashing heavily to the ground as blood gushed out profusely. At this moment, Su Xingyuan's spear tip had already struck the top of the rock-armored beast's head. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, but the spear tip only penetrated slightly into the top of the rock-armored beast's head, failing to cause any substantial damage. Damn! Su Xingyuan's expression changed slightly. Despite the lightning-infused spear tip, it couldn't break through the rock-armored beast's defense, leaving only a shallow wound, with blood staining the spear tip. He dared not delay, quickly pulling out his spear and sweeping it horizontally to the right with force. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the power from the rock-armored beast's tail instantly transmitted to Su Xingyuan's arm, causing his expression to change, and his body to fly backward uncontrollably. The other teammates' expressions changed drastically. Captain, watch out! The sound of rushing wind echoed again as the rock-armored beast's hammer-like tail whipped toward Su Xingyuan at an alarming speed. Su Xingyuan's heart pounded wildly. In midair, with no way to maneuver, his arms still numb from the previous impact, the critical moment of life and death was rapidly approaching. Damn it, dying before achieving anything. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as everyone believed Su Xingyuan was destined to be severely injured, a silver arrow suddenly tore through the night, emitting a sharp whistle, and accurately struck the rock-armored beast's long tail. A sudden arrow caused the rock-armored behemoth's tail to veer sharply, brushing past Su Xingyuan's body. Holy crap, Xinqi! This arrow instantly changed everyone's expression, prompting them to turn and look toward the direction the arrow came from. Su Xingyuan shouted excitedly, "Take him down! Grade E combat talent archer." During this intense battle, Xinqi seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. The archer's role is inherently auxiliary in combat, and even Su Xingyuan held no expectations for him. But at the most critical moment, Xinqi, as if guided by divine intervention, fired an arrow that timely pulled Su Xingyuan back from the brink of serious injury. Cheers erupted among the group, Su Xingyuan's voice echoed in the air, and everyone immediately responded by launching an attack on the rock-armored behemoth. This was their first battle, and also Xinqi's moment to showcase his abilities. Through his actions, he showed everyone that an archer is not merely a supporting role, he can be incredibly powerful too. Silver arrows rained down, precisely blocking the attacks of the rock-armored behemoth, giving the squad members ample opportunity to deal damage. On the rooftop, Shin-Chi seemed to have full control over the battlefield. Every time he released the alloy longbow's string, he delivered a lethal strike at the most critical moment. Roar! The furious roar of the rock-armored behemoth echoed through the air as its massive body finally collapsed to the ground. The lightning flickering around Su Xingyuan slowly dissipated, while Wang Er and the others panted heavily, their faces brimming with excitement. Clean up the battlefield. Su Xingyuan shook his spear and issued the command. He turned to look toward the distant rooftop, lightning flickering in his eyes as he gave Shin-Chi a thumbs up. The rock-armored behemoth's strength was not particularly formidable, only at the martial artist's third realm. The reason the battle was so arduous mainly stemmed from the fact that this was their first encounter with a beast, and their coordination was lacking. If not for Su Xingyuan's presence as someone with an A-level talent and the cooperation of the other members, they might have suffered casualties in the fight. Most importantly, though, was Shin-Chi's crucial involvement. Impressive, Shin-Chi, damn it. Wang Er and the others finished cleaning up the battlefield, retrieved all the arrows, and handed them to Shin-Chi. You're amazing, Shin-Chi. Is this the true power of an archer? If you hadn't stepped in earlier, at least 2 of us would have been injured. Everyone praised him incessantly, while Shin-Chi simply smiled slightly without further explanation. Su Xingyuan looked at Shin-Chi, filled with astonishment in his eyes, unable to resist asking, Shin-Chi, are you really an E-level talent? Hearing Su Xingyuan's question, the other team members also couldn't help but look at Shin-Chi curiously. Shin-Chi's performance had truly exceeded their expectations. Archers were typically considered auxiliary in battle, with relatively low attack power, enough only for harassment at best. It wouldn't be surprising if Shin-Chi had awakened with a B-level archer talent, but he clearly only had an E-level talent. At the time of awakening, it was indeed an E-level talent. Shin-Chi didn't mention his SSS talent, instead cleverly playing word games. At the time of awakening, it was E-level. He silently added in his mind, I never said it still is. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed an even more complex expression. It was truly inconceivable that an E-level archer could directly influence the outcome of the earlier battle. Alright, 3 points are already in hand. Su Xingyuan shook his head and refrained from pressing further. Shin-Chi's appearance filled him with confidence for this rookie competition. There are several points to note about the previous battle. Su Xingyuan did not rush to make another move but chose to review the battle. Only by identifying the flaws in the combat can the same mistakes be avoided in future encounters. While Su Xingyuan and Shin-Chi were reviewing the battle, other teams participating in the rookie competition also experienced their first fights. Some teams had members injured, while others even withdrew. Overall, not all teams were able to resolve the battle as quickly as Shin-Chi's team did. Somewhere, Xiang Han, Wu Lu and other squad leaders from the recruit company gathered, holding the performance report of each team from the first battle. Wu Lu opened the report and was shocked. Wulong Squad, overall evaluation, A+. Captain Su Xingyuan, command performance, A. Combat performance, A+. Performance of other team members, A-. Special performance individual, Shin-Chi, strength, martial artist level 1, overall performance, A++. At that moment, Wu Luyi's eyes widened in surprise. Su Xingyuan, as an awakener with an A-level combat talent, performed as expected, and the others' performances were within his anticipated range. What shocked him was that Shin-Chi, who had awakened an E-level talent as an archer, unexpectedly surpassed Su Xingyuan and others in the assessment, reaching an A++ rating. If he hadn't known that this competition assessment was led by Xiang Han, he would definitely have doubted the information in his hands. What kind of joke is this? Shin-Chi is just an E-level combat talent, what the heck? Compared to the information in Wu Luyi's hands, the information Xiang Han held had undergone strict screening, filtering out squads with poor evaluations and leaving only teams rated A-level or above. There were as many as 15 such teams. Xiang Han flipped through the documents in his hand as the meeting room remained silent, with only the sound of the pages being turned echoing in his ears. Wu Lui stared at the document in his hands, filled with doubt. The evaluation of Shin-Chi had unexpectedly reached A++, even surpassing the A-level talent awakened by team captain Su Xingyuan by 1+ grade. Just what was going on here? Finally, when Xiang Han flipped to the information about the Wulong squad, his eyebrows slightly raised, and for the first time, he looked up at Wu Lui, whose expression was complex. A calm yet authoritative voice sounded, Wu Lui, do you think there's any issue? Upon hearing this, the gaze of everyone present simultaneously landed on Wu Lui. Xiang Han's sudden question made them instinctively sit up straight, their hearts secretly tense. Wu Lui let out a bitter smile, looked up at Xiang Han, and hesitated as he spoke, Commander, I don't know either. Now, everyone grew even more curious. What exactly had happened? A squad leader sitting next to Wu Lui leaned forward slightly, glanced at the documents in front of him, and suddenly exclaimed, damn. When he saw the rating of the Wulong squad on the report, his eyes instantly widened. A+. As he followed the details down the page, his gaze finally settled on a line of bold text, Special Performance Personnel, Xinqi, Strength, Martial Artist Level 1, Overall Performance, a ++. Damn! This line of text deeply shocked him. Although he didn't know what talent Xinqi had awakened, just the fact that his overall performance was rated a ++ was enough to make him swallow hard. Imagine, this was the first live combat exercise, and one of these new recruits had managed to achieve such a high rating on their first outing. How could he not be astonished? If he remembered correctly, even the strongest among those present, Xiang Han, who now held the rank of lieutenant, had only received an A+ rating during his initial evaluation as a recruit. And Xiang Han had grown from a new recruit to his current position as company commander in just 5 years. At this moment, a rare smile appeared on Xiang Han's face. He swept his gaze over everyone present, his aura suddenly rising. Bring the person in charge of the new recruits competition assessment here. After speaking, he lowered his head again to examine the evaluation materials for the squad in his hand, secretly anticipating what kind of potential and secrets Xinqi of the Wulong squad might be hiding. Xinqi and his teammates had no idea about the happenings in the office. At this moment, they had just experienced a thrilling and dangerous battle. Flame Lion. Its red fur seemed to burn like fire, infused with powerful fire elements, making the battle extraordinarily intense. Lightning flickered around Su Xingyuan, and the spear in his hand twisted like a thunderbolt, as if a lightning dragon roared in his grasp. At this moment, he had already become the soul of the squad. Wang Er was crouching beside an injured team member, a flash of green light passing over his body, seemingly hinting at his combat talent. That was really close. Xuanyan, a member of the squad with a C-level combat talent, looked at Rin Jianming, who was receiving treatment, still feeling a lingering sense of fear. Just now, the Flame Master, on the verge of death, pretended to lose consciousness, almost costing Xuanyan and him their lives. If it hadn't been for Su Xingyuan and Xinqi's timely intervention, Ren Jianming might now be severely injured and unable to participate in the recruit competition assessment. Ren Jianming said helplessly, "You're one to talk. If it weren't for Captain Su and Xinqi stepping in, the two of us would have been injured long ago." Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another, deeply moved. Wang Er shook his head with a smile, withdrew his palm, and said with a laugh, "You're lucky, kid. No broken hands or legs, or you'd have to prepare to retire and go home." Ren Jianming grinned and cupped his hands toward Wang Er. "Thank you, Master Wang, for saving my worthless legs." The power of thunder dissipated from Su Xingyuan's body, and he said irritably, "Learn your lesson. Beasts are not fools, they have basic intelligence. What we're encountering now are merely beasts at the warrior level. Once they reach the martial master level, their intelligence will greatly increase. Some cunning beasts can even cooperate with each other, no different from humans." Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that these words were true. Through these battles, their combat skills were continuously improving, and the achievement of slaying 5 beasts was exhilarating. "Alright, dig out the beast cores. It's time for us to move." Su Xingyuan waved his hand, displaying the decisiveness and authority of a leader. Over 200 meters away, Xinqi stood on higher ground. His hawk-eyed perception allowed him to see farther than others and detect anomalies faster. It was precisely because of his ability that they were able to swiftly take down 5 beasts. Xinqi scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling on Su Xingyuan and the others. He saw Su Xingyuan making a few hand signals in his direction. Xinqi nodded slightly, packed up his things, and quickly left. The general tactical gesture in the military was simple and clear: search for the next target. Xinqi carried a weapon on his waist that resembled a pair of nunchaku. Though it appeared simple, everyone in the military knew it was a spear, always ready to handle unexpected situations. "Be careful." The giant force squad quietly approached a stonehide rhinoceros. The stonehide rhinoceros was renowned for its astounding defensive capabilities, its gray-brown skin resembling a tough armor that made its defense remarkable. The single horn on its head gleamed with a chilling light, radiating a strong sense of threat. Zhang Ruya examined the stone-skin rhinoceros and hesitantly said to team leader Zhao Zhixin, "Captain Zhao, the stone-skin rhinoceros might be difficult to deal with. Our team doesn't have anyone with powerful combat talents. Trying to break through the stone-skin rhinoceros's defense is almost impossible." After hearing this, some team members glanced furtively at the expressionless Zhao Zhixin, while others showed disdain at Zhang Ruya's words. Zhang Ruya, you're an A-level strength-enhanced combat talent, how can you be this scared? Someone said disdainfully. It's not that, I just think our setup can't kill the Stonehide Rhinoceros. Zhang Ruya shook her head, explaining. Stop talking nonsense. You're obviously scared. Remember your identity, you are a soldier. The other party retorted mercilessly. We haven't even made a move yet. How can you be so sure our team can't kill the Stonehide Rhinoceros? Zhang Ruya's heart sank slightly, her gaze faltering before finally turning to the team leader, Zhao Zixin. The captain's opinion was the most important. Zhao Zixin's gaze lingered on Zhang Ruya for a moment before looking at the rest of the team and saying in a deep voice, we don't know how the other teams are performing, but so far, we've only managed to kill 2 second-tier martial artist beasts. This pace is far too slow. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone understood that the upcoming battle would determine their fate. I suspect there's a deeper purpose hidden in this new recruit competition. If you want to stand out in this fiercely competitive environment and gain more resources, you must give it your all. Hesitation will only make you lose opportunities. Zhao Zixin's words directly pointed at Zhang Ruya, causing her expression to change slightly. The desire to argue in her heart surged like a tide, but she ultimately chose silence. Her weak personality destined her to have no chance to convince herself again. Zhang Ruya, you can choose to quit. Zhao Zixin's voice was like a thunderclap, striking directly at her soul. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Ruya's expression instantly became resolute, her eyes fierce. Captain Zhao, I will never quit. But I still suggest not acting rashly. The Stonehide Rhinoceros isn't easy to deal with, and we might face casualties. Enough. Am I the captain or are you? Zhao Zixin interrupted her mercilessly, his tone tough. Since you're not planning to quit, stop spouting nonsense. The Stonehide Rhinoceros is merely at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm. Every member of our team is at the 1st level of the martial artist realm. Working together to take down a 3rd level exotic beast is absolutely no problem. He was brimming with confidence, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Just after defeating 2 martial artists' 2nd stage exotic beasts, Zhao Zixin's heart swelled with arrogance. After finishing his speech, he no longer paid attention to Zhang Ruya and quickly began organizing the attack. Zhang Ruya sighed inwardly and ultimately could only activate her A-grade combat talent, Power Enhancement. Crackling sounds echoed as her body instantly became stronger, resembling a miniature green giant. The sledgehammer gripped in her hand, her gaze was locked unwaveringly on the stone-skinned rhinoceros not far away. In this squad, apart from Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin who possessed grade A talents, the others were all grade C combatants. Attack! Zhao Zixin bellowed, abruptly waving his hand, and several sharp earth spikes surged beneath the stone-skinned rhinoceros, piercing forth like blades. Grade A combat talent, the earth element, immensely powerful. Zhang Ruya's eyes lit up, her body slightly bent forward, and with a sudden push of her legs, she shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, soaring directly towards the Stonehide Rhinoceros. The heavy hammer let out a muffled sound in mid-air, tearing through the air and striking straight at the roaring Stonehide Rhinoceros. At this moment, Shenqi, Su Xingyuan, and the others were also quickly searching for their next target and converging towards the Stonehide Rhinoceros. The atmosphere of battle grew increasingly tense, while the hope of victory ignited in their hearts. 5 beasts at the 2nd stage of martial arts, 10 points, the pace is a bit slow, Shenqi thought to himself with dissatisfaction, activating his eagle-eye insight talent skill to keenly track the beast's movements. 4 hours passed, and now they had reached the edge of Tangsong County, with only 44 hours left until the end of the recruit competition assessment. At this rate, Shenqi was decidedly unhappy. 4 hours for a mere 10 points was near meaningless. Ha! Dust rose 800 meters away, accompanied by the roar of a strange beast and the slightly panicked shouts of teammates. Shenqi immediately raised his hand and looked at his tactical watch, his voice quickly transmitting to Su Xingyuan and the others. 3 o'clock direction, combat detected 800 meters away. Should we provide reinforcements? At this moment, Su Xingyuan and his team were resting. Ren Jianming had been injured in the battle against the Flame Lion, and the team was completely drained after continuous engagements. The use of innate skills had stretched everyone's mental strength thin. Apart from Shenqi, the condition of the other team members was far from optimistic. Wang Er's healing talent had been the most consumed, and although Su Xingyuan had an A-grade talent allowing him to recover slightly faster, it still couldn't fully offset the toll of the battles. Report your recovery status. Su Xingyuan calmly directed, preparing to make the best decision based on the team's condition. Wang Er spoke first, consumed 50%, recovered 10%. Xuanyan followed, consumed 60%, recovered 10%. Ren Jianming was next, consumed 50%, recovered 10%. The other team members reported their statuses one by one. Shenqi, how are you? Su Xingyuan turned his gaze towards Shenqi, his eyes showing a hint of expectation. After 5 intense battles, Shenqi's role had gradually shifted from initially being a supporter to becoming the backbone of the team, with several decisive actions during critical moments helping teammates escape dangerous situations. Now, even Su Xingyuan had to take his state seriously. On a certain abandoned rooftop, Shenqi held a pitch-black alloy longbow, an arrow quiver strapped to his back. Slightly crouched, his amber eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings. 40% consumption, ready for combat at any time. His response was concise and unwavering. There seems to be another squad caught in combat. Su Xingyuan nodded and quickly issued a command, move to the designated location. As his words fell, his figure vanished like lightning from the spot, while the team members followed closely, their hearts ignited with fighting spirit. As they sped onward, Shenqi slightly bent his knees and sprang forward, leaping directly towards the rooftop of another tall building to prepare for support. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as the stone-hide rhinoceros, covered in tough gray skin, charged furiously at Zhao Zixin and his team. Its massive horn gleamed with a menacing chill. Around them, 3 people had already fallen, groaning in pain. One had a collapsed chest, and another's arm was grotesquely twisted. Damn! Zhao Zixin cursed inwardly, bitterly regretting not heeding Zhang Ruya's advice and rashly challenging the stone-hide rhinoceros, far beyond their team's capabilities. In just a single minute, their squad had been reduced to 5 members. Bang! Zhang Ruya's black alloy hammer slammed fiercely against the stone-hide rhinoceros's flank, forcing the beast back. Zhang Ruya exuded a commanding aura, breathing heavily, his red eyes fixed on the enemy. Though he was fighting with all his might, it was only thanks to his repeated interruptions of the rhinoceros's attacks that the situation hadn't turned even grimmer. Retreat! Zhao Zixin gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness as he glanced at the stone-hide rhinoceros being held off by Zhang Ruya. Finally, he issued the order to withdraw. The team promptly ceased their actions and turned back, dragging their 3 injured comrades away from the battlefield. Zhang Ruya, retreat! Zhao Zixin activated his earth element innate ability once again, forming a cage made of soil to trap the stone-skinned rhinoceros. Bang! 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 Trapped inside, the stone-skinned rhinoceros roared furiously, its horn erupting with terrifying power as it continuously rammed into the cage. Zhang Ruya panted as she glared angrily at the stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of her, secretly thinking, this thing is way too strong. Although their team included 2 A levels, 1 B level, and the rest were all C level innate abilities, they were completely ineffective against the stone-skinned rhinoceros at the moment, causing almost no damage. On the side of the stone-skinned rhinoceros before them, white markings could be seen everywhere, evidence of the traces left by their attacks. Yet its defensive power was utterly astonishing, effectively blocking nearly all assaults, with the only cost being a few white marks on its body. Stop staring and retreat quickly. It's about to break through. Zhao Zixin's face turned pale as the cage created by the earth element trembled under the savage impacts of the stone-skinned rhinoceros, teetering on the verge of collapse. Zhang Ruya's eyes sharply contracted, and she turned to Zhao Zixin, saying, it won't get away. Stone-hide rhinoceros is incredibly fast, even hiding in the ruins will be smashed open by its power. Her voice was resolute, Zhao Zixin, you retreat. After speaking, she gripped the alloy warhammer tightly and once again activated her talent skill, power enhancement. This was her last strength, she had to block the stone-hide rhinoceros to buy time for her teammates to escape. Damn it! Zhang Ruya, I freaking thank you. Zhao Zixin felt a wave of guilt in his heart as the shaky cage was instantly smashed open by the stone-hide rhinoceros. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Seeing Zhang Ruya resolutely charge toward the rhinoceros, he couldn't help but roar in his heart, Zhang Ruya, I am not some bastard who would abandon his teammates. Right in front of the stone-hide rhinoceros, the silhouettes of Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya stood firmly, one holding a warhammer, the other holding a long blade, ready to face the challenge. If no action is taken, their team will be annihilated. In the shadows, 2 soldiers dressed in military uniforms quietly observed the battlefield ahead. One soldier glanced at Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya not far away, then lowered his head and quickly scribbled an evaluation of the combat performance on the documents in his hands. Big Force Squad Overall Evaluation, B+. Captain Zhao Zixin, Command Performance, D level, Combat Performance, A. Team Member Zhang Ruya, Combat Performance, A+. He hesitated for a moment but eventually amended the documents, writing, "Facing a crisis without abandonment, without giving up, suggested for inclusion in the plan. Take action." Watching the two people ahead already at the end of their rope, the soldier responsible for evaluations nodded to the other. This time, every individual evaluating and ensuring safety from the shadows possessed a minimum strength of martial artist 7th realm. While Stoneskin Rhino boasted impressive defense, it still appeared fragile when confronted by the might of a martial artist 7th realm expert. Wait! Just as the other was about to act, someone suddenly raised their hand, stopping the motion. In the distance, 3 figures dashed forward like lightning. "Captain! Zhang Ruya! Captain, we are here! Captain, we certainly won't abandon you all." The appearance of these 3 instantly reignited hope on the battlefield. Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya exchanged a glance. The voices echoing in their ears felt so familiar, yet at this moment, brought them immense helplessness. "Get out!" Zhao Zixin roared, slashing with the sharp blade in his hand, tearing through the stone-skinned rhinoceros's flesh and leaving several deep white scars. Blood seeped out, as if proclaiming its vulnerability. However, they had no time to focus on such details now. Their strong willpower sustained them, allowing the two to barely withstand the stone-skinned rhinoceros's ferocious attacks. At that moment, 3 figures darted in from afar like lightning, seemingly ignoring Zhao Zixin's roar, and instantly joined the battlefield. The arrival of the 3 slightly eased the pressure, but only by an insignificant margin. The stone-skinned rhinoceros before them still loomed like a massive mountain, oppressing them. Even Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya, who were on the verge of breaking through to the second stage of martial arts, struggled to cope, let alone the sea-level and first-stage martial arts team members who had just returned. "Quick! It's injured, attack that spot." Zhang Ruya's gaze locked onto the tiny wound on the stone-skinned rhinoceros like a hawk, as if it were their only chance to counterattack. These words ignited a flame of hope, and the group instantly perked up, giving their all to launch an attack on the stone-hide rhinoceros. Zhang Ruya? On a rooftop somewhere, Shinshi gripped a black alloy longbow, his amber eyes faintly shifting as he instantly caught sight of a familiar figure on the battlefield. Su Xingyuan and the others were also approaching the battlefield. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Su Xingyuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Roar! The stone-hide rhinoceros let out another deafening roar, and the horn on its head suddenly emitted an eerie glow. At that moment, Zhang Ruya and the others' attacks came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The stone-hide rhinoceros had already closed in on the 3 besides Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin. With a loud crash, 3 figures were sent flying and slammed heavily into an abandoned restaurant not far away. All of this happened so quickly that Zhao Zixin and Zhang Ruya had no time to react before the stone-hide rhinoceros launched another attack. Ah, damn it! Zhao Zixin only had time to let out a traditional curse before being knocked flying, crashing heavily into a distant wall, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint before collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness instantly. The successive changes left Zhang Ruya stunned, as she watched the stone-skinned rhinoceros charging toward her with terrifying power. Her breath had already weakened, rendering her incapable of resistance. Just as the horn shimmered with a cold light, piercing straight toward her chest, Zhang Ruya's heart was filled with despair. It's over now. Whoosh! Buzz! 2 sounds rang out simultaneously as a silver arrow pierced through the air, instantly striking the horn of the stone-skinned rhinoceros. The immense force caused it a sharp pain. Immediately following, a thunder-infused spear tore through the sky, crashing violently onto the body of the stone-skinned rhinoceros. The powerful impact sent its massive frame flying sideways. The sudden turn of events prompted Zhang Ruya to look up. The silver arrow embedded in the ground and the lightning-wreathed spear etched themselves deeply into his mind, evoking the images of Shinshi and Su Xingyuan in an instant. "Old Zhang, does my handsome face make you feel ashamed?" Su Xingyuan laughed heartily, pulling out the spear as thunderous energy erupted. The lightning-like majesty ignited hope in the hearts of everyone present. "Xingyuan!" Zhang Ruya shouted excitedly, her emotions instantly dispelling the despair she had felt moments ago. "You all!" Su Xingyuan's appearance allowed Zhang Ruya to escape from the abyss of despair. She looked up at her teammates. With a faint smile on his lips, Su Xingyuan greeted Zhang Ruya. His gaze locked onto the stone-hide rhino not far away. "Let me see if you can withstand my thunderstrike." The spear burst forth with dazzling thunderous power as the rest of the team worked together in concert, launching a fierce attack. Zhang Ruya collapsed onto the ground, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Compared to the previous battles, Su Xingyuan and his team's coordination was seamlessly perfect. Every strike deepened the wounds on the stone-skinned rhinoceros, and in a short period, the wound had expanded to the size of a palm. What shocked Zhang Ruya the most was Su Xingyuan and the others' fearless courage as they faced the counterattacks of the stone-skin rhinoceros, as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. Every time the stone-skin rhinoceros prepared to counterattack, a silver arrow would always appear at the critical moment, instantly halting its assault. In the shadows, two soldiers in uniform observed the nearby battle with slightly shifting expressions. Such powerful battlefield control, one of them exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes flashing with shock. Indeed, very powerful, another person nodded. Although this group's overall strength was greater than that of Zhao Zixin and his team earlier, the improvement was relatively limited. The real key to their ability to suppress the Stonehide Rhino's counterattacks was the person hidden in the shadows. As the two conversed, the injuries on the Stonehide Rhino had already reached a fatal level. Move aside! Su Xingyuan shouted, the power of thunder growing even stronger in his hands. The tip of his spear emitted a terrifying surge of lightning, which exploded violently into the Stonehide Rhino's body. In an instant, the Stonehide Rhino was paralyzed, and Su Xingyuan gripped his spear tightly. The spear tip tore through the Stonehide Rhino's body, nearly splitting it in half. Roar! The desperate roar of the Stonehide Rhinoceros echoed, and it finally collapsed powerlessly to the ground, completely silent. Pulling out the spear, Su Xingyuan glanced down at the Stonehide Rhinoceros on the ground, a faint smile on his lips. He raised his eyes to look in a certain direction, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Xinchi smiled faintly and nodded, holding a pitch-black alloy longbow, cautiously observing the surroundings. The other team members began cleaning up the battlefield, while Wang Er and another teammate with healing abilities quickly treated Zhao Zixin and the others. Zhang Ruya regained some strength and, seeing Su Xingyuan approaching, immediately tried to get up. Don't move! Su Xingyuan waved his hand, sitting on the ground nonchalantly and flashing a bright smile. Old Zhang, do you think I'm awesome? I'm not looking, Zhang Ruya replied bluntly. Su Xingyuan was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. You've really turned mischievous, old Zhang. You were originally such a sweet girl. How did you end up becoming a man? Get lost! Zhang Ruya replied grumpily, but both couldn't help but laugh. Moments later, Zhang Ruya glanced over at Zhao Zixin and the others nearby, then curiously asked, Where's Xinchi? Su Xingyuan looked up, his gaze directed toward a distant corner, and said with a faint smile, No need to look for him, he'll appear at the right time. Zhang Ruya gave a wry smile, silently musing to himself that the offensive power of enhanced strength and the might of thunder were worlds apart. Still, compared to Xinchi, an E-level archer, he considered himself slightly stronger. Yet in the earlier battle, he realized that Xinchi's silver arrows, speeding through the air like divine beings raining from above, controlled the entire battlefield. Although Xinchi was not on the battlefield, he seemed like an omniscient powerhouse. Every subtle change on the battlefield couldn't escape his eyes. As Su Xingyuan said, he always acted at critical moments, leaving the enemy no room to counterattack. Is Xinchi really just an E-level talent? Zhang Ruya's heart was filled with doubt. He had seen many archers, none of whom could compare to Xinchi's abilities, and even the weakest among them had A-level talents. Now, the strength Xinchi displayed had already surpassed the scope of an E-level talent. Su Xingyuan was slightly stunned and shook his head. I don't know. In any case, I don't regard him as an E-level talent. He said firmly, the things he's done are absolutely beyond my capabilities. Zhang Ruya nodded, silently agreeing in her heart. In order to break through the despair-inducing defense of the Stonehide Rhino, their team was almost completely injured. If it weren't for Su Xingyuan and his team arriving in time, this group of people might have already been eliminated. Seeing Zhang Ruya's somber expression, Su Xingyuan comfortingly patted her shoulder and stood up. Is everything cleaned up? Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the other team members nodded one by one. Thanks to the treatment provided by Wang Er and the others, Zhao Zixin and the team's injuries had mostly stabilized. Thank you. Zhao Zixin and the others stood up, looking at the calm-faced Su Xingyuan. Their hearts grew heavier. They had fought bitterly for so long, almost facing total elimination just to break through the defense. In contrast, Su Xingyuan's team had ended the battle in a matter of moments. The gap was truly immense. Zhang Ruya and Zhao Zixin stood side by side, watching Su Xingyuan and his team depart. Zhao Zixin finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, Captain Su, can I ask a question? Su Xingyuan stopped in his tracks, holding the spear in his hand, then turned and smiled at Zhao Zixin. What question? Is his talent S-class? Zhao Zixin asked bluntly. Zhang Ruya froze for a moment, her expression turning peculiar as she glanced at Zhao Zixin. Internally, she thought, S-class my foot, that's just an E-class archer, isn't it? Su Xingyuan laughed heartily and answered mysteriously, guess. Let's go. He turned around and quickly led the team away, leaving Zhao Zixin standing there in a daze, as if convincing himself, it must be an S-grade talent. I'm sorry, everyone. It was my overestimation of myself earlier that led to your injuries. Zhao Zixin snapped back to reality, turned around, and bowed deeply to Zhang Ruya and the others. Captain, the fact that you didn't abandon us and run earlier is enough. Everyone reassured him one after another. Yeah, Captain, if it weren't for you and Zhang Ruya blocking the Stonehide Rhinoceros, who knows what would have happened to us. Let's forget about the past, Captain, but you have to promise us not to challenge the triple-layer martial beasts again. My body can't handle going through that one more time. Everyone chimed in, even making jokes in this situation. Old Zhang, thanks. Zhao Zixin nodded seriously and thumped his chest. Let's go, we'll look for double-layer martial beasts. We don't care about single-layer ones, but we can't mess with triple-layer beasts. The group left with smiles, the atmosphere gradually becoming relaxed. What kind of expression do you think Zhao Zixin would have if he knew you were actually an E-level gifted archer? Su Xingyuan casually chatted with Shenxi through a tactical watch while their group searched for exotic beasts. Shenxi had just arrived at a vantage point, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he listened to Su Xingyuan's amused tone. He replied helplessly, "What kind of quirky hobby is that?" Ha. Su Xingyuan let out a sly chuckle. He had deliberately withheld this from Zhao Zixin purely for the sake of his own amusement. Hearing Shenxi point it out only made him feel smug. Turning to look at Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others behind him, the group shared knowing laughter, clearly united in their intention. Imagining Zhao Zixin's potential reaction, they couldn't help but find it immensely entertaining. In the recruit competition assessment, apart from Su Xingyuan's team having an A-level combat talent, there were 6 other teams with similar configurations. Judging solely by surface data, they were even slightly weaker. A-level combat talent, fire element, B-level combat talent, ice element, and a total of 8 members with C-level and D-level talents. As the team's sole A-level talent, Sun Fa was undoubtedly the rightful captain. Having just finished a battle, he exhaled deeply, his eyes radiating a resolute light. The flames in his eyes gradually dissipated. Looking up, he saw a massive earth-splitting elephant lying on the ground, its blood staining the surrounding grass. The other members of the team were panting heavily, exhaustion and excitement written all over their faces. An earth-splitting elephant. A being of the martial artist's third realm. Their victory not only showcased their strength but also highlighted the power of teamwork. Finally finished it. Damn, I'm exhausted. As the only B-level talent in the team apart from Sun Fa, Zhou Ning had expended a considerable amount of energy in the battle just now. However, the smile on his face could not hide the excitement in his heart. A glimmer of excitement flashed through Sun Fa's eyes as he silently rejoiced at his decision to join this team. While their strength was comparable to other teams, their performance in this bloody battle had been outstanding. This score is really hard to earn, Zhou Ning said as he walked up to Sun Fa, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Yeah, our strength isn't weak. In this rookie competition assessment, we can at least rank in the top 10, Sun Fa nodded, his gaze firm. He knew that with their abilities, they definitely had a chance to vie for a higher placement. However, earning points was truly frustrating. So far, they had barely managed to accumulate 20 points. Zhou Ning thought silently that other teams likely wouldn't have many points either, making the competition fiercely intense. There are a total of 7 A-level talents in this rookie competition assessment, can't afford to be careless, Sun Fa said, shaking his head, aware of the severity of the situation. Except for you, Captain Sun, there are 6 A-level talents, including 1 healing talent and 1 amplification talent. Zhou Ning analyzed, his eyes flickering. As for our team, the combination of ice and fire is truly unique. He was full of confidence, and compared to Sun Fa, Zhou Ning had much more faith in the team's strength and rank. Let's hope so. Let's move. Sun Fa didn't say much, instead calling everyone to leave and search for the next target. Their direction was clear, southeast. At this moment, in the southeast, 3 kilometers away from Sun Fa's team, Su Xingyuan's voice sounded, "Shenxi, can you manage it?" "I'll do my best." Shenxi's voice was resolute and firm, carrying an undeniable strength. Hearing Shenxi's response, Su Xingyuan glanced at the team members before him, then turned to look at the 2 figures not far away. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then let's do it. Those 2 figures were none other than 2 beasts at the 3rd martial artist realm. Killing 2 3rd martial artist realm beasts at once, such an achievement had never appeared in the recruits competition assessment. Now, Su Xingyuan and his team were determined to give it a try and strive to make history. What fueled their confidence was not only the increasingly seamless combat coordination among their group but also the support of Shenxi lurking somewhere nearby. Prepare, charge. Su Xingyuan's shout was like a war drum, inspiring the fighting spirit of every team member as the horn of battle had already sounded. Xiang Han sat at the table, the screen in front of him displaying the real-time rankings and positions of the squads in this recruit competition assessment. The glow from the screen shone on his face, making his eyes gleam with sharp brilliance. First place, 15, Beast Hunters Squad, current score, 25. Second place, 8, Nameless Squad, current score, 23. Third place, 2, Ice and Fire Squad, currently has 20 points. Fourth place, 32, Wulong Squad, currently has 18 points. The number before the team information represents the class they belong to, Class 32. Xiang Han's gaze moved from top to bottom, briefly pausing on the name Wulong Squad, then continued to look further down. The recruit competition assessment is not only a test of the team's capabilities but also serves to select various talents. This is not merely a confrontation of combat but also a contest of wisdom and courage. On this stage, only the most outstanding individuals can stand out. Noting down the rankings and names of the squads displayed on the screen, Xiang Han flipped open the documents in his hand. These records were exhaustive, covering everything from each individual's family background to their various performances after enlisting, so thorough that they seemed to uncover secrets even the individuals themselves might not fully know. Block it! A colossal horned bull, 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and weighing up to 4 tons, roared thunderously, deafening all around. The two horned bulls, both reaching level 3. In martial prowess, were trapped, clearly exceeding the squad's power limit. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat, pressing forward boldly to launch an attack on the horned bulls. Su Xingyuan was surrounded by the force of thunder, each strike of the spear in his hand carrying the power of lightning, fiercely bombarding the horned bull's body. Wang Er emitted a continuous azure glow, swiftly healing and restoring his teammates' strength, as if injecting a shot of courage into the squad. As the team leader, Su Xingyuan drew the lion's share of the aggression, while the other teammates targeted the other horned bull with a coordinated assault. Buzz! Just as the giant horned barbaric bull was preparing to counterattack, a silver arrow like lightning unerringly blocked its assault. Su Xingyuan watched coldly, the power of thunder flickering at the tip of the spear in his hand. The giant horned barbaric bull before him had already been forced into a desperate situation. Slash! With a single thrust, the original 20-centimeter wound instantly expanded to 50 centimeters, blood splattering everywhere. The giant horned barbaric bull let out a painful roar, its red bull eyes filled with hatred, glaring intently at Su Xingyuan. Moo! The giant horned savage bull suddenly raised its forelimbs, then stomped down fiercely. The ground trembled, causing the surrounding team members to sway slightly, yet their faces showed no fear. Su Xingyuan's expression sharpened as his spear struck heavily against the bull's horns, sending sparks flying. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 silver arrows descended from the sky, piercing through and tearing out the giant horned savage bull's innards with violent force. The beast let out a harrowing scream, overcome with excruciating pain. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Su Xingyuan's mouth as his eyes flickered with a chilling light. The tip of his spear once again erupted with thunderous power, blasting into the giant horned savage bull's body. He stepped forward, like an elongated version of a boning knife, pressing straight toward the beast. Slash! The giant horned savage bull was instantly torn in half under the impact of the long spear, blood splattering as it crashed heavily to the ground with a bang! Gaining 3 more points, the Wulong squad's score had now reached 21 points, advancing further in rank and successfully entering 3rd place. With a flick of the long spear, blood sprayed through the air as Su Xingyuan turned his gaze to another giant horned savage bull, the flames of battle burning even more fiercely in his heart. As Shen Qi and his team dealt with another giant horned bull, the Icefire squad quickly approached Su Xingyuan and the others from a distance of 900 meters. Zhou Ning remained calm, his gaze sweeping around as if searching for an opportunity, ready to strike at any moment. The abandoned county town had long been overrun by lush vegetation, with dilapidated cars submerged in the sea of green. The asphalt roads had cracked, seeming to tell stories of relentless time and the resilience of life. In such a large county town, how have we not come across any other A-grade talent teams? Zhou Ning couldn't help but marvel, his curiosity piqued. The 20-point squad had made him eager to encounter other teams, his eyes scanning the surroundings relentlessly. Sun Fa glanced sideways at Zhou Ning and spoke in a calm tone, "And what if we do run into them? Could it be that you want to compete with others?" Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Head, that's actually not a bad idea. You're an A-level fire element talent, and I'm a B-level ice element. With such a combination, we could absolutely crush any team we encounter." The corner of Sun Fa's lips tugged upward slightly, as if his fighting spirit had also been stirred. Unfortunately, it seems there won't be any opportunity for that. Zhou Ning's curiosity grew stronger, imagining the scenario of facing off against other strong teams. Sun Fa did not speak further but instead gazed into the distance. There are people fighting up ahead, he said in a low voice, a hint of vigilance in his tone. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Let's go, take a look. The other team members also showed excited expressions, and the atmosphere was ignited in an instant. Then let's go and check it out, Sun Fa said helplessly, shaking his head as he led the team forward. Go! Zhou Ning's figure vanished in an instant, leading the team forward at high speed. Someone's coming. At the vantage point, Xinqi gripped the pitch-black alloy longbow in his hand tightly. The bowstring quivered slightly, and a silver arrow shot into the battlefield like lightning, precisely tearing through the wound of the giant horned bull. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Su Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged as the spear in his hand continued striking. Ignore it for now, deal with the giant horned bull first. The other team members nodded quickly in response and continued their fierce assault on the giant horned bull. Zhou Ning was the first to appear at the battle scene and couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before him. Giant horned barbarian bull, martial artist level 3. He immediately recognized the beast in front of him and was secretly amazed. Captain Sun Fa followed closely behind, his figure suddenly appearing. His gaze swept across the combat scene before landing on another corpse not far away. Two of them. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Facing two horned Barbary bulls at the third stage of martial artists simultaneously? Is that even possible? Zhou Ning's heart trembled, his blood boiling. The aura of combat permeated the air, igniting their inner desire to fight. Xinqi's gaze swept over Sun Fa and Zhou Ning at the edge of the battlefield. Filled with confidence, he paid no mind to their presence. At this moment, his eyes were firmly fixed on Su Xingyuan and the others, silently calculating how to defeat his enemies one by one. This group were merely spectators, indifferent to the intensity of the battlefield. Xinqi was confident that if Sun Fa or Zhou Ning made any move, he could block them in an instant, or even take them down. Moreover, with Su Xingyuan, an A-grade talent, in the team, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. On the edge of the battlefield, Sun Fa and Zhou Ning exchanged glances, a flash of shock passing through their eyes. They had witnessed the seamless coordination of this team, especially the young man wielding a spear, whose body was surrounded by crackling thunder, inspiring awe and fear. So strong, Sun Fa nodded in agreement, while Zhou Ning frowned slightly, scrutinizing the other members and wondering aloud, why does their squad have only 7 people? Logically, a standard squad should consist of 8 members, 2 with amplification abilities, 2 with healing abilities, and the rest with combat skills. Yet, the battlefield now had only 7 people, so where had the missing member gone? Maybe they lost someone in battle, one team member speculated, his gaze falling on the corpse of a nearby giant horned bull, a look of doubt crossing his face. Yeah, their captain may be an A-grade thunder user, but their overall strength doesn't seem to be very strong, another team member added. With such strength, wanting to face 2 giant horned savage bulls in the martial master third realm simultaneously without casualties is almost impossible, other team members also weighed in. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ning secretly nodded to himself. Their team's strength was clearly superior, but even so, when confronting 2 giant horned savage bulls, it would still be absolutely impossible to achieve a clean kill without injuries. Captain Sun Fa remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on the battlefield. Finally, his eyes settled on a silver arrow lying on the ground, a flicker of intrigue flashing across his expression. Archer talent? Silver arrows appeared on the battlefield, yet no trace of the archer could be found nearby. The only explanation was that a powerful individual with an awakened archer talent was lurking in the shadows, constantly observing the situation. Their group had already been exposed to the opponent's sight. He looked around, trying to find any trace of the archer, but discovered no clues, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that the warrior with the archer talent had already fallen during the battle? The fight raged on, and Su Xingyuan and his companions were completely unaware. The giant horned bull was in a frenzy, growing even more irate under Su Xingyuan's attacks. In an instant, it forced Su Xingyuan to retreat and then swiftly swung its massive horns toward 2 others nearby. The speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to react. This scene landed squarely in Sun Fa's view. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heart rang with alarm. Watch out! However, the people on the battlefield did not dodge the attacks of the giant horned bull at all and continued their full-on assault. Are they insane? Sun Fa's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to take action, a sharp sound pierced through the air from above. He looked up and saw a flash of silver flying by at an astonishing speed, hitting the bull's horn with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! A loud noise erupted, sparks scattering everywhere. The collision between the arrow and the bull's horn produced a metallic ringing sound, causing the bull's attack to narrowly miss two team members. Their movements seemed like dancers balanced on the edge of a blade, manipulated by an invisible hand controlling their fate. Just one crucial tug at the string could lead them out of danger. What the hell? Zhou Ning witnessed the scene and cried out in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The other team members behind him were equally stunned, as if they'd turned to stone. At this moment, Captain Sun Fa froze in place, staring blankly at everything on the battlefield. The scenes from earlier kept replaying in his mind, and the sound of arrows clashing with the giant horn echoed in his ears. Who on earth are they? Sun Fa snapped back to reality, clenching his fists tightly and involuntarily swallowing hard. The timing of the silver arrow's appearance stunned him, but what shocked him even more were the two who neither dodged nor flinched earlier. It was as if they had anticipated the arrow's arrival and knew they would emerge unscathed. How much trust does that require? Such trust was absolutely impossible among new recruits. Only veterans who had experienced countless battles could possess that level of trust. But he knew very well that the group in front of him were all new recruits, just like himself. From enlisting until now, it had been almost a month, and building this kind of trust definitely couldn't be achieved with just a few promises or words of camaraderie. It required countless battles to form. But how long had it been? At most, it had only been a dozen hours. Establishing such trust within a dozen hours, enough for all members of the squad to place complete faith in the person in the shadows, this was nearly tantamount to unconditionally handing their lives over to someone else. And if that person had any ulterior motives, they only needed to lift a finger to shatter this trust. Did you see clearly? Sun Fa asked, his expression complicated as he looked at Zhou Ning beside him. Yes. The casual smile was gone from Zhou Ning's face, replaced by a look of utter seriousness. His eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that he's S-class? Who he referred to was self-evident. Sun Fa gave a bitter smile and turned his gaze back to the battle not far away. At this moment, the fight was nearing its end, and the great horned bull was already on its last legs. The gifted archer had not made another move. It seemed his main purpose was to ensure the safety of everyone on the battlefield. Compared to Su Xingyuan, Shen Qi, hidden in the shadows, seemed more like the team leader. Sun Fa was also very curious about Zhou Ning's question. S-class? He hadn't heard of any recruits awakening an S-class talent. The two of them were full of confusion. At that moment, on the battlefield, Su Xingyuan gripped a long spear and decisively ended the life of the giant horned wild bull in front of him. Standing atop the beast's corpse, spear in hand, his gaze was sharp as a blade. He lifted his eyes to look at Sun Fa and the others. In that instant, it felt as if the entire battlefield had frozen in time, and everyone was awestruck by his wolf-like and tiger-like aura. Sun Fa. After a brief hesitation, Sun Fa led Zhou Ning and the other team members toward Su Xingyuan and his group. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over those busy clearing the battlefield, before finally settling on Su Xingyuan's face. He smiled and nodded in greeting. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning was also observing the surroundings, trying to locate the eighth member of this squad. Su Xingyuan smiled and nodded. Su Xingyuan. After speaking, he cast a glance at Zhou Ning and the others, who were constantly observing their surroundings, and the corners of his lips curled into a playful smile. Is there something you need? Sun Fa cleared his throat, and Zhou Ning gave an awkward laugh. Their actions just now had been too deliberate, almost blatantly writing their intention to seek Shen Qi on their faces. Sun Fa also looked a bit embarrassed, but he still smiled and said, to be able to take down a giant horned bull unharmed despite casualties in battle, Captain Su, your team is impressive. He deliberately mentioned the words casualties in battle and then brought up taking down a giant horned bull unharmed. The implication was already very clear. On the surface, the statement sounded like praise, but in reality, it was full of probing intent. Su Xingyuan smiled faintly, casually flicked his spear to shake off the blood of the alien beast, and raised two fingers, not one. 2. Sun Fa, Omega Omega. Zhou Ning, Sigma, degree winky face. Others, W. Zhou Ning frowned, his gaze shifting repeatedly between the two corpses of the giant horned bulls. He looked up at Su Xingyuan, his expression filled with shock and uncertainty as he asked, "Are you saying you managed to slay two giant horned bulls without taking any damage?" The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Su Xingyuan hadn't explained anything about casualties during the battle. but had instead emphasized the number 2. Did this mean they had actually slain 2 giant horned bulls without taking any damage? Sun Fa frowned slightly and shook his head. He didn't believe that Su Xingyuan and the others before him had the ability to face 2 giant horned bulls simultaneously and slay them unscathed. Although the 8th member of their team was exceptionally skilled, it still shouldn't be enough to make up such a gap. Unless, of course, that person's talent was truly S-class. However, since that individual had acted so infrequently, it was impossible for them to make an accurate assessment of their abilities. Su Xingyuan's lips curved into a smile. He raised his gaze to look at a certain spot, then turned to Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, and the others, saying indifferently, just 2 giant horned wild oxen. Is it really that difficult? Damn! He really nailed it, Sun Fa and Zhou Ning simultaneously grumbled in their hearts. Coming back to their senses, they looked at Su Xingyuan with complex expressions. After a long pause, Sun Fa asked, Captain Su, where is the 8th member of your team? Can I meet them? Zhou Ning's eyes were filled with anticipation. Not only did Sun Fa want to meet that person, but even the team members behind him wanted to see for themselves what someone capable of controlling the entire battlefield rhythm looked like. Just how strong could they be? Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others had already finished clearing the battlefield. 2 beast crystal cores in their hands shimmered with light. Upon hearing Sun Fa and the others' words, Wang Er and the rest exchanged knowing smiles. Su Xingyuan shrugged and said, You'll have the chance, but not right now. We'll talk about it after the new recruit competition assessment is over. Politely declined Sun Fa and the others' request to meet Shin Qi. All right. After being refused, Sun Fa didn't press further and instead nodded toward Su Xingyuan and the others. Without saying much, Su Xingyuan nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Zhou Ning suddenly spoke, Captain Su, how many points does your team have? Although he couldn't meet the person in Su Xingyuan's team, inquiring about the points should still be possible. As expected, Su Xingyuan and the others turned around to look at Zhou Ning, Sun Fa, and the others, smiling faintly, not much, 24. Damn! Captain Su, Sun Fa, and his group aren't weak either. Wang Er watched the departing backs of Sun Fa and his team, then spoke. When Sun Fa and his group saw that Su Xingyuan's awakening was an A-level thunder talent, they showed little surprise, indicating that they were likely A-level talents themselves. Su Xingyuan nodded, they might be A-level talents, while Zhou Ning is probably a B-level talent. 2 warriors at the second stage. In this recruit assessment competition, their team might rank among the top 5. Xuanyan and Ren Jianming grinned and said, Captain Su, do you think we stand a chance against them? Su Xingyuan retorted irritably, what are you saying about standing a chance? Are you trying to start something? This is the recruit assessment competition, stop with the nonsense. The 2 nodded repeatedly. If we compare our apparent strength, we definitely can't beat them. However, our strength shouldn't be judged from an ordinary perspective. Wang Er and the others were rendered speechless. Indeed, their team couldn't be viewed through conventional eyes. An A-grade thunder talent, a B-grade healing talent, and a bunch of C-grade and D-grade talents, plus an E-grade archer talent. Anyone looking at this lineup would frown. What kind of messed up configuration is this? An A-grade thunder leading a team of useless scraps. But it was with such a lineup that they surprisingly seized 24 points, ranking second in the entire recruit competition assessment team. As for the first place hunting squad, their points have now reached 28. On the screen hanging in the office, the Wulong squad, originally ranked 4th, has now risen to second place. First place, 15, Beast Hunting Squad, current points, 28. Second place, 32, Wulong squad, current score 24. Third place, 8, Nameless squad, current score 23. Fourth place, 2, Ice and Fire Squad, current score 20. Xianhan raised his eyes to look at the changing team rankings. When he saw Wulong squad, he couldn't help but glance sideways at Wu Lui. Everyone present focused on the rankings of their respective teams. The sudden rise in the ranking of the Wulong team drew everyone's attention. 6 points added in one go. The class monitor of Class 15 raised an eyebrow, his expression filled with surprise. Someone also noticed the abrupt change in the Wulong team's points, thought for a moment, then looked at Wu Lui and laughed, saying, Old Wu, you're quite something, you found yourself a gem. I remember the captain of this team is Su Xingyuan, right? A-class combat talent, Thunder. Wu Lu's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly, but inside he was already laughing. Being able to kill 2 third-tier warrior-ranked beasts with A-class Thunder and second-tier warrior strength, I have to say, you really hit the jackpot this time. Haha, indeed. Old 5, you really got lucky this time. Why haven't I encountered an A-level talent? You still want an A-level talent? Your team has 3 B-level talents, you should count yourself lucky. Everyone chimed in with teasing remarks, creating a lively atmosphere, and soon the topic shifted to the current top-ranked beast hunting team. Although the Wulong team is very strong, it's ultimately hard to support alone. An A-level talent trying to lead a team of B-level and below talents to take first place is almost impossible. Yeah, otherwise how could you say that Feng Quan is such a lucky guy? An A-level talent, for B-level talents, this team's configuration is simply top-notch. TSK, 28 points. Looks like Feng Quan is going to have to treat everyone to a meal. Before this competition assessment even began, the squad leaders of this rookie battalion had already agreed that whichever squad under their command took first place would treat everyone to a meal. Based on the overall strength of each team and the current points, Feng Quan's beast hunting squad is pretty much guaranteed to take first place. Everyone's teasing fell into Feng Quan's ears. He held back his laughter and waved his hand. Only a dozen hours have passed so far, the final ranking is still uncertain. Feng Quan looked at Wu Lui and smiled sincerely. Don't you think so, old Wu? Wu Lui gritted his teeth secretly. Damn it, my fists are itching. He thought to himself, the Wulong squad absolutely cannot stop here like this. Wu Lui's fists clenched tightly, a trace of unwillingness showing on his face. The beast hunting squad under Feng Quan, led by Captain Jiangyan, possesses an A-level healing talent, with 5 members holding B-level talents, including 1 with healing talent and 4 with combat talent. The remaining 2 have C-level amplification talents. This team's configuration is virtually invincible in the recruit competition evaluation. Although Wu Lui's A-level thunder talent is powerful, Su Xingyuan is all by himself. In contrast, Jiangyan's team is far superior in both strength and talents. Wu Lui said irritably, Old Feng, you might as well celebrate quietly. You're just lucky, brat. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feng Quan and Wu Lui were both in the martial master realm, with Wu Lui at tier 4 and Feng Quan at tier 3. The two had been competing in secret regularly, and now the new recruits competition had become yet another stage for their rivalry. Feng Quan was undoubtedly the luckier one this time. Ah, old 5, don't lose heart, there will be more opportunities later. Feng Quan said with a laugh, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. In the army, competition was the norm. Compared to crude interference, Xiang Han chose to let things take their course, setting rules that prohibited underhanded tricks and attacking comrades. Amidst this environment, the rivalry within Xiang Han's platoon was particularly fierce, and their overall strength was exceptional. He looked down at the materials in his hand, a flash of sharpness appearing in his eyes. Attack from the side. Be careful, take this one down, and we can rest for the day. In the dark night, a group of figures launched a fierce attack on a ground-splitting elephant of the 3rd martial tier. A young man named Jiangyan, dressed in military uniform, displayed unwavering determination on his face, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. He held a long blade angled in his hand, directing his teammates in their assault. Under Jiangyan's command, the team worked in perfect coordination, and soon, the ground-splitting elephant was covered in wounds. As the blade in Jiangyan's hand flashed, it pierced into the elephant's head, blood splattering everywhere. Jiangyan stood atop the corpse of the earth-shattering elephant, looked up at the crowd, and revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's take a break first. After cleaning up the battlefield, we can finally rest well today. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd broke into excited smiles. From the moment they stepped into Tangsong County, they hadn't stopped, frantically searching for traces of the beasts. After such grueling battles, everyone was already exhausted. Although they were all martial artists, most of them were only at levels 1 or 2, and their spirit martial techniques were merely at the first stage of cultivation, making it impossible to recover as fast as they consumed energy. Their mental fatigue was even more severe. While spirit martial techniques could recover mental energy, the process was painfully slow. Damn, I'm so beat. One team member couldn't help but collapse onto the ground, panting heavily like an ox. I've never been this tired before, phew. Captain Zhang, our points should place us in first, right? Someone leaned against the wall, a smile spreading across their face. Hearing this, the other team members perked up and all turned to Jiangyan. They should be, Jiangyan replied with a smile. Leading a team that was almost entirely made up of B-class members, the lineup could be described as luxurious. The difficulty of 31 points was something Jiangyan understood deeply. Even a strong team had just reached 31 points by now. One could easily imagine the pace of other teams. This response excited everyone immensely, and someone spoke up, Captain Zhang, I've never gotten first place in my entire life, and now I finally have a chance. Ha, you rascal, the group instantly became lively. Snort! A silver arrow, like the sharpest blade, tore through the night sky with a piercing whistle. The arrow spun and whirled with immense power, instantly piercing into the head of the giant horned wild bull, which was already at the end of its strength. The arrow carried the corpse of the giant horned wild bull, flying a meter away before pinning it to the ground. Phew! Wang Yer and the others collectively let out a sigh of relief. Xuanyan, Ren Jianming, and others with slightly weaker strength felt completely drained, instantly entering a state of exhaustion. After a period of battle, everyone deeply appreciated the restorative effects of the battle spirit technique. The continuous battles had drained the strength of Xuanyan, Ren Jianming, and the others to almost nothing, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Wang Erchon forced himself to stay alert and walked over to Xuanyan and the others. His palm gently rested on their shoulders, and his Grade B healing ability activated instantly. Strands of peculiar energy flowed into their bodies, as if reigniting their fighting spirit. Even with Shinqi's presence, always stepping in at critical moments to resolve crises, the group's strength and morale were still utterly exhausted, like oranges squeezed dry. Su Xingyuan glanced at his companions, who had already entered a sage-like state. The tip of his gun effortlessly pierced into the brain of the giant horned wild bull. With a sudden flick, the beast's crystal core slid easily into his palm. It was already 3 in the morning. After an entire day of battle, everyone felt exceptionally exhausted, and he was no exception, a faint trace of weariness surfacing in his heart. Shinqi, how are you holding up? Su Xingyuan plopped down on the corpse of the giant horned bull, his voice transmitted to Shinqi through the tactical watch, full of concern. I'm fine. With the sound of footsteps, Shinqi's figure appeared before Su Xingyuan and the others, like a ghost emerging from the darkness, mysterious and powerful. In just one day, the number of times Shinqi had shown himself could be counted on one hand. He was like a shadow, silent yet always guarding the team, ensuring that they had suffered no combat casualties so far. Points surged rapidly, and Su Xingyuan was secretly excited. Here. He tossed the exotic beast crystal core in his hand to Shinqi, sizing him up and marveling, if I hadn't repeatedly confirmed that you truly awakened an E-level archer talent, I would definitely think, like Zhao Zixin and the others, that you're an S-level. Shinqi shrugged with a smile, the black alloy longbow in his hands exuding a sharp aura, as if ready to release a lethal arrow at any moment. Su Xingyuan was curious in his heart, are all archers as strong as Shinqi? From the time Shinqi started acting until now, he had never made a mistake. In the chaotic battlefield, he could always shoot precise arrows at the most opportune moments, helping them avoid danger. Shaking his head, he brushed aside this strange thought. Shinqi, do you know how many points we have now? Su Xingyuan's tone carried excitement, as if anticipating good news. 53, I guess. Shinqi thought for a moment and replied with a smile. 53 points, damn. Su Xingyuan couldn't help but blurt out a curse, nearly jumping up in excitement. Unknowingly, a whole day had passed. How could he not feel excited about the remarkable achievement of earning 53 points? On the screen hanging in the office, numbers occasionally fluctuated. In the entire office, only Wu Luyi's figure remained as everyone else had already gone to rest. He couldn't sleep, his heart filled with anxiety. Feng Quan had been competing with him the whole time. Today, Feng Quan's team claimed first place. Although it wasn't the final ranking yet, he felt deeply upset. Especially when Shinqi and his team's points reached second place, a trace of uneasy anticipation arose in his heart. What if they became first? At this moment, he was staring wide-eyed, dumbfounded as he looked at the first line on the screen. First place, 3-2, Wulong Squad, current points 53. Whoa, what on earth happened during the few hours I was away? He lamented inwardly, as the tense atmosphere engulfed the entire office. Life is truly full of surprises. Wu Lui swallowed hard, looked around, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed the number on the screen. 53 points. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. The second-place beast hunting team only had 31 points, with a gap of 22 points between the two teams. A rank 2 martial beast was worth only 2 points each, which meant there was a difference of exactly 11 rank 2 martial beasts between them. Are these brats on drugs? Wu Lui was completely puzzled as to why Shinqi and his team's points had skyrocketed so absurdly. At this moment, the Wulong Squad had already peacefully fallen asleep. In an abandoned building, 7 people lay casually on the ground. Xuanyan and Ren Jianming had long slipped into dreamland. But Su Xingyuan found it difficult to sleep. He turned his head to look at the figure not far away, holding a black alloy longbow, a hint of confusion showing in his eyes. Shinqi voluntarily stood guard, rotating every 2 hours. E-level archer talent. Su Xingyuan murmured softly to himself, doubt flashing in his eyes. These words were not directed at Shin-Chi but were his inner monologue. When he first met Shin-Chi, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. A-level combat talent, thunder, such talent could attract attention no matter where it went. But Shin-Chi, an archer with E-level combat talent, seemed to belong to a completely different world compared to him. Perhaps it was because Shin-Chi left such a good impression on him, or for some other reason, he ultimately brought Shin-Chi into this small team. Initially, Shin-Chi's position in the squad was as a combat support role. But when that silver arrow pierced through the air, pulling him back from the brink of death, he realized he was wrong. 3 months of recruit training, and suddenly a recruit competition assessment after just 1 month, it's really exhausting. Su Xingyuan's voice rang out in the night, his eyes glimmering faintly. Moonlight fell upon Shin-Chi's amber-colored eyes, and upon closer inspection, a tint of crimson seemed to have stained them. There was nothing unusual around him, and Shin-Chi turned his head to look at Su Xingyuan. The talent skill Eagle-Eye Insight allowed him to perceive the night as if it were daylight, capturing every move of Su Xingyuan and the others. His strength kept advancing, and the 3S talent, Hui, seemed to be gradually revealing its true power. Hitting the bullseye with every shot allowed him to never miss, and his eagle-eyed observation enabled him to see farther, making his judgment on timing and crises even sharper. Currently, his strength had reached the 3rd level of martial artist, just 1 step away from the 4th level. Although the 3S level talent was exceptionally powerful, Shin-Chi realized that the resources required were unmatched by others. Su Xingyuan had already reached the 3rd level of martial artist, placing him in the same realm. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Shin-Chi leaned against the wall, a black alloy longbow placed by his side, holding an alloy rod in his hands. Seeing the weariness on Su Xingyuan's face, Shin-Chi smiled and said, "It's a total of 3 months, this is only the 1st month. With you saying that, I feel even more tired." Su Xingyuan shook his head, tilting his head slightly upward. He brushed the stray hair on his forehead with his left hand and said helplessly, "With so many admiring glances directed at me, the pressure is immense. There's no choice, being too outstanding always comes with pressure." Damn it! Shin-Chi's mouth twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Su Xingyuan always manages to find peculiar ways to show off, and he succeeds every time. How have you managed to live so many years? Shin-Chi gave him a helpless glare, teasingly. How so? Su Xingyuan glanced at Shin-Chi sideways. He didn't have the eagle-eye insight ability and could only vaguely discern Shin-Chi's general appearance. When someone's good-looking, showing off isn't really showing off. This is what you call being cool. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shin-Chi smiled silently. The two did not speak further, and the surroundings fell quiet. Shin-Chi thought about Shin-Yao, Shin-Hao, and his parents. He was actually forced to join the army. If it hadn't been for Zhao Zi's remark, "Your dad is just a maggot in a sewer, and your whole family too." This sentence completely drowned his reason. He punched Zhao Zi in the face, and Zhao Zi had been waiting for that punch. The number 1 million was something Shin-Chi had only seen in books. Perhaps for Zhao Zi, 1 million is easy to come by, but for Shin-Chi's family, not to mention 1 million, even 100,000 could crush the entire family. "Shin-Chi, why did you join the army?" Su Xingyuan suddenly asked. His tone was no longer light-hearted but carried a trace of melancholy. Shin-Chi was slightly taken aback. Leaning against the wall, the faint moonlight streaming through the nearby window spilled onto him, casting a sharp and resolute aura. He raised his hand, his fingers clenching into a fist, his whole being exuding an unyielding fighting spirit. Because poverty and weakness are original sins. His voice was calm, yet it cut through the night silence like a sharp blade. Su Xingyuan's heart trembled, his gaze involuntarily locked onto Shin-Chi's figure. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, those words struck him like thunder, making his whole body tense and filling him with an invisible pressure. Shin-Chi said no more, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "Xingyuan, do you think I'm right or not?" Su Xingyuan was stunned for a moment, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He shook his head, then nodded. "I don't know. Want to hear a story?" Without waiting for his response, Shin-Chi's voice continued, as if narrating a legend destined to change a fate. An 18-year-old boy, because he exchanged a few extra words with a beautiful girl, was verbally humiliated by a group of well-dressed, well-off boys. They surrounded him and attacked him alone. He was furious, the anger in his heart overshadowing the pain on his body, and so he fought back. One punch, just that one punch. Shin-Chi's voice was as calm as the surface of a lake, yet hidden currents surged beneath, full of power. Those people demanded 1 million in compensation. He refused, because all of this was his passive retaliation. So, he went to find the school director, the principal. But he didn't know how powerful the forces behind the group that attacked him were. The principal looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "This is all the boy's fault. Expulsion or compensation, it's a difficult choice. So you chose to enlist in the army." Su Xingyuan's gaze gradually grew resolute, with flames of anger burning in his heart. "That's right, this is why I joined the army." Xin Shi's eyes were like a torch, exuding a fearless aura. "It's not just about the compensation deal with those people, more importantly, I want to become stronger. They stand before me like towering mountains, even if I strive with all my might to look up, I still see no hope of crossing over. They disdain me, scorn me. Poverty and weakness are original sins. Su Xingyuan, what do you think I should do?" Xin Shi's amber eyes sparkled with determination, and a confident smile curved at the corner of his lips. "Fight back." Su Xingyuan clenched his fist fiercely, grinding his teeth as he spat out the words, an endless fighting spirit igniting in his heart. "Ah, that's right, fight back." Xin Shi's laughter rang like a war drum, inspiring their souls, vowing to overcome every obstacle on this path without retreat. A night passed uneventfully. After a night of rest, all members of the Wulong squad were fully rejuvenated. Xuanyan stretched lazily and his gaze fell on the rooftop of another building outside the window. There stood a figure, upright, with a silver staff at his waist and holding a black alloy bow in his hand. "What a freak, an E-level talent recovering faster than my C-level talent," Xuanyan muttered, withdrawing his gaze. Beside him, Ren Jianming nodded and said, "Old Shui, have you ever heard this saying?" "What?" Xuanyan asked curiously. Since ancient times, archers have been hanging around. Ren Jianming glanced at the figure on the distant rooftop, then turned to Xuanyan with a smile. "Xuanyan. So don't dwell too much on talent." Patting Xuanyan's shoulder, Ren Jianming gave a mysterious smile. "Guess what level his spear technique has reached? By the way, have you noticed?" He stood up and leaned against the window, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. "From yesterday to today, Xin Shi has undoubtedly expended far more mental energy than us, yet his recovery speed is significantly faster." "Ha!" Xuanyan exclaimed in surprise. Ren Jianming shook his head slightly. "With our C-level talent, we really need to work hard. Don't let Xin Shi with his E-level talent actually leave us behind." Xuanyan seemed a bit nervous. "If I'm guessing correctly, Xin Shi's battle spirit technique is already close to entering the second level, or maybe he's already there." "Damn!" Xuanyan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The new recruit training lasts for 3 months, but only 1 month has passed, and the differences in everyone's cultivation have already become apparent. The most noticeable is the only person in the squad with an A-grade talent, Su Xingyuan, whose strength has already reached the 3rd level of a martial artist. His combat spirit technique is only 1 step away from the 2nd layer of spirit condensation, making him firmly the team's top performer. Ranked 2nd is the squad's only B-grade healing talent, Wang Er, at the 2nd level of a martial artist, with the combat spirit technique at the 1st layer, and also not far from spirit condensation. The rest of the team's strength remains at the 1st level of a martial artist. Xuanyan and Ren Jianming have been deliberately or unintentionally ignoring Xin Shi within the squad, but they silently feel uneasy deep down. In just 1 day, their perception of Xin Shi has quietly shifted. Although they are unwilling to admit it, the truth is that Xin Shi's strength has already surpassed all of them, and even the squad leader Su Xingyuan may not easily defeat him. There are still 3 hours left. Guess what ranking our points will achieve this time? With time nearing its end, Su Xingyuan remains calm and unhurried. His voice transmits through the tactical watch on his wrist, reaching Xin Shi's ears. "At least top 3, I suppose." With only 3 hours remaining, Xin Shi doesn't deliberately search for traces of beasts. If he encounters them, he'll earn points, if not, so be it. Wang Er and Xuanyan exchanged a glance and chuckled softly. Since entering Tangsong County, Xin Shi seemed to have vanished, only appearing when battles concluded. No one knew how many points each team had, and Su Xingyuan and his group simply stopped thinking about it, slowly heading toward the exit. From his vantage point, Xin Shi activated his Eagle Eye Insight skill, easily locking onto movements within his line of sight. Before a rank 1 martial beast could even react, Xin Shi had already released a silver arrow, piercing through the beast's head and pinning it to the wall of an abandoned building. With such strength, there was no longer any need for his teammates to intervene. Xin Shi could take down the beasts before they even had time to respond. At this moment, Xin Shi's strength was on the verge of breaking through to the rank 4 martial stage. Against a rank 1 martial beast, he didn't even need to rely on his longbow. His physical strength alone was enough to take it down. What's more, a silver staff hung from his waist, which could transform into a spear at any moment, instantly turning him into a close combat archer. On the office screen, the points of all the squads were displayed, no longer just those of Wu Lui alone. Xiang Han and the other squad leaders were all present, the office so quiet that only the sound of machine fans rotating and the occasional gulping sound could be heard. First place, 32, Wulong Squad, current points 56. Second place, 15, Beast Hunt Squad, current points 34. Third place, 2, Icefire Squad, current points 32. Fourth place, 8, Nameless Squad, current score 29. 56? Looking at the rapidly changing numbers on the screen, the atmosphere on-site instantly grew heavy, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. Has Wulong Squad taken some performance enhancers? Or are they cheating? Weren't they at just 24 points yesterday? Someone exclaimed softly, their eyes filled with shock. Damn! How long has it been, and their points have already doubled? Another person covered their mouth, staring at the screen in disbelief. Could it be that they've rounded up all the lower-tier beasts together? A sharp mind raised a question. With their strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to kill even a first-rank martial beast, right? Adding the time to locate the beasts, recover their strength, and so on. If you calculate it like this, the time is simply not enough. Someone began mentally calculating, their brows furrowing deeper and deeper as their confusion grew stronger. Even if each beast earned only 1 point, they'd have to kill over 50, which is absolutely astronomical. Besides, for a recruit's competition assessment, how could there only be first-rank martial beasts? Unless they can challenge several exotic beasts at the same time, but with their team's strength, that seems unlikely. Everyone began speculating about the secrets behind the Wulong Squad, their hearts filled with curiosity about their capabilities. Meanwhile, the second-ranked Beast Hunting Squad was not to be outdone, scoring 34 points, leaving the third place behind by a full 4 points, their momentum unstoppable. Feng Quan's expression shifted slightly as he listened to the crowd's discussions, feeling a tightness in his chest. Just yesterday, he was brimming with confidence, teasing Wu Lui that it was still early and the top spot was still up for grabs, only to be slapped in the face so quickly today. You better be honest with me, does your squad have a hidden genius? Feng Quan was filled with doubt. While he could accept losing the competition, he couldn't understand how the Wulong Squad's points had risen so rapidly. Wu Lui came to his senses and saw the deep resentment in Feng Quan's eyes. He helplessly spread his hands and said, "If I told you I don't know either, would you believe me?" This statement was true, but neither Feng Quan nor the other squad leaders present believed him. They couldn't imagine that Wu Lui, as a squad leader, would be completely ignorant about his own team. If this were said aloud, who would believe it? Wu Lui felt helpless and thought to himself, I really don't know. Damn it! At this moment, Jiangyan, the captain of the Beast Hunting Squad, looked a bit pale, but his heart was secretly thrilled. This was caused by excessive depletion of strength and talent, but he had no time to worry about that. The final 2 hours of the rookie competition assessment were nearing their end, and Jiangyan and his teammates had already scored 34 points in this fierce contest, ranking second and relentlessly closing in. Just as everyone was catching their breath, a martial artist's third-tier exotic beast collapsed with a loud crash, instantly boosting the score to 37 points. This match, intense and thrilling like the beat of war drums, constantly ignites the passion in everyone's hearts. Ice and Fire Team. Sun Fa and Zhou Ning were rushing toward the exit, full of anticipation. Captain Sun, how many points do you think Su Xingyuan's team has now? In the abandoned county town, green plants ran rampant, and the once towering buildings were now covered in vines, resembling a mysterious maze. A figure of Su Xingyuan emerged in his mind, and Sun Fa couldn't help but be shaken. They had once witnessed that silver arrow on the battlefield, as if wielded by a master, altering the tides with a mere motion, leaving others astonished. He couldn't help but marvel at what kind of extraordinary talent Su Xingyuan possessed to perform so brilliantly. I don't know, it probably won't be fewer than ours. Sun Fa shook his head, pulling his thoughts back, though he couldn't hide the reverence he felt for Su Xingyuan. Zhou Ning shrugged his shoulders and silently followed, his heart filled with anticipation for the outcome that was about to unfold. Time ticked away second by second, and the teams were all racing against the clock to slay the beasts, striving with all their might to earn more points. As the protagonists, the Wulong Squad seemed unperturbed by such concerns. Xin Qi had now returned to the team. Su Xingyuan held a gun in his right hand, its barrel pointing slightly forward, while the gunstock rested against his left shoulder, making him appear tall and imposing. The figure beneath his military uniform exuded vitality, prompting Xin Qi to silently marvel at how this captain seemed like a natural-born king of combat. Behind him stood Wang Er and the others, their faces filled with admiration, creating an atmosphere that was tense yet brimming with morale. Xin Qi, holding a black Ally Longbow, walked at the back of the team. Though inconspicuous, he was the guardian of the entire squad, like an invisible force silently supporting everyone. Exit. Xian Han and all the squad leaders had long been waiting here, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With only half an hour left until the end of the recruit competition assessment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Time's up, assessment over. Xian Han commanded loudly, the tactical watch on his wrist flashing with a cold glow, as if counting down to the imminent revelation of results. With the order issued, all the squads converged like tidal waves. 20 minutes later, 32 squads gathered together, the atmosphere as heavy as the quiet before a battlefield. Xian Han stood tall and straight, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd as he said in a deep voice, "Report the points for each squad." As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the field suddenly ignited, and everyone grew tense, silently praying for their own hopes. The new recruits underwent 3 competitive evaluations over 3 months, and each one was tied to their points and honor. Gaining merits was something they all longed for. 32nd place, Squad 6, Battle-Hardened Unit, 8 points. As the reporting soldier's voice fell, the face of Squad 6's leader instantly darkened, pale as paper. 2 days of efforts yielded only 8 points, and the other squad leaders cast sympathetic glances in their direction. 10th place, Squad 1, Sharp Sword Unit, 15 points. When the Sharp Sword Unit's name was mentioned, the 8 team members broke into smiles. A weight was lifted off their chests, at least they weren't ranked among the last, and their confidence was reignited. They also knew that among the new recruits this time, there were actually 7 with Grade A talents. Grade A talent, this already meant they were not on the same level as those new recruits. Not bad. The leader of Squad 1 showed a satisfied smile, nodded toward the group, and secretly calculated how much merit he could earn. After entering the top 10, the rankings were basically already set in stone. The screen hanging in the office displayed the squad rankings, and the team leaders already knew the exact position of their teams. Yet, they couldn't help but want to hear the rankings announced by the broadcaster. 4th place, 8, Nameless Squad, with 29 points. Upon hearing this ranking, Nameless Squad's leader, Zhang Chang, was momentarily stunned. He was incredibly puzzled. As someone with an A-level enhancement talent, how could he fail to break into the top 3? Which are the top 3 teams, after all? Soon, his question was answered by someone. 3rd place, 2, Ice and Fire Squad, score, 32. Sun Fa and Zhou Ning exchanged a glance and let out a bitter smile. They had given their all, yet only managed to secure 3rd place. What about Su Xingyuan's ranking? Now, only the scores of Wulong Squad and Beast Hunting Squad have yet to be announced. Who will take 1st place in the end? The eyes of 30 squads simultaneously fell on these 2 teams. Su Xingyuan wore a faint smile on his face, turned slightly to look at Jiangyan, and nodded slightly, his expression full of confidence. Jiangyan was secretly startled in his heart. He knew Su Xingyuan as a powerhouse who awakened the A-grade thunder talent. Su Xingyuan had already earned considerable fame among the recruits. 2nd-level martial artist, A-grade talent, people like him shine wherever they go. But he heard that the overall strength of Su Xingyuan's team members was not strong and was even much weaker than the members of his own team. His own team consisted of 1 A-level, 5 B-level, and 2 C-level members, a lineup that could definitely be considered luxurious among the recruits. As for Su Xingyuan's team, although he had an A-level talent, it was almost impossible for them to take 1st place. What's more, Jiangyan heard that Su Xingyuan's team even had an E-level archer. E-level might not even have broken through to warrior level 1. Such a team, how could they possibly defeat me? At this moment, Jiangyan was filled with confidence. 2nd place, 15, Beast Hunting Squad, with 34 points. Jiangyan was stunned, and even the teammates behind him froze in place. How is this possible? With such a strong configuration, how did Jiangyan's team not take 1st place? The soldier responsible for announcing the scores ignored Jiangyan and the others' shock and slowly revealed the name of the 1st place team, Wulong Squad. 1st place, 32, Wulong Squad, points. He raised his eyes and swept across everyone present, and the number he uttered left all the team members momentarily stunned. Wulong Squad, 56 points. What? 56? All the participants in the rookie competition assessment turned their gazes toward Su Xingyuan and his team upon hearing Wulong Squad's score, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. 56 points. As soon as such a number appeared, it instantly stunned everyone present. They looked at the members of the Wulong Squad with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Jiangyan was the first to react. He shouted incredulously, "Impossible!" Su Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sharp as lightning as he looked at Jiangyan, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "So, are you accusing us of cheating?" Before the words had even fully landed, the atmosphere around them instantly became tense. As the class monitor of Jiang Yan's squad, Feng Quan's expression changed dramatically. Jiang Yan's doubts undoubtedly shook the fairness of this rookie competition. What kind of joke was this? Captain Xiang Han was present, along with numerous other rookie squad leaders. There was absolutely no way cheating could occur. Jiang Yan realized his words had been overly harsh, and his heart tightened, but he took a deep breath and continued, Class Monitor, Captain Xiang, I'm not questioning the fairness of the competition, I'm merely expressing doubt about their results. He spoke openly, I admit that Su Xingyuan has exceptional talent, but no matter how strong he is, it's impossible for one person to carry the entire team's strength alone. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Su Xingyuan and his team collaborated with other squads to achieve such results. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yan's gaze pierced towards Su Xingyuan like a blade, his eyes full of defiance. After listening to Jiang Yan's words, a glimmer flashed in Feng Quan's eyes. The surrounding people also began to ponder, their gazes involuntarily turning towards Su Xingyuan's group. The members of the Wulong squad froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality, all directing peculiar looks at Jiang Yan and his companions. Xin Shi stood at the back of the team, the corners of his lips slightly curved into a faint smile. Xiang Han and the individual responsible for the Wulong squad's scorekeeping couldn't help but break into smiles as well. Others may not know, but they understand in their hearts that although Jiang Yan's suspicion sounds reasonable, it is merely superficial. The outcome of the battle is influenced not only by apparent strength but also by other factors. For example, Xin Shi, standing at the back of the Wulong team, is the true key figure who will determine the result of this competition. Xiang Han did not suspect anything because the people in charge of this competition and assessment are all his trusted subordinates. He is deeply familiar with each of their personalities and is confident that this group would never show favoritism towards any side. If cooperation were indeed occurring, he would definitely know. He remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at Xin Shi within the crowd. With a touch of appreciative smile in his eyes, this kid hides really well. Wu Lui was also taken aback. The rapid increase in score of the Wulong squad made him feel puzzled. Although Jiang Yan's speculation seemed reasonable, when he followed Xiang Han's gaze, he seemed to understand the mystery behind it. He did not argue but quietly waited for Su Xingyuan and his team's explanation. Having witnessed the Wulong squad's battle, Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, Zhang Ruya, and Zhao Zhixin were all silent at this moment, their strange gazes focused on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, oh Jiang Yan, your squad's strength is indeed impressive, Sun Fa began, but you may not know what kind of monster Su Xingyuan's team is hiding. If they hadn't witnessed Xin Shi's strength firsthand, they might have started to waver in their doubts about Jiang Yan at this moment. Facing Jiang Yan's skepticism, Su Xingyuan shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yan, are you suggesting that if your team can't accomplish something, no other team can either? He chuckled softly, clapped his hands, and said calmly, if you have doubts, why not go ask the Ice and Fire Squad, and Zhao Zhixin and the others? What do you mean? Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted as he turned to look at Sun Fa and the others. Sun Fa said with a bitter smile, Jiang Yan, I can testify that Captain Su and his team did not collaborate with other squads. 56 points, for their squad, it's indeed not too difficult. Zhang Ruya also stepped forward and said to Jiang Yan, Captain Jiang Yan, your behavior is really quite lacking in manners. Zhao Zhixin sighed helplessly, looked up at Jiang Yan, whose face was full of confusion, and said earnestly, Jiang Yan, I can also testify. They didn't cheat, nor did they collaborate with other teams. Such results were absolutely achieved by themselves. Humph, why should I believe you? Where's the evidence? Even with a few people testifying, Jiang Yan still expressed doubt. Zhang Ruya's smile vanished completely at this moment, her expression grave. Jiang Yan, your unreasonable suspicion only makes people think you can't accept losing. Besides, didn't you say you had some evidence? Xin Shi and his team stepped in to save our entire squad. Doesn't that count as evidence? Who knows if you're all in this together? Jiang Yan still stubbornly refused to believe it. Zhang Ruya was about to argue further when Su Xingyuan slowly stepped forward, gently patted Zhang Ruya's shoulder, and turned to Jiang Yan with a smile. So what do you think it would take for you to believe? I want to compete with you again, Jiang Yan said with firm determination. Ha, alright, I have no objections. I'll accompany you anytime. Su Xingyuan laughed heartily, feeling that Jiang Yan just wouldn't give up. Enough. Xiang Han couldn't bear to watch any longer. He interrupted Jiang Yan, gave him a deep look, and beckoned to the two people responsible for the performance evaluation of the Wulong squad. Talk to him. Xiang Han no longer wanted to waste time with Jiang Yan. The two men in military uniforms looked serious. The points of Wulong squad are authentic and valid. Although their overall strength seems inferior to yours, these points were indeed earned by themselves. Impossible. Jiang Yan still wanted to argue. Xiang Han already showed impatience, his calm gaze fell on Jiang Yan as he spoke clearly. You can have doubts, but they should not be groundless. Since you think Su Xingyuan's team cheated, I'll give you an opportunity. I'll appoint 3 people from their team, and if you can win all 3 matches, I can void their results. As these words were spoken, everyone froze in astonishment. Wu Liuyi was slightly taken aback, opened his mouth, but said nothing. No one could stop Xiang Han's decision. Zhang Ruya and Sun Fa, who knew the truth, showed thoughtful expressions when they heard Xiang Han's words, as if they had already guessed something. Jiang Yan looked at Su Xingyuan and the others. All right. I have no objections either. Su Xingyuan and his group naturally didn't mind. Since neither side had objections, Xiang Han revealed a smile and raised his hand to appoint 3 people. Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Shin Qi. When the first 2 stepped forward, Jiang Yan's expression didn't change much. He had already anticipated these 2 would be chosen, they were the strongest in the Wulong squad. But when he saw Shin Qi, he couldn't help but speak out, Captain, I request a replacement. Why? Xiang Han asked with a smile. He's too weak. An E-level archer talent isn't a match for me. I don't want to bully him. Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, Zhang Ruya, Zhao Zixin. You've picked the wrong person, silly child. Although Su Xingyuan and his team are strong, Shin Qi is the strongest among them, damn it. Shin Qi raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Yan, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, as if he were planning something. Su Xingyuan and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling the tension of this showdown grow heavier in their hearts. Jiang Yan, an outstanding figure with A-grade healing talent, possessed undeniable strength. However, in everyone's eyes, Shin Qi was merely an E-grade archer, making the gap in their abilities crystal clear. Defeating Jiang Yan seemed utterly delusional for Shin Qi, unless he was secretly concealing a remarkable talent. Xiang Han cast a contemptuous glance at Jiang Yan before turning his gaze to Shin Qi, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Shin Qi, what's your take on this? Shin Qi shrugged, a hint of confidence in his eyes. I don't mind. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. Shin Qi, although my Class A talent is healing, my strength is still superior to yours. You're no match for me. No matter how powerful your longbow is, once I get close, you're doomed. It's fine, I know a bit about spearmanship too. As soon as Shin Qi finished speaking, he took the silver rod hanging from his waist. With a slight grip, the rod instantly transformed into a silver spear gleaming with a chilling radiance. Shin Qi's demeanor made Jiang Yan disdainful, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled Xiang Han to begin. Xiang Han nodded, and everyone quickly dispersed, leaving enough space for the upcoming confrontation. Su Xingyuan and Wang Er fixed their gazes on Shin Qi, asking anxiously, Shin Qi, is your spear technique any good? Although he had chosen the long spear, which he was not proficient with, Shin Qi was full of confidence. The martial technique he had selected from the logistics department might not be overly advanced, but it was a first-grade spear technique, wind-chasing spear. Martial techniques are divided into grades 1 and 2, and proficiency levels range across 11 stages. Shin Qi had only just entered the mastery stage. Though his proficiency in martial techniques was not as high as Jiang Yan's, he possessed a talent skill that Jiang Yan did not: eagle-eye insight. This skill allowed him to observe the enemy from a distance, precisely capturing every opportunity in battle, which is why he could dominate the battlefield from hundreds of meters away. Should still be fine. Shin Qi smiled faintly. Su Xingyuan and Wang Er exchanged glances, finally deciding, then you go last, we'll try him first. No need, my marksmanship hasn't been tested yet. Today is a good opportunity to give it a try. Shin Qi shook his head and stepped forward. Without his familiar longbow, Shin Qi held a silver spear, his calm eyes showing a hint of battle intent. His figure was like a leopard, swift and determined, while Jiang Yan wielded a metal alloy long blade, its edge gleaming coldly. Careful, I don't hold back. Come at me, Shin Qi said firmly. Both struck at the same time. Jiang Yan stomped his foot, swung his long blade, and with a flash of silver, a fierce blade force bore down on Shin Qi, accompanied by a sharp whistle through the air. Shin Qi's eyes remained calm as water. His 5 fingers clenched instantly, and he thrust his long spear forward. The spear tip sliced through the air, clashing with the long blade, producing a deafening metallic collision and scattering sparks everywhere. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart shocked. This power was too overwhelming. The collision just now had left his palm numb, and he hadn't expected Shin Qi to be this formidable. Shin Qi let out a faint smile, his movements swift like the wind, as his silver spear struck toward Jiang Yan at an unbelievable angle. Jiang Yan. reacted quickly, raising his long blade horizontally to block Shin-Chi's attack. However, his body stepped slightly back, trying to steady himself. Immediately after, a sharp aura erupted from Jiang Yan's heart. The blade slid across the spear shaft, sparks flying as it closed in on Shin-Chi. Although the long blade was sharp, Shin-Chi's spear was longer, making close combat difficult. Jiang Yan's movements fell into Shin-Chi's view. The corner of Shin-Chi's mouth lifted slightly as he suddenly twisted his waist, his hand on the spear shaft, exerting force in an instant. The spear bent like a bow, and Jiang Yan's heart tightened as the distance between them was reduced to only 3 steps. Retreat? Or move forward? Before he could think further, the spear straightened instantly, emitting a low, piercing sound through the air. Jiang Yan's scalp tingled. The long blade swiftly blocked to his side. With a loud bang, Jiang Yan was sent flying 3 meters away. Half of his body felt slightly numb, and his heart was filled with shock. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. Shin-Chi's spear technique had already reached the level of mastery, on par with his blade technique. At this moment, Jiang Yan finally realized that Shin-Chi was not the weakling he had imagined, but a formidable opponent with boundless potential. Shin-Chi did not make another move but quietly waited for Jiang Yan's reaction. Jiang Yan, unwilling to concede, quickly launched an offensive. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, one attacking and the other defending. As the battle continued, Jiang Yan grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that Shin-Chi's spear techniques were not only unique but also seemed to have undergone countless refinements, with each thrust executed with unparalleled precision and power. As the fight deepened, Shin-Chi became increasingly invigorated. Finally, he was able to showcase his spear techniques in real combat. Every thrust carried immense force and displayed remarkable mastery. The spear tip seemed almost sentient, moving seamlessly, whether stabbing, thrusting upwards, sweeping, or slicing. In the training ground, the clash of blades and spears combined with the sound of their swift movements created a symphony of intense battle. The audience around them was captivated by the dazzling match, watching intently without blinking. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a tremor in his long blade, followed by a surge of immense power that forced him to retreat several steps before barely managing to regain his balance. Looking up, he saw Shin-Chi's silver spear firmly pointed at his throat. "Thanks for the match." Shin-Chi's voice was calm as water, his gaze revealing a hint of confidence as he looked at the stunned Jiang Yan before him. Jiang Yan's lips trembled slightly. He managed to utter a single word, but the rest of his lines were stuck in his throat. Feeling the chill at his neck, his expression instantly dimmed. "I lost." These 3 words seemed to drain all his strength. Jiang Yan, with an A-grade talent, had actually been defeated by Shin-Chi's E-grade talent. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked, freezing them in place. Gulu. Damn, is this really an E-level talent? Are you kidding me? Jiang Yan must have gone easy on him, right? Shin-Chi is just an E-level talent. An E-level archer talent giving up the longbow to choose a spear, and actually defeating Jiang Yan, who has an A-level talent, head-on. Is this world going crazy? Can someone tell me, is Shin-Chi really an E-level archer talent? The speed of Jiang Yan's defeat was shocking. The entire match lasted only 1 or 2 minutes. Such a result left everyone in disbelief. Su Xingyuan and Wang Er exchanged glances, speechless, as no one had anticipated this turn of events. "Do you still want to continue?" Xiang Han's voice broke the silence. Jiang Yan gave a wry smile and shook his head, his eyes filled with desolation. He couldn't even beat Shin-Chi, let alone stand a chance against Su Xingyuan with an A-level talent. "All right, dismissed." Xiang Han waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed. "Shin-Chi, stay behind. Feeling pretty useless, huh?" Su Xingyuan caught up with Jiang Yan, smiling as he spoke. Jiang Yan glanced at him briefly, remaining silent. Don't worry about it. Just keep working hard. To be honest, Shin-Chi's skills in our squad aren't all that great. Su Xingyuan said confidently, "I could beat him effortlessly anytime." Wang Er listened from the side and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Su Xingyuan really was one of those guys who couldn't survive without bragging. At the same time, he felt sympathy for Jiang Yan, thinking, poor kid. Su Xingyuan is indeed strong, but if he were to face Shin-Chi one-on-one and Shin-Chi managed to create some distance, perhaps Su Xingyuan would be the one getting routed instead. Kyoto First Hospital. "How is it?" Zhao Yinyan's face was grim. He glanced at Zhao Ji on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice. The doctor, sensing the overwhelming sharpness emanating from Zhao Yinyan despite only being at martial level 3, suppressed his inner fear and shook his head, saying, "The injuries are not severe, he can be discharged in 3 days." "Got it." Zhao Yinyan nodded slightly and handed over a beast crystal core. "Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty, It's my duty. The doctor hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the crystal core with a respectful expression. After a pause, he added, those 3 arrows did not hit young Master Zhao's vital points, so the injuries are not too serious. All right. Zhao Yinian nodded. The doctor understood that being able to obtain a beast's crystal core was already the greatest gain from this relationship. With the strength of a level 3 martial master, it was obviously unrealistic to build a connection with Zhao Yinian, whose strength had already reached level 7 martial sovereign. He nodded respectfully, turned around, and left. To dare lay a hand on my son, Zhao Yinian, you certainly have guts. Zhao Yinian narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing through his gaze. When Zhao Ji had an incident, he was not in the capital but had gone to the imperial city, only returning to the capital today. During his absence, Zhao Ji was unexpectedly attacked. When Zhao Yinian received this news, his anger almost consumed him. He gazed through the hospital room window at Zhao Ji lying in bed, along with the 2 girls beside him, and sighed helplessly in his heart. This son of mine has truly been spoiled by me. Though he has good talent, he has quite a few bad habits. As the only son, Zhao Yinian was naturally showered with affection, with every request fulfilled over the past decade. A month ago, he even personally intervened and exerted pressure to make a student drop out of the second martial arts academy, all because of a girl. Zhao Yinian shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, it's time to change this bad habit, or it will only lead to trouble in the future. He already had an idea in mind. As the deputy leader of the largest hunting group in the capital, Zhao Yinian's network was undeniably vast, spanning from martial schools to the martial training bureau, as well as prominent families and the military. His current position owed not only to his strength but, more importantly, to his extensive connections. And the best place to correct his son's bad habits was undoubtedly the military. Dad, I'm not going. Zhao Ji widened his eyes, staring at his father Zhao Yinian in disbelief, fully resisting. No, you have to go whether you want to or not. There's no room for negotiation on this matter, Zhao Yinian said with a stern face, his attitude resolute. After this incident, Zhao Yinian made up his mind to correct Zhao Ji's bad habits. Zhao Yinian's face darkened, and Zhao Ji felt a pang of anxiety, fully aware of his father's temper. Promises he made would always be kept, but once Zhao Yinian made a decision, resistance was futile. Dad, the army is so dangerous. How can you bear to let me go? Zhao Ji was still trying to resist. I know. Zhao Yinian nodded, revealing a faint smile. I'm just asking you to spend some time in the army. Once you've completed the rookie training, you can come back, and then I'll send you to Wuhan University. This time, I also hope you can change your bad habits. Zhao Ji had no choice but to nod in agreement. I'll take you over there tomorrow. The third corps isn't far away. I've already made arrangements, and you won't be assigned to do anything dangerous. All right. Sit. In the office were Xiang Han, Shen Qi, and Wu Luoyi. Shen Qi sat down, looking at Wu Luoyi with a puzzled expression. Wu Luoyi shook his head. He didn't know the purpose behind Xiang Han keeping Shen Qi behind either. Xiang Han lit a cigarette, staring intently at Shen Qi as if pondering something deeply. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Shen Qi, do you know why this new recruit competition assessment is being held? I don't know. Shen Qi shook his head. How could he possibly know something like this? Among the 3, probably only Xiang Han knew the exact reason. Even a new recruit squad leader like Wu Luoyi was unaware. Xiang Han smiled and said, this assessment has only 2 purposes. The first thing is to assess your combat skills, ability to handle danger, and other qualities. Shen Qi nodded. He had already guessed this point. The second point. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Xiang Han held up 2 fingers. It's to select some people to join one of our programs. Shen Qi was momentarily stunned, nodding in half-understanding. Do you want to know how your squad performed in this new recruit competition assessment? Xiang Han said, pushing the materials beside him to Shen Qi. You can take a look. Opening the documents in his hand, they contained an overall evaluation of every battle. From the squad as a whole to the performance of each individual. Wulong Squad, overall evaluation, A++. Captain Su Xingyuan's command performance, A. Combat performance, A+. Performance of other team members, A-. Specially noted personnel, Shen Qi, strength, martial artist first stage, extremely keen battlefield awareness, overall performance, A++, recommended for inclusion in talent program. As Shen Qi lowered his head to read the documents, Xiang Han continued speaking, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. Based on our evaluation, your overall performance ranks among the top, especially in your insight into battlefield timing and your talent as an archer. Although your strength may not be the very best, your ability to control the battlefield is absolutely top-notch. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Xiang Han's eyes. Now, I can tell you that you have already been included in our talent program. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinqi's heart trembled, a mix of excitement and anticipation surging within him. Xiang Han paused slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Are you interested in finding a teacher? Although your talent as an archer isn't strong, your speed in cultivating the battle spirit method and your ability to comprehend martial techniques have exceeded my expectations. There seemed to be more secrets hidden in Xiang Han's gaze. Shinqi raised his head, his tone firm. Captain, my awakened talent is as an archer, and I mainly practice with a longbow. Even if I need to find a teacher, I want to find one who also has the talent of an archer. Shinqi's determination brought a slight smile to Wu Lui's face. He knew the opportunity before Shinqi was absolutely not to be missed. Xiang Han's gaze flickered. He understood that Shinqi was unaware of the powerful figure standing behind him. As the captain of the 26th Company of the 8th Beast Corps, towering behind Xiang Han was a level 6 martial spirit, an existence of almost unimaginable power. Shinqi, if you want to find a teacher with the talent of an archer, I can help you. Xiang Han seemed to be pondering something. However, the prerequisite for you to seek a mentor is to prove your own abilities. His tone became serious. Many people believe that the archer talent is only suitable as combat support, but is that truly the case? He paused for a moment and continued, every talent varies in strength. It's true that ordinary archers can only serve as support, but when the talent reaches a certain level of prowess, as one's strength increases, the awakened abilities will also become far more powerful. Moreover, talent does not determine a person's ultimate prowess. Xiang Han's gaze carried profound wisdom. Since you want to find a teacher with archer talent, I can help you, but the condition is that you must prove yourself. His words were like a sharp blade, striking deep into Shinqi's heart. Work hard for the next 2 months. Once the recruit training is over, all of you will enter that place. His words revealed his expectations for Shinqi's future. A surge of passion ignited in Shinqi's heart, and he nodded in response. He knew his opportunity had arrived. Captain, may I ask, after this training ends, where will we be assigned? Shinqi asked eagerly. Xiang Han gave a mysterious smile. If you were still studying at the military academy, what would you do next? Shinqi's heart trembled, and he looked at Xiang Han in astonishment, blurting out, taking the martial arts university entrance exam. Xiang Han nodded in satisfaction. So, do you know where you're going now? At this moment, Shinqi's heart was filled with anticipation and determination. He knew that what awaited him was a new challenge and opportunity. My son has too many bad habits. This time, sending him here is mainly to correct those in the army. Zhao Yinian smiled as he chatted casually with Yang Guang, who was dressed in military attire. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness toward the bored Zhao Ji beside them. Getting attacked without knowing who did it. This son of his truly seems hopeless. Ha, old Zhao, you really dote on your son. Are you seriously willing to send him to the army this time? Yang Guang teased with a sly smile as he smoked. Zhao Yinian shook his head helplessly. This kid has picked up all kinds of bad habits because of my indulgence. A while back, he forced a student to drop out of school over a girl. I initially refused to let it happen, but couldn't resist when he cried, kicked up a fuss, and threatened to harm himself. He shook his head and sighed, but who would have thought, as soon as I stepped away for a bit, he would be attacked and killed. Attacked and killed? Yang Guang's expression tensed, his gaze darting toward Zhao Ji as he asked, could it be one of your enemies? Zhao Yinian shook his head. He was also puzzled about who would lay a hand on Zhao Ji. He had enemies, but those people would never choose such a method to solve problems. Moreover, he knew well that those people didn't have the guts to target Zhao Ji, as messing with family was no laughing matter. It shouldn't be the case. The person who struck didn't have the intent to kill, otherwise, with his strength, Zhao Ji would have already been seriously injured. After hearing Zhao Yinian's words, Yang Guang stopped probing further and quickly changed the subject. He wants to join as a recruit, and currently, the nearest option is the 8th Division of the 2nd Field Army under the 3rd Corps. Yang Guang continued, but they've already been training for a month, so I'm not sure if your boy can keep up. Yang Guang's status is quite high, so inserting a recruit wouldn't be a problem at all. Hearing this, Zhao Yinian waved his hand. Although my kid has many bad habits, his talent isn't weak. He's an S-grade wind element user, more than qualified to enter the martial academy. I'm just worried this kid might get into conflicts with others once he enters Wuda. As he said this, he looked at Zhao Ji in helplessly. Added, there are only a handful of good Wuda in the country, and they're either in the Magic City or the Imperial capital. There are plenty of strong people in those places. Someone like me at Martial Master level 7 really doesn't stand out. Yang Guang laughed heartily, pointed at Zhao Enian, and nodded with a smile. That's the honest truth. But let me give you an early warning. The platoon leader leading the new recruits this time, Xiang Han, is someone who doesn't tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes. He's very strict with his soldiers. Yang Guang cautioned, your kid is bound to have a tough time in there. It's fine. As long as they don't beat him to death, I'm totally fine with him being beaten up or injured. I don't expect all his bad habits to be corrected. As long as some of them improve, I'll be satisfied. Zhao Enian responded nonchalantly. The two chatted for a while, and as they parted ways, Zhao Enian reminded Zhao Ji, you brat, behave yourself in the military and change your bad habits. It must be said, although Zhao Enian was quite indulgent with Zhao Ji, he was still a good father, at least in Zhao Ji's opinion. Got it, Zhao Ji replied impatiently, waving his hand. But in his heart, he was wondering what could be interesting in the military. A bunch of grown men, what could possibly happen? Besides, with his S-level talent, whether any of the new recruits could even rival him was questionable. Recruit training camp. Whoa, impressive, Captain Su. 56 points, amazing. A group of squad leaders greeted Su Xingyuan, openly expressing their admiration. The members of the Wulong squad felt proud as they heard their squad being praised. After all, in the military, strength naturally garnered more recognition, followed by accolades. Listening to the compliments, Su Xingyuan waved his hand and said calmly, 56 points? Is that a lot? It's just something I achieved casually. Actually, it's just like that. Su Xingyuan's indifferent expression left everyone around him stunned. Damn, my fists are itching. One of them remarked with emotion. Our captain is really such a show-off, I swear. Another person teased along. If it weren't for our captain, I would have gone up there to challenge him myself. Another team member said, looking unwilling. Can you beat him? Someone retorted. I can't beat him, so I didn't challenge him. Xuan Yan admitted frankly, but that didn't stop him from continuing to brag. Wang Er, Ren Jianming, and the others burst into laughter. There were two shameless people in the team, one was the captain Su Xingyuan, and the other was Xuan Yan. The group of flatterers found it a bit dull, exchanged a few polite words, and dispersed. Su Xingyuan smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the moment, as his earlier show-off left him in a good mood. After the others left, Su Xingyuan turned around, his gaze resolute as he looked at Wang Er and the others. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. See? When I speak the truth, no one ever likes to listen. Captain, the way you're acting, I'm really afraid you'll end up getting yourself killed. Wang Er couldn't help but burst into laughter, though a trace of awe flickered in his eyes. My A-grade thunderstorm talent, who can compete? Su Xingyuan's lips curled into a provocative grin, his aura overwhelming. Wang Er, Xuan Yan, and the others exchanged glances and collectively fell silent, inwardly admiring him. The captain's presence was indeed unparalleled. Stepping out of Xiang Han's office, Xinqi walked side by side with Wu Lui, heading toward the dormitory. On the way, Wu Lui turned his head to look at Xinqi, frowning slightly. Xinqi, you just missed a great opportunity. Xinqi looked completely confused. Wu Lui patiently explained, you might not be familiar with Company Commander Xiang's background. If he says he wants to introduce you to a teacher, that person is definitely extraordinary, at least at the martial master level, or possibly even a martial spirit. Opportunities like this are something many people dream of, yet you actually turned it down. Wu Lui shook his head and sighed, feeling regretful about Xinqi's choice. Xinqi, however, didn't feel much about it. Ever since he failed to receive fair opportunities at school, he understood that only his own strength is truly reliable. There's nothing to regret, squad leader. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Xinqi's expression was calm, his tone resolute, showing no trace of regret over the potential martial spirit level teacher. Haha, you've got quite the open mind, Wu Lui laughed heartily, patting Xinqi on the shoulder. But this time, the performance of your squad really surprised me. You didn't see the astonished faces of those rookie squad leaders, just thinking about it makes me feel great. He paused, then lowered his voice and said, let me share a little inside information with you, nothing classified. Xinqi turned his head, his eyes flickering with curiosity. This time, there will be rewards for the rookie competition assessments. They're likely to be distributed tomorrow, and you'll be able to receive yours then. Wu Lui said excitedly. The reward points for merits can be used to exchange for cultivation resources, martial techniques, and weapons at the logistics department. This news made Xinqi feel a surge of excitement. He is currently at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm, and the 4th level is already within reach. If he can obtain cultivation resources, his cultivation speed will greatly increase, and his hope for a breakthrough will become even clearer. His spirit combat method has already advanced to the second level, the spiritual condensation realm. Xiang Han's office. Yang Guan walked in with Zhao Ji. After briefly reporting the situation, Xiang Han raised his eyes and carefully assessed Zhao Ji, nodding expressionlessly. With the presence of a martial spirit realm figure behind him, he felt no fear facing Yang Wang. He nodded in agreement only because Zhao Ji was an S-class wind element talent. Among this batch of new recruits, there hadn't been any S-class aptitude present. Truly an excellent prospect. The sky had just brightened when the sound of assembly rang out again. In a month's time, everyone had already gotten used to such a routine. The moment Shinchi and the others heard the assembly call, they opened their eyes. After a simple wash, everyone arrived at the assembly point on time. Xiang Han and the squad leaders were already waiting for everyone in advance. Xiang Han glanced at the crowd, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, and then slowly began to speak. The first month recruit competition assessment has shown overall good progress. Some squads have performed exceptionally well. The Ice and Fire Squad, the Beast Hunters Squad, and the Wulong Squad, these three squads stood out in the competition and demonstrated excellent performance. After a month of coordination, your mutual understanding has noticeably improved. The next 2 months will be filled with various training sessions and assessments waiting for you. At this point, Xiang Han couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The competition assessments come with a purpose, and since it's a competition, there will definitely be generous rewards. Each team starts with 10 merit points. Teams ranked from 10th to 4th place will each receive an additional 20 merit points. As for the top 3 teams, each team will receive an additional 30 merit points, and every individual will gain 3 merit points. The first place team will be awarded an extra 50 merit points, and each member will receive an additional 10 merit points. I hope you can earn more merit points rewards in the upcoming assessments. Xiang Han's gaze lingered briefly on Shinchi, giving him an encouraging nod before turning to leave. 10 merit points for each team, plus 50 points for us as the first place team. Does that mean each of us can have over 10 merit points? Xuan Yan said excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. Earning merit points is not easy but certainly not too difficult either. It was simply because they were still undergoing recruit training, unable to take missions or go to the front lines, leaving them with almost no way to earn merit points. However, what they hadn't expected was that the recruit competition assessment in the first month had accumulated so many points. The value of merit points in the military is self-evident. They are equivalent to money outside, and even more precious than money. Every merit point is earned by killing alien beasts. Suddenly receiving so many points, everyone in the team was itching with excitement. Xuan Yan, Ren Jianling, and others had already begun discussing what to exchange these points for. Su Xingyuan, on the other hand, stood sideways, hands clasped behind his back, posture straight, glancing askance at everyone, and sneered, "You really haven't seen the world. Getting so thrilled over just a dozen points?" Wang Er and the others chuckled, knowing full well that Su Xingyuan was putting on an act, so they simply ignored him. Shinchi smiled, contemplating how he should allocate his merit points. Cultivation resources needed to be exchanged for some, but he didn't plan to trade all of them. He wanted to sell a portion of his merit points. According to his understanding, the military allowed the trading of merit points. "Shinchi, what are you planning to exchange for?" Su Xingyuan finally couldn't hold back and asked. Shinchi hesitated for a moment and replied, "I'll use 10 points to exchange for some cultivation resources, and I plan to sell the rest." "Sell them?" Upon hearing this, the team members all looked at him, and Xuan Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're planning to sell points?" Su Xingyuan frowned, then seemed to think of something and said, "Shinchi, though I understand your reasoning, I still don't recommend you sell your points. To earn so many merit points in the first month of the recruit competition assessment, there will definitely be more points in the next 2 months. You'd better focus on improving your strength for now. Merit points are extremely valuable to us." While a few people were discussing, Zhang Ruya not far away also noticed them and came over. After hearing the group's conversation, she couldn't help but ask, "Shinchi, why would you want to sell merit points? Although they are not cheap, they are indeed very precious right now." Everyone spoke up to persuade him, and Shinchi listened to all of it, feeling touched in his heart, but he still shook his head. 10 points are enough for me, I'll sell the rest." Everyone could only sigh helplessly and shake their heads with a bitter smile. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya exchanged a glance, and Zhang Ruya spoke, "Shinchi, how about this? Since you're selling, why not sell to me? I've looked it up, the market price for 1 merit point is 1,000, I'll give you 2,000. Shinchi agreed without hesitation, nodding directly, "All right. This scene fell into Wu Lui's eyes, but he did not speak to dissuade him. This matter was Shin Chi's own decision, and he saw no need to intervene. Moreover, with Shin Chi's formidable combat abilities, earning merit points wasn't too difficult. Logistics Office, Shin Chi finally received his achievement card. The points displayed inside showed his current accomplishments, 17.5 points. He sold 7 points to Zhang Ruoya and received a generous return of 14,000 in cash. Thanks, old Zhang. Shin Chi was well aware that Zhang Ruoya's price was already quite high, with the 2,000 per point of merit being fairly reasonable. He did not refuse, only silently remembering this kindness in his heart. Zhang Ruoya smiled gently and then changed the topic, appearing very relaxed. Shin Chi, you've already reached Warrior Tier 2 now, right? 10 merit points can exchange for some very good resources. Shin Chi smiled faintly, but his heart was filled with tumult. He did not say much. The two continued to walk tacitly into the resource exchange area of the logistics department. Before coming, Shin Chi already had made up his mind about the resources he wanted to exchange. He was now at the 3rd level of martial mastery, currently in the stage of breaking through to the 4th level. His battle spirit technique had also entered the 2nd realm, the spirit condensation stage, but breaking through to the 3rd realm still required a substantial amount of time and resources. What he lacked was cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are divided into 2 types. One is the Beast Crystal Core, and the other is the Spirit Crystal Stone. The former contains less energy but is relatively cheap, attracting many cultivators. Shin Chi spent 9 merit points to exchange for 3 Beast Crystal Cores of the 2nd level martial artist grade. He reluctantly stared at the exchange screen in front of him, which listed various cultivation resources. From martial techniques and cultivation chambers to weapons and spiritual artifacts, everything was available. Although he had never been to Wuda, and thus couldn't make a comparison, the resource lineup listed by the logistics department had already left him stunned by the military's resources. Zhang Ruoya was still carefully selecting resources. Shin Chi didn't linger and quickly walked out of the logistics department. Looking up at the distant group of people training, the scene of his humiliation suddenly surfaced in his mind. If you won't give me justice, then I'll take it myself. Zhao Ji, wait for me. At that moment, Shin Chi's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze locking onto a figure in the crowd. Zhao Ji. Why would he appear in the army? Shin Chi was utterly puzzled. With an S-level talent and a background as a martial lord, why would Zhao Ji join the military and end up in the same recruit training as him? Shin Chi, what are you looking at? Zhang Ruoya finished exchanging items and walked out of the logistics office. She patted his shoulder and curiously followed his gaze. Shin Chi took a deep breath, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Nothing, let's go. Cold laughter filled his heart. Zhao Ji, you really won't give up. Since the 3 arrows before couldn't take care of you, this time let me properly play with you. Using connections to get into the army, and since there was no way to resist, Zhao Ji simply decided to stay. He was assigned to the Beast Hunting Squad. With an S-level wind element talent, a genius of such caliber joining the squad left everyone thrilled. The captain, Jiang Yan, not only didn't resent Zhao Ji's arrival but was overjoyed. The first S-level talent among the recruits joined his squad, which made Jiang Yan ecstatic. Zhao Ji's participation greatly strengthened the already formidable Beast Hunting Squad, directly overshadowing all the other squads. S-level wind element, A-level healing talent, 5 B-level talents. Such a configuration was unparalleled among the entire group of recruits. Having been defeated head-on by Shin Chi, Jiang Yan had been holding in frustration. How could someone with an A-level talent lose to an E-level archer? The most frustrating part was that Shin Chi didn't even use his longbow. He defeated him with the spear he casually claimed to know a bit about. This increasingly intensified Jiang Yan's self-doubt. Just as he was falling into self-doubt, Zhao Ji's arrival gave him hope. Everyone enthusiastically exclaimed, now our team's strength has surpassed everyone else. We'll definitely secure first place in the upcoming rookie competition assessment. Exactly. With our captain's grade A healing talent combined with Zhao Ji's grade S wind element, I refuse to believe we can't beat the Wulong squad. The team members were excited. Losing to Shin Chi and his team had left Jiang Yan feeling embarrassed, and with the merit points reward on the line this time, their envy was so fierce it was almost palpable. Jiang Yan smiled, calculating that with Zhao Ji's addition, they were sure to win the next competition. Brother Zhao Ji, in the next competition assessment, let's join forces and defeat the Wulong squad. Jiang Yan's attitude toward Zhao Ji became much more amicable. Faced with Zhao Ji's great S talent, he no longer acted with the air of a captain. Zhao Ji smiled faintly, confidence glimmering in his eyes, that's for sure. But the Wulong squad you speak of, are they really that formidable? He had temporarily joined the recruits and hadn't participated in the previous competitions, so naturally, he wasn't familiar with past events. Someone explained, the Wulong squad is quite strong. In this rookie competition assessment, they scored 56 points, while we only managed to get 34. Humph, that group must have cheated, someone snorted coldly. With a lineup like ours, we only got 34 points. How could they possibly get 56 without cheating? Another person chimed in. That, combined with the fact their team includes a Burden, a grade E archer, is truly unbelievable. The squad members scoffed, especially towards Shinchi, the grade E archer. Jiang Yan's expression gradually darkened. A grade E talent that was regarded as a burden by the team. Could it be that his grade A talent was still inferior to the so-called burden? Anger surged within him. Zhaoji listened to the discussions and finally understood why Wulong's squad, despite only having one grade A thunder talent and one grade B talent, was able to surpass Beast Hunting squad by over 20 points. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked, this grade E archer talent you mentioned, are they really strong? Everyone froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Yan's face stiffened before he finally spoke. I haven't seen that archer talent in action, but his strength has at least reached martial artist 2nd level, and I lost to him in direct combat. Zhaoji froze and asked in disbelief, you lost to an E-level archer talent? This sentence was like a heavy blow, striking Jiang Yan's self-esteem. The members of the squad wisely avoided mentioning this matter, but Zhaoji spoke bluntly, causing the smile on Jiang Yan's face to instantly freeze. Yes. Jiang Yan nodded with a somber expression, silently gritting his teeth. Interesting. Zhaoji glanced at Jiang Yan, the corner of his mouth curving into a disdainful smile. An A-level talent, whose cultivation speed far outpaced an E-level, actually lost to an E-level archer. This led Zhaoji to internally label Jiang Yan as useless, though he chose not to show it for now. What's the name of that E-level archer talent? Zhaoji looked at Jiang Yan, his tone relaxed and tinged with a mocking smile. Shen Qi. Jiang Yan answered without hesitation. Losing was losing, no more hiding. Shen Qi? Zhaoji was stunned, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The Shen Qi you're talking about, is he from the capital? He could hardly believe his ears. The failure he had pressured into quitting school had actually risen in the military, defeating someone with an A-grade healing talent? This was nothing short of a colossal joke. You know him? Jiang Yan and the others exchanged glances, noticing Zhaoji's change in expression and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Of course I know him, how could I not? Zhaoji's lips curled into a smile, but inwardly, he was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected that after dropping out, Shinchi would choose to join the military and seemed to be doing quite well. He thought to himself that since he had run into this old friend again, he should definitely have a good chat. Jiang Yan and the others were intrigued, realizing that both men were from the capital and that the relationship between Zhaoji and Shinchi seemed far from simple. On the other side, Shinchi returned to his dormitory, Zhaoji's image flashing in his mind as he narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't fathom why Zhaoji had appeared here, he could never forget the humiliation he felt when he was forced to drop out. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head, temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart. He knew that he must reclaim the justice that belonged to him, but his current strength was far from sufficient. Improving his strength was the most urgent priority. The 3 beast cores of martial artist's 2nd stage beasts would be the key to his breakthrough. The screen before him flickered with data. Name, Shinchi. Realm, martial artist 3rd stage. Physique, none. Talent, 3S talent, Hoi. Talent skills, 100 steps piercing yang accuracy increased by 100%, divine arrow, infuses vital energy and spiritual energy to grant arrows powerful penetrating. Abilities, eagle eye insight, consumes mental power to acquire eagle-like vision, current insight range, 1 kilometer, insight range depends on personal strength. Martial arts, wind chasing spear, proficient realm. Cultivation technique, battle spirit method, spirit condensation realm. Weapons, alloy longbow, alloy spear. In just 1 month, he had advanced to the 3rd level of martial practitioner, and all of this was achieved under conditions of scarce resources. Now, with 3 exotic beast crystal nuclei from the 2nd level of martial practitioner, he is 1 step closer to breaking through to the 4th level. Perhaps he can use these 3 exotic beast crystal nuclei to achieve a breakthrough to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Martial practitioner 4th level, vitality 80, a single punch generates explosive force of 2500 to 3000 kilograms, and his speed reaches an impressive 35 meters per second. This is the immense power he is about to attain. Shinchi's eyes shimmered with resolute determination, his path of vengeance has only just begun. While Shun-Chi was fully immersed in his cultivation, the atmosphere in the office was unusually tense. Xiang-Han sat at his desk, surrounded by documents related to the latest round of talent selection. His gaze moved across the pages as he pondered silently. The selection process for the talent program was no easy task. Every individual who truly made it in had to endure multiple rounds of assessments. The first month of recruit training was merely a preliminary screening. To truly step through the doors of the talent program, the required assessments were extraordinarily rigorous. Shun-Chi, an E-level archer talent, actually managed to get into the talent program reserve, completely unbelievable. Xiang-Han murmured to himself, his brows slightly furrowed. Gifted with dual talents himself, A-level gold element and B-level archer, Xiang-Han had sped through his cultivation journey, quickly rising from a recruit to company commander. What a pity, an E-level talent. Xiang-Han shook his head. Though he harbored doubts about Shun-Chi, he ultimately included him in the talent program list. Unknown to others, the first-month recruit competition assessment was actually designed to identify true elites. Among these 32 squads, only a very small number can enter the talent program. Candidates with A-level aptitude occupy the first tier, while the second tier consists of those with B-level aptitude. As for those with S-level, or even SS and SSS-level talent, they have long been recruited by powerful figures in advance. The talent program ultimately cannot retain such unparalleled geniuses. I need to make a call. Xiang-Han pondered for a moment, picked up the communicator, and dialed an important number. Meanwhile, Shun-Chi was immersed in absorbing the 3 level 2 warrior beast crystal cores. His current strength had already reached level 3 warrior, and he was just one step away from the 4th level. Although the energy in the crystal cores was chaotic, it was imbued with immense power, rapidly flowing through his body. As the energy continued to be absorbed, Shun-Chi's physique also subtly transformed. His originally sturdy frame gradually became leaner, with streamlined muscular contours that held unimaginable explosive power. Continue. He silently motivated himself. The 4th level of the martial artist realm was approaching. 3 exotic beast crystal cores opened the door to the 4th level of the martial artist realm for Shun-Chi. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he immediately began cultivating the battle spirit technique. The battle spirit technique had already entered the second stage, the spirit condensation realm. At this stage, weak clusters of spiritual energy needed to form within the body, and to advance to the third stage, manifestation of the armor's shadow, one had to continuously condense these clusters of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, members of the Beast Hunter squad such as Jiangyan and Zhao Ji were also immersed in intense cultivation. Although Zhao Ji had only recently joined the recruit squad, his talent was undeniable. After a month of effort, he had already reached the 3rd level of the martial artist realm. Having a good father indeed makes a big difference, Zhao Ji secretly felt proud. The cultivation resources provided by Zhao Yinian were inexhaustible, ranging from elixirs to exotic beast crystal cores, even including martial techniques. Since awakening his grade A wind element, Zhao Yinian had already prepared an entire set of martial techniques for him. Grade A wind element, if I can unleash its power, no one will be able to defeat me. Zhao Ji thought to himself. Although his strength was only at the second stage of a warrior, he was determined to enhance himself through martial techniques. The movement technique Wind Shadow Step and the martial skill Wind Break Slash were both 3rd grade techniques, sufficient to make him stand out in the recruit training. Shun-Chi, you're nothing more than an ant. Thinking you can change your fate through the army? Utter foolishness. Zhao Ji sneered coldly, a look of disdain filling his eyes. The second month of recruit training began again, and the intense atmosphere permeated the training ground. The rewards from the competitions in the first month had everyone eager, silently vowing to earn more points. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Ji glanced sideways towards Shun-Chi not far away, the corner of his mouth slightly curving upward. Shun-Chi, Su Xingyuan, and others were guided by Wu Liuyi, engrossed in training battle spirit techniques and martial skills. He knew that this opportunity absolutely could not be missed. He had to give it his all. Wu Liuyi, being at the 4th level of the martial master realm, possessed strength far surpassing that of Shun-Chi and the others before him. Guiding them in martial arts training was effortless for him. Shun-Chi, what are you looking at? Wu Liuyi walked up to Shun-Chi, gently patted his shoulder, and asked in a deep voice. Nothing. Shun-Chi shook his head and quickly refocused his attention on martial arts training. Wu Liuyi had been observing Shun-Chi's performance all along, secretly admiring him. Although Shun-Chi only had an E-level archer talent, his speed in cultivating the battle spirit method in martial arts was astonishingly fast. His comprehension was exceptional, and his strength was on par with that of the team leader, Su Xingyuan. He had already made up his mind: if Shenqi was not selected for the talent program, he would ensure that Shenqi stayed firmly by his side. Although his natural abilities were low, reliance on the battle spirit method and martial techniques could fully compensate for some shortcomings. "Shenqi, why do you keep looking over there today? Could it be someone you know is there?" Su Xingyuan also felt puzzled. Usually, Shenqi was extremely focused while cultivating, but today he seemed absent-minded. He glanced again at Zhao Ji in the nearby crowd, and just then, Zhao Ji also turned his head to look at Shenqi. Their gazes met in the air. Zhao Ji sneered disdainfully before withdrawing his gaze. Su Xingyuan noticed something unusual about Shenqi. Following his gaze, he saw Zhao Ji's cold sneer. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't know Zhao Ji, the smile exuded a sense of hostility, which was clearly aimed at Shenqi. "Is that Zhao Ji?" Su Xingyuan asked. Shenqi nodded lightly. "I didn't expect him to come to the recruit camp." Su Xingyuan chuckled softly. "Don't worry, if he dares to bully you here, I'll beat him to death." "Fighting privately can get you expelled," Shenqi reminded. Thanks." Su Xingyuan rolled his eyes, feeling helpless about Shenqi's reminder. As the two were talking, Zhao Ji approached them, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Trash, you sure know how to hide. You even managed to sneak into the military." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingyuan and the others' expressions changed all at once, their gazes filled with displeasure. Squad leader Wu Lui noticed the situation at this moment, quickly walked over, and reached out to stop Su Xingyuan and the others. Shenqi's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked emotionlessly at Zhao Ji in front of him. In an instant, before anyone could react, Shenqi kicked out. Bang! Zhao Ji's figure flew several meters away, pain swiftly spreading throughout his body. Before he could get up, a cold voice rang out. "Who are you calling trash? Who are you calling trash?" The indifferent voice exploded in Zhao Ji's ears like thunder, instantly igniting the fury in his heart, as if he were a rampaging beast. The surrounding crowd held their breath, their gazes unanimously fixed on Shenqi and Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji raised his head, glaring furiously at the expressionless Shenqi in front of him, and spat through gritted teeth, "You're courting death." At that very moment, the S-class wind element was suddenly unleashed. The piercing wind element gathered in front of him, transforming into invisible wind blades that instantly slashed toward Shenqi. He was determined to kill this ant who dared to resist. Anger surged in his heart, and Zhao Ji was brimming with confidence, as if the wind element was the sharp sword in his hand, absolutely unforgivable. He was an S-level wind element controller, while Shenqi was nothing more than a worthless E-level archer, completely insignificant. He was born into a prestigious family. His father was a martial sect realm expert, and the deputy leader of the largest hunting group in the capital. And Shenqi? Just the son of a sewer-dwelling maggot, surrounded by a bunch of defeated paupers, a worthless dropout he had forced to quit school. Shenqi's gaze slightly focused, his hand gripping the silver spear at his waist, a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. "Zhao Ji wants to kill me, but I will never sit back and wait for death." "Stop!" Wu Liui's voice was like the beating of a war drum. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shenqi, raising his hand to block several invisible wind blades, his gaze as sharp as a knife staring intently at Zhao Ji. The surrounding people all noticed the situation here, their eyes converging on the scene. Jianyan and the others hurried over and, upon seeing the footprint on Zhao Ji's chest and Shenqi's indifferent expression, couldn't help but have a thought. Zhao Ji is too impulsive. "Zhao Ji, what are you doing?" Feng Quan's expression changed slightly as he rushed to the scene, his gaze sweeping over Wu Lui's darkened face as he asked in a deep voice. Zhao Ji turned angrily to Feng Quan. He struck first. Feng Quan's heart sank as his gaze fell upon Shenqi. He then said to Wu Lui, "Old Five, is this how you manage your soldiers? Fighting within the army, attacking comrades, where is the discipline?" Squad leader, he was the one who provoked first. Su Xingyuan and the others all defended Zhao Ji, their angry gazes fixed on Shenqi. This is truly a case of the villain accusing first. Wu Lui nodded slightly. "Old Feng, you heard them. It was your soldier who provoked first. In my opinion, Shenqi's actions aren't an issue. He would never believe Zhao Ji's lies." During today's training, he had already noticed the tension between the two. "You?" Feng Quan paused for a moment, then sneered coldly. "So, you're saying all of this is still the fault of the soldiers under my command?" "Yes." Wu Lu nodded expressionlessly, without hesitation. Su Xingyuan and the others secretly gave a thumbs up, their hearts filled with admiration for their support of Wu Lu. Shenqi felt a wave of emotion, his gaze shifting between Feng Quan and Zhao Ji, whose face was full of coldness. He explained, "Squad leader Feng, it was indeed Zhao Ji who provoked me first. I kept enduring, but he kept pushing his limits. Poof. Feng Quan snorted angrily, casting a glance at Shenxi and Wu Lui, followed by Su Xingyuan and the others. Military regulations state that fighting without authorization is prohibited. Violators will be dealt with according to the regulations. Even if he provoked you, he didn't lay a hand on you. Striking first means you were in the wrong. Shenxi raised his eyes, a sharp glint flickering within them. So, squad leader Feng, are you saying that everything is my fault? Feng Quan kept a cold face, silent, and turned to Wu Lui. Old Wu, your soldier broke military regulations first. What do you think we should do about this? Wu Lui glanced at Shenxi and pondered secretly. Although he didn't know what grievances might exist between Shenxi and Zhao Ji, today's performance was clearly premeditated. The conflict was merely the trigger. Then there's no need for you to worry, old Feng. I'll handle my own soldiers myself. Alright. Feng Quan was infuriated into laughter by Wu Lui's words, his gaze wandering over Wu Lui and the others. Then let's find the company commander. Before the words had even faded, Xiang Han's voice suddenly rang out. What thing? The burly Xiang Han strode forward, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way, as if he were the master of this entire domain. His sharp gaze swept over Feng Quan, Wu Lui, and the others, making everyone present involuntarily tense up inside. Feng Quan and Wu Lui, along with the others, immediately avoided eye contact when they met Xiang Han's gaze. Having reached the Wuzong realm, the aura he emitted casually felt like mountainous oppression, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Captain, Shenxi disregarded military rules and arbitrarily attacked a comrade. Feng Quan stood beside Zhao Ji, saluted, and solemnly reported. Xiang Han's gaze swept across the footprint on Zhao Ji's chest, then turned to Wu Lui and Shenxi, asking in a deep voice, Wu Lui, what happened? Before Wu Lui could speak, Shenxi stepped forward and said, Captain, Zhao Ji provoked repeatedly first. Su Xingyuan and the others spoke up one by one, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. In the crowd, Zhang Ruya finally understood the truth of the situation. He clearly remembered Zhao Ji's demeanor. Back in the logistics department that day, he had already noticed the grudge between Shenxi and Zhao Ji. Thinking of this, he resolutely stood by Shenxi's side, silently supporting this comrade. Since you are so eager to fight, I'll give you a chance, Xiang Han said coldly, his gaze sweeping across the two of them. Settle it on the arena. Zhao Ji, who had been forcefully dragged into this by Yang Guang, was already averse to such things. However, as an S-rank wind element user with undeniable strength, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Unexpectedly, within just a few days, Zhao Ji ended up clashing with Shenxi. Fights within the military were not uncommon, but private brawls were absolutely forbidden. Now that the two had violated military regulations, Xiang Han, as the company commander, decisively decided to let them settle their score in the arena. Alright. Zhao Ji's eyes shone with a chilling gleam as he fixed a cold stare on Shenxi. The unmasked hostility in his gaze was as sharp as a blade, sending shivers down one's spine. Shenxi glanced at Feng Quan, whose face was dark and troubled, and mused to himself that this feud would need to be settled sooner or later. He had planned to seek justice once his strength was formidable enough, but since Zhao Ji was now voluntarily delivering himself to his door, he might as well collect some interest first. The only regret was that he couldn't kill him in this fight. The news of the arena duel spread like wildfire through the entire recruit camp, with hundreds of soldiers gathering around the arena. The atmosphere was tense yet ardent. This was the first arena match in the recruit camp, and stepping into the ring was no mere verbal spar, this was a true test of strength. Everyone had witnessed Shenxi's previous victory against Jiang'an, but many believed it was due to Jiang'an's carelessness. Little did they expect Shenxi's strength to be so astonishing. Not long after, Zhao Ji and Shenxi appeared on the stage one after another. Zhao Ji gripped a long blade, its edge gleaming with a chilling light that seemed capable of slicing through the air. Shenxi, on the other hand, held his silver spear firmly, his gaze sharp as a torch fixed on Zhao Ji across from him, with a faint hint of fierceness in his eyes. The humiliating memories replayed incessantly in his mind, and past events surged to his heart, causing Shenxi's grip on the spear to tighten slightly. Begin! As Xiang Han's voice fell, the horn of battle finally sounded. Zhao Ji slightly bent his knees, launching himself like a cannonball toward Shenxi. His long blade traced a lightning-like arc of light, aiming straight at Shenxi. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, and Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with cold hostility. This slash, he had no intention of sparing Shenxi. Third realm of martial artist. The onlookers immediately noticed Zhao Ji's strength and couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Hiss, just entering and already at the third level of the warrior realm. Is an S-level talent really that strong? You don't know anything. Although an S-level talent might make cultivation slightly faster, it can't be outrageously fast. For someone to have such high strength, their family background must be pretty good. Indeed, how could one advance so quickly without sufficient resources? This puts Xin-Chi in danger now. Although Xin-Chi defeated Jiangyan, it was only because Jiangyan was careless. Moreover, Jiangyan is at the second level of martial arts, while Zhao is one small realm higher than him. Xin-Chi is going to lose. The crowd discussed eagerly, seeming to have already predicted the outcome of this arena match. Xin-Chi will lose. This was the opinion of the onlookers. However, some hold different opinions. Among them is Jiangyan. He lost to Xin-Chi, though partly due to a certain degree of underestimation. However, only he himself understands that the real reason he lost to Xin-Chi was not carelessness, but because Xin-Chi is indeed stronger than him. Xin-Chi is at martial artist level 3. At this moment, he suddenly realized. In his heart, he was utterly shocked an E-level archer talent was actually cultivating faster than himself, an A-level talent. However, there are differences between the three realms of a warrior. The gap between S-level and E-level spans several grades, and the talents that the two can exhibit differ significantly. Moreover, Xin-Chi, an E-level archer, actually chose to use a spear to fight against him, an S-level wind element user, truly courting death. The blade of the long knife faintly emitted a flicker of light, and with one slash, there was an indistinct sound of the air being torn apart. It seemed as if even the space itself was slightly split open by this slash. Every swing of Zhao Zi's blade carried intense killing intent and power, as if he intended to sever Xin-Chi in two with a single strike. Xin-Chi slightly raised his eyes. A third-level martial artist? With the silver spear in hand, he instantly thrust it toward the long blade. Clang! The long blade and the silver spear collided, sparks flying everywhere, producing a deafening crash. The attack was blocked by Xin-Chi, which surprised Zhao Zi slightly. Leveraging the momentum from earlier, he leapt backward in the air. Just as he landed, the next moment, a third-grade martial technique, Shadow Step, was unleashed, as if moving like a phantom. He turned into a fleeting shadow and vanished from his original position. Ah! Such incredible speed. This is a movement martial technique, at least second grade, or even third grade. Damn, I'm so jealous. Is this what a strong foundation looks like? What's the use of being jealous? Even if you were given a third-grade martial skill, could you cultivate it that fast? Cultivating martial skills is linked to talent. With a C-grade talent, you should stop dreaming. Sigh, is the gap between people really this big? He paid no attention to the exclamations of the onlookers. Standing in the ring, Xin-Chi's pitch-black eyes turned amber the moment Zhao Zi's figure vanished. Hawkeye Insight. Hawkeye Insight not only provides a powerful field of vision but also boasts a formidable ability to capture movements. In the eyes of the spectators, Zhao Zi's figure suddenly disappeared. However, in Xin-Chi's view, the talent skill of Hawkeye Insight had already captured Zhao Zi's movements. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. A silver spear blocked in front of him, the long blade just a few centimeters away from Xin-Chi, falling precisely in front of his chest. You! Zhao Zi was startled, his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. The third-rank movement martial skill, Wind Shadow Step, he had already cultivated to a proficient level. Although he hadn't reached mastery, it should still be impossible for Xin-Chi, with merely an E-level talent, to block it. Moreover, he possesses the strength of a third-level martial artist. How could Xin-Chi possibly withstand it? Is he a fourth-level martial artist? Zhao Zi's mind flashed with a guess so incredible that even he found it hard to believe. Blocking Zhao Zi's strike, Xin-Chi gazed calmly at the astonished Zhao Zi in front of him, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this all an S-level talent amounts to? Waste. Aha! The apathetic tone in Xin-Chi's voice brought a surge of anger to Zhao Zi's heart. He only felt that he had been insulted by Xin-Chi. You, a useless E-level archer, what gives you the right? Zhao Zi's eyes shot out cold glimmers, his tone was grim, and his gaze sinister. As his words fell, his figure vanished once more, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Xin-Chi stood unmoving like a mountain, the silver spear in his hand striking out from time to time, each move blocking the fierce blade light. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with Zhao Zi's afterimages and the sound of clashing metal. Below the arena, Wu Lui and a group of rookie squad leaders were all gathered to watch. Watching the duel between the two on the arena, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. The speed of training with an S-grade talent is indeed formidable. The third-grade body movement martial skill has been cultivated to proficient mastery within a short time, surpassing the speed of a third-grade martial artist realm. Exactly, Shadow Steps as a body movement martial skill combined with Zhao Zi's S-grade wind element make his speed truly astonishing. If I weren't at the 5th level of Martial Master Realm, facing Zhao Zi's attacks, I doubt I would even have a chance to react. Wu Lu glanced sideways at Feng Quan, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation. However, Feng Quan's face was dark, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the two fighters in the arena. He thought to himself, someone who has awakened an S-grade wind element and reached the 3rd level of martial artist realm still can't take down an E-grade archer. This is sheer madness. Xiang Han's expression remained unchanged, his eyes exuding a sense of calm and composure. Although Zhao Zi's speed was fast, in the eyes of powerhouses like him and Wu Lui, it seemed as slow as a snail. The gap in strength between the two sides was immense, spanning several major realms. On the arena stage, Xinqi stood firm like a mountain, effortlessly blocking Zhao Zi's attacks with every move he made. Sparks flew, reflecting off Xinqi's face, making him resemble an immovable war god. A flash of contemplation appeared in Xiang Han's eyes, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the battle. Wu Lui and others were equally clear on what was to come. Compared to Xiang Han and the other strong figures, onlookers like Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Xuanyan, Zhang Ruya, Zhao Zixin, and Jiang Yan were already stunned. Invisible wind blades slashed toward Xinqi like razor-sharp edges, with Zhao Zi's incredible speed leaving behind a trail of lingering afterimages. The crowd inwardly questioned whether they could withstand Zhao Zi if they were the ones on the arena stage. However, it was Xinqi's true strength that shocked them to the core. Xinqi's strength is at least at the 3rd stage of a martial artist. He can block such a fast attack. Damn, is this really an E-level talent? If I didn't know Xinqi was an E-level talent, I would have thought Zhao Zi was the one with the E-level talent and Xinqi was the one with the S-level. This really changes my perception. An E-level talent can actually go toe-to-toe with an S-level talent. Could it be Zhao Zi might lose? The idea barely surfaced before it was swiftly suppressed in his heart. How could it be? That's absolutely impossible, completely hopeless. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya stood side by side. Zhang Ruya raised her eyes to gaze at the arena and exclaimed, "Xinqi is amazing." Su Xingyuan rubbed his somewhat stiff mouth and muttered under his breath, "Freak." As an A-grade lightning talent, he wouldn't dare claim a sure victory against Zhao Zi, yet Xinqi stood tall like a towering mountain, prompting his reluctant admiration. As for Xinqi's victory, Su Xingyuan had not anticipated it at all. While both warriors had triple realm power, one was equipped with S-grade wind elements, while the other merely possessed E-grade bowman talent. Xinqi's choice to counter Zhao Zi with a silver spear inherently put him at a disadvantage. Zhang Ruya silently nodded, "He's indeed a pervert." She spoke in a voice almost inaudible, "Such talent can almost rival SS level." Xinqi stood firm on the arena like a mountain, completely unmoved by external influences. The silver spear trembled, sparks flying, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. The hardness of the alloy weapon was exceptionally prominent at this moment. Within a short period of time, the two had clashed fiercely hundreds of times, creating an incredibly tense scene. A sinister gleam flashed in Zhao Zi's eyes as his long blade trembled slightly, the blade's edge flickering like a venomous serpent, directly advancing toward Xinqi. He was shocked in his heart, although the 3rd-grade movement technique Wind Shadow Step had been practiced to mastery. Facing Xinqi's calmness and composure, he unexpectedly felt a hint of powerlessness. Hundreds of attacks were blocked one by Xinqi, and this reality left Zhao Zi's mind in turmoil, burning with rage. "You absolutely can't stop me." Zhao Zi gritted his teeth, his chilling voice like a cold blade. Xinqi angled his long knife, his gaze calm, responding indifferently, "Trash. An S-grade wind element in your possession is truly a waste. Trash always assumes others are as incompetent as themselves. Only reality can deliver a harsh slap." His lips curved slightly upward, his gaze filled with contempt. "Zhao Zi, now do you understand who the real trash is? Shun. Xie. I will kill you." Zhao Zi's anger completely ignited the fire in his heart. In his eyes, Xinqi was like a towering mountain, someone he had always looked down upon. He was unwilling to accept it, he wanted to turn the tables. Zhao Zi swung his blade back, holding the long sword diagonally, its blade emitting a sharp hissing sound, resembling a snake flicking its tongue. "Whirlwind Slash," he shouted sharply, as the grade 3 martial skill Windbreak Slash was once again unleashed. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Zi's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xinqi, his long blade raining down like a storm, blade aura erupting and slashing directly downward. At this moment, the S-grade wind element was activated once again. Several invisible wind blades shot towards Xinqi, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In this moment, Zhao Zi exerted his full strength. He must kill Xinqi. Even if he were expelled from the army because of this, he still had the support of Zhao Yinian, who was at the 7th level of martial spirit. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed, "Whoa, Zhaoji is going all out." Hiss. Such rapid attacks, along with those invisible wind blades. An S-level talent is truly terrifying. Can Xin Qi block it? This clearly shows that Zhaoji is not holding back. If this continues, Xin Qi will at least be seriously injured. Wu Lui's eyes slightly narrowed, as he keenly observed Zhaoji's move once again. Although he couldn't see the wind blades, he sensed the threat through faint spiritual perception. In the martial master realm, cultivating spiritual power is an inevitable path. While techniques for rapidly enhancing spiritual power are rare, they demand exceptionally high talent. Can it still be stopped? Wu Lui wondered to himself. In contrast, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others were so nervous their hearts raced. When Zhaoji revealed the third-grade martial skill Windbreak Slash, everyone's hearts tightened, and even their breathing became rapid. On the arena stage, Xiang Han appeared incomparably calm. As the strongest individual, he watched the two exchanging blows, shaking his head slightly. Zhaoji held no goodwill in his eyes. Winning was expected, losing would make him worthless. On the other hand, Xin Qi's performance gave him a new perspective. An E-level archer had never used a longbow but instead opted for a spear, with spear skills clearly surpassing Zhaoji. Xin Qi never took the initiative to attack, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiang Han's mouth. Not choosing martial arts suited to his talents, but instead opting for spear techniques, this level of speed made him indifferent to the outcome of this arena match. In his heart, Xin Qi had already won. On the arena stage, faced with Zhaoji's relentless attacks, Xin Qi finally made his move. Gripping the spear forcefully, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. He swept sideways, the spear like a rainbow instantly dispersing several wind blades, with dazzling sparks bursting from the shaft. He lifted his gaze with a quick glance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although he couldn't see the wind blades, he could vaguely capture their trajectories. This was his unique eagle-eye insight ability. Xin Qi swept away several wind blades with a single strike, stepping half a step back with his right foot before suddenly erupting. The tip of his spear gleamed with dazzling light, piercing through the air straight toward the blade's arc. Clang! The impact on the long blade almost made Zhaoji lose his grip, his entire arm instantly going numb. A flash of shock crossed his eyes, his heart filled with confusion. How could Xin Qi's speed and strength be so astonishing? He could actually track the trajectories of the wind blades? Before he could think further, Xin Qi's figure had already appeared before him like lightning. Buzz! The icy, gleaming spear tip pressed against Zhaoji's throat, the force of the spear's wind slicing his skin, causing blood to quickly seep out. You lost. Xin Qi's voice was indifferent yet firm. Feeling the pain in his throat and the cold threat from the gun's tip, Zhaoji's eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't accept this reality, losing to Xin Qi, someone considered a worthless failure. Impossible. Anger and unwillingness intertwined in his heart. The moment Xin Qi turned around, his back facing Zhaoji, about to leave the arena, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhaoji's eyes. His long blade suddenly slashed out. Trash, go to hell. He couldn't endure such humiliation. As an S-rank wind element user, how could he possibly lose to Xin Qi, that impoverished E-rank talent trash? Zhaoji, what are you doing? Wu Lui roared angrily. Damn it, Zhaoji. Xin Qi, watch out. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya shouted urgently, their faces changing dramatically. Wu Lui moved, ready to step onto the arena, but saw Xin Qi with his back to Zhaoji. Sensing the threat of the blade behind him, a faint cold sneer flickered in his eyes. His gaze shifted, and the spear in his hand instantly thrust backward. Counter-thrust, he bellowed internally, the silver spear piercing out like lightning, the glint of cold steel arriving first. Ha! With this strike, Xin Qi held nothing back. The silver spear instantly pierced through Zhaoji's shoulder, and then the spear tip, like a sharp blade, directly sliced off Zhaoji's left arm. The intense pain immediately spread throughout Zhaoji's body, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Zhaoji! Feng Quan exclaimed in shock, stepping onto the platform, his face darkening like a stormy sky. Xiang Han glanced at Xin Qi, who was gripping the silver spear, then calmly shifted his gaze to Zhaoji and said, "Take him to the medical room." Feng Quan quickly left with Zhaoji and the severed arm that lay on the platform, leaving behind a stunned silence. The audience around the ring had their eyes tightly fixed on Xin Qi, who was holding a silver spear, their faces full of incredulous expressions. Especially the members of the Jiangyan team, whose hearts were surging with disbelief. S-grade wind element. Third stage martial artist. The thought that such a Zhaoji had actually lost to Xin Qi filled their hearts with a wave of fear. How could this be an E-grade talent? It was practically SSS-grade talent. When they heard that Shenxi, with E-grade talent, was going to compete against Zhao Ji, who possessed S-grade wind element, in the ring, apart from a few individuals who had confidence in Shenxi, everyone else felt absolute despair about the outcome of the match. Although Shenxi's speed in cultivating the war spirit method had exceeded that of ordinary people, it was merely the war spirit method. The true determination of victory still depended on strength and the level of martial technique cultivation. Zhao Ji's 2 third-grade martial skills, involving body technique and blade technique, have both reached a proficient level, unleashing power far beyond the first-grade martial skills practiced by Shenxi. No one expected that Shenxi's spear technique had already reached the mastery realm. Is Shenxi really an E-grade talent? The audience, snapping out of their shock, began to entertain this question in their minds. Shenxi is incredible, an E-grade talent defeating an S-grade talent? Has anything like this ever happened before? Exactly, the gap between E-grade and S-grade is enormous. This is practically defying the heavens. So even a low-level talent can surpass a high-level talent. Shenxi, I'm truly your biggest fan today. Don't kid yourself. Shenxi was able to defeat Zhao Ji because his martial skills have reached the mastery level, and he's at the 4th stage of martial arts. Do you think you can match that? Damn, 4th stage of martial arts. I'm still just at the 1st stage. My goodness, an E-level archer talent doesn't choose a longbow, yet insists on using a spear for combat and actually wins. Even as a B-level, I feel inferior to Shenxi's E-level. Everyone discussed fervently, their eyes filled with reverence and shock. It's not uncommon for lower-tier talents to defeat higher-tier ones, but that usually happens when the difference is no greater than 1 level. The gap between E-level and S-level, however, spans 6 entire tiers. This was an unprecedented achievement. Shenxi was oblivious to the reaction. He patted the silver spear in his hand, which instantly transformed into a silver staff. Then he walked off the arena. Zhang Ruya, Zhao Zixin, Wang Er, Xuanyan, and others immediately surrounded him. The shock in Zhao Zixin's eyes had yet to fade. Looking at Shenxi's calm demeanor, he shook his head with a wry smile. Shenxi, you have my absolute respect. Wang Er gave a thumbs up, awesome. Xuanyan, lively by nature, leaned toward Shenxi and said with a smile, Shengu, how about you become the team captain? Following you would definitely lead us to a brighter future. Shenxi shrugged with a smile, if you're not afraid of Su Xingyuan stringing you up and beating you, then I have no objections. Then forget it. Xuanyan shrank his neck and waved his hand with a laugh. The robust and burly Zhang Ruya patted Shenxi on the shoulder, grinning as he said, your beauty is unparalleled, one of a kind in the world. Shenxi glanced at Wang Er and joked, see that, Wang Er? Learn a thing or two from old Zhang. Stop blurting out amazing all the time, it's so uncultured, Wang Er responded helplessly. At this moment, Su Xingyuan approached slowly, his sword-like brows and starry eyes shining. After standing still, he sized Shenxi up and down, nodded slightly, and said coolly, don't get arrogant. With a mere S-level, I can suppress you with one hand. Wang Er and Xuanyan turned around and pretended not to recognize Su Xingyuan. Zhao Zixin paused for a moment, then came to his senses and burst into laughter. Su Xingyuan's title of King of Swagger had already spread throughout the recruit camp, but it was his first time witnessing Su Xingyuan being so flashy, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhang Ruya and Shenxi had long been accustomed to Su Xingyuan's style of doing things. Hearing his words, Shenxi chuckled and nodded, that's for sure. A mere S-class? Captain Su only needs a single glance to bring them to their knees in submission. Low profile, low profile. Su Xingyuan waved his hand, pretending to look like a master. After speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing, 4th-level martial artist, damn, you're even better at pretending than me. Shun Qi. Wu Lui and Xiang Han walked over to him, Wu Lui's face full of barely hidden joy. A soldier under his command with E-level talent defeating an S-level talent head-on, just talking about it would make him feel immensely proud. Squad leader, company commander. Shenxi stood at attention, saluting as he greeted them. Xiang Han nodded slightly, martial artist level 4, decent speed. Being able to master the spear technique martial skill in a short time, his comprehension is quite impressive. Wu Lui winked at Shenxi with a smile, secretly thinking, this kid is indeed extraordinary. Shenxi didn't immediately grasp the deeper meaning, but before he could think further, Xiang Han's next words unveiled the mystery. An E-level talent defeating an S-level talent head-on, this has never happened in the military. There was a trace of gratification in Xiang Han's tone as he turned his gaze to Wu Lui. Wu Lui, Shenxi has broken a military record. How should the rewards and penalties be arranged? Wu Lui was closely connected to Xiang Han. At this moment, neither of them took their ranks seriously and appeared relaxed and at ease. "Commander, how about rewarding Shin-Chi with a set of battle armor?" Wu Lui suggested, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You really dare to dream." Xiang Han shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on Shin-Chi as he pondered for a moment. "Giving you the battle armor might not fully utilize its true potential, you'd need to reach martial soldier realm for that. Then I'll reward you with a set of battle martial armor, it matches your current strength perfectly." Xiang Han finally decided, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. The surrounding Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, among others, were filled with boundless envy. Battle armor. That thing isn't cheap in the military. When the logistics department exchanges resources, they keep a clear record. One set of battle armor is worth 3,000 merit points. With their current capabilities, trying to exchange merit points for battle armor is practically an impossible dream. It's surprising that Shin-Chi was able to obtain a set of battle armor while still in the recruit platoon. Truly astonishing. Shin-Chi was momentarily stunned, secretly feeling fortunate to receive such a reward. Coming back to his senses, he immediately said, "Thank you, Captain." Xiang Han waved his hand and said bluntly, "I mentioned introducing you to a mentor before, but they said they weren't interested in someone with such low potential." Shin-Chi didn't feel too disappointed about this, but inwardly he swore to prove himself in the future. Xiang Hanton paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I just wonder if that person would change their mind after knowing your performance today. Train well." He gave a final reminder before turning to leave. Wu Lui said to Shin-Chi with a cheerful grin, "Kid, you're really something else. Warrior level 4, Battle Spirit Technique level 2, Martial Skill Proficiency level among the new recruits, you're definitely the top one." Su Xingyuan heard this and couldn't help but look to the sky with a long sigh, his heart filled with shock. Who would have thought that Shin-Chi, the straightforward guy with thick eyebrows, turned out to be the most incredible one? In the infirmary, the atmosphere was heavy. Zhao Ji lay on the hospital bed, his face pale and eyes lifeless, as if he had just undergone a life-and-death ordeal. The military doctor responsible for treating him possessed an A-grade healing ability, with strength at the level of a martial master of the second stage. Calmly, he worked on Zhao Ji's injuries, with the recently reattached arm seeming particularly fragile in his hands. The military doctor glanced at Zhao Ji's condition and shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, "This kid's mental fortitude is too weak. Such minor injuries shouldn't affect him like this, right?" In the military, he had seen injuries far worse, limbs torn or severed completely. To him, this was just a routine wound. With professional treatment, Zhao Ji's arm would undoubtedly be preserved without any issue. "All right, take good care and rest well." The military doctor gave some advice and then turned to leave. Feng Quan, Jiang Yan, and other team members gathered around the hospital bed, feeling heavy-hearted. Jiang Yan couldn't help but say, Shin-Chi was way too harsh. He actually cut off one of Zhao Ji's arms. What on earth was he thinking? The team members tacitly remained silent, only stealing glances at Zhao Ji as their thoughts ran wild. Had Zhao Ji not launched a sneak attack behind Shin-Chi, the outcome would never have been so severe. To put it bluntly, Zhao Ji's misfortune this time was entirely his own doing. Feng Quan, with a gloomy expression, interrupted Jiang Yan's words, "This incident isn't Shin-Chi's fault. The victory on the arena had already been declared, yet Zhao Ji struck again, completely violating the rules of the arena. To put it harshly, it's blatant disregard for military rules. The company commander didn't cripple him on the spot, so he should consider himself lucky." Jiang Yan and the other new recruits were unaware, but Feng Quan understood perfectly. Xiang Han was someone who would never tolerate violations of military rules. Although Zhao Ji possessed an S-class wind element talent, openly breaking rules and attacking a comrade had already seriously violated military regulations. The moment Feng Quan saw Zhao Ji make his move, he had a bad feeling. Fortunately, Xiang Han had not taken direct action. "Squad leader, Zhao Ji, he's okay, right?" Jiang Yan asked with concern. An S-class talent was of immense importance to their entire team. "There's no major issue. His arm has been reattached, and after a period of rest, he'll be fine," Feng Quan answered truthfully, sighing inwardly. Zhao Ji had truly brought this upon himself this time. "All right, let's go." Feng Quan instructed Jiang Yan and the others to leave. His gaze lingered on Zhao Ji as he sighed, "I can't help you with this. You disregarded the military rules first, and Shin-Chi was forced to fight back. Deep down, you know this too." Zhao Ji remained silent and then hoarsely said, "He did it on purpose." "What?" Feng Quan was stunned. "He did it on purpose, deliberately provoking me, taunting me, and turning his back on me after declaring victory." All of it was part of his scheme. Zhao Zi's eyes flickered with anger. I fell into his trap. He recalled every detail of the duel, his heart burning with rage. Every move by Shenxi seemed like a carefully laid trap. Feng Quan was shaken by Zhao Zi's analysis, finding it hard to believe. Could Shenxi truly have such deep cunning? Evidence? Do you have evidence? Feng Quan was shocked by Shenxi's cunning and simultaneously felt sympathy for Zhao Zi. Manipulated to such an extent, yet without any evidence. Zhao Zi clenched his jaw tightly, his right hand formed into a fist with white knuckles, his heart consumed by fury. I must see him dead. Zhao Zi, stay calm. Feng Quan warned, attacking an active serviceman, you can't afford the consequences. Even your father wouldn't be able to protect you. Relax, I won't be that foolish. Zhao Zi's gaze turned icy. If Shenxi is using such tactics, then so can I. Feng Quan said no more. If Zhao Zi truly wanted to die, he would definitely not accompany him. He was merely taking care of Zhao Zi a little. Is this the battle armor? At the logistics office, Wu Liuqi accompanied Shenxi to collect the battle armor, his eyes flickering with anticipation and nervousness. Before them, a set of entirely black armor with a metallic sheen was suspended on a rack, exuding a strong aura of combat readiness. Shenxi reached out to touch it. The icy touch sent a tremor through his heart, and a faint glow flickered across the surface of the armor, as if responding to his desire. This battle armor is suitable for the warrior realm and can withstand a full-force attack from a 9th-tier warrior, Wu Lui said with a smile, his voice filled with pride. Is it effective regardless of talent? Shenxi asked curiously, stroking the armor fondly. You're overthinking it. It only works against regular attacks. If you encounter metallic attributes or weapons with overly strong offensive capabilities, it will still be broken. It just minimizes the injuries you'll sustain, Wu Lui warned cautiously. Hearing this, Shenxi nodded slightly, silently calculating in his mind. If this battle armor truly could withstand any attack below the 9th-tier warrior level, it would be an absolutely extraordinary existence. Squad leader, do you have a battle armor like this? Shenxi asked curiously. Wu Lui's strength had already reached the martial master level, so he must have his own battle armor. I do. As Wu Lui spoke, his military uniform instantly transformed. The green uniform turned into a set of armor tinged with a faint red glow, exuding unparalleled majesty. This is the Battle Master armor. It requires 50,000 merit points and can withstand a full-force strike from anyone below the 3rd level of a martial general. 50,000. A martial master's battle armor, 50,000 merit points. I can't afford it at all. Shenxi cried out inwardly. However, now that he has the battle armor, it can be considered a decent improvement. Brat, everything you said is true? You're not lying to me? In Xiang Han's office, his legs crossed on the desk, a cigarette held between his fingers, a 3D projection displayed a man about 60 years old before him. The elder raised his eyes to look at Xiang Han, the light flickering in his cloudy gaze. Not lying to you. Xiang Han shook his head, though his mind pondered, but what use is this? Isn't this you looking down on others? Zhang Zixing, S-level archer, martial spirit realm. That was what I said before, but I haven't said that today. Zhang Zixing shook his head, seeming unconcerned about his previous remarks. I still need to observe the specifics. My strength continues to decline, and in a few years, I might drop to the martial master realm. Zhang Zixing said matter-of-factly, with no trace of fear in his expression. At this moment, Xiang Han's expression dimmed slightly, forcing a smile. Teacher, you must hold on. I'll find a way to resolve the issue affecting you. Zhang Zixing waved his hand and leaned against the bookcase, with quite a few books scattered around him. A sharp light shone through his cloudy eyes. Before I get to the bottom of that matter, I will never die. Xiang Han shook his head helplessly. He understood that Zhang Zixing was the teacher of his bowmanship talent, a former 7th-tier martial king, who had now fallen to the martial spirit realm, a state that had persisted for decades. But deep down, he knew Zhang Zixing would never easily give up. It was precisely this indomitable spirit that kept him steadily advancing on the martial path. Gather. Time flies, and half a month of the 2nd month's recruit training has quietly passed. The familiar call to assemble rang out again, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. In just 1 minute, everyone had quickly assembled, appearing crisp and efficient. Xiang Han's tall figure stood before everyone, his tiger-like eyes sharp as lightning, scanning each person, making everyone feel an invisible pressure. The strength of the martial sovereign realm, even a casual glance could make people tremble. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a moment. After more than a month of recruit training, your skills have improved considerably, at least reaching the beginner level in martial techniques. A warrior who has never experienced combat is just a toothless tiger. In the first month, you went through your first battle, but it was completed under conditions with sufficient safety measures. Listening to Xiang Han's words, everyone present couldn't help but tense up. Although Xiang Han's tone was calm, it invisibly intensified everyone's pressure. Xinqi's eyes sparkled with light. After more than a month of training, his strength had advanced to the 6th level of the martial artist realm. Su Xingyuan had also stepped into the 5th level of the martial artist realm. 6th level of the martial artist realm, strength 3500 to 4000 kilograms, speed 45 meters/second. 5th level of the martial artist realm, strength 300 to 3500 kilograms, speed 40 meters/second. This is just the basic strength of a martial artist. When different talents are utilized, their power and speed will also change accordingly. Zhao Ji did not leave the army. Instead, he chose to stay. He cast a cold glance at Xinqi, who was standing in the front 2 rows, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Xinqi, this time in the actual battle, don't think you'll easily get first place. I will make sure to repay every humiliation I've suffered. In the army, with the warnings from Feng Quan, Yang Guang, and others, Zhao Ji did not choose to target Xinqi's family using external forces. The military rules were in place, and he could not bear the consequences of such actions. Taking advantage of the combat situation to act against Xinqi was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. Xiang Han could clearly see the changes in everyone's expressions. His eyes were sharp as torches, his expression solemn, and his deep voice resonated. As soldiers, you must act like soldiers. This time, it's the real deal. This is also your second live operation, which will directly affect your future combat assignments. The second live operation will still follow the full team evaluation system. The squad with the highest evaluation will receive preferential resources and generous rewards. Speaking of this, Xiang Han's voice rose slightly, and his tone became increasingly serious. This time is different from the first live combat. There will be veteran soldiers of the Beast Guard fighting alongside you. Death. Perhaps you haven't experienced it before, but this time, you will surely remember it for a lifetime. No one will ensure your safety. Everything requires your own judgment to minimize casualties and achieve your objectives. As the words fell, everyone's expressions changed slightly. The involvement of veterans? And there's even a possibility someone might lose their life? Su Xingyuan slightly tilted his head to look at Xinqi and the team. Feeling his gaze, Xinqi exchanged a smile with Su Xingyuan, and the atmosphere instantly became more relaxed. Due to the change in the number of participants, the approach for this operation has also been adjusted. Each squad will expand to 50 members, and you need to form the teams yourselves. The squad leader will be elected by each squad on their own, time limit of 3 minutes. As soon as the words fell, several gazes immediately fixed on Xinqi and Su Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya and Zhao Jixin exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Expanding to a 50-person squad means that some squads will be broken up and merged into other squads. Their first thought was of Xinqi's squad. Xinqi immediately looked at Zhang Ruya. Seeing her glance in his direction, he smiled and waved. Zhang Ruya, Zhao Jixin, and the rest of their squad members quickly merged into the Wulong squad. Xingyuan, Xinqi. Zhang Ruya nodded with a smile, greeting warmly. Ha, old Zhang, we're finally together. Su Xingyuan beamed brightly, his sunny smile bringing joy to those around him. Such a handsome face should have been a magnet for admiration. If there were female soldiers present, it would surely draw plenty of attention. Unfortunately, the place was filled with nothing but men. Zhao Ji's gaze was dark and menacing. He glanced at the members of the Wulong squad, then withdrew his gaze and began forming a new team with Zhang An and others. As an S-level talent, despite being defeated by Xinqi, he was the only S-level talent among the rookies, and many were still willing to team up with him. Sun Fa, Zhou Ning, and others quickly formed a team. Before long, all the teams were successfully formed. There are a total of 5 squads. Seeing that the squads had been formed, Xiang Han said no more and dropped another bombshell. This time, the participants in the actual combat won't just be you. Other squads from the Beast Suppression Army divisions will also be involved. After he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The captain calmly said, "A small-scale beast tide has reportedly occurred in Linghu County. Action objective, eliminate the beast tide. Operational target, the location has been sent to your tactical watches. Check it yourselves. This operation's codename, Night Owl. Depart in half an hour." This operation actually involves squads from other divisions. Seems like it's not a simple one. Wang Er stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xuanyan chuckled, his B-grade petrification ability seemingly making him entirely impervious to pressure, and he looked eager to jump in. "What's there to be afraid of?" We've got the captain and Roya, both A-grade talents, plus our gang of tough guys. Isn't this going to be an absolute rampage? Ren Jianming rolled his eyes and teased, it's us rampaging and you just sitting there making noise. Damn. Captain, I want to report someone's showing off. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, the atmosphere relaxed yet still carrying a sense of urgency. Although Zhang Ruya had a burly face, her personality was gentle. She even looked at Shenxi and Su Xingyuan with a hint of softness. This time, I'll be counting on you too. Zhao Zixin also nodded with a smile. Huh, that's right, Captain Su. We're a team this time, and I'll entrust all my 100+ pounds to you. Su Xingyuan maintained a calm expression and cleared his throat, signaling everyone to keep a low profile, low profile, low profile. Shenxi shook his head with a smile, then turned to glance at Zhao Ji and Zhang Yan and the others not far away. Zhao Ji had his arm severed by him, yet in just over half a month, he had already recovered. The speed of recovery was incredibly fast, and this made Shenxi's heart stir. The military's treatment methods are indeed extraordinary, such injuries are not fatal here. Moreover, being injured while in the military ensured extremely timely treatment. Several combat vehicles headed toward Linghu County, and the atmosphere inside the vehicles became increasingly tense. At this moment, there weren't many troops stationed in Linghu County, only about 1,000. The strongest among them was Gao Ming, a martial artist at the 8th realm of martial skills. In his office, he received the notice about the Night Owl operation, raising his eyebrows slightly. New recruits training, let's hope they don't get scared to the point of wetting their pants. Gao Ming chuckled playfully, thinking to himself. The minor beast tide in Linghu County wasn't particularly strong. The strongest among the exotic beasts was estimated to be only at the martial warrior realm. Such beast tides occurred roughly every 3 months in Linghu County, making them a commonplace event. Exotic beasts seemed almost devoid of fear. Gao Ming had been stationed here for 4 years, witnessing countless beast tides, and had grown entirely accustomed to them. He had heard of the talent program, but the specific details were unclear. It was classified. This time, it's going to be fun. Gao Ming stretched lazily, a spark of anticipation igniting in his heart as he began waiting for the arrival of the new recruits joining this Night Owl operation. This is quite the setup this time. In the car, Xuanyan licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with a fiery excitement. The rest of the people were equally thrilled, as if the flames of battle were burning in their hearts. Having gone through their first real combat, everyone had grown accustomed to facing the terror of the beasts. With this second round of live-action battle, the tension in their hearts had long since faded, replaced by boundless excitement and anticipation. Over 100 squads and more than 5,000 members in the Beast Guard army. This time it's going to be interesting. Wang Er's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone exuding complete confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and the fighting spirit quickly spread throughout the carriage. Zhao Zixin remained silent, already having a profound understanding of the strength of Su Xingyuan, Shenxi, and their squad. Inside the vehicle, there were both newly joined squad members and veteran soldiers like Wang Er from the Wulong squad, making the interactions feel much more natural. Other people listened quietly, occasionally chiming in, the atmosphere lively. Shenxi silently held a black alloy longbow, his sword-like brows raising slightly. Old Zhang, this time you'll be responsible for sticking close behind me. We'll go all out together. Su Xingyuan smiled and said to Zhang Ruya, then glanced at Shenxi. As for Shenxi, just stay on the side and provide support. Before the voice faded, many people in the carriage burst into laughter. Zhang Ruya playfully responded, thanks to my brother Xingyuan is invincible, unmatched in the world. Shenxi also nodded with a smile, secretly pondering the naivete of this group. Xuanyan couldn't help but interject, Captain, can I file a complaint? What are you reporting? Su Xingyuan glanced over with a calm tone, fully displaying the captain's authority. Xuanyan, Wang Er, Shenxi, and Zhang Ruya exchanged glances and said in unison, reporting someone for showing off. Su Xingyuan, get out of the car. As the order was given, the doors of several combat vehicles opened one after another, and 32 squads quickly disembarked to assemble. Beep beep. The combat watches simultaneously received the mission objectives, instantly filling the atmosphere with tension. Establish a defensive line to fend off the minor beast tide, with squad points determined by the number of beasts killed. Coordinates, 317.223.217. The spear in Su Xingyuan's hand instantly transformed into an alloy spear, firmly gripped in his hand. He raised his eyes to scan the crowd. First, gather at the target location. Shenxi will serve as the scout, and the rest of you form your own teams according to squad configuration. Understood? This time, the leader of the reassembled team was still Su Xingyuan. Originally, he wanted Shinshi to take the role, but Shinshi firmly waved his hand in refusal. He knew that his archer talent was not suited for being a captain. Controlling the battlefield was his true position. Understood. Move out. As the order was given, the team members dashed like arrows toward the marked positions on their tactical watches. Shinshi gripped a black alloy longbow, and as he moved, his military uniform silently transformed into a suit of black battle armor. The battle armor could shift at will, seamlessly transitioning between regular attire and black combat gear. At this moment, clad in black battle armor, Shinshi held the longbow, his hood lightly covering his face, making him appear even more mysterious and imposing. He looked up, his eyes shimmering with cold light, exuding a chilling murderous aura. The team members couldn't help but turn back to look at Shinshi, who was trailing at the end of the group, their eyes full of envy and awe. In the entire recruits camp, Shinshi was the first and only one to obtain the battle armor. The battle armor provided him with immense defensive power, enough to withstand the full-force strike of a 9th-level martial artist. Such defensive capabilities make it impossible not to yearn for them. Moments later, everyone arrived at the designated location. The veteran had already been waiting here. Seeing Su Xingyuan and his group arrive, the veteran quickly stepped forward, exuding an aura of battle-hardened ferocity. That is the unique aura one possesses after experiencing life and death. The veteran's gaze swept over, and when he saw Shinshi's battle armor, his pupils suddenly contracted. Battle armor? How could a rookie possibly have battle armor? He was puzzled in his heart and then asked in a deep voice, "Who is the captain?" Su Xingyuan stepped forward, exchanged a glance with the veteran, and nodded slightly. "This is the squad's first objective." The veteran didn't waste words and handed the battle plan to Su Xingyuan. "We will also join as members of your squad and fight alongside you." After finishing their words, the 4 veterans voluntarily joined the team. Su Xingyuan glanced at a few people and lowered his head to review the plan for this operation. To the northwest, a small group of mutant beasts is fleeing. Go and eliminate them, and investigate the movements of the beast tide. A simple sentence made the objective of the operation crystal clear. Su Xingyuan frowned slightly, as if he had something to say. Zhang Ruya stood in the team, glanced at the 4 newly joined veterans, quickly withdrew her gaze, and remained cautiously alert in her heart. 4. This operation, Xiang Han had already forewarned them about the involvement of veterans, but just how credible his words were still left people uneasy. "Captain Su, you don't need to worry. We are only participating in this operation as team members and will not interfere with the command. Authority." The 4 veterans, noticing Su Xingyuan's expression, had already speculated about his hesitation and immediately explained. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Xingyuan felt a wave of relief and instantly found himself much more at ease. Without hesitation, he decisively gave the order for the team to move northwestward, setting a suddenly tense atmosphere. At the Linghu County stronghold, Xiang Han convened with the other recruit captains of various squads, the atmosphere unusually solemn. Before them, the display screen continuously flashed with the real-time positions and statuses of over 100 teams, making one's heartbeat quicken. "Xiang Han, have you spotted any promising talents on your end?" A young man in military uniform sat beside Xiang Han, a relaxed smile on his face. "What's this? Trying to fish for information?" Xiang Han glanced sideways, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, a hint of amusement on his face. "Ha, just passing time while idling around, chatting, that's all." The young man laughed heartily, then became serious. "I do have a few noteworthy talents under my command. 2 with S-grade combat aptitude. What do you think?" he said confidently, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Xiang Han glanced at him and responded indifferently, "Not too bad." "Ha? What? You mean you also have someone like this under you?" The young man was stunned, clearly surprised by Xiang Han's reaction. Both were at the martial master realm and were extremely familiar with each other. However, Xiang Han's low-key attitude left him somewhat puzzled. "Yes." Xiang Han nodded in acknowledgement, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. "Whoa, you actually have one?" The young man was so shocked he almost stood up, asking in disbelief. Without waiting for Xiang Han's response, he continued talking to himself, "Impossible. I've asked around, and the best talent under you is just an A-level thunder ability. When did an S-level talent pop up?" Xiang Han didn't hold back and directly revealed the news about Zhaoji's S-level wind element talent. "Ha, just a connected insider. I thought it was someone impressive." The young man sneered disdainfully, then added, "That A-level thunder ability under you is indeed quite good. He should be the strongest among your current batch of recruits, right?" Xiang Han smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Yes. Didn't find anything." Zhang Ruya looked around, shaking her head, a trace of unease flashing across her brows. The 50-member team had now been forced to split into 5 smaller squads, spreading out to search for traces of the lurking alien beasts. Didn't find anything. Nothing found. Nothing found. Messages from the other squads continued to come in, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Su Xingyuan frowned, his gaze sweeping around like a hawk. They were in the northwest direction of Linghu County, an area that had once been the old city. Now, however, it had been ravaged by time beyond recognition. A century had passed, and the former prosperity had turned to ruin. Reinforced concrete buildings were overgrown with weeds, abandoned cars on the roadside were rusted through, so fragile they would crumble with the slightest touch. Xin Shi silently observed the ruins before him, his brows slightly furrowed. "I'll go take a look." His gaze locked onto a tall building in the distance. After resolutely speaking, he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Ruya immediately followed. "I'll go with you." "All right." Without hesitation, the two quickly disappeared into the shadows, heading directly toward the distant structure. Silhouettes resembling apes darted past, and within seconds, they had effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop. "Xin Shi, any discoveries?" Zhang Ruya poked her head out, scanning the surroundings. The elevated view offered a clear panorama, but Xin Shi still couldn't spot any trace of the exotic beast. His amber eyes were as sharp as blades, and with the enhancement of his eagle vision, his gaze became even more piercing, as if capable of perceiving everything. "Found it!" Xin Shi suddenly spoke, his eyes blazing as they locked onto a hidden corner in the distance. "Found it?" Zhang Ruya's eyes lit up as she followed his gaze, but she couldn't see anything. "Didn't see it?" He looked at Xin Shi with confusion, his mind a whirl of uncertainty. Xin Shi smiled faintly and turned to Zhang Ruya, saying, "I'll go first. You notify them." Before the words finished, he suddenly leapt forward, transforming into a stream of light and vanishing from Zhang Ruya's view. Seeing this, Zhang Ruya didn't dare to delay, her heart tightening as she realized this endeavor was anything but simple. With Xin Shi's speed, within just a few seconds, he had already arrived at the spot he had observed earlier. The surroundings were silent, and there was still no sign of the strange beast. However, Xin Shi reached out to pick up a strand of silver-gray hair and brought it to his nose to sniff. The scent of the strange beast. His heart shook, instantly recognizing this familiar smell and confirming it without hesitation. He did not proceed further, instead calculating the number and strength of the strange beasts in his mind. The information only mentioned a squad of strange beasts fleeing, but the specifics were unknown. Charging in recklessly was clearly not a wise move. Moments later, Su Xingyuan and the others finally arrived. "Xin Shi, did you find it?" Su Xingyuan strode forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Here." Xin Shi raised the silver-gray fur in his hand, exuding a unique aura. "This is?" Su Xingyuan exchanged glances with Zhang Ruya, and a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. He spoke in a deep voice, "Phantom Shadow Fox." "Yes." Xin Shi nodded, then walked forward a few steps and pointed to a hidden spot. There were messy footprints there. The 4 veterans in the team exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths unconsciously curling into a smile as they shared a look. These rookies are quite something, managing to find traces of the beast so quickly. Indeed, especially the one wearing the battle armor. His observational skills are extraordinary, though his strength is yet to be seen. An archer with such meticulousness and sharpness, truly a promising talent. However, whether they can handle that group of beasts remains to be seen. Keep watching, we just need to cooperate with their actions. At least over 60 exotic beasts, with footprints varying in depth. It's obviously not just the Phantom Shadow Fox, everyone quickly concluded. The number of over 60 exotic beasts made everyone's heart sink. Could an untempered team handle such a colossal threat? The Phantom Fox excels at concealment, and if combined with other exotic beasts, the situation will become quite tricky. Su Xingyuan frowned, his heart filled with hesitation and vigilance about this operation. Zhang Ruya nodded, 60 exotic beasts, our team probably can't handle that. The rest of the group listened quietly, a tense atmosphere permeating the air, as if even their breathing had become cautious. Even Zhao Zixin remained silent, seemingly marked deeply by the lessons of the past. At this moment, the 4 veteran soldiers fixed their sharp gazes on the reactions of the group, secretly speculating in their hearts. What decision Su Xingyuan, as the captain, would make had become the focus of their attention. A-level thunder talent, absolutely not to be underestimated. But strangely, Su Xingyuan didn't issue a direct command. Instead, he locked his gaze on Xin Shi, who was clad in battle armor and holding a black alloy longbow. "Xin Shi, do you think we can do this?" Hearing these words, the 4 veterans exchanged glances again, a puzzled light flashing in their eyes. They secretly thought to themselves, what's going on here? Su Xingyuan is actually asking the opinion of an E-level archer? They were completely unaware of the situation during the rookie competition, and at this moment, facing the formidable Su Xingyuan, they couldn't even figure out who the team leader was. Xinshi pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming with determination. We can give it a try. Since it's a fleeing exotic beast, it's bound to be injured. Our team isn't lacking in strength, it's a good opportunity to sharpen ourselves. He turned and smiled at the 4 veteran soldiers, his tone filled with confidence. After all, our team still has 4 powerful veterans. The veterans showed a helpless expression on their faces but secretly admired Xinshi's courage. Hearing Xinshi's words, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya exchanged a glance, feeling slightly relieved in their hearts. Then chase. Su Xingyuan decisively gave the order, his gaze as resolute as a sword, exuding an undeniable aura. He then said to Zhang Ruya, Old Zhang, follow Xinshi and act together. Zhang Ruya nodded without hesitation. The team moved forward again, but Xinshi and Zhang Ruya chose to leave the group, heading to the side. This scene made the 4 veteran soldiers frown, a ripple of disappointment flashing through their hearts. An old soldier could not help but ask, Captain Su, aren't they acting with us? Su Xingyuan turned his head and shook his head in response, they don't need to act with us. As far as I know, Xinshi only has E-level archer talent, playing a supportive combat role and not moving with the team. Captain Su, are you sure this will really work? The man still felt uneasy, worry evident in his eyes. Zhao Jiexayan slightly pursed his lips, while Wang Er and Xuanyan exchanged glances in the team, a hint of a smile appearing on their faces. Don't worry, he'll step in at the critical moment, Su Xingyuan said confidently. Move out. His voice thundered, lighting up the entire team, filled with fearless courage as they advanced towards the unknown challenges. For those unfamiliar with Xinshi, seeing him choose to act alone despite possessing only E-level talent would absolutely raise questions. However, after witnessing Xinshi's extraordinary abilities, Su Xingyuan, Wang Er, Zhao Jiexayan, and the others had no objections to his decision. The 4 veterans exchanged glances, already forming their evaluation of Su Xingyuan's decision-making in this operation. The judgment of the situation is not accurate enough. Allowing team members to act alone on the battlefield is simply a major taboo. Seems like just a talented but brainless guy. Xinshi, this E-ranked archer, is even more of an idiot. The group shook their heads in unison but ultimately did not contradict Su Xingyuan's arrangements. Although they were veterans, in this operation, they were merely team members. The orders given by the team leader only required their cooperation to execute. On the other side, Xinshi and Zhang Ruya, who were acting alone, continued moving northwest, while Su Xingyuan and the others followed later. Along the way, Zhang Ruya's sturdy figure moved swiftly. He had now broken through to the 5th stage of the martial artist realm, making his speed only slightly slower than Xinshi's. Cultivation does not rely solely on aptitude. Resources and effort are equally indispensable. The resources in Xinshi's possession were not abundant, but the points he had exchanged for resources earlier allowed him to reach the 6th stage of the martial artist realm. As strength increases, the required resources only multiply further. By comparison, the speed of Zhang Ruya and the others was already considered quite remarkable. In the military, resources could not only be exchanged through merit points but also be purchased using money to obtain other people's merit points. In this aspect, Xinshi's impoverished family background became his fatal weakness. The phantom shadow fox excels in concealment and has a relatively high intelligence. It's a peculiar existence among lower-level exotic beasts. The two conversed as they pressed forward. Listening to Zhang Ruya's words, Xinshi couldn't help but recall the profile of the phantom shadow fox and nodded, saying, "This group of exotic beasts is likely here for reconnaissance purposes. We haven't encountered a minor beast tide before. It absolutely won't be just phantom shadow foxes." Zhang Ruya nodded. Beast tide, this term was utterly unattainable to them before they joined the army. Linghu County, heading further northwest, was an area devoid of skyscrapers, with only stretches of low, humble houses. Stop. Xinshi raised his hand, halting Zhang Ruya's movement, as his gaze swept across the surroundings. What is it? Zhang Ruya's body tensed at Xinshi's reaction, and she lowered her voice to ask. Xinshi said nothing but pointed ahead. Over there, the vegetation was disordered, and the footprints had vanished. Let's go. A sense of unease rose in his heart, and Xinshi did not offer much explanation, swiftly pulling Zhang Ruya into an abandoned house. The vegetation is disturbed, footprints have disappeared. It's highly likely a mutant beast is nearby. Xinshi crouched by the window and whispered an explanation. Zhang Ruya's eyes narrowed as she instinctively tightened her grip on the alloy hammer in her hands. What do we do? Wait for Xing Yuan and the others, or retreat? Zhang Ruya sounded tense. With only the two of them, being surrounded by mutant beasts would mean certain death. Xinqi didn't respond, silently scanning their surroundings. His amber-colored eyes glimmered with an eerie light. We can't leave. His pupils constricted slightly. Using his innate skill, eagle-eye insight, he discerned several figures heading toward the spot they had occupied earlier. Among them, a silver-gray silhouette flashed by. How far are Xing Yuan and the others? Xinqi glanced at the arrow in his hand, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. In a short time, several figures had flashed past, gradually encircling their hiding place. 10 kilometers, Zhang Ruya immediately replied. Before her voice had faded, a faint sound echoed in the silence. Don't speak, act when the time comes. Xinqi gestured to Zhang Ruya and then disappeared silently. Before she had a chance to call him back, Zhang Ruya nervously leaned against the window, keeping her eyes sharp and ears attentive, ready to detect any sudden movements. At the highest point of another residential building, Xinqi's amber eyes overlooked the surrounding environment. 4 level 5 martial artist wind blade leopards, 1 level 5 martial artist stone skin rhino, 2 level 6 martial artist nether wolves, and 1 level 5 martial artist phantom fox. With a single glance, he took in the actions of the 8 beasts. The phantom fox, known for its stealth and cunning, was hiding at the corner of a building, not joining the other beasts and surrounding them. The nether wolf stopped at the spot where Xinqi and Zhang Ruya had just paused. Its nose twitched slightly, then it turned and let out a low growl toward the phantom fox. The phantom fox's eyes gleamed like lightning, sweeping around before locking its gaze onto the civilian house where Zhang Ruya was located. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the 7 beasts simultaneously turned toward Zhang Ruya and then rushed toward him like a tide. Zhang Ruya tightly gripped her alloy hammer, thinking to herself, the exotic beasts in front of me are all at the martial artist 5th realm, and there are even 2 nether wolves at the martial artist 6th realm. Outnumbered and outmatched, breaking through the encirclement with just the 2 of us is truly unrealistic. Right now, my only hope is that Su Xingyuan and the others can arrive a bit faster. In another residential building, a silver arrow was silently knocked onto the string of an alloy longbow. His heart surged secretly. Even with just 2 people, he dared to draw the bow and knock the arrow. The bowstring bent like a full moon as several exotic beasts, making no attempt to hide, charged swiftly toward Zhang Ruya. What should we do? Xinqi, are we going for it or not? Zhang Ruya narrowed her eyes, gripping the alloy warhammer tightly, as if ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Xinqi did not answer. His gaze, sharp as a cold blade, swept over the beasts before him. The arrow was poised to strike, and in an instant, his fingers released it, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Whoosh! The arrow gleamed like silver light, shooting out from the black alloy longbow, slicing through the air, and heading straight for the foremost of the 7 beasts, a wind blade leopard. This wind blade leopard, at the 5th level of the warrior realm, was known for its speed. Its body was covered in sharp fur, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. However, before it could react, the silver light had already pierced through its neck. Without even a chance to cry out, it collapsed to the ground. The powerful force of the arrow sent the wind blade leopard's corpse flying several meters away. Old Zhang, screw it! Xinqi roared furiously, his figure disappearing instantly from where he stood. In the split second before he vanished, a silver arrow shot out again, directly targeting another wind blade leopard. Damn! Xinqi! Zhang Ruya looked shocked in the direction the arrow came from, utterly incredulous. He had thought Xinqi was planning to retreat, but unexpectedly, he acted so decisively. This was his first time witnessing Xinqi's strike firsthand, clean and decisive, without any hint of excess. With just 1 arrow, he killed a wind blade leopard at the 5th martial realm. As Xinqi roared, Zhang Ruya's eyes suddenly lit up. She gripped the alloy hammer tightly, steadied her energy in her dantian, and bellowed, "Let's hit him hard!" Meanwhile, Su Xingyuan and the others were also rushing at full speed toward the duo's location. The tide of battle was about to sweep in. "Captain, do you think Xinqi and the others will be okay?" Wang Er, Xuanyan, and Zhao Zixin pressed on swiftly like lightning, their hearts quietly filled with concern. Su Xingyuan's expression was serious, a trace of unease flashing in his eyes. "It should be fine. When Zhang Ruya sent me a message, they had just tracked signs of the beast. I've already told them not to take any action for now," Su Xingyuan said firmly. "Hurry up!" The group fell silent. The team of dozens charged forward like unleashed tigers, racing toward the location of Xinqi and Zhang Ruya. Within the team, 4 veterans conversed in low voices as they hurried along, their tone a mix of disdain and concern. An E-rank archer, with a strength no greater than a 3rd-level warrior, plus an A-rank strength enhancement, at most a 5th-level warrior. Daring to track a beast alone, truly, ignorance is fearless. 10 kilometers. For 2 rookies to survive in such circumstances is already a miracle. Sigh, rookies on their first battlefield always think of themselves as heroes destined to save the world. Only at the brink of life and death do they realize what true danger means. Let's keep moving. Hopefully, those 2 rookies won't act recklessly. As these words fell, a heavy feeling settled in the hearts of everyone in the group. The first soldier competition assessment was conducted under secure conditions, but this time, it's a real battlefield. No one is protecting them anymore. Facing the beasts, there's only one outcome: either you die, or I do. Damn it, I'll punch you to death. Zhang Ruya roared angrily. Under the A-level strength enhancement, her figure grew even more robust, with muscles bulging like coiled dragons, exuding an aura of sheer dominance. At this moment, her chest was drenched in blood, and a massive alloy hammer shielded her front. Sparks flew as invisible wind blades continuously struck the alloy hammer, leaving streaks of white marks on its surface. A stone-skinned rhino, 2 shadow wolves, and a windblade leopard were frantically besieging her. Zhang Ruya's eyes flashed coldly. As she suddenly stepped forward, swinging the alloy hammer in her hand fiercely toward the windblade leopard in front of her. Bang! Under the enhancement of strength, the original 300 to 3,500 kilograms of force instantly surged to 13,000. The alloy sledgehammer let out a whooshing sound as it smashed heavily toward the windblade leopard. The violent power poured out like a flood, sending the windblade leopard flying over 30 meters with one strike. It crashed hard into a residential building, causing the walls to collapse as dust billowed into the air. Zhang Ruya revealed a chilling smile. This is the thrill of battle. Swish! From the black alloy longbow, a silver arrow suddenly shot off the string. The arrow sped forward like a flash of silver lightning, heading straight for its target. Beneath the black hood, her amber eyes were icy cold, like those of a high-level predator. 3 wind-blade leopards had already been killed, and her next target was the one she had sent flying. Just as the wind-blade leopard was blasted away, Xin Shi's arrow also left the string, spinning and shooting forward with immense power. A force of 3,500 to 4,000 kilograms was amplified by the bowstring. Although it did not match Zhang Ruya's strength-enhancing talent, it still reached 8,000 kilograms. Bang! Just as the wind-blade leopard's body crashed into the residential house, a silver arrow had already shot forth. With the combined power of immense strength and terrifying speed, the wind-blade leopard's fragile body was like paper. The arrow pierced through like a cannonball, instantly tearing through its body, smashing the house behind it, and penetrating through 4 walls, leaving a massive hole. Archers are this powerful? Zhang Ruya froze, stunned, before snapping back to her senses and continuing to fend off the attacks of the 3 exotic beasts in front of her. After killing the windblade leopard with a single arrow, Xin Shi's sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the surroundings. Where's the phantom shadow fox? The silver-gray figure quietly vanished, leaving behind only 3 strange beasts. Xin Shi did not continue searching for traces of the phantom shadow fox but turned his attention to the 3 strange beasts before him. The strength of the 2 nether wolves had reached the 6th stage of martial artists. If Xin Shi hadn't intervened from time to time, Zhang Ruya, who was at the 5th stage of martial artists, would have been unable to fend off the attacks of the 3 strange beasts. At this moment, Xin Shi's gaze fell on the 2 nether wolves, and he thought to himself, this battle must not be lost. The stone-skinned rhinoceros in front of him was akin to a moving fortress, serving as a distraction for Zhang Ruya's attacks and fulfilling the role of a sturdy neat shield. I'll kill you first, he roared, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. This time, Zhang Ruya simultaneously placed 3 arrows on the bowstring, preparing to use the unique skill he had discovered in the logistics department. Triple ring moon arrow. With his command, the arrows shot out like bolts leaving the bowstring. Although the nether wolves' defense was not as strong as the stonehide rhinoceroses, they were incredibly agile. Their only weakness was the small patch of white fur under their necks. This spot was pitifully small, and the nether wolves were always extremely cautious in protecting it during battles. Bang! The stonehide rhinoceros's horn fiercely struck the alloy warhammer. The immense impact caused Zhang Ruya's body to wobble as he involuntarily took a few steps back. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving deep imprints behind. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. The continuous attacks had gradually weakened his strength, and his temples began to throb violently, a clear sign of overconsumption of mental energy. I'll pummel you to death, you beast. He gritted his teeth and blocked the horn. Although the stonehide rhinoceros was forced back, it was preparing to charge at him again. The two spectral wolves were also on the sidelines, waiting for the right moment, like two lurking leopards. Whoosh! 3 silver streaks tore through the air like lightning, heading straight for their target. The arrows swayed like swimming dragons during flight, making them unpredictable. The stone-skinned rhinoceros and the 2 netherwolves instinctively raised their heads, warily watching the 3 silver streaks of light. The 3 rings piercing the moon shot 3 arrows simultaneously, flying in different directions and defying prediction. Yet, they ultimately converged at a single point, resembling 3 rings encircling the moon, an awe-inspiring sight. Zhang Ruya seized this golden opportunity, her alloy warhammer roaring as it hurtled straight toward the stone-skinned rhinoceros, determined to prevent it from shielding the netherwolves from the arrows. With a single swing, a muffled impact sounded. The 4-ton stone-skinned rhinoceros was forced to retreat under the force of the blow, stumbling backward repeatedly. At this moment, the 3 silver arrows, resembling swimming dragons, suddenly changed their trajectory, as if an invisible giant hand was controlling them, all heading toward a netherwolf. The target was the white fur on the netherwolf's neck. A fatal strike was already on its way. In the military camp guarding Linghu County, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Gao Ming, responsible for the stationing here, along with Xiang Han and several platoon leaders of the 3rd Legion's recruit companies, were closely monitoring the situation ahead. On hundreds of screens, the battle scenes of various squads were continuously refreshing, displaying their circumstances. At this moment, Gao Ming, at the 7th stage of Martial General Realm, was no longer a weakling compared to others. As for Xiang Han, an anomaly at the Martial Grandmaster Realm, he originally had no reason to oversee the recruit companies. Being the commander of the 5th Regiment of the Beast Guard Army, his responsibilities were obviously far more significant. Calmly sweeping his gaze across the scene before him, Gao Ming turned to look at Xiang Han with a slight smile. "Captain Xiang, the people under your command have remarkable talent." He pointed to one of the screens displaying the situation of Zhao Ji's squad. "An S-grade wind element talent, this must be the best in your recruit battalion, right?" The surrounding battalion commanders showed envious smiles and cast admiring glances. In the military, recruits with outstanding talent were already rare. Even an A-grade talent was enough to command attention, let alone an S-grade talent. Xiang Han's gaze lingered on Zhao Ji's screen before shifting to the upper left corner, where Su Xingyuan's team was displayed. He remarked calmly, "The height of one's talent doesn't determine their ultimate achievements. I myself am just an A-grade talent." Sitting beside him, Wei Yun sneered, "When are you going to stop pretending?" As the captain of the 18th Regiment and likewise at the Martial Master Realm, their interactions lacked the formality Gao Ming maintained. Retracting his gaze, Xiang Han side-eyed Wei Yun and replied evenly, "You, with your S-grade talent, aren't you also just at the Martial Master Realm like me?" "Damn it, I." Wei Yun was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, all right, just you wait. Watch me surpass you someday." A few days ago, I accidentally broke through to the 5th stage of Martial Master. Xiang Han. Wei Yun looked at him with a resentful gaze, as if he wanted to grind his molars to dust. Xiang Han smiled faintly but refrained from provoking further, his eyes once again focusing on the scene before him. "Where did that kid Shen-Chi go?" Xiang Han's brows furrowed slightly, carrying a hint of puzzlement. Wei Yun followed his gaze and then said, "This squad's overall strength is relatively weak. Although the A-level Thunder talent is decent, Shen-Chi, as the captain, is quite incompetent." He paused, as if remembering something, and added, "Don't you know? Su Xingyuan actually allowed the archer and the strength-enhanced teammate in the team to act alone. What a foolish decision." Xiang Han finally understood that while he was answering Zhang Zixing's communication, Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya had left the team for independent action. His brow furrowed even deeper as he said in a stern voice to Gao Ming, "Bring up the footage of Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya." Gao Ming nodded and quickly pulled up their location and status. At first glance, everyone froze in shock. On the screen, Zhang Ruya was gripping an alloy hammer, fearlessly charging forward to attack, surrounded by the corpses of 6 alien beasts. Meanwhile, Shen-Chi stood on the rooftop, holding a black alloy longbow, 3 silver arrows poised and ready. "What is?" Gao Ming froze in place, staring dumbly at the image of the 3 arrows shooting through the air. Wei Yun's eyes flashed with confusion. What is he trying to do? There are no alien beasts there. However, when Xiang Han saw Shen-Chi simultaneously drawing 3 arrows, his expression shifted instantly, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Triple-ring moon arrows." "What?" Wei Yun was puzzled, while Xiang Han no longer answered, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 arrows displayed on the screen. Silver light flashed like lightning, the arrows moved like dragons, darting swiftly through the air in an unpredictable manner. As everyone wondered who the target of these 3 arrows might be, the originally diverging trajectories of the arrows suddenly changed. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling them, and in an instant, as they approached the stone-skinned rhinoceros, the arrows simultaneously shifted their paths and converged at a single point. The three arrows converged like stars, as if heralding the arrival of a great catastrophe. The arrowheads of the two side arrows abruptly collided with the middle arrow, instantaneously triggering a powerful burst of energy that caused its speed to surge like lightning. Within the blink of an eye, it had already traversed the short distance of several meters and reached its target. And its target is precisely the fierce stone-skinned rhinoceros's eyes. Its speed is breathtaking. The stone-skinned rhinoceros, which has already stepped into the fifth realm of martial arts, is no stranger to encountering such powerful attacks in combat. Its eyelids, covered in gray skin, instantly shut, seemingly trying to evade this fatal strike. Clang! The arrow heavily struck the eyelid of the stone-skinned rhino, leaving a small wound. Roar! The stone-skinned rhino roared, its eyelid opened again, and a trace of human-like mockery flickered in its massive eyes. However, the three-ring moon arrow is not so simple. Two arrows propelled the first arrow directly toward the stone-skinned rhinoceros's eyelid, creating a small wound, but it did not end there. If observed carefully, it would become clear that the three arrows were fired in a sequential order. The third arrow, glinting with a chilling light like a venomous snake, struck the tip of the second arrow. Upon impact, the force carried by the arrow was instantly transferred to the arrow in front. In the next instant, the speed of the second arrow surged dramatically. Before the stone-skinned rhinoceros could react, its eye was instantly pierced through. Roar! With the piercing of the alloy arrow, the stone-skinned rhinoceros let out a cry of agony. At that very instant, the third arrow, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shot into the stone-skinned rhinoceros's large eye again, piercing through. Blood gushed out wildly, and the cries abruptly ceased. The massive body of the stone-skinned rhinoceros collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Silence! Deathly silence! The scene of the three silver streams striking down the stone-hide rhino kept replaying in Gao Ming's mind, stirring his emotions. This. Someone snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Shin-Chi, whose eyes remained calm in the image, completely stunned. Gao Ming was startled, turned to the new recruit company commander beside him, and asked in astonishment, "Are archers really this strong?" The man's eyes flashed with incredulous light, and he replied blankly, "I have no idea." Wei Yun was shocked. As someone in the martial master realm, he had never seen such a powerful archer. E-level talent? Xian Han nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Xian Han, are you freaking kidding me? Wei Yun said excitedly, pointing at Shin-Chi in the image. You're telling me he's an E-rank archer? Have you ever seen an E-rank archer with such strong capabilities? The power he just unleashed was at least 9,000. An E-rank talent can have such rapid cultivation speed? Besides, you saw it just now, he fired 3 arrows with one draw of the bow. You told me he has E-level talent? Wei Yun's emotions grew increasingly agitated, and he kept spitting out words like a rapid-fire cannon. Xian Han, I freaking want to know too, damn it. The information mentions the E-level archer talent. He actually mastered the 3-ring moon arrow. Xian Han was shocked and completely ignored Wei Yun's incessant chatter. No one knew that the 3-ring moon arrow was an unparalleled archery skill created by Zhang Zixing and had been preserved in the military for decades. During this time, no one had been able to master it. And now Shin-Chi had actually succeeded? This was something Xian Han could hardly believe. According to Zhang Zixing, the 3-ring moon arrow required an exceptionally high archer talent, and it was impossible to master with a talent below S-level. This was one of the reasons he left this archery skill as a test in the military. Suppressing his shock, Xian Han raised his gaze toward Shin-Chi in the footage, falling into deep thought. Shen-Chi. Old Zhang. When Shin-Chi and Zhang Ruya were still a kilometer away, Su Xingyuan had already leapt onto the rooftop of a residential building. Holding a long spear, his eyes sharp like an eagle, he scanned the surroundings. The area was eerily quiet, and Su Xingyuan's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. Xuanyan, Zhao Zixin, and Wang Er, along with the others, felt uneasy when no one responded. Damn, could something have happened? Damn it, Xuanyan said anxiously. Shin-Chi, Zhang Ruya, you two better not be in trouble, Zhao Zixin muttered nervously. No way my brother Shin would just kick the bucket like that. I still want him to be the team captain. Shut up, hurry. Everyone rushed toward Shin-Chi's direction like a flash of lightning. The 4 veterans in the team were now terrifyingly serious. Those 2 rookies aren't dead already, are they? One veteran murmured. Hard to say. There's no movement nearby. Those two brats actually dared to track exotic beasts. What a foolish decision, another veteran said, shaking his head. Blood will teach them. The group fell silent and continued heading toward Shinchi's location. Bang! Su Xingyuan leaped into the air and landed heavily, creating a deep pit beneath his feet. He looked up to see the scattered corpses of exotic beasts before him. Stone-skin rhino, nether wolf, windblade leopard. His gaze was sharp as lightning, his body radiating with electric light. Captain! Xuanyan and the others finally arrived, exclaiming in shock when they saw the beast carcasses before them. 8 beast corpses lay on the ground, covered in wounds, pierced with silver arrows. The battlefield was in complete disarray, civilian houses had collapsed, blood was everywhere, yet there was no sign of Shinchi and Zhang Ruya. Quick, start searching. Su Xingyuan was filled with anxiety. Although he had confidence in Shinchi, facing 6 beasts at the 5th martial stage and even 2 beasts at the 6th martial stage left them with virtually no chance of winning. You two better not let anything happen. The message Zhang Ruya had sent him only mentioned detecting traces of beasts but did not specify their numbers. The 4 began inspecting the beasts on the battlefield, 5th martial stage, and 2 at the 6th martial stage. The 4 exchanged glances, shocked when they noticed the silver arrows. What an incredible archer! The 4 praised in unison. In the army, archers were as numerous as cattle, yet none had ever displayed such overwhelming dominance. As veterans, they were well acquainted with exotic beasts. Even the strongest E-level talent is at most equivalent to a 3rd-level martial artist, one veteran muttered, and yet, 7 of the 8 exotic beasts were pierced through by arrows. Within mere seconds, they reached a startling conclusion. Shinchi was not merely a combat support, but Zhang Ruya was. The 4 of them looked at each other in confusion, doubting whether their understanding of archers had been entirely wrong. It must have been another team intervening, otherwise, with just the 2 of them, there's no way they could have dealt with these exotic beasts. As the words fell, the 4 fell silent. The arrows embedded in the exotic beasts before them were indisputable evidence. The team dispersed, starting to search for Shinchi's whereabouts. At this moment, Shinchi and Zhang Ruya were hiding more than 900 meters away from Su Xingyuan, each holding 8 exotic beast crystal cores. Old Zhang. Shinchi threw 4 alien beast crystal cores to Zhang Ruya and closed his eyes to begin absorbing the crystal cores in his hand. Although he possessed exceptional talent, he lacked sufficient resources. To continue cultivating, he had to obtain more resources for cultivation. And the battlefield was precisely an excellent place for that. Zhang Ruya looked at Shinchi, her expression complicated, her eyes full of astonishment. During the battle just now, her sole role was to attract the attention of the alien beasts, while the true attacker was Shun Chi. Their original setup was for Zhang Ruya, with her A-grade strength enhancement, to serve as the main attacker, while Shinchi would act as combat support. Unexpectedly, the situation had reversed so dramatically. But as soon as the battlefield started, the roles of the two had undergone a complete upheaval. In Zhang Ruya's eyes, Shinchi had already been labeled as perverse. With his SSS-grade talent, his speed at absorbing alien beast crystal cores far surpassed that of ordinary people, as if time itself had paused for him amidst this brutal war. In just a brief moment, he completely absorbed a beast crystal core. He did not open his eyes but instead, without hesitation, placed the second beast crystal core into his mouth. The distinctive rank stench permeated the air, but Shinchi's expression remained unchanged, as he was already accustomed to the smell. At this moment, he had already advanced to the 6th realm of the martial artist, with his vitality value approaching 130, his strength reaching an astonishing 3500 to 4000, and his speed as swift as the wind, reaching 45 meters per second. Beast crystal cores were absorbed one after another, causing his vitality to churn within him as if a blazing flame were burning. To break through to the 7th martial artist realm, he had to accumulate 160 points of vitality, and now Shinchi was already close to this goal. If he could absorb all 4 remaining beast crystal cores in his possession, his vitality would definitely surge by 15 points. However, for a martial artist to break through, the resources required were astronomical. The higher the talent of the genius, the more resources they needed, and the combat power they unleashed would absolutely surpass practitioners of the same level. Amid intense battles, Shinchi's potential was continuously being unleashed. A moment later, he finally opened his eyes. The 4 beast crystal cores had been completely absorbed, and his vitality value skyrocketed to 150 points. Shinchi, Xingyuan, and the others are already here. Zhang Ruya's voice rang in his ears, breaking Shinchi's contemplation. Let's go. Shinchi responded decisively. The two said no more, their figures instantly transforming into streaks of light, disappearing from where they stood. Shen-Chi, Ruya. When their figures reappeared, Su Xingyuan and the others immediately noticed them. Cries of joy rang out as the group surged toward them like a tide. Are you all right? Su Xingyuan anxiously scanned the two people in front of him, asking with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Ruya glanced at Shen-Chi beside her, smiled faintly, and shook her head. That's good, that's good. Su Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and others in the team, seeing Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya safe and sound, also felt their heavy worry dissipate. Were those 8 alien beasts killed by the two of you? A curious voice interrupted their conversation as an older soldier stared directly at Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya, his gaze filled with deep interest. As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya. Their achievement of killing 8 beasts was absolutely chilling, as if they were the invincible presence in this battle. Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya looked at each other in bewilderment, their minds struggling to process this shocking news. Zhang Ruya hesitantly asked, is there a problem? Whoa, Zhang Ruya, you're completely out of your mind. This isn't a small issue, it's a huge problem. Xuanyan finally couldn't hold back and waved his hands enthusiastically. This is a group of exotic beasts at the 5th level of martial arts, and there are even 2 beasts at the 6th level of martial arts. You only have 2 people. Xuanyan raised 2 fingers, his face full of excitement. Do you know what this means? This means that what you've done has never been achieved by even the veterans. The entire 3rd Legion has never had such a record. Xuanyan was so excited that he was spitting saliva everywhere. Su Xingyuan and the others were utterly shocked at this moment. Su Xingyuan pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Shen-Chi. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind as he asked, Shen-Chi, what rank are you as a warrior? Shen-Chi did not hide anything and answered with a smile, 6th rank. Su Xingyuan's expression froze instantly. His gaze became resentful as it fell on Shen-Chi. He slightly turned away and said no more. What's wrong with the captain? Zhao Zixin followed Su Xingyuan's gaze but found nothing, and asked Wang Er beside him in confusion. Ignore him, he's just showing off. Wang Er replied with a grin, then sighed. 6th tier, reaching the 6th tier of martial artist in just 1 month. Is this the power of an E-level talent? Zhao Zixin didn't know how to respond, his mouth twitching slightly. The 4 veteran soldiers wore complex expressions, their hearts filled with bitterness. They were mocking Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya for being ignorant and overconfident, yet the next second, the two ruthlessly proved them wrong. A martial artist at level 6 and another at level 5 combined forces to kill 8 fierce beasts. What was even more shocking was that Shen-Chi, with his E-level archer talent, cultivated at a speed faster than everyone present. Even Su Xingyuan, with his A-level thunder talent, could hardly compare to Shen-Chi's E-level archer talent. Where's the Phantom Shadow Fox? Why can't I see the corpse of the Phantom Shadow Fox? Only then did everyone realize that the crystal cores of the 8 strange beasts before them had already been taken by Shen-Chi and Zhang Ruya, leaving behind only 8 massive corpses. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others suddenly noticed that there was no trace of the Phantom Shadow Fox. It escaped. Shen-Chi shook his head slightly, glanced around, and said regretfully, the Phantom Fox is quite intelligent and had already sneaked away at the start of the battle. Shen-Chi was busy dealing with 8 exotic beasts at the time and had no time to monitor the Phantom Fox's movements. What a pity, Wang Er sighed. Captain, what should we do next? Before Wang Er could finish his sentence, a piercing screech suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. When the crowd looked up, they saw a wind eagle about 5 meters long, with deep blue-black feathers, circling above their heads. Wind eagle? Shen-Chi's gaze tightened slightly, and with the eagle-eyed sharpness of his perception, he clearly saw the cold eyes of the wind eagle glowing with a faint blue light. The wind eagle's silver-white feathers shimmered under the sunlight, and its broad wings resembled 2 massive, sharp blades. Its talons, comparable to the strength of alloy, radiated a chilling gleam. Hearing Shen-Chi's words, everyone in the team tensed up. The Windhawk is extremely fast, comparable to warriors at the 1st level of the martial soldier realm, and it can also wield wind blades with immense power. Moreover, the Windhawk's greatest skill is reconnaissance. Its flight is silent and extremely difficult to detect. Why is there a Windhawk here? Su Xingyuan asked, staring at the Windhawk flying into the distance with a puzzled expression. Shen-Chi's eyes flashed with understanding, and he said in a deep voice, reconnaissance. What? Everyone was puzzled. The Wind Eagle is here for reconnaissance. Shen-Chi looked up at the Wind Eagle gradually flying away and spoke with determination. The Phantom Fox is extremely intelligent and excels at deception. This Wind Eagle was most likely sent by the Phantom Fox for reconnaissance. Catch up with it. As soon as Xinshi finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Su Xingyuan and the others reacted quickly, moving almost simultaneously as Xinshi vanished. Having reached the 6th level of the martial artist realm, Xinshi did not choose to wait for the others, moving swiftly like the wind. Draped in black battle armor, his hood concealed his face, leaving only a pair of amber cold eyes shining with resolute light. A black alloy longbow gripped in hand, the silver spear at the waist transformed into a silver iron rod, ready to strike at any moment. The Wind Eagle was incredibly fast, and Xinshi chased with all his might. 5 kilometers away, the silhouette of the Phantom Fox silently appeared, and ahead of it, 5 figures stood in its path. When the Phantom Fox saw those 5 figures, it immediately became respectful, with its forelimbs bent to the ground, head lowered, and a low whimper emanating from its mouth, seemingly terrified of this overwhelming aura. Unexpectedly, 2 individuals managed to slay 8 exotic beasts of martial artist 5th and 6th realms. The leader's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if secretly feeling lucky. Could it be we've encountered a big catch? The other 4 figures immediately displayed a gleam of excitement in their eyes upon hearing this. One of them licked his lips and grinned fiercely, his smile brimming with fanaticism. Killed him. The leader did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked up toward the sky, where a blue-black figure was rapidly approaching them. The bait has been taken, he said indifferently, his tone carrying a trace of ruthlessness. Lure them further ashore to prevent the fishermen from noticing. At this moment, the shadow fox slowly raised its drooping head and let out an eerie call. Instantly, the surrounding figures scattered in different directions. These were beasts of at least martial artist 3rd realm strength, with several even at martial artist 5th, 6th, and 7th realms. The atmosphere grew tense and dangerous in an instant. The figure of the Wind Eagle had vanished, yet Xinshi did not stop, continuing to forge ahead. However, as he delved deeper, an uneasy premonition gradually welled up in his heart. His amber-colored eyes scanned the surroundings, narrowing slightly, while a silver arrow silently rested on the black alloy longbow in his hand. Buzz! A crisp twang of the bowstring suddenly resonated, and a flash of silver light pierced through a second-tier warrior beast in an instant. The immense force sent the beast's corpse flying, ultimately pinning it onto the wall of an abandoned house. The arrow's tail quivered faintly, showcasing its extraordinary power. Xinshi came to a halt, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, an ominous feeling faintly stirring within him. At that very moment, a sharp cry suddenly echoed from the distant sky, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. His eyes shifted, discovering the previously vanished Wind Eagle reappearing, a trace of chilling intent glimmering in its pale blue eyes. Xinshi narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping his gaze locked on the retreating figure of the Wind Eagle, his heart wary. The appearance and disappearance of the Wind Eagle, coupled with the earlier beast he had slain, all hinted at the same fact: this Wind Eagle was deliberately luring him to follow. Should I follow? Xinshi pondered repeatedly in his heart. Meanwhile, in the northwest direction, Jiang Yan and Zhao Ji, along with others, also noticed the figure of Feng. Chase! Zhao Ji issued the pursuit command without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not oppose, and the group immediately ran toward the direction Feng had flown, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense and intense. Shen Qi! Hearing the calls from Su Xingyuan and the others, Xinshi turned around, smiled slightly, and waved at the group. Xinshi, are you okay? Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan hurriedly stepped forward, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Apart from the 2nd-level martial beast, they didn't find anything unusual. Xinshi shook his head, his tone relaxed. I'm fine, the Wind Eagle has already disappeared. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The speed of the Wind Eagle was truly astonishing, so it was understandable that they couldn't catch up. Forget it, the Wind Eagle is known for its speed, so it's normal not to be able to catch up, Su Xingyuan comforted, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Zhang Ruya patted Qinshi's shoulder, and the 4 veteran soldiers also shook their heads with a smile, silently thinking that even though Xinshi was already at the 6th level of martial arts, he was still far from being able to catch up with the Wind Hawk. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced through the silence, and everyone looked up to see the figure of the Wind Hawk reappearing. Don't chase it. It will show up on its own, Xinshi said firmly. What do you mean? Zhang Ruya asked in astonishment, her face full of confusion. Xinshi's gaze locked onto the distant soaring Wind Eagle, a slight smile on his lips. It's deliberately waiting for us. He glanced around at the group, realizing the peculiarity of this team. The captain, Su Xingyuan, possessed an A-grade thunder ability, and by convention, everything should follow his command. However, Xinshi had directly defeated Jiangyan, who had an A-grade ability, in the rookie competition, and also triumphed over Zhao Ji, who wielded an S-grade wind element, in the arena, subtly changing everyone's perception of him. Su Xingyuan was the captain, but Qin was tacitly recognized by everyone as the vice-captain, and in certain moments, his judgment appeared even more critical. The Wind Eagles disappearing and reappearing is clearly an attempt to lure us, Qin continued to analyze, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Xingyuan. Captain, should we go after it? Su Xingyuan pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chase. In the outskirts of Linghu County, 50 figures swept past like a whirlwind, bringing new vitality to this century-old silent town. Su Xingyuan held a long spear, moving with the speed of the wind. Zhang Ruya gripped an alloy sledgehammer, her entire form exuding a powerful aura. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and others followed closely behind, their momentum unstoppable. Qin, clad in battle armor, held a black alloy longbow in his hand, shrouded under a black hood, appearing both mysterious and powerful. The silhouette of the Wind Eagle continued to soar in the distance, its speed seemingly unhurried. Damn it, this feels like they're just messing with us, Zhao Zixin shouted, looking up, his eyes filled with indignation. It speeds up and slows down. Since when did the Windhawk become so clever? Xuanyan complained unhappily, his tone tinged with confusion. Qin, you. Su Xingyuan was about to ask, but Qin had already silently drawn the black alloy longbow, with the arrowheads of 3 silver arrows glinting coldly. Blood boiling, the bowstring curved like a full moon, and the arrow shot out like lightning, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound of cutting through the air. The target was the distant Windhawk. You? Everyone was stunned. Why did they want to kill the Wind Eagle they had been pursuing for so long? The Wind Eagle's speed was like an arrow leaving the string, its massive figure moving agilely through the air. Just as 3 silver streaks closed in, the light blue eyes of the Wind Eagle shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the first arrow. But the second arrow followed closely behind, seemingly having already predicted its evasion trajectory, aiming straight for the Wind Eagle's throat. Screech! A sharp cry pierced the air as the enormous figure of the Wind Eagle fell to the ground, shot down decisively with a single arrow. The scene instantly plunged into shock. Qin, you. Su Xingyuan had just started to ask when Qin interrupted him. There's a horde of exotic beasts approaching, quite a number of them. How far? Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows, asking urgently. 1 kilometer. Qin's voice was steady as a mountain. How far? Wang Er and the others in the team were instantly stunned, while the 4 veteran soldiers who had just joined the team were even more shocked beyond belief. A veteran couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, looking at Qin in disbelief, while the others all cast shocked gazes at him. At most, their current vision could only cover a distance of a little over 300 meters. But Qin opened his mouth and said 1 kilometer. Isn't this a joke? Qin turned his head to look at the veteran who doubted him. His amber eyes carried a hint of mystery, and his calm voice was as deep and powerful as an abyss. What do you think is the problem with 1 kilometer? 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer. A few veterans were amused by these words. Their current strength is at the 7th stage of martial arts, already considered strong within the entire team. However, the distance they can clearly perceive is only slightly over 300 meters. 1 kilometer is simply unbelievable. Su Xingyuan's expression was solemn as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd. He said in a deep voice, "Trust him." Qin, same as always, you act alone. Qin nodded slightly, and his figure instantly vanished before everyone's eyes. Although he excels in spear techniques, it is ultimately not his strong suit, and less necessary, he prefers using a longbow for attacks. Everyone, get ready. Lightning flickered in Su Xingyuan's eyes, and faint streaks of thunder intertwined around the spear in his hand, his voice carrying an irresistible sense of authority. At this moment, he had already activated an A-class lightning talent, instantly intensifying the atmosphere around him into one of tension and exhilaration. The abilities of exotic beasts are varied and unpredictable. Amplification talent should be prepared for everyone, and healing talent must continuously monitor injuries. Defensive talent, strength talent, get ready to hold the line. Before the words had even fallen, lightning grew increasingly frenzied on his body, and his voice rang out loud and resolute, live or die. This sentence was like a war drum, stirring the hearts of everyone, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the entire team. 49 figures stood tall, armed with sharp blades, their battle spirits burning like flames in their chests, ready to face the challenge of the exotic beasts. Boom! The ground trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived, and the silhouettes of hundreds of exotic beasts appeared. Earth-splitting elephants, stone-skin rhinos, wind-blade leopards, various exotic beasts surged toward Su Xingyuan and his companions like a tidal wave. Su Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, the tip of his long spear crackling with lightning, instantly creating deep pits across the ground. Zhang Ruya's sturdy figure surged with the activation of her strength-enhancing talent, instantly swelling to resemble a small giant, exuding regal might. Kill! Though the enemy is many, I shall press forward. The horn of battle has sounded, and life or death hinges on a single thought. Strange beasts surged forward like a tide. 49 figures stood proudly ahead, their sharp blades gleaming with a cold light, resembling indestructible fortresses. At the forefront of the figures, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya stood like two unshakable mountains, exuding unparalleled dominance. The spear in Su Xingyuan's hand was enveloped in thunder, lightning radiating in all directions, as if a thunder dragon was roaring, ready to tear through the void at any moment. Zhang Ruya's figure expanded to 2 meters tall, and under the sunlight, she appeared like a war god descended, the ally hammer in her hand emanating an invisible power that inspired fear. The two stood proudly, while the others stood behind them, each with a resolute expression, as if they had found the source of their sense of security. Su Xingyuan's eyes were cold, his grip tightened on the long spear, and his voice thundered like a bell, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, he disappeared like lightning from his spot, the long spear slicing through the air, the force of thunder aiming straight at the foremost beast. "Kill!" Zhang Ruya roared, bending her knees and suddenly leaping up, her ally hammer smashing towards a stone-skinned rhino with imposing momentum. "Kill!" The rest of the group shouted in unison, following close behind as they launched their assault on the beasts. Xin Shi stood on the right side of the battlefield, his amber eyes exuding calmness. His black battle armor wrapped him tightly. In his hands, he drew a black alloy longbow, the silver arrowhead glinting coldly under the sunlight, like a viper lying in wait for its prey. The moment Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya made their move, Xin Shi's arrow was already knocked. As the two sides were about to clash, the bowstring trembled, and the sharp sound of the arrow slicing through the air followed, making one's heart tighten. The 49 men charged forward without hesitation, rushing toward hundreds of fierce beasts, their fighting spirit like a soaring rainbow, their aura blazing like fire. Among the beasts, a massive earth-rending elephant surged forward like a mountain, weighing tens of tons. The ground trembled beneath its feet, striking fear into all who witnessed it. If it were to charge into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Xingyuan's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the beast before him. With a spear in his hand, he stood steadfast and fearless, ready to face the oncoming impact. Both sides moved at lightning speed, colliding in an instant. Among the group, someone caught sight of the fearless Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and Wang Er, and their pupils involuntarily contracted in shock. The four-seasoned soldiers were startled, with a thought flashing through their minds: are these rookies crazy, risking their lives like this? Just as they were about to speak up and stop them, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A streak of silver lightning tore through the skies, heading straight forward. This is... Several people were stunned, and Xin Chi's figure emerged in their minds. Whoosh! A silver arrow shot out like a meteor, passing between Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan. Shen Qi! Zhang Ruya saw the arrow graze past her and exclaimed in shock. The arrow, carrying immense rotational force, instantly pierced through the cracked earth elephant's eyes and exited from the other side. Amid its pained wails, the massive body of the cracked earth elephant charged forward due to inertia for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The exotic beasts following closely behind immediately fell into chaos, colliding madly with one another. Swift beasts like the wind-blade leopard took the opportunity to dodge and pounce directly toward Su Xingyuan and his group. The frenzied beasts, as if losing their sanity, crashed into each other and let out bizarre cries. Yet, they seemed to exhibit some intelligence, avoiding the fallen rift elephant one after another and preparing to launch another charge. Both sides were on the verge of collision, teetering on the edge of life and death. Thunder crackled on Su Xingyuan's spear, seemingly invoking the descent of the god of thunder, exuding overwhelming power. At that very moment, 3 silver arrows streaked through like shooting stars, brushing past Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan, flying ahead with a speed that surpassed even theirs. Clang! With a thunderous noise, the arrow shattered into sparks, instantly piercing through the heads of 3 wind-blade leopards, spraying blood wildly. Boom! Thunder suddenly struck, and the spear swept across, instantly sending several exotic beasts flying into the rear wall, raising clouds of dust. Zhang Ruya roared as the ally hammer smashed down mercilessly, heavily crushing 2 exotic beasts to the ground. Their heads burst open instantly, spraying blood in all directions. 49 figures collided with hundreds of exotic beasts in the blink of an eye, and the horn of battle had sounded. No one could retreat. Zhao Zixin's face brimmed with excitement as he abruptly swung his battle blade, sending a beast of the martial practitioner's second realm flying, leaving behind a deep wound on its body. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This was Zhao Zhixin's first time teaming up with Shenqi. 49 people. 49 individuals dared to go head-to-head with over 100 exotic beasts. The confidence supporting this extraordinary feat came from the E-rank talent archer Shenqi, who stayed outside the battlefield yet managed to firmly control the entire situation. The 4 veteran soldiers in the team were dumbfounded by the current circumstances. The battle blade in hand slashed forward, eyes lifting to gaze ahead. Amid the chaotic battlefield, the howls of monstrous beasts rose and fell, thunderous forces intertwined with earth element constructed walls, while scorching flames surged around. Yet none of it was as striking as the silver arrows crisscrossing and darting through the air. They were not fresh recruits, they had experienced numerous life and death struggles. At the beginning of this battle, they never expected such a scene. Before them, strange beasts roared, the battlefield was chaotic, blades glimmered, and the sharp claws of the strange beasts glistened with a chilling light. One careless move could result in losing their lives entirely. Yet, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, Wang Er, Zhao Zhixin, and others on the battlefield fought like fearless warriors, ferociously striking at the strange beasts before them. Several times, they saw the claws of the exotic beasts brush past them, causing their hearts to suddenly race. And none of this was due to good luck, nor was it the mercy of the exotic beasts. It was the silver arrows that shot out at various inconceivable angles amidst the chaotic battlefield. Masterful. Terrifying battlefield insight. This is supposed to be an E-level talent? If you said it was SSS level, I'd believe you. The group felt an unprecedented sense of security. What is security? This is what security feels like. You just focus on fighting, everything else will be handled by Shenqi. 700 meters away, a black alloy longbow was pulled taut again, with a silver arrow resting on the bowstring. It shot out instantly. A sharp sound like a tolling death knell echoed, thud. The arrow flew past Xuanyan's ear and instantly pierced through a fifth-realm martial beast. The arrow, after piercing through its head, showed no sign of waning power. The rapidly spinning arrow swiftly struck through the head of another beast, and only then did its immense force erupt explosively. As if struck by a colossal force, the head of the strange beast instantly shattered, blood pouring down like rain. Xuanyan shouted excitedly, "Brother Shen, awesome!" They were completely overwhelmed by the frenzy of battle. The team of 49 showed no sign of retreat when facing hundreds of alien beasts. So far in the fight, only a few people suffered minor injuries. 700 meters away, listening to Xuanyan's excited shouts, Shenqi's gaze remained calm, his expression as tranquil as an undisturbed ancient well. He once again drew the black alloy longbow in his hands, the arrowhead glinting coldly like a snake emerging from its hole. In the next second, it transformed into a giant python, ready to devour its prey. The power unleashed by the 49-member team stirred the blood of the 4 veterans within the group. Though seasoned by numerous battles and accustomed to such scenes, this time, they felt an unprecedented exhilaration. In past battles, the formidable strength of the beasts meant that death was an omnipresent companion, with even the slightest mistake leading to casualties. In smaller skirmishes, the death toll could reach triple digits, from a force numbering only a few hundred. Stronger beasts were naturally countered by the elite combatants, while they themselves faced merely average beasts. Yet even these adversaries caused losses to soar into triple digits. But now, a team of 49 dared to directly charge into a horde of over 100 beasts. This kind of mad act, no matter where it occurred, would provoke shock and exclamations of insane. Yes, they were insane. Slaughtering relentlessly, charging forward with utter disregard for the consequences. Behind all this, not far from the battlefield, the extraordinary archer Shenqi was firmly controlling the entire situation. His E-level talent. If anyone still claimed that an E-level archer's talent could only serve as combat support, they would surely be harshly scolded. Who had ever seen an E-level archer possess such terrifying insight, powerful battlefield control, and strength? Whoosh! A loud arrow whizzed past, directly piercing through a beast at the 5th level of the martial realm. Several team members shouted excitedly, "Kill!" 700 meters away, Shenqi continuously drew his bow, his flawless archery allowing him to hit every target without fail. His talent skill, divine arrow, further endowed his arrows with immense penetrating power. The spinning arrows, moving at such incredible speed, pressed the vegetation along the path as if split by an invisible force, creating a wide avenue before exploding with a thunderous blast. Several hundred meters away, Zhao Zi's eyes glimmered with coldness as he stared intently at the battlefield. Where is Shenqi? He scanned the surroundings but did not spot Shenqi's figure. His brows slightly furrowed, and his gaze fell on Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya in the midst of the battlefield. Xinqi isn't here, so I'll collect some interest from you instead. Have you found the Wind Eagle? Zhang Yan's voice came through the tactical watch. Zhao Ji took a deep look at the nearby battlefield and calmly replied, no sign of it, it might have gone in another direction. You search wherever you're headed. Alright, I'll send you the location later. Zhang Yan's voice echoed. Zhao Ji said no more but redirected his gaze to the distant battlefield. They had chased after the Windhawk, and as the only S-grade wind element in the team, his speed was unparalleled. Though the Windhawk hadn't been located, he had found Su Xingyuan and the others. Should I do it or not? Zhao Ji pondered to himself. The army had a strict rule, never attack comrades, no matter even if one's father was a martial sovereign. Breaking military regulations would bring unimaginable consequences. Since being defeated by Xinqi, the fire in his heart had grown more intense. Zhang Ruoya, Su Xingyuan, and Xinqi were closely connected, and jealousy and hatred made him resent them all together. I am currently at the 5th level of martial arts. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruoya's strength is similar, but my speed is far superior. Killing intent flashed in Zhao Ji's eyes. With my speed, if I can attract a mob of exotic beasts from elsewhere, they'd either end up dead or seriously injured. He hesitated slightly, the military regulations gnawed at him. In the next moment, his gaze became resolute. I'll collect some interest. First, as if bolstering his resolve, he confidently declared, as long as I'm fast enough, there's no way this group will discover me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he prepared to turn around and leave when suddenly a silver streak of light flew from afar, heading straight for the battlefield. Zhao Ji's pupils contracted sharply. Xinqi. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly and turned to the direction where the arrow had appeared. Xinqi, you're courting death yourself. He let out a cold laugh and instantly vanished from his spot. Xinqi glanced around, confusion flickering in his eyes. By now, Zhao Ji's previous position was already empty. Though he couldn't locate Xinqi, his martial intuition instinctively drew his attention to where Zhao Ji had been. Finding nothing unusual, Xinqi stopped searching and started focusing on the battlefield. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared in a certain area. Looking at the crowd on the battlefield, especially at the figure surrounded by crackling lightning with a spear, entwined in electric currents, roaring like a thunder dragon. The spear lashed out like a dragon's strike, blasting a low-level beast away, leaving behind a horrific wound on its body. Another person, towering at 2 meters tall like a war god, wielded a colossal alloy hammer emanating an oppressive power that sent chills down one's spine. Among the 5, the leader's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, his gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping across the surroundings. He thought to himself that the 2 people before him were not lacking in talent, which even made him take a few extra glances. The gazes of the 4 behind him were also drawn to Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruoya, their faces revealing sly smiles. One of them sneered, these 2 are quite promising talents, but unfortunately, they are destined to die here today. The other 3 echoed in agreement, killing people like this is the only way to experience true satisfaction. I'm looking forward to seeing the despair in their eyes before they die. I can hardly wait. All of their chatter reached the ears of the leader among them, who curled the corner of his lips into a cold smile, his gaze like a piercing blade observing every detail on the battlefield. Yet, in that very moment, his smile suddenly froze. A silver arrow shot forth like lightning, soaring across the chaotic battlefield with pinpoint accuracy, striking a critical point of a beast. Though it seemed like just a simple arrow, it caused his pupils to contract slightly, raising his sense of alertness. He quickly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the direction the arrow had come from, and thought to himself, terrifying. 2 words flashed through his mind. In such a chaotic battlefield, being able to seize that fleeting moment was simply inconceivable. What shocked him even more was that when the arrow was released, it seemed to have already anticipated every variable along its flight path, including everyone's next moves and the reactions of the beasts. It was as if the entire battlefield was dancing for that silver arrow, with every action serving as a prelude to its appearance. Prediction. Terrifying prediction. This was the ultimate mastery of timing. This person was the true powerhouse. He made a judgment instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, eyes narrowed, and a voice devoid of emotion rang out, "Find him." Upon hearing this, several people felt a chill in their hearts and vanished on the spot. The leader took a deep look at Su Xingyuan and the others, then turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. 30 strange beasts roared as they charged toward Su Xingyuan and the others, like fangs and claws in the darkness, wielding an endless killing intent. Ahead, Zhao Ji's face was pale as he frantically ran toward Su Xingyuan and his group, fear and anxiety intertwining in his heart, as if foreseeing the imminent life and death trial. Zhang Ruya raised her head, covered in blood, her gaze sharp as a blade. She stared directly at Zhao Ji, her slightly narrowed eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. Zhao Ji. His relationship with Shen Qi made him utterly disdainful of this person. In past conversations, Su Xingyuan's words had caused his impression of Zhao Ji to plummet to rock bottom. As her gaze swept over the dozens of exotic beasts behind Zhao Ji, Zhang Ruya's heart surged with waves of emotion. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others also noticed Zhao Ji and the approaching exotic beasts behind him, and an uproar broke out instantly. It's Zhao Ji. What the hell is he trying to do? Another 30 beasts. Crazy, absolutely crazy. On the battlefield, the tip of the spear thundered into a beast's body, instantly exploding, resonating with a thunderous shockwave. Su Xingyuan gripped his spear tightly, looked up, and his eyes sparkled with resolve. Su Xingyuan, stop staring and help me. Zhao Ji's voice carried urgency. With the enhancement of wind elements, his speed was electric, almost comparable to a 7th-level martial artist. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out, knocking away a beast and landing right beside Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji's eyelids twitched wildly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He shouted angrily, Su Xingyuan, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to kill me on the battlefield? Su Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged, his deep gaze sweeping over Zhao Ji without replying. He simply led the group in resisting the beast's assault. Originally, the group had already slain more than half of the 100 beasts, and it seemed they could finally catch their breath. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ji, that bastard, lured dozens more beasts, reversing the situation in an instant. After prolonged fighting, everyone's strength was nearly depleted, yet their fighting spirit burned fiercer, their anger surging. Xuanyan, unable to bear it any longer, cursed furiously, what are you looking at, you damn idiot? Zhao Ji's cold indifference ignited resentment in everyone's hearts. Even the 4 seasoned soldiers, weary in both body and spirit, looked on with grim faces at Zhao Ji's actions. Just as they prepared to demand an explanation, Xuanyan's furious outburst cut their words short. Take a breather, take a breather. Zhao Ji sneered coldly, wind elements gathering around him as several wind blades shot out like lightning, instantly slaughtering the beasts ahead. His S-level talent revealed itself fully as a few beasts collapsed on the spot. The crowd's mood slightly eased, their gaze shifting toward Zhao Ji, their attitude no longer as hostile. In the distance, Shen Qi narrowed his eyes, spotting Zhao Ji's appearance and feeling a surge of alertness within. The emergence of dozens of beasts seemed to drag the battlefield back into its initial despair. He took a deep breath, drawing his black alloy longbow, the silver arrow poised and ready. His qi and blood surged like tides, spiritual energy gathering to imbue the arrow with unmatched penetrating force. Talent skill, divine arrow, ready to fire at any moment. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, the arrow shimmered like silver light and shot straight out. At the very moment the arrow flew, Shen Qi's entire body tensed, adrenaline coursed through him like a flood, his heartbeat raced, hair stood on end, and a sense of danger surged over him like a tidal wave. Boom! The long blade suddenly descended, but Shen Qi's figure had already evaded. The release of the arrow happened almost instantaneously. Whiz! An arrow shot towards the location he had just been behind. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the arrow collided with the long blade. The immense force pushed the blade wielder backward, leaving 2 long black marks on the ground. Bang! The man finally steadied himself, his face darkened. Shen Qi seized the moment to carefully examine the attacker, and his heart jolted. A middle-aged man with a full beard and a ferocious knife scar that seemed to divide his face in two. Seeing that Shen Qi noticed him, the man with the bushy beard smiled faintly and shook his numb hand. Quite impressive strength. Just as Shen Qi was about to retort, 4 figures appeared in the distance. His gaze sharpened as he swept over the 5 of them and calmly asked, "Who are you?" The knife hilt rotated slightly in the man's palm, with the blade facing inward. The man with the bushy beard revealed a sinister smile, but his gaze unconsciously shifted toward another youth with a handsome appearance. The young man sized up Shen Qi, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, before letting out a light laugh. "It's rare to see an archer talent as strong as yours." Shen Qi's expression remained indifferent, his dark eyes as still as an ancient well, devoid of any ripples. He asked coldly, "And who are you?" The handsome young man showed a bright smile. "Order." "Order?" Shen Qi searched for this name in his mind and responded indifferently, "I don't know it." It's fine, it's fine." The handsome young man appeared very casual, sat on a nearby rock, looked up at Shen Qi, and continued, "Our goal is to establish a new order. So, order is also the code name of our organization." Shen Qi listened quietly as the handsome young man spoke to himself, "You shouldn't have just ordinary archer talent. May I ask, Would it be convenient for you to tell me your talent level? The organization is quite interested in talents like you. Before he finished speaking, the young man suddenly looked at Shinshi in surprise. Never mind, you don't need to say anymore. I'm not interested now. After speaking, he waved to the few people beside him, his smile gradually turning into madness. I only want to kill you now. The bearded man and his three companions flickered and darted straight toward Shinshi. Blade light flashed, tearing through the air. Murderous intent intertwined, and Shinshi, holding a long bow, seemed to be trapped in a web woven of killing intent, no escape, no breaking free. The handsome young man's smile was unpredictable. Shinshi's black eyes turned amber at the moment the figures of the four bearded men disappeared. The arrow was knocked onto the bowstring almost in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The arrow shot like lightning. The first enemy swung their long blade, and the blade's light collided with the arrow. In the next moment, 3 arrows shot forward like sharp swords, heading straight for the person. 7th level martial artist, maybe even 8th level. Shinshi instantly assessed the strength of the people in front of him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Crisis. Life and death crisis. 4 powerful martial artists, enemies at the 7th and even 8th tier, made him feel suffocated. Poof. The 3 arrows grew faster and faster, as if transforming into lightning. Triple ring moon-piercing arrow. Accompanied by the sound of tearing, the noise of bones shattering echoed. The arrow instantly pierced through a person's throat. 1 arrow to kill 7 layers. Launched later but arriving first, an arrow shot down a martial artist at the 7th level. The 3 people's expressions changed slightly, but their movements did not stop. 3 long knives' radiance intertwined, and in the next second, they were about to kill Shinshi on the spot. Shinshi's expression remained unchanged as the scent of death enveloped his entire being. The extreme tension made his nerves taut, and his survival instinct pushed his whole body, reactions, and spirit to an unprecedented peak state. Amber-colored eyes flickered. In his sight, the web of knife radiance intertwined before him, with every trajectory weaving together in his mind. He was like a moth about to be caught in a spider web, desperately searching for a flaw in this massive net. It must be said, the enemies before them, martial artists of the 7th realm, were incredibly strong, and their cooperation could be described as flawless. Yet, in this world, there is no such thing as perfection. Amber eyes flickered continuously, and in the next moment, an arrow shot forth from the bowstring. It flew through a gap in this deadly web, tearing it apart at an inconceivable angle. Threads of spiritual power swirled around the arrow, with cold light glinting on the arrowhead. Its target was locked onto the man. On the right. The arrow forcefully tore through the web of intersecting blade lights, its speed unabated, arriving in an instant. The man's eyes widened, his long knife held defensively in front of him, but an unprecedented sense of dread filled his entire being. In the next instant, the arrow pierced through his throat, its immense force propelling his body backward, crashing heavily onto the ground as the arrow's tail quivered. The second arrow. Yet another 7th realm martial artist was killed by Shinshi. In just a few seconds, 2 7th realm martial artists were consecutively shot and killed by Shinshi. This sudden turn of events left the remaining 2 stunned, their expressions drastically changing, now filled with terror. This person must die. The long knives were unsheathed and would not be put away until they tasted blood. Of the 4 long knives, only 2 remained. The web formed by their interwoven glints was torn apart by Shinshi with 4 arrows. The arrows were exhausted, and the long knives were already in front of him, leaving no chance for another shot. Killing intent burst from their eyes, and ferocious smiles spread across their faces. Let's see how you escape now. Die. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Shinshi lifted his gaze to the long knife slicing toward his head and suddenly drew the bowstring once more. The 2 attackers were puzzled, and even the youth not far away couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Longbow without arrows, the bowstring empty. In the eyes of the few, Shinshi's actions seemed like he had surrendered. However, before they could think further, the next instant, the bowstring vibrated, emitting a sound. At this moment, 2 long blades had already slashed towards his front. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the air, like sharp arrows, blew against the face of the man in front, making him involuntarily squint. In that instant, the black alloy longbow rotated in Shinshi's hand, and the alloy-crafted bow arms instantly blocked the long blade that had already reached his face. With a clang, sparks flew. Shinshi's actions didn't pause, using the bow arms to block the blade for a brief moment, his right hand clenched into a fist, and then punched the man squarely in the face. Bang! Half a head exploded, brain matter splattered, and ghastly white bones were fully exposed. There was no time to care about anything else, as another blade had already slashed toward him. Shinshi slightly tilted his body, and with the keen perception of his Hawkeye talent, he fully tracked the trajectory of the blade. the long blade grazed past his body, and with a kick, there was a crack. The man whose half head was smashed by Shin-Chi was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. With a thud, he slammed into the ground, his mouth slightly open, blood mixed with fragmented organs spilling out, blood streaming from his nostrils, struggling to inhale as his exhale diminished. In just a few moments, he completely lost all signs of life. Panting heavily, Shin-Chi had expended much of his energy and spirit, leaving his face somewhat pale. Giving him no chance to catch his breath, the blade light once again flew toward his face. Die for me! The sharp blade light cut through Shin-Chi's throat skin, blood seeping out. The person wielding the long sword had madness in his eyes, with a manic smile on his face. Within a short period, surpassing his level as a 6th-tier warrior to kill 3 7th-tier warriors, such strength was formidable enough to make even him feel fear. It must be noted that Shin-Chi in front of him merely had an archer's talent. He seemed to already see the fear in Shin-Chi's eyes and the scene of blood spattering. However, in the next moment, the smile froze on his face. Clang! A silver iron rod blocked the long blade, sparks flew. Bang! A kick sent the person in front retreating. Phew! Shin-Chi touched the blood on his neck, his gaze towards the person full of killing intent. You! A sharp pain struck his chest, and the person looked up at the silver iron rod in Shin-Chi's hand. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. A broken stick. Let's see if you can block me. He let out a sinister laugh again, the blade radiance flashed like a rainbow, rushing straight at Shin-Chi. Swish! In that instant, the silver iron rod in Shin-Chi's hand transformed with a swift motion into a silver spear, shimmering with a blinding cold light. What the hell? The sudden change froze the man's expression, leaving him in disbelief. Before he could react, the silver spear had already pierced through his chest. Unable to even let out a scream, blood gushed like a fountain from the silver spear, splattering onto the ground. His wide-open eyes were filled with endless confusion. How could a silver iron rod transform into a silver spear? How could an archer carry a spear with him? Wasn't he an archer? These doubts remained unanswered. Shin-Chi approached slowly, walked up to him, shook his hand to draw a silver spear, and then kicked the corpse away. The corpse flew several meters, heavily crashing to the ground. Blood streamed from the gaping hole in its chest, creating a gruesome scene. Wonderful, wonderful! The handsome young man clapped in applause, as if admiring an extraordinary performance, his expression devoid of emotion. The successive slaying of 4 masters by Shin-Chi did not elicit the slightest trace of nervousness from this young man. He maintained his smile, his gaze scrutinizing Shin-Chi, his expression gradually turning serious, and he spoke solemnly, "You have passed the test of order. A genius like you should join us." A trace of mockery flashed in Shin-Chi's eyes as he walked forward slowly, the tip of his spear dragging on the ground, showing no fear. The voice of the handsome young man continued, "Don't you think the order of this world is far from perfect? A genius like you should join us." Ha! Shin-Chi sneered disdainfully, silver spear in hand, striking out suddenly. The spear strikes like a dragon, directly targeting the handsome young man. The young man raised his head, his gaze calm as water, looking at the spear tip thrusting toward him. His indifferent voice sounded, "It seems you've decided to reject me." The battle blade, which he had been holding all along, suddenly moved. With a clang, the spear tip collided with the blade, and the spear tip was deflected. Shin-Chi's eyes slightly narrowed as he stepped half a pace to the left, focusing strength at his waist and suddenly exerting force. The silver spear curved like a bow, sweeping across. Buzz! A deep sound of ripping through the air echoed, deafeningly loud. The handsome young man locked his gaze on Shin-Chi, completely ignoring the spear sweeping toward him. Only when the spear was about to strike his side did he send out a palm strike. A tremendous force sent the spear flying once again. The corners of his lips curled slightly as his mocking voice rang out, "I am no useless martial artist of the 7th realm." As soon as the words fell, his aura surged sharply. The blade of his war knife gleamed with flickers of light, exuding an intimidating power. "I am a martial artist of the 8th realm." Silver spear, black armor. Shin-Chi raised his gaze to the handsome young man, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. The immense force transmitted from the silver spear made his arm slightly numb. The 8th realm of martial arts. Just as expected, the handsome young man's expression remained composed, even though all his companions had already perished at Shin-Chi's hands. A mere archer practicing spear techniques. The handsome young man's expression remained indifferent, with a trace of mockery in his tone. "At least at a proficient level. Your talent is indeed impressive, but unfortunately..." Before he could finish, Shin-Chi had already stopped hesitating, and the silver spear suddenly smashed towards him. "Stop pretending, you bastard." Shin-Chi was seething with rage, swinging the spear mercilessly. Both the silver spear and the longbow were forged from alloy, weighing over 100 pounds. As it smashed down, the air exploded with a deafening roar. As his battle spirit technique reached the second tier of the condensing spirit realm, Shin-Chi's recovery rate increased dramatically. His spiritual energy and vital essence surged like a raging river. The handsome young man narrowed his eyes slightly, the cold sneer at the corner of his lips deepening. "You really wouldn't take the easy way out, would you?" With that, he gripped the hilt of his battle blade tightly and unleashed a powerful slash. The icy blade glow flashed like lightning, instantly cleaving the rock in front, which exploded into fragments. At the 8th level of the martial artist realm, the enhancement in strength and speed gave him overwhelming superiority. Despite Shin-Chi's SSS-level talent, his lack of resources had left him stuck at the 6th level, far behind the 8th level. With a single slash, the blade sliced through the air, its force shattering space. Shin-Chi struggled mightily to defend, wielding his silver spear like a writhing dragon. Barely blocking the strike, a deafening clang resonated as the overwhelming strength nearly tore the spear from his grasp. His feet sank heavily into the ground as though rooted, his arm trembled, and the tactical watch on his wrist instantly shattered, its fragments scattering everywhere. "I can't meet it head-on." Shin-Chi quickly formulated a judgment, sensing the immense power emanating from the silver spear. He understood that strength and speed are intimately connected to one's own capabilities. To fully unleash the potential of his talent, he must continuously enhance his personal prowess. The handsome young man noticed this and flashed a mocking expression in his eyes before slashing out once more. This strike carried a sharp, ruthless aura, no longer a casual swing but rather a lethal net of killing intent that enveloped Shin-Chi completely. Employing his talent's skill eagle-eye insight, Shin-Chi's silver spear danced, pinpointing the weakest points in the blade arcs each time with precision. Clashes echoed continuously, as sparks flew amidst their back-and-forth exchanges. Several dozen meters away from the battlefield, Zhao Ji watched the entire scene unfold, stunned. For lifeless bodies lay on the ground, all killed by Shin-Chi. A thought flashed through his mind: Shin-Chi killed all 4 of them? His gaze shifted back to the scene, where the handsome young man pushed Shin-Chi relentlessly with each strike, and Shin-Chi's face grew increasingly pale. At least 7th layer martial artist, maybe even 8th layer. Zhao Ji immediately judged the handsome young man's strength, his heart shaken. Shin-Chi could actually confront an 8th layer martial artist head-on. "Shin-Chi, you'd better be dead already, so I don't have to take action myself." Watching Shin-Chi's pale face as he seemingly struggled to fend off the long blade's attack, Zhao Ji's gaze grew increasingly sinister. In the arena, Shin-Chi's amber-colored eyes narrowed slightly, the silver spear in his hand suddenly thrusting out at a peculiar angle. The long blade nearly slipped from the handsome young man's grasp. His expression changed, and a hint of shock flickered in his eyes. Shin-Chi's thrust was able to precisely strike at the weak point in his blade technique. No matter how shaken the handsome young man was internally, the silver spear surged like a dragon, thrusting forward and tracing a silver trajectory. Shin-Chi stomped the ground hard, propelling himself towards the handsome youth. "Die, die, die." Hiding not far away, Zhao Ji stared intently at the scene, his heart so tense that even his breathing became rapid. Bang! Shin-Chi flew backward even faster, landing heavily on the ground, blood spurting out wildly. The silver spear pierced 2 centimeters into the chest of the handsome young man, blood trickling from the wound like a stream. "That's all you're capable of? To wound me with the strength of a 6th-level martial artist, you still have reason to be proud." The handsome young man curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. His gaze like a blade, locking onto Shin-Chi with eyes glinting in chilling light. He approached slowly, his steps steady, as if Shin-Chi's fate had already been sealed. The 6th realm of a martial artist, facing this strike, would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. The blood Shin-Chi had just shed was clear proof of it all. "Die." The cold voice sliced through the air as the handsome young man looked down at the pale-faced Shin-Chi. The long blade poised for action, he suddenly swung it down with force. "Good, good, good. Kill him, kill him." Not far away, Zhao Ji clenched his fists tightly, nearly shouting in excitement. He eagerly awaited Shin-Chi's screams of agony, but destiny quietly shifted in the next moment. Shin-Chi swiftly grabbed the black alloy longbow at his side. A mysterious silver arrow appeared in his grasp, the bowstring stretched taut. The arrow shot forth like lightning, aiming directly for the handsome young man's throat with an unstoppable momentum. Poof! The handsome young man's movements came to an abrupt halt as the arrow pierced his throat, emerging from the back of his head, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes widened, and he looked down in disbelief at the silver arrow lodged in his throat, uttering a few words. How is this possible? Wasn't Shin-Chi already seriously injured?" A 6th-level warrior being able to withstand a full-force strike from an 8th-level warrior head-on, this baffled him entirely. It's the battle armor. He finally understood that Shin-Chi before him had put on the battle armor. His body collapsed powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Huff! Shin-Chi breathed heavily, his expression filled with exhaustion. This life-and-death crisis had subjected him to countless tests. Facing the siege of 4 7th-stage martial practitioners and 1 8th-stage martial practitioner, he almost reversed the situation by clinging to a sliver of life. Not daring to delay, Shin-Chi closed his eyes and concentrated. The battle spirit technique began to operate as he worked hard to restore the chi and spiritual energy within his body, mobilizing his physical strength and spirit. Zhao Ji stood frozen in place, utterly incredulous. He had never imagined that not only would Shin-Chi survive, but he would also manage to kill an 8th-stage martial practitioner. A flicker of grim determination crossed his eyes as his sense of fear deepened. I can't wait any longer, Zhao Ji thought to himself. Wind elements quickly converged as numerous invisible wind blades slashed toward Shin-Chi. He no longer wanted to give Shin-Chi any opportunity to catch his breath. The martial skill Wind Shadow Step enabled Zhao Ji to approach rapidly like a gale. The wind element continuously gathered on his battle blade as he prepared to unleash the grade 3 martial skill Windbreak Slash. Shin-Chi abruptly opened his eyes as if startled, his figure disappearing instantly from where he was, and he grasped a silver spear. Clang! The invisible wind blade collided with the spear tip, producing a crisp metallic sound. Shin-Chi, die for me! A figure approached rapidly like riding the wind, his battle blade gleaming coldly as it drove straight at Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor growing icy as anger surged in his heart. Zhao Ji, you're seeking death. Eyes like lightning, staring directly at Zhao Ji not far ahead. He resembled a lion, ready to strike with lethal precision. The invisible wind blade was swept away by the silver spear, instantly creating a large hole in the surrounding wall. Dust began to rise, resembling the prelude to a battlefield. Shin-Chi, die for me. Zhao Ji's voice was as loud as thunder. Although surprised by Shin-Chi's reaction, he had no retreat at this moment. The battle blade emitted a sharp gleam, slicing through the air with a chilling hiss, striking fear into the heart. After the previous battles, Shin-Chi is at his weakest moment, and a ruthless glint flashes in Zhao Ji's eyes. His confidence stems from his strength as a level 5 warrior, convinced that Shin-Chi was merely at level 4, or even level 3. However, that scene sparked an uncontrollable killing intent within him. Shin-Chi must die. During the battle, Shin-Chi had no chance, yet in just half a month, he had risen from level 3 warrior to an opponent capable of facing off directly against level 8 warrior strength. It is evident that everything he has done to Shin-Chi will become his nightmare in the future. Within the military, should Shin-Chi suppress him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Striking decisively, military regulations can no longer restrain Zhao Ji. At this moment, only one thought fills his mind: take your life while you're down. No matter how strong Shin-Chi was, he eventually faced exhaustion. The pallor on his face revealed that he had reached the end of his rope. Now was the perfect opportunity. Before making a move, Zhao Ji had already discarded his tactical watch to avoid leaving any traces. Gripping the battle blade tightly, Zhao Ji, enhanced by wind elements, vanished like a ghost, leaving behind a mere afterimage. In less than a moment, he reappeared 30 meters away, just 10 meters from Shin-Chi. Zhao Ji's speed was astonishing, the long blade already in front of him, killing intent blazing, slashing straight at Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, the silver spear striking out abruptly. The long weapon followed with a delayed thrust, piercing forward at an uncanny angle. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a terrifying force surged from the long blade. The hand gripping the blade was struck by the immense impact, causing the arm to go numb, and the blade fell to the ground. Buzz! The silver spear shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for Zhao Ji's throat, as the shadow of death loomed. Zhao Ji's eyes widened like bronze bells, terror engulfing him, his scalp tingling and every hair on his body standing on end. Shin-Chi actually intended to kill him. Shin-Chi, if you dare kill me, your family won't live either. Zhao Ji screamed in despair, his voice filled with hopelessness. Hiss! The gunpoint abruptly stopped, just 1 centimeter away from his throat. The sharp wind sliced through his skin, and blood oozed out. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Ji gasped for air, his whole body tingling. He saw unabashed killing intent in Shin-Chi's eyes. Shin-Chi really meant to kill him. Seeing the gunpoint pause, Zhao Ji's gaze flickered slightly as he tried to steady himself. Shin-Chi, with just an E-level talent, if you kill me. Before he finished speaking, the gunpoint at his throat suddenly moved, piercing through his throat in one swift motion. You? Zhao Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. Shin-Chi actually dared to kill him. His body fell backward, a trace of indifference appearing in his eyes. Who said I have an E-level talent? If I cultivate, even a martial master would see me as an ant before the heavens. Bang! Zhao body slammed heavily onto the ground, blood staining the surface red, and the tide of the battle instantly turned. Move aside. Su Xingyuan's face was pale, the thunder surrounding him appeared weak and exhausted. With lightning coiling around his spear, he struck down a beast with a single blow. Thanks, Captain. Xuanyan panted heavily, squeezing out a smile on his pale face, and turned around to look for someone. Where did Shin-Chi go? Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed with doubt. No idea. The alloy hammer in Zhang Ruya's hand swung fiercely, sending 2 alien beasts flying. She scanned the surroundings as alien beasts surged like a tide. Among the hundreds of alien beasts, the original 50-member team now had only 30 people left who could still fight. In just a short time, casualties had reached 20. Could something have happened to Shin-Chi? Zhang Ruya looked at Su Xingyuan, the muscles in her arms bulging like coiled dragons. Su Xingyuan did not answer. He was pondering the same question in his heart. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Where did Zhao go?" Everyone froze, glancing around, but Zhao figure was nowhere to be seen. When did Zhao disappear? Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan exchanged a glance, and the same thought surged in their minds. The place Zhao went must be Shin-Chi's battlefield. Bang! A team member was swatted away by a beast. If Zhao Zixin hadn't activated his earth element talent to block the beast in time, the team member would likely have lost his life on the spot. He panted heavily, having repeatedly used his talent, his stamina nearly exhausted. Damn it, Zhao, you bastard, if I ever see you again, I'll make sure to kill you. Xuanyan cursed furiously, his hand clutching the battle blade trembling uncontrollably. The 4 veteran soldiers listened to the conversation, their expressions growing increasingly grim. If it weren't for Zhao attracting 30 beasts, the battle would have long been over, and Shin-Chi wouldn't have ended up in such peril. Shin-Chi should be fine, perhaps he's just encountered some other trouble. Su Xingyuan shook his head, quickly making an assessment. The eerie cries echoed once more as the beasts intersected, their attacks growing fiercer. Damn it, Shadow Fox. The main reason this battle was so arduous was largely due to the presence of the Shadow Fox. Watch out! 5 beasts at the 5th level of martial arts charged at Su Xingyuan simultaneously, accompanied by several invisible wind blades unleashed by 3 wind blade leopards nearby, bearing down swiftly. Wang Er and the others were startled. Su Xingyuan, who had suffered great depletion, was surrounded, the thunder around him almost fading away. The overexertion of his talent had pushed him to the brink of despair. At this critical moment, the beast suddenly launched a fatal assault on him. Su Xingyuan looked up and saw the claws of 5 beasts glinting coldly as several invisible wind blades instantly surrounded him. Zhang Ruya let out an angry roar and positioned herself in front of Su Xingyuan like a towering wall, swinging her alloy war hammer to block several wind blades. Boom! A hammer strike landed, instantly blasting a beast apart. Blood rained down, instantly covering the 2 in a crimson spray. Yet the other 4 beasts did not slow down, charging straight at Su Xingyuan. A bunch of beasts want to kill me? Thunder flashed again, lightning shooting forth from the spear's tip as Su Xingyuan's eyes flickered with the light of thunder. A cold and indifferent voice pierced the air, followed by a spear sweep. Boom! 2 beasts exploded on impact, their bodies flung apart. However, in the next moment, Su Xingyuan's body swayed, his spear clattered to the ground, and he collapsed backward. He was already at his limit. As the strongest lightning talent in the team, his energy expenditure was the greatest, constantly having to fend off attacks from all directions. Captain Xingyuan. Everyone was anxious, wanting to rescue him, but the beasts were like mad creatures, desperately blocking the way. The claws of 2 beasts were about to reach Su Xingyuan, his eyes slowly closed, as if he could already smell the scent of death. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out as a silver spear shot through the sky like a meteor, its speed so fast it seemed to pierce the boundaries of space and time. Just as the claws of the beasts were about to reach Su Xingyuan, the silver spear struck with overwhelming force, piercing through the bodies of the 2 beasts. The immense power dragged their corpses, crashing through the wall, scattering bricks and stones, and finally drove them heavily into the ground. Shen-Chi! Zhang Ruya shouted excitedly, and everyone on the battlefield turned simultaneously to look in the direction where the silver spear had flown. There, a figure clad in black battle armor was rushing over at incredible speed, exuding an unparalleled aura as he charged forward. The silver spear, like a massive arrow, instantly pierced through the bodies of 2 monstrous beasts at the critical moment. Blood splattered everywhere, creating an utterly shocking scene. Everyone turned to the distance, their eyes revealing a trace of anticipation and excitement. Shin-Chi, dressed in combat armor, sped forward like a shooting star and within moments leapt into the battlefield. Shin-Chi! The eyes of everyone on the battlefield lit up. Shin-Chi's sudden appearance instantly ignited the flame of hope in their hearts. Quick! Follow him! They shouted in unison, battle spirit surging. Shin-Chi's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. His face beneath the hood appeared mysterious and resolute. Supported by Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan opened his eyes, squeezing out a faint smile on his pale face as he cursed with a chuckle, "Damn it, this guy is showing off again." Zhang Ruya sighed helplessly. The fierce battle was underway, yet he still managed to think of mockery. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others also broke into smiles, their morale soaring. With the support of the battle armor, Shin-Chi neither dodged nor evaded, throwing a fierce punch that instantly smashed in the head of a beast. He then lifted his foot and kicked, sending the corpse flying over 10 meters, leaving onlookers stunned. Shin-Chi drew his silver spear, his battle intent surging around him like a tide. His gaze was firm, as if he had no fear left. In just a short time, the casualties had reached over 20 people. Everyone was drenched in blood, their once pristine military uniforms dyed crimson, resembling war gods descending onto the battlefield. No useless talk, follow me. Shin-Chi gave a low shout, his stance slightly sinking as he suddenly exerted force from his waist. The spear shaft bent like a longbow before snapping back with a terrifying force that tore through the air, sweeping across the beast in front of him with a chilling might. The low-tier beast's body was shattered the moment the silver spear struck it, its innards spilling out. The lance's momentum didn't stop until it had swept through all the beasts in front of him. One move. Just one move, and 6 exotic beasts were swept away by Shin-Chi, crashing heavily to the ground while letting out painful roars. The scene was so shocking that everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap, is this really an E-rank archer? The 4 veterans were dumbfounded, utterly shaken. At least a 6th stage warrior. Maybe even 7th. Someone quickly made a judgment, noting that among the exotic beasts Shin-Chi had just swept through, 3 of them were 6th stage warriors. Hiss. This is freaking terrifying. Is he really a rookie? Why does it feel like he's more of a veteran than I am? Xuanyan exclaimed in astonishment. He turned to Wang Er, who was still frozen in place, smacked him on the head, and shouted excitedly, "What are you waiting for? Follow Shin-Chi and finish them off." The crowd was shaken awake by the roar. After a brief moment of distraction, their expressions instantly turned to excitement and battle intent as they roared and charged at the beast. In front of them, the 4 veterans looked at Shin-Chi, who was at the forefront of the team, and at that moment, Shin-Chi in their hearts had already become the undisputed captain. A subtle shift in mindset occurred. Su Xingyuan sat limply on the corpse of the beast beneath him, completely indifferent to the fresh blood pooling below. He looked up at the battle before him, a faint smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Their team was actually quite unusual. Su Xingyuan was the captain, but Shin-Chi, even though he wasn't officially the captain, felt more like one in the eyes of everyone. When Su Xingyuan fell, the team risked their lives to save him, and at that time, the group was already somewhat disorganized. However, when Shin-Chi appeared, the chaotic team quickly regrouped in a short time. With Su Xingyuan down, Shin-Chi became the true captain. Able to reignite the battle spirit of the entire team upon appearance, such ability is something even Zhang Ruya cannot achieve. Aside from Shin-Chi, there is no one else capable of this. The number of exotic beasts continued to dwindle, and the team's morale soared. Despite being utterly exhausted, with immense depletion of energy and vitality, and faces pale with weariness, as long as they saw the figure at the front of the team, they would raise their weapons once more, clench their teeth, and charge at the enemies before them. An unprecedented force began to grow in each member of this team, unstoppable and overwhelming. In the midst of battles, the military troops would encounter enemies of varying strengths, and whether they faced a stronger foe or enemies in numbers exceeding their own, they could strike fearlessly and resolutely. This is the momentum. The cultivation of momentum often requires several battles to take shape. Yet, within a brief span, this team had already forged a faint but resolute momentum, quietly taking root and sprouting in the hearts of everyone. Ch. The tip of the spear shimmered with icy brilliance, the spear's radiance burst forth, instantly piercing through the head of a monstrous beast, followed by its strange shriek. The remaining dozen or so beasts retreated like a tide, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Phew! Damn! Exhausted. Seeing the beasts retreating, Xuanyan's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. The others were in similar states, though an indomitable fighting spirit burned within their hearts. Although this battle didn't last long, the life and death crisis loomed over everyone like a shadow. The moment the danger passed, no one could hold on any longer, and they all collapsed to the ground. Xuanyan even laid flat on his back, his chest heaving uncontrollably. Waves of overwhelming fatigue surged forth, impossible to conceal. Xinshi panted lightly, his gaze locked on Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya. With a serious tone, he said, "Be careful, I'll be back soon." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure disappeared in an instant, like the wind. A black alloy longbow appeared in his hand, and 3 silver arrows on his back emitted a chilling glow. The silver spear transformed once again into a silver iron staff, suspended at his waist. His figure moved like lightning, and in just a few leaps, he had already reached the rooftop of a building, overlooking the surroundings. The strange beasts before him retreated like a tide, rushing toward a particular direction. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. The key to this battle lay in 2 must-kill targets, the Phantom Shadow Fox and Zhao Ji. If the Phantom Shadow Fox hadn't been commanding from behind, this battle would never have been so difficult. Zhao Ji had attracted dozens of strange beasts, bringing a terrifying threat, with casualties already exceeding 20. Like a flicker, Xinshi quickly caught up with the escaping group of strange beasts, utilizing the strength of a martial artist at the 6th level. He did not rush to strike, instead hiding in the shadow of a towering tree. The pitch-black battle armor he wore blended seamlessly with the darkness. His amber eyes locked onto the distance, silently waiting for the Phantom Shadow Fox to appear. A few minutes later, a silver-gray figure silently appeared beneath a large rock in front of the exotic beasts. Upon seeing the Phantom Shadow Fox, the beasts lowered their heads, demonstrating its absolute authority among them. Xinshi's gaze was as sharp as a cold blade. 3 arrows were already quietly nocked, ready to deliver a fatal strike. The bowstring was slowly drawn back, and faint traces of spiritual energy flickered on the arrowheads. His body surged with boiling vitality, and the 2nd level of the combat spirit technique had been activated, allowing him to recover at an incredible speed. Sensing the power within him, a trace of killing intent flickered in Xinshi's eyes. The Phantom Shadow Fox continued to emit strange noises, seemingly chastising the exotic beasts for their incompetence. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound broke through the air as 3 arrows shot out like streaks of lightning, violently shredding the tree branches and leaves in their path. The trees instantly splintered into fragments, while the Phantom Shadow Fox's fur stood on end, its eyes filled with panic. In the moment before the exotic beasts could react, the 3 arrows had already reached the Phantom Shadow Fox. Squelch! Before it could even let out a scream, a streak of silver light pierced through its head, pinning its body to the large rock. Roar! An exotic beast let out a growl, but just as the sound emerged, 2 streaks of silver light flew over. The arrows pierced through the throat of the roaring beast, exited from the back of its head, and embedded themselves into the corpse of the shadow fox pinned to the large rock. The 3 arrows swayed slightly, and the beasts fell silent before scattering in all directions. Xinshi glanced indifferently at the shadow fox pinned to the rock, then his figure vanished once more, disappearing into the shadows as he prepared to face an even greater challenge. What is Xinshi up to? Zhang Ruya looked in the direction where Xinshi had disappeared, asking in confusion. Su Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Phantom Shadow Fox. He almost immediately guessed Xinshi's purpose for leaving. If it weren't for the Phantom Shadow Fox pulling strings behind the scenes, coupled with the exotic beasts brought by Zhao Ji, their casualties wouldn't have been so severe. Mentioning Zhao Ji, the anger in Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya's hearts instantly ignited. Damn it, that scumbag. Once this operation is over, I must settle accounts with him. Zhao Jixin burned with rage, listening to their words, unable to resist clenching his teeth. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the other team members also chimed in, their words filled with almost uncontrollable anger towards Zhao Ji. That bastard. He actually brought dozens of mutant beasts here and then ran off cleanly. What a worthless coward. Xuanyan said angrily. Exactly. If it weren't for our decent strength and Xinshi showing up in time, our casualties would have been much worse. Wang Er roared. This topic completely ignited everyone's fury, and they all scrambled to condemn Zhao Ji's actions. The 4 veterans in the team had faces as dark as water, their hearts surging with boundless rage. The battle could have been firmly in their favor, until Zhao Ji intervened with a beast, causing the situation to reverse instantly. In just a short time, the number of casualties exceeded 20. This outcome deeply wounded their hearts. Zhao Ji's name was already etched in their minds, and once the operation was over, they were determined to hold him accountable. Fleeing during battle, who would want to fight alongside someone like that? Trust is not just talk, it's built through actions. True trust is being able to confidently entrust your back to your comrades. Moments later, Shin Chi's figure leaped down from the rooftop of a residential building and slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Shen Chi! Shen Chi! Captain! Hearing Xuanyan call out Captain, Shin Chi paused for a moment, then smiled and glanced at him without saying a word. The team members all turned their gaze toward him. Wang Er was momentarily stunned, then patted his shoulder with a sly look in his eyes. Not bad, kid. Now you even dare to call Captain Shin Chi in front of the team leader. Why did you have to blurt out the truth? Ren Jianmin shook his head helplessly, but there was a smile on his face. Everyone broke into smiles. Xuanyan shrank his neck, sneaking a glance at Su Xingyuan not far away, and swallowed nervously. Does our captain really have to be this petty? Just joking, really, I don't actually think that way in my heart. Xuanyan quickly explained. Do you think the captain believes it? Wang Er gestured toward Su Xingyuan and asked with a smile. Damn, really, my admiration for the captain is as boundless as a raging river. Xuanyan said confidently. You're such trash. Wang Er teased. What the heck? Xuanyan looked completely baffled. Shin Chi walked up to Su Xingyuan with a smile. What? Not trying to look cool now? You know nothing. A man covered in blood is totally manly, okay? Su Xingyuan pouted, looking utterly disdainful. After speaking, he glanced at Xuanyan not far away. Xuanyan instinctively shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. Retracting his gaze, Shin Chi said, that kid Xuanyan is really asking for it. Zhang Ruya and Shin Chi exchanged a glance, and Zhang Ruya secretly gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, Zhang Ruya was also quite exhausted, his sturdy figure sitting on the ground with a weary expression. Old Zhang, maybe consider changing your name, Shin Chi joked lightly. With your big pecs, why not call yourself Zhang Big Muscle? Zhang Ruya. Seeing that he didn't respond, Shin Chi shrugged and sat down heavily on the corpse of a mutant beast. His gaze fell on the team members not far away who were in charge of treatment, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Over 20 casualties. If it weren't for being held back by the 5 members of Order, perhaps the casualties wouldn't have been so severe, he silently mused. Humph. Zhang Ruya snorted coldly. If it weren't for those exotic beasts Zhao Ji brought here, fleeing in the heat of battle, how could there have been such heavy casualties? Shin Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Zhao Ji. This matter probably won't stay hidden. However, the appearance of those individuals from Order has given him greater room to maneuver. He calculated secretly in his mind, he could completely shift the blame onto Order. Su Xingyuan said coldly, with lightning flashing in his eyes and an indifferent tone, deliberately framing comrades and deserting in battle. These 2 things are enough to convict him. He clenched his fist, burning with anger. If it weren't for being in the military, I would definitely cripple him. He has a martial master behind him. Are you sure you can cripple him? Shin Chi chuckled as he looked at Su Xingyuan, secretly calculating. In his heart, Zhao Ji's secret must not be revealed. Even though he himself was about to break through to the 7th level of martial artist, compared to a martial master, there was still a gap of 4 major realms. If a martial master went berserk, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, until his strength was sufficient, the matter of killing Zhao Ji must not be brought up. Su Xingyuan's expression froze slightly, and he let out a muffled snort. A martial master is nothing special. Once I become one, I'll beat him until he spits out his guts. A hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes, as if a martial master was nothing in his view. Zhang Ruya slightly raised her eyebrows, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Although she did not speak, her attitude was clear. Meanwhile, in the office of Linghu County, Xiang Han's tall figure bent slightly, his expression respectful. Before him, a white-haired elder walked in slowly. The elder exuded a gentle and refined aura, with no trace of a soldier's demeanor. At first glance, he looked like a bookish scholar with no strength to fend off a chicken. Teacher. Xiang Han greeted respectfully. This man was none other than Zhang Zixing, a warrior of the Wuling realm. With a gentle smile on his face, he nodded slightly, glanced around the room, and sighed. It's been so many years since I've been here. At this moment, although Xiang Han was a strong warrior at the Wuzong realm, standing next to Zhang Zixing, he appeared more like an ordinary student. Hearing his teacher's sigh, he smiled faintly and said, Teacher, you could actually come back again. You were one of the key leaders in this new talent program. Zhang Zixing waved his hand, a faint smile on his face, and his gentle voice sounded, You know my situation. My strength is continuously declining, I can't come back. His words carried a sense of helplessness and the vicissitudes of life. Shifting the topic, Zhang Zixing glanced at Xiang Han and slightly furrowed his brows. the Wuzong realm, you're progressing a bit slowly. Yes, it's indeed a bit slow, Xianghan quickly nodded without refuting. Breaking through to become a Wuzong realm warrior in just a few years was already considered remarkable across the entire cultivation world, but in Zhang Zixing's eyes, it still seemed a bit slow. It is imaginable how terrifying Zhang Zixing's strength once was, but now, due to his injuries, it has continuously declined, leaving him in the realm of martial spirit. Where is that boy? Take me to see him. Zhang Zixing's tone carried a hint of anticipation, clearly valuing Su Xingyuan's talent greatly. The night owl operation is still ongoing. I'll take you to the monitoring room. Xianghan dared not delay and immediately agreed. All right, let's go. Zhang Zixing nodded, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. Inside the monitoring room, Zhang Zixing leaned back against the chair, his eyes glimmering with a faint light, lacking the usual cloudiness of the elderly. Though his strength was continuously declining, he still possessed the formidable power of the martial spirit realm. Xianghan sat beside him, obedient like a student. Strictly speaking, Xianghan was not officially one of Zhang Zixing's disciples. In his lifetime, Zhang Zixing had accepted only a handful of students, and these individuals now all held prominent positions. Xianghan had studied by his side for merely 3 months. Teacher, this is Xingqi, whom I mentioned to you, Xianghan said, pointing to the screen. On the screen, a black-clad figure dressed in combat armor held a longbow, with amber eyes shining resolutely beneath a black hood. Around him, the corpses of exotic beasts lay scattered, while Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and others stood beside him, their faces showing proud smiles. Although he only has an E-level talent, his strength is not weak, and his cultivation speed far surpasses his peers. He can almost rival S-level talent or even double S-level, Xianghan continued. In the first new recruit competition assessment, Xinqi's overall evaluation was a ++. A trace of astonishment flashed in Zhang Zixing's eyes as he nodded slightly, signaling Xianghan to continue. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to Xinqi. He had simply received a call from Xianghan, listened briefly, and declined. However, Xinqi's performance in the new recruit competition, especially the brilliant moment when he directly defeated an S-level talent in the arena, had made Zhang Zixing start taking notice of this young man. In Huaxia, there are many with archer talents, but high-level archer talents are extremely rare. Zhang Zixing considered himself the strongest S-level talent. The constant decline in his strength had given rise to a sense of urgency in his heart, making him eagerly hope to find a student who could carry on his legacy. Teacher, talent cannot determine a person's ultimate achievement. Xianghan's voice was firm. When I first started with my grade A talent, almost no one thought highly of me, yet I still made it to where I am today. This time's talent program has every legion pulling out all the stops, as are those prodigies from the martial universities outside. Once the recommended prodigies excel in the talent program, various resources will flow in continuously, Xianghan continued to analyze. Those entering the talent program are all top tier, with immense potential for future growth. They might even find a way to break through. Zhang Zixing withdrew his gaze, turned his head, and smiled at Xianghan. A trace of pleading appeared on Xianghan's face. Zhang Zixing chuckled. Calmly, after all these decades, I've long come to terms with it. If there were a way, I wouldn't have fallen to the martial spirit realm. Still, Xiaoxiang, do you think this little guy might be the one to inherit my legacy? Xianghan looked helplessly at Xinqi on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't know. Such a response made Zhang Zixing shake his head and sigh. Decades of campaigning, walking on thin ice, I never thought I would actively seek out a student. This little guy carries an aggressive aura, and his cultivation speed isn't weak. Talent doesn't matter much. After the operation ends, I'll meet him. All right. Xianghan nodded, saying nothing further. At this moment, the perspective in the scene was not Xinqi's, but rather someone else's. It's quite normal for tactical watches to malfunction during an operation, so Xianghan didn't give it much thought. Beep beep. Su Xingyuan and the others' tactical watches suddenly sounded a rapid alarm, and everyone quickly checked. After a glance, their expressions subtly changed. What happened? Xinqi's tactical watch was already damaged, so he looked toward Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, whose expressions had slightly changed. Zhang Ruya's face darkened as she spoke. A distress call has come in. What do you mean? Xinqi froze. Look at this. Su Xingyuan took off his tactical watch, his tone laced with sarcasm. Requesting backup. Over 100 enemies encountered, retreat quickly. There's also a set of coordinates attached. On the surface, this distress call seemed normal, facing a beast and unable to hold ground, but the person sending the request made it feel off. Jiang'an? Damn it, he still has the nerve to ask for help? Xuanyan and Zhao Zixin were immediately unhappy. Zhao Ji caused over 20 casualties in our team, and now he still has the guts to call for backup? Disgusting. Serves him right if he dies. Xuanyan cursed loudly, Zhao Zixin nodding repeatedly in agreement, and the others shared the same sentiment. The 4 veterans in the team hesitated for a moment before speaking. Military regulations state that we must respond to requests for help. Not providing support is a violation of the rules. The message has already been sent out, and the people guarding this place must have received it too. After speaking, they looked at Su Xingyuan. Captain, do we provide support or not? Su Xingyuan's stance was crucial. Su Xingyuan did not answer immediately but exchanged a look with Shenqi, his eyes filled with inquiry and determination. Shenqi slightly nodded, fully aware of the strictness of military regulations. At this moment, their choices could mean life or death. They absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. Despite performing excellently in the new recruit competition and even being selected for the talent program, if they ignored the rescue call, they would face unbearable consequences. At best, they would be expelled. At worst, they could be executed outright. Although there were still many in the team who hadn't completely recovered, their condition had significantly improved. Su Xingyuan's gaze was resolute. First, we'll send the wounded back, then we go to support. The sunset gradually sank, and the night quietly descended. A team of more than 20 people advanced swiftly like a gale, moving according to the coordinates on their tactical watches. Among these 20 or so figures, Shenqi wore black combat armor, seemingly standing apart from the entire team. He had already developed a deep understanding of the defensive power of the combat armor. During the previous clash with the 5 from the Order, the strikingly handsome youth at the 8th level of martial arts had unleashed a full-force attack, yet it left no trace of damage. This made him deeply realize the incredible defensive power of the battle armor. Wu Lui had once said that it could withstand a full-force strike from a 9th level martial artist head-on. The night breeze gently brushed by, and Su Xingyuan suddenly stopped at the forefront. The group immediately halted, and a tense atmosphere spread. Captain, what's wrong? Xuanyan asked, slightly panting as he glanced around. Night had already fallen, and more than 20 figures moved silently, blending seamlessly with the darkness. After several battles, this team had quietly undergone a transformation, becoming more cohesive and vigilant. Su Xingyuan did not answer, his eyes carefully surveying the surroundings, while Shenqi squinted slightly, faint shouts echoing in his ears. The situation doesn't look good. Having experienced the previous crisis, Su Xingyuan appeared particularly cautious. Their team had already suffered considerable casualties, and although many had recovered significantly, a return to peak condition could not be expected in the short term. Let's go! More than 20 figures once again turned into black shadows, swiftly vanishing from the scene. Ah! A martial artist at the 2nd realm was struck by a ferocious beast and sent flying, its sharp claws slicing through, severing an arm instantly, with blood splattering everywhere. Jiangyan was drenched in blood, his eyes flickering with despair. Faced with the bloodthirsty beast in front of him, he was overwhelmed with fear. The number of beasts was chilling, over 60 of them, including 4 at the 7th martial realm and 1 at the 8th martial realm. In a short time, the entire team had suffered over 30 casualties, teetering on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for a few veteran soldiers bravely standing at the forefront, Jiangyan's team might have already been completely devoured by the beasts. Jiangyan and the others were positioned in the outskirts of Linghu County. Here, surrounded by mountains and dense forests, it resembled a natural barrier. But at this moment, the deafening roars of the beasts in the valley and the splattering of blood seemed to herald an imminent, merciless slaughter. The Night Owl operation had just begun when Xiang Han had already issued a warning. This operation was bound to come with casualties. However, no one expected the real battle to arrive in the blink of an eye. Beasts surged like a tide, and the ferocious onslaught threw the entire team into chaos for a moment. Under Jiangyan and several veterans' decisive command, the team quickly stabilized their position. However, with the appearance of the first casualty, fear loomed over everyone's hearts like a shadow. At that moment, blood splattered, the pungent smell of blood overwhelmed the senses, suffocating. The beasts frantically tore through their prey. Everyone could even feel the stench emanating from their mouths and the fresh blood smeared on their teeth. Captain, are we going to die? Someone asked tremblingly, their weapon barely steady in their hands. As soon as these words were spoken, despair appeared on everyone's faces. Shut up! Jiangyan gritted his teeth, panting heavily, as he scanned his surroundings, anxiety creeping in his heart. It had been 10 minutes since the distress signal was sent out, yet there was still no sign of any rescue. At the same time, more than 20 figures darted like phantoms under the cover of night. In the group, even the weakest had reached the second level of the martial artist realm, with remarkable speed. A martial artist at the 6th level like Shin-Chi could even reach a speed of 45 meters per second. Su Xingyuan's thunder talent made him as swift as lightning. Moments later, more than 20 figures appeared on a small hill. Before their eyes, the battlefield was filled with unceasing roars of the exotic beasts, and Jiang Yan and the others already seemed powerless to resist. Shin-Chi quickly assessed the strength of the exotic beasts, with the weakest being at the 3rd level of martial arts and the strongest reaching the 8th level. Holding a long spear, Shin-Chi's eyes flickered with thunder, surrounded by electric light all over his body, resembling a thunder dragon in action. Thunder! With a roar, the spear flew out, tearing through the night sky and plunging straight into the battlefield. Su Xingyuan bent his knees slightly and leaped up, following closely as he charged toward the battlefield. Zhang Ruya let out a furious roar. Her strength-enhancing talent granted her unparalleled power. She leapt instantly, her posture resembling a humanoid beast. With a thunderous crash, she landed heavily in the battlefield, shaking the surroundings. The rest of the group also unleashed their fighting spirit and charged swiftly toward the battlefield. On the hillside, only Shin-Chi stood silently, the black alloy longbow in his hand slightly cool. He overlooked the battlefield, taking in the entire situation. The thunder-clad spear, like a divine weapon, pierced through a 3rd-tier martial beast, its momentum unbroken, striking directly at the body of a second beast and driving into the ground. Su Xingyuan's speed was astounding. With a single step, he was already over 40 meters away and soon charged into the battlefield. The group's ambush elicited furious roars from the monstrous beasts, and several of them lunged toward Su Xingyuan. Both sides moved at lightning speed, rapidly closing the distance in an instant. Su Xingyuan's heart tightened, yet he didn't slow down at all, as if he completely disregarded the beasts before him. 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, sharp claws glinting coldly, a fierce gust rushing forward. Just as the claws were about to strike, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air rang out in the valley. A silver arrow, like a razor-sharp blade, tore through the night sky, aiming straight at the beast. The arrow effortlessly ripped through the beast's skull, its momentum unabated, piercing through 3 beasts in succession. The alien beast that originally blocked Su Xingyuan's path was unexpectedly torn to shreds by the arrow, revealing an unobstructed road ahead of him. As the thunder spear pierced through the night sky, Jiang Yan and the others immediately felt their spirits lift. Watching Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya charge rapidly toward the battlefield, the flame of hope ignited in their hearts. We're saved! Jiang Yan felt a surge of relief, but was instantly stunned by the shocking scene before him. He saw several strange beasts charging at Su Xingyuan, his heart filled with urgency. Although Su Xingyuan was strong, his spear was now planted in the center of the battlefield. Without a weapon, how could he possibly fend off multiple strange beasts? Just as he shouted, "Su Xingyuan, are you crazy?" the scene before him left him so shocked he couldn't speak. The silver arrow, like a guardian, tore apart the strange beasts in front of Su Xingyuan, displaying an unparalleled aura. Shen-Chi. Jiang Yan's mind suddenly conjured up this name, like a bolt of lightning flashing across his heart. Only Shin-Chi could display such astonishing abilities. The scene before them left Jiang Yan's group utterly stunned, as if witnessing a dreamlike drill, completely seamless. Several veterans in the team watched with wide-open eyes, their faces filled with disbelief and shock, feeling an unparalleled sense of trust rising in their hearts. Who is this? They silently wondered, filled with incredible curiosity. Su Xingyuan charged out like thunder, arrows whizzing past him as if time had stopped for him. The spear was drawn, lightning spreading, and the tip erupted. With dazzling light in the air, instantly sweeping away the beast before him. With a deafening explosion, the lightning struck the beast's head, bursting apart. Die! The stunned crowd witnessed the seamless coordination between Su Xingyuan and Shin-Chi, igniting the battle fury in their hearts. Kill! Zhang Ruya wielded an alloy hammer, like a humanoid beast, wildly smashing the creatures away, blood and flesh scattering, even their hard skulls unable to resist her blow. Wang Er, Zhao Zixin, and Xuan Yan, their fighting spirit stirred, all joined the battlefield, their entire presence soaring like a rainbow, the flames of battle burning fiercely in their hearts. Shin-Chi stood high above, his amber eyes calm as still water. Encased in black battle armor, he wielded a black alloy longbow that seemed like a divine weapon born of the netherworld. With each tremor of the bowstring, the life of a beast was claimed. The silver arrows, ghostly and precise, always appeared at the critical moment. This scene utterly shocked everyone. Since when had the beasts become so fragile? On the battlefield, every attack from the beasts seemed to have been anticipated by the master of the arrows. The arrows consistently appeared ahead of the beasts' attack trajectories, swiftly followed by a second and even a third arrow, pinning the beasts to the ground. An archer. Jiang Yan and the others roared inwardly in awe. A true archer, with unparalleled control over the battlefield. This was what a real archer was. It was the first time they had seen Shenxi in action as an archer, and they were deeply stunned. One person, a single individual, commanding the entire battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield was within the range of his arrows. At the moment danger descended, silver arrows would always flash before their eyes. At this moment, Shenxi had become the guardian of everyone, not needing to take action personally. His silver arrows were his invisible incarnation. They went wild. Jiang Yan and the others had never imagined that slaying beasts could be this easy. With the addition of Shenxi, Su Xingyuan, and the others, the scales of victory had already tilted, completely falling toward Jiang Yan and his group. Buzz! With the release of the final arrow, Shenxi reached down and retrieved a silver iron rod from his waist. The black alloy longbow was slung over his back, and the silver iron rod in his hand instantly transformed into a brilliantly radiant silver spear. A slight smile crossed his lips as his gaze locked onto the remaining martial level 8 beast on the battlefield. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he dashed toward the fray. The silver spear scraped against the ground, sparks flying in all directions. Vital energy surged, and a tide of battle intent swept through. Since ancient times, archers often engage in close combat. Archer. This term, in everyone's eyes, is synonymous with combat support. No one ever thought that an archer could also be the protagonist. Melee combat is the weakness of archers, but this is not Shenxi's weakness. From the moment he chose the gun technique, he had already mapped out an extraordinarily clear path in his mind. Who said that archers can only flee without a longbow? He insisted on being the exception. Archers have been wall hangers since ancient times. Silver spear, black armor, gliding like a phantom. With a single step forward, already tens of meters away. On the battlefield, the 8th realm martial artist Rock Bear possesses defense and offensive power as formidable as a mountain. Several people attempted to attack the weak spot on its chest, but the giant bear paw, roaring through the air, instantly swatted those in front away. Bones shattered, faces pale as paper. Roar! The rock bear let out a roar, transforming into a furious beast, charging toward the crowd with an unstoppable presence. Zhang Ruya roared angrily. At 2 meters tall, she appeared somewhat petite in front of the rock bear. Battle intent filled the air as she stood in front of the rock bear, wielding an alloy hammer that swung fiercely toward it. Bang! The nearly 8-ton rock bear charged forward, unstoppable in its momentum. The alloy hammer struck its head, causing only a slight delay in its advance. With formidable defense and terrifying power, the rock bear was turned into a horrifying killing machine. Zhang Ruya's body was knocked into the air and, upon landing, staggered back more than 10 steps. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. Looking up at the rock bear, her expression changed slightly, her eyes showing surprise. Even with the strength-enhancing talent that doubled her power, she was still unable to withstand a single strike from the rock bear. At the moment Zhang Ruya was struck and sent flying, a lightning-wrapped spear suddenly appeared, smashing down fiercely toward the rock bear. Boom! Lightning erupted, leaving a black mark on the rock bear's body. The full power of the 5 layers of martial strength erupted. A spear struck down, forcefully toppling the rock bear to the ground. Dust and smoke rose all around. The surrounding crowd watched Su Xingyuan's spear and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Old Zhang! Su Xingyuan shouted loudly. Zhang Ruya jumped up and slammed her alloy hammer down with a thunderous force. With a bang, the rock bear's head was smashed into the ground, sending stones flying. This scene was utterly violent. The rock bear was slammed to the ground by the two, its sturdy limbs exerting force on the ground. It withstood the second wave of their attacks, its rock-like fur slightly bristling. Roaring angrily, its fur stood upright, and its large eyes had now turned red. A violent aura emanated from its body. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya's eyes slightly narrowed. Among those present, only the two of them could stop the 8th level martial artist, Rock Bear. The others were reduced to mere spectators at this moment, witnessing rocks floating and circling around Rock Bear. Rock explosion. Rock Bear's special ability. Scatter. Many people don't fully understand Rock Bear's abilities, but a few veterans are quite familiar with them. Rock explosion is most suited for group attacks, manipulating rocks, and has the same capability as Windblade Leopard's wind blades. Hearing the shouts of several veterans, the crowd quickly retreated into the distance. In the field, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya remained motionless, their fighting spirit soaring like a rainbow. Standing in front of the rock bear, the rocks floating around its body trembled incessantly, as if they were about to explode in the next moment. Buzz! The silver spear shot forth. Just as countless rocks were about to explode, a black figure strode forward under the night sky. A silver spear in his hand transformed into a streak of light, striking the rock bear's body with a bang. Although the silver spear did not pierce the rock bear's body, the immense force it carried sent the rock bear's body wobbling. Immediately, there was a loud thud as he fell to the ground, with surrounding stones crashing down. "Old Zhang, hammer him!" Shin Chi's voice rang out. Zhang Ruya's eyes lit up. She took a step forward, lifting the alloy hammer high, her arms coiled like tough dragons. Blood surged within her, striking down with full force. Su Xingyuan did not hesitate either. Thunder reappeared, and lightning flared at the tip of the spear, captivating everyone's attention. The thunder dragon roared, and a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the spear. In an instant, the spear burst forth with thunder, and the sound of the alloy hammer smashing against the rock bear repeatedly rang out. "Take your life while you're down." Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Shin Chi jumped high into the air and landed with a thud, a silver spear in hand. Without the slightest hesitation, after grabbing the silver spear, he moved like a phantom, arriving in front of the rock bear in just a few steps. Boom! The alloy hammer struck the rock bear's body once again. On the ground, a large pit had already formed beneath the rock bear's body. Under the relentless barrage from Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, the rock bear's defense, though remarkable, now appeared precarious. The rock bear let out agonized roars. Each hammer strike and thunderous attack brought unprecedented pressure, as if the entire mountain range trembled at its fury. It struggled desperately to stand, but no matter what, it couldn't evade Su Xingyuan's precise lance thrusts or Zhang Ruya's ferocious alloy hammer blows. At this moment, Zhang Ruya was panting heavily, her face pale. With her strength merely at the 5th realm, she had expended an enormous amount of energy facing the 8th realm rock bear. Each strike seemed to exhaust her completely, as if she poured her very life into every blow. On the side, Su Xingyuan was also unwilling to show weakness. The thunderous power on his spear had weakened considerably, but his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. The rock bear, its eyes bloodshot, roared angrily, forcibly resisting Zhang Ruya's strike, then charged at him with reckless abandon. Zhang Ruya's expression changed slightly, her heart anxious, knowing her speed at this moment had greatly slowed, and she tried to evade the deadly blow. However, Su Xingyuan stood calmly in front of Zhang Ruya, raising his spear high, ready to confront the rock bear's charge. Bang! Two figures were sent flying by the rock bear's collision, and the scene plunged into chaos. Wang Er, Xuanyan, and others could no longer hold back, desperately running toward the two, with only one thought in mind: save them. At this moment, Zhang Yan finally snapped out of his daze and shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and save them!" Bang! Shin Chi's reaction was faster than anyone else's. Almost at the exact moment Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others moved, he had already stood in front of the rock bear without hesitation. His eyes slightly narrowed, the silver spear in his hand spun lightly, transforming into a streak of silver light that smashed fiercely toward the rock bear. With a dull thud, a bright red wound appeared on the rock bear's body, and it was once again knocked to the ground. Shin Chi did not stop. Gripping the silver spear in a reverse hold, his entire figure shot toward the rock bear like lightning. The silver spear thrust forward, its cold gleam menacing. Clang! The rock bear's claws tried to block the strike, but Shin Chi let out a cold snort. His hand holding the silver spear suddenly trembled, and the power from his feet surged like a torrent, directly channeling into the spear's tip. The ferocious force instantly transmitted to the spearhead, causing the rock bear's claws to drop downward under the impact. At that moment, the trembling spearhead suddenly straightened. The silver spear, like a bolt of lightning, pierced into the white area on the rock bear's chest. However, just as it entered less than 3 inches, the rock bear's claws firmly gripped the spear shaft, a trace of panic flashing in its blood-red eyes. "Can you stop me?" Shin Chi's cold voice was like a chilling wind, as he lifted his foot and fiercely kicked the tail end of the spear. Splurt! The silver spear pierced through the chest, brutally pinning the rock bear to the ground. Martial artist of the 8th level, dead. At this moment, the atmosphere of battle grew even more intense. Everyone was in awe, and the hope of victory was right before their eyes. Once this operation is over, you should be able to break through to the 7th level of martial artist, right? Zhang Ruya tilted her head to look at Shin Chi beside her and asked with a smile. Su Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze flickering. Shin Chi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "My vitality is still lacking a bit. With this resource, I should be able to break through to the 7th level. Zhang Ruya let out a long breath and said with emotion, "Shin Chi, if I didn't know you have an E-level archer talent, I might have thought you were S-level or even SS-level. As for SSS, Zhang Ruya felt she had never encountered it. Martial artist 7th level. At this moment, her heart was filled with complex emotions. Her cultivation speed, even with an A-level talent, was unexpectedly slower than Xinqi, an E-level archer. Thinking that Xinqi was about to break through to the 7th level while she herself remained stuck at martial artist 5th level, Zhang Ruya couldn't help but consider making a call to request resources. Wang Er, Xuanyan, Zhao Zhixin, and others listened to Xinqi's words, exchanged glances, and smiled bitterly. When they had just enlisted, everyone thought they were geniuses. Even if not geniuses, they believed they could at least rank among the top. Su Xingyuan's Grade A Thunder talent, Zhang Ruya's Grade A Strength Enhancement, Zhao Zhixin's Grade A Earth Element, as well as Wang Er and others with Grade B and Grade C abilities. Beasts! Hearing that Xinqi was about to break through to the 7th level of a warrior, Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others all chimed in with teasing remarks tinged with helplessness. Xinqi gave a faint smile, but in his heart, he understood that resources had always been his greatest shortfall. From the recruit competition assessment up until now, the resources he had consumed were far more than those of Wang Er and the others. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya also consumed significant resources, and Xinqi noticed that the resources they used were all expensive. These two are really rich guys. Zhang Yan walked behind, his gaze complex as he watched Xinqi and his group ahead. Having been defeated by Xinqi, he had always felt unconvinced, believing that his loss was entirely due to carelessness. When tracking the exotic beast and falling into crisis, the appearance of Xinqi and Su Xingyuan rekindled a glimmer of hope in his once despairing heart. He never imagined that it would be Xinqi and Su Xingyuan who came to his rescue when he was in a desperate situation. Su Xingyuan charged forward like thunder, with arrows brushing past his body and clearing obstacles for him. The scene remains vividly etched in his memory. Zhang Yan looked at Xinqi and the others, his heart filled with complex emotions. Xinqi's team was completely different from his own, a team full of trust versus one that descended into chaos in dire straits. Maybe I'm really not as good as him, Zhang Yan sighed softly in his heart, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Behind him, several veteran soldiers also turned their gazes toward Xinqi and his team. Having experienced numerous battles, they had seen many new squads, but had never witnessed such an awe-inspiring performance. Battle spirit. Unyielding and indomitable fighting spirit. Logically speaking, such a powerful fighting spirit should never appear in a rookie team, but when they saw Xinqi's team, they were stunned in shock. The momentum of this team was overwhelming, like seasoned veterans who had been through countless battles, showing no fear, no retreat, only an unwavering determination and an unyielding fighting spirit. All of this was brought about by those three individuals. Su Xingyuan's personal strength is beyond doubt, and his great thunder talent makes him appear like the god of thunder on the battlefield. When Zhang Ruya's power enhancement is activated, she is like the reincarnation of a war god, and her alloy hammer strikes leave beasts howling in agony. As for Xinqi, the shock he brings them is simply indescribable. Archer? No one ever thought that an archer could possess such devastating power, capable of controlling the entire battlefield alone. The appearance of Xinqi completely overturned their perception of an archer's talent. Who said an archer's talent could only play a supporting role? Silver spear, black armor, and imposing presence like a rainbow. When Xinqi put down the longbow and domineeringly wielded his silver spear to slay the 8th-stage martial artist Rock Bear, all that remained in their eyes was bewilderment. Archers aren't skilled in close combat? Xinqi's bold slaughter demonstrated to everyone that archers could dominate in close combat battles just as impressively as other warriors. The operation had concluded, and all teams began heading toward the gathering point in Linghu County. Gao Yu lowered his head to look at the battle report in his hand and casually flipped through it. The battle reports of the teams involved in this night owl operation were all laid out before him, detailing each team's loss ratio, performance, individual displays, and every other detail. The purpose of the second round of screening was naturally to identify the needed talents, striving not to miss even a single outstanding individual. B grade. C grade. He flipped through it slightly, and most of what he saw were evaluations of B grade or C grade. This seems good. Gao Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. An A-level rating was enough to make him pleasantly surprised. He continued to look further down. B level. A level. A moment later, Xinqi's team's battle report appeared before him. Team rating, S grade. Casualties, 23, exotic beasts killed, 117. Damn! Gao Yu stared at the battle report in his hand, completely stunned. A squad of 50 people managed to slay 117 alien beasts at the cost of only 23 casualties? What kind of concept is this, a 5-to-1 casualty ratio? It's simply an extraordinary performance. He was slightly stunned, suppressing the shock in his heart as his eyes fell on the names in the battle report. Su Xingyuan, Battlefield Performance, S. Zhang Ruya, battlefield performance, S. 2 consecutive S-level battlefield performances made Gao Yu widen his eyes in amazement, secretly marveling in his heart. The performance of these two had almost reached the level of the first echelon. He had witnessed many recruit assessments, but S-level evaluations were very rare. To receive an S-level rating, one had to be virtually a genius among geniuses. These two were truly extraordinary. As his gaze continued downward, the next second he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Shenqi, Battlefield Performance, SS. Wu Chao, double S rating. Previously, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya's S-level performance had already amazed him, but now another SS-level performance has emerged. It's simply unimaginable. Is the battle report out yet? Wei Yun walked in from outside, looked at Gao Yu, who was stunned in place, and asked. Gao Yu snapped back to reality, only feeling his throat dry and swallowed hard. The shock in his eyes hadn't dissipated yet as he nodded and replied, "It's out. Let me take a look." Wei Yun took the battle report handed over by Gao Yu. Scanning through it briefly, his expression turned somewhat grim. Why are there so many B-level and below? Gao Yu opened his mouth but said nothing. Instead, he handed the other battle reports in his hand to Wei Yun. A-level? Wei Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "Not bad." S-level? Continuing to read, a battle report rated as S-level suddenly appeared before his eyes. Are you sure there's no mistake? Wei Yun looked up, his expression serious, his tone earnest. He had just checked. Even the team under his command with 2 S-level talents only got an A-level evaluation. Based on his intelligence, the strongest in this operation was merely at the S-level talent. A team with 2 S-level talents couldn't achieve an S-level battle report performance, so how could anyone possibly manage to get an S-level battle report performance? Gao Yu shook his head and said without hesitation, "That's right, the battle report is very clear." Wei Yun's eyelids twitched as he lowered his head to look at the names of personnel on the battle report in his hand. Team rating, S-level. Casualties, 23, killed 117 alien beasts. Su Xingyuan, Battlefield Performance, S. Zhang Ruya, Battlefield Performance, S. Shenqi, Battlefield Performance, SS. Shenqi? Wei Yun suddenly felt the name seemed somewhat familiar. The next second, he looked up at Gao Yu and asked, "Is he one of Xiang Han's people?" Gao Yu nodded, just about to speak when Xiang Han and the other company commanders of the recruit training battalion walked into the room. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the news to come. Gao Yu thought to himself that today's battle report would undoubtedly stir up a storm in the recruit training battalion. SS-level evaluation. What the heck? Wei Yun looked at Xiang Han as he entered the room, his eyes flashing with a hint of complex emotions. The battle report is out? Seeing the battle report in Wei Yun's hand, everyone cast curious glances and asked with a smile. Wei Yun nodded slightly, his eyes mixed with anticipation and nervousness as he handed the battle report to the crowd. Then, like a grumbling wife, he complained to Xiang Han, "Just keep hiding it, you." Xiang Han was taken aback by Wei Yun's unexpected reaction, secretly wondering if this guy was up to something again. Before he could think further, the crowd's exclamations rang out. S-class battle report? When they saw the battle report in their hands, they couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts and involuntarily gasped. S-class? Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Xiang Han ignored the resentful glance from Wei Yun and strode forward. "Let me take a look." Among everyone present, only he and Wei Yun were martial sec-level experts, 2 outliers. A team member snapped out of it and handed the battle report in his hand to Xiang Han. Looking over the battle report in his hand, Xiang Han's expression remained calm. B-level and C-level evaluations were all too normal in his eyes, so he continued to read carefully. It wasn't until he saw the S-level battle report, which had caused a stir among everyone, that his calm demeanor finally changed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You've really got some secrets, don't you?" Wei Yun had somehow arrived beside Xiang Han and said through gritted teeth. Listening to the grievance in Wei Yun's tone, Xiang Han said without even looking up, "Don't act like a little wife. If someone else sees this, they'll think I hit you again." "Ha!" Wei Yun chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with provocation. "You really think you can beat me? I was just going easy on you before. Is that so?" Xiang Han tilted his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as his calm voice sounded, "And then got beaten up by me in the grand military competition? Damn it!" Wei Yun's face changed, quickly glancing around, lowering his voice, "Can you stop bringing that up?" "Oh." Xiang Han nodded, raising his voice deliberately and innocently, "So you were going easy on me, huh? Holy crap!" Wei Yun covered Xiang Han's mouth with one hand, gritting his teeth as he said, "Stop talking, for goodness sake. A trace of a smile flashed in Xiang Han's eyes. Big brother, you really are my big brother. I'm not as good as you, so stop talking. Alright then. Xiang Han nodded, and only then did Wei Yun remove his hand. The two no longer dwelled on this matter but instead focused their attention on the S-class battle report in their hands. Just be honest with me, is Shinchi really an E-level talent, and not S, or even SS? Wei Yun's tone carried doubt. As someone in the martial ancestor realm, he himself possessed S-level talent and was shocked by Shinchi's cultivation speed and performance. He knew all too well the cultivation speed of an S-level talent, and Shinchi's performance had long surpassed the realm of E-level talent, almost comparable to SS. As for the even higher SSS, that possibility had never crossed his mind. SSS-level talent joining the army? Are they out of their minds? Aren't those geniuses all aiming for the top martial academies? In martial academies, there are resources, martial techniques, powerful mentors, and, most importantly, you don't have to be on the front lines like in the military. Besides, once someone reveals an SSS-level talent, how many people would scramble to take them as a student? Even for someone like him with S-level talent, plenty of powerful individuals sought to take him as a student back then. You guess. Putting down the battle report in his hand, Xiang Han thought of the genius plan and responded with a smile without directly answering. It's not that he didn't want to answer, rather, he himself couldn't be sure. You guess if I'll guess? Wei Yun curled his lips. Just keep hiding then. With his behavior like that, how long do you think you can hide him? Will be taken away sooner or later. Xiang Han's response made Wei Yun quite unhappy, with a hint of bitterness in his words. Can't be taken away. My teacher already intends to take him in. Wei Yun was slightly stunned, not quite reacting to who the teacher Xiang Han mentioned was. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief, and he asked in surprise, "It can't be that one, right?" Xiang Han countered, "Is there a problem?" Hiss. Wei Yun first widened his eyes, then deflated like a punctured balloon, his tone carrying disappointment. My family once took me to apprentice under Martial King Zhang Zixing. But I wasn't promising enough and didn't catch the Martial King's eye. He grabbed Xiang Han's arm and said excitedly, "Can you let me go with you at that time?" Damn, the only arrow god in the Huaxia nation. Xiang Han frowned slightly and coughed lightly, "Speak properly, don't use foul language." Wei Yun became even more excited. "You don't know a thing. You're the student of the divine archer, of course you're not excited. From 100 miles away, 3 arrows killed a foreign martial marquis." When he said this, his expression was full of reverence. With the strongest archery talent in Huaxia, spanning an entire major realm to kill a foreign martial marquis, this battle established Zhang Zisheng's title as the divine archer. The first archer of Huaxia talent. What kind of dumb luck did Shinchi have, damn it? Wei Yun grew more agitated as he spoke, his tone filled with envy and jealousy, as if he were resentful about a lost opportunity. At that moment, an elderly man stepped slowly into the room, exuding an intangible aura of authority that instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Everyone exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment. No one dared to underestimate this elder. Xiang Han respectfully bowed slightly to the elder, secretly feeling fortunate to be able to share the same room with such a figure. Meanwhile, Wei Yun was still talking excitedly, completely oblivious to the change in the situation before him. "Xiang Han, you have to take me to meet the arrow god. That old man is just too cool, he's my idol." "I'm his biggest fan," Wei Yun said enthusiastically, turning to look at Xiang Han with a face full of anticipation. I. When he saw the elderly man in front of him, his eyes widened, his face revealing an expression of disbelief, and he stammered, unable to speak, while rejoicing internally. "Hello, Xiao Wei." Zhang Zixing's gentle smile spread like a spring breeze, carrying none of the air of a military man. Instead, he exuded a refined and scholarly charm that felt incredibly pleasant. "Arrow god!" Wei Yun exclaimed, his face filled with excitement. Standing before Zhang Zixing, he resembled an obedient student, appearing extremely restrained, devoid of his previously brash confidence. He hadn't expected that Zhang Zixing would still remember him. "You remember me? I came to seek apprenticeship before." "Ha ha." Zhang Zixing laughed and waved his hand, his gaze falling on Wei Yun as he nodded slightly. "Not bad, you're at the Wuzone level." Hearing this, Wei Yun felt secretly delighted and proud but shyly waved his hand with a smile. "Of course I remember you." Zhang Zixing's voice was gentle yet firm. "Your grandfather Wei Jingzhen and I have been friends for decades." Wei Yun felt a surge of emotion in his heart and wanted to say, "Doesn't that mean you haven't accepted me as a student yet?" However, the words reached his lips but were swallowed back. "The battle report is out, right? Let me take a look." Zhang Zixing said no more and instead turned his gaze towards Xiang Han, his expression carrying a hint of anticipation. "It's out," Xian Han replied as he carefully handed the battle report in his hand to Zhang Zixing. Zhang Zixing took the battle report, his expression calm as he scanned the pages in his hand. When an S-level battle report appeared, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and continued reading onward. Su Xingyuan, Battlefield Performance, S. Zhang Ruya, Battlefield Performance, S. Shenqi, Battlefield Performance, SS. The outstanding performance of the three individuals at the top of the war report instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. Everyone held their breath, fearing they might miss any detail. After a moment, Zhang Zixing set down the war report in his hand, his gentle voice breaking the silence. "When will the operation be over?" "In an hour," Xian Han replied, secretly thinking to himself that this meeting would surely spark something different. "I'll meet this little one first in a bit." Zhang Zixing's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and the smile on his face grew even gentler. "All right, teacher." Xian Han was overwhelmed with excitement, filled with anticipation for what would happen next. Meanwhile, the commander of the Beast Guard army had also appeared at the garrison point, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and exhilarating, as if a storm was about to descend. The garrison point shrouded in the night seemed to be covered by an intangible sense of oppression. The team participating in the Night Owl operation finally returned to the garrison point, only to face a heart-wrenching and brutal reality. Before the operation began, everyone knew it was a real combat mission with no safety guarantees, yet the actual casualties far exceeded expectations. Shenqi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya walked at the forefront, watching the returning teams, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Each team suffered casualties, and of the original 50-member squads, the most impacted only had 10 survivors remaining, while others lost about a dozen. Pain, helplessness, confusion, excitement, a mix of complex emotions intertwined on everyone's faces, evoking profound anguish. Cruel. Shenqi experienced for the first time the true meaning of this word. Before his military career, he had never imagined that the tranquility of the rear was sustained at such great cost by the frontline troops. A small beast tide had caused heavy losses to every unit, so how terrifying must the beast tide that had previously devastated the 3rd Legion have been? 10,000? Or 20,000? Or even more? Shenqi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Zhang Ruya looked at Shenqi's heavy expression and spoke softly. "Shenqi, this is war. Death is inevitable. As exotic beasts rampage, someone has to rise to the occasion. And I am fortunate enough to be one of them." Her eyes glowed with unwavering determination, radiating a unique sense of pride. Although Su Xingyuan didn't speak, his gaze conveyed to Shenqi that he, too, felt an immense pride. "To be honest, I never thought that joining the army was anything particularly honorable before," Shenqi said softly, reflecting. Back in Wu Gao, everyone's goal was to get into Wude. Enlisting in the military wasn't even a consideration. I was forced to join the army too. On a bus, an auntie once told me that serving in the military was an honor. You may not believe this, but at the time I thought it was just a polite thing to say. But today, I seem to have truly felt that honor. Zhang Ruya and Su Xingyuan listened to Shenqi's reflections and shared a soft laugh. Su Xingyuan spoke up. "Someone has to become a hero, why not you? Why not us?" Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others listened to their conversation and laughed as well, saying, "Heroes are so honorable." Zhao Zixi nodded. "My family's circumstances are not good, and people there are not wealthy. But when I said I wanted to join the army, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, both those who knew me and those who didn't, lined up to bring food to my family. From that moment, I understood the true meaning of the words, join the army. Can you guess what my greatest wish is?" Zhao Zixin asked with a smile, and everyone curiously turned to look at him. "What?" they asked, puzzled. "My greatest wish is for my family to be safe," he said earnestly. "Damn. Nonsense, who wouldn't?" Xuanyan laughed and cursed, pounding Zhao Zixin's chest with his blood-stained fist. Zhao Zixin felt a slight pain but paid no attention, continuing, "Also, I want a separate page in our family records." "Holy crap!" Wang Er, Xuanyan, and the others blurted out, gazing disdainfully at Zhao Zixin, who appeared a little embarrassed. "That's nonsense too. I want a separate page in my family records too, and write on it how so-and-so achieved glorious feats and killed countless beasts as a national hero. When future generations see that page, they'll remember me for eternity." Hearing Xuanyan's somewhat unreliable words, everyone couldn't hold back anymore and chimed in one after another. "Xuanyan, stop dreaming. With your skills, at most you might get a small mention in the corner of your family genealogy. You've got quite the imagination, scoundrel," another person teased. "Today you're dreaming of having a page dedicated to you in the genealogy, tomorrow you'll be aiming to get into the county records. Bah! You think this kind of opportunity would fall to you? I'd be the first one up for it, damn it. Everyone exchanged banter, their laughter filling the air. Zhao Zixin and Xuanyan couldn't help but laugh along as they listened to the playful teasing. This was their honor, the honor of the entire family. As for greater honor, the two had never dared to hope for it, such glory was beyond what their talent and abilities could aspire to. At the very least, one would need to be like Zhang Zixing back in the day, 3 arrows to slay a military commander. Let's go and take a look at those unlucky injured guys, someone joked as the group headed toward the area where the wounded were. Zhangyan's gaze was complex, and emotions surged within him. He deeply envied the atmosphere in Shinqi's team. Laughing and joking around, without any reservations. On the battlefield, never backing down. When Su Xingyuan was deeply trapped in danger, Zhang Ruya, Wang Er, Xuanyan, Zhao Zixin, and the rest of the team charged in to rescue him as if their lives didn't matter, without hesitation. This scene deeply shocked him. At this moment, he finally realized that there was an insurmountable gap between their team and Shinqi, Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and the others. He was even convinced that if they were on the battlefield, whether it was Shinqi or any other team member, everyone's choice in a dire situation would undoubtedly be the same. Comrades, trust. These 2 words kept echoing in his mind. Shinqi, I am not as good as you. At this moment, Zhang Yan finally let go of his resentment and experienced a spiritual awakening. Hu Xiaopeak, 3rd Corps Beast-quelling Army Commander, strength at the Marquis of Wu Realm. When he entered the room, everyone present fell silent. Even though there was no sharp aura about him, the pressure on everyone present suddenly intensified. The Wuhou realm, this is undoubtedly the mark of a true powerhouse. Unlike Zhang Zixing, Hu Xiaofeng exuded a strong military demeanor. His expression was solemn, completely opposite to Zhang Zixing's refined and scholarly air. Commander! 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 The moment they saw Hu Xiaofeng, everyone in the room stood up in unison and saluted. His gaze swept over the crowd, and when he saw Zhang Zixing, who looked like a scholar, he couldn't help but smile. Senior brother. Zhang Zixing glanced at Hu Xiaopeak but seemed not to hear, continuing to look down at the documents in his hand. Hu Xiaopeak looked a bit awkward, nodded slightly to Xiang Han and the others, then walked over to Zhang Zixing's side and asked curiously, Senior brother, what are you looking at? Let me help you take a look. This scene made Xiang Han and the others struggle to hold back their laughter. Can you understand it? Zhang Zixing lifted his head and looked disdainfully at Hu Xiaofeng standing beside him. Senior brother, I'm at the Wuhou level. Is there anything I can't understand? At this moment, Hu Xiaofeng had completely shed the authority of a military commander, resembling a mischievous junior disciple. Get lost, get lost. Zhang Zixing laughed angrily at Hu Xiaofeng's shameless behavior and said irritably, You're decades old. Can you be a bit more mature? Senior brother, you know my temperament well. While speaking, Hu Xiaofeng pulled over a chair and scooted it next to Zhang Zixing, leaning in to look at the materials in his hand. Senior brother, you. Senior brother, you. When Hu Xiaofeng saw the documents in Zhang Zixing's hand, his brows raised, and his heart trembled. He wanted to say something but swallowed his words under the sharp gaze of Zhang Zixing. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Zixing spoke in a cold tone, carrying a sense of detachment, You'd better not meddle in my affairs. The initial sense of closeness in their words had already been lost. Hu Xiaofeng looked at his senior brother, who was lowering his head to flip through some documents, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Senior brother, is it really necessary? Decades have passed, and you still can't let it go? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Zhang Zixing waved his hand impatiently, clearly unwilling to continue the topic. Tiger Xiaofeng sighed lightly, deciding not to pursue the matter further, and changed the topic. Senior brother, what brought you here this time? Zhang Zixing looked up, closed the documents in his hands, and his gaze fell on Xiang Han, instantly returning to his gentlemanly and composed demeanor. Xiao Xiang introduced someone to me, so I came to take a look. Oh? Tiger Xiaofeng's face showed a hint of confusion. He turned to Xiang Han and asked with a chuckle, Xiao Xiang, could it be that there are some exceptional talents among this batch of new recruits? Faced with Tiger Xiaofeng, a powerful Wuhou-level expert, Xiang Han maintained a serious expression, performed a military salute, and then responded, Commander, this time we indeed found some promising candidates among the new recruits. The person the teacher just mentioned is one of the recruits in this batch. Where's the file? Let me take a look. A recruit who could attract Zhang Zixing's personal attention was already enough to catch Hu Xiaofeng's interest. As they spoke, Xiang Han had already handed over the file of Shinqi's team to Hu Xiaofeng. Everyone's personal profile, performance on the battlefield twice, overall evaluation, nothing is overlooked. Flipping through the personal information of Shenqi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya in his hand, Hu Xiaofeng's gaze gradually became focused. A-level Thunder. A-level Strength Enhancement. Why is there an E-level archer talent here? Hu Xiaofeng looked up in surprise and asked Zhang Zixing with confusion. Senior brother, which of these two do you plan to take in? Two? Which two? Zhang Zixing glanced at Hu Xiaopeak and said calmly, I'll only take in one. Hu Xiaopeak nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. This little fellow named Su Xingyuan, his talent is not bad. Great a thunder element, and his strength is improving at a decent speed. Not bad indeed. To be taken in as a student by senior brother, it's quite a blessing for him. Xiang Han opened his mouth, wanting to explain. Zhang Zixing rolled his eyes and said irritably, who said I wanted to take the thunder talent? Oh, could it be Zhang Ruya? That little one's talent isn't bad either, though it hasn't reached S-level. Just shut up. Zhang Zixing, feeling a headache coming on, said, the one I want to take is the third one. Hu Xiaofeng looked down at the information in his hand, his expression froze, and he lifted his gaze to Zhang Zixing, asking in surprise, Senior brother, you're not planning to accept this little guy with an E-level talent, are you? Zhang Zixing nodded, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure, is there a problem? It's not that. Senior brother. Hu Xiaofeng suddenly grew anxious, quickly glancing at Xiang Han and the others. You all leave first. Yes. After Xiang Han, Wei Yun, and the others left, Hu Xiaofeng looked at Zhang Zixing with concern. Senior brother, what are you doing? Don't give up. I've already found out that the other race might have something that can heal your injuries. Zhang Zixing's face instantly darkened after hearing Hu Xiaofeng's words. The next second, he kicked Hu Xiaofeng, who staggered, further solidifying his suspicions. Senior brother, don't give up. Even if it costs me my life, I will find something to heal your injuries. Zhang Zixing was truly amused with anger this time. He raised his hand, pointing at Hu Xiaopeak, unable to speak for quite a while. Who the hell said I was giving up? Zhang Zixing cursed outright, his previously refined and amiable demeanor utterly gone, replaced by an air of rugged boldness. I'm not dying, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Tiger Roarpeak's expression stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly, leaning closer to Zhang Zixing and asked with a grin, Senior brother, you really aren't here to give your last words? Get lost. Zhang Zixing didn't show Tiger Roarpeak any kindness. Tiger Roarpeak wasn't offended and continued to grin as he asked, Senior brother, when you mentioned just now about taking in that E-level talent kid, you were joking, right? Who's joking with you? Zhang Zixing picked up the battle report nearby and tossed it to Tiger Roarpeak. Take a look for yourself. Receiving the battle report, Hu Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Zixing in confusion. Seeing that he was not joking, he began to read the report in his hand. He let out a soft exclamation, his eyes falling on a line written in the report. Shenqi, Battlefield Performance, SS. This is? Hu Xiaofeng abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if utterly shocked by the intelligence before him. SS-level Battlefield Performance, he murmured to himself, a surge of anticipation rising in his heart. Keep reading. Zhang Zixing stood up, stretched his body slightly, picked up the water cup beside him, took a sip, and spoke casually, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Hu Xiaofeng's eyes still held traces of surprise as he eagerly continued reading, his heart pounding wildly. Team Battle Report, 23 casualties, 117 beasts killed. This report made his heart jolt, as if he could feel a powerful force surging. After reading the entire battle report, Hu Xiaofeng's breathing became slightly heavy, and his heart surged with excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and said, Senior brother, I want to discuss something with you. How about letting Shenqi become my student? What do you think? He looked visibly excited, with an eager glint in his eyes. Zhang Zixing sneered coldly, his tone indifferent. Do you think that just because I'm now at the martial spirit realm, I can't deal with you? Cough. Hu Xiaofeng hurriedly explained, his tone urgent, that's not what I meant. I meant that since your run well in teaching students is already exhausting, as your junior brother, I'm willing to shoulder this burden for you. He's utterly shameless, completely lacking the dignity of a battalion leader, instead coming across as quite cunning. Zhang Zixing didn't bother to waste words with him, his gaze firm. I've already decided to accept Shenqi. Senior brother. Hu Xiaofeng stood up, walked over to Zhang Zixing, and spoke seriously, the matters involved in the talent plan are too many. You also know how many people you've offended over the years. They can't deal with you, but once Shenqi becomes your student and enters the talent program, he will surely be suppressed by those people. Hearing Hu Xiaofeng's words, Zhang Zixing's gaze slightly froze, a flash of killing intent swept across his eyes, chilling to the bone. If they deal with Xinqi in a proper way, I don't mind. Without chiseling, jade cannot become a masterpiece, he said calmly, exuding an invisible pressure. But if those people resort to despicable means, I wouldn't mind taking down a few myself to show them whether I can still draw the longbow. Tiger Roaring Peak's eyelids twitched wildly, unease creeping into his heart, his expression subtly changing. The others didn't know who Zhang Zixing used to be, but he certainly did. Don't be fooled by Zhang Zixing's current gentle and affable demeanor, it was entirely deliberate. Once he sheds that refined exterior, the Zhang Zixing hidden beneath would undoubtedly make those people tremble, feeling the imminent approach of death. Someone who was once just a step away from the martial marquis realm, if not for the sudden passing of his close friend, would likely now have reached the martial marquis realm, or perhaps even beyond. Alright, let's go and take a look at that little one. A fleeting murderous intent disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and Zhang Zixing reverted to his refined and amiable demeanor, as if the oppressive aura from earlier was merely an illusion. Hu Xiaofeng's expression was complex as he let out a faint sigh, fully aware that this storm was bound to escalate further. He nodded lightly and followed behind Zhang Zixing as the two headed out. Gather! A loud voice echoed across the square, sounding like a trumpet call, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. The teams stationed at various points quickly assembled. Despite the fact that only 60% of those who had arrived were still standing here, every individual's eyes burned with unyielding determination. Xinqi scanned the surroundings, his heart filled with complexity as many familiar faces came into view. Jiang Yan and the others, as well as the warriors of other teams, stood firm like pine trees despite enduring life and death trials. Night fell silently, shadows flickered across the square, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After nearly 2 months of training, everyone had honed the basic qualities needed to become qualified warriors. The team remained utterly silent, with only the sound of the night breeze whispering in their ears. Xinqi and Su Xingyuan exchanged a glance, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes before they quickly looked away. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhang Ruya's eyes, clearly revealing her anticipation for what was to come. The sound of footsteps grew clearer as Xiang Han, Wei Yun, and other platoon leaders of the new recruits walked toward the group. As they passed by Xinqi, Xiang Han slightly slowed his pace, nodded at Xinqi, and then continued forward. Wei Yun, walking beside him, let his gaze linger on the three for a moment before returning to Xinqi. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, then quickly caught up with Xiang Han and proceeded onward. Do you know him? Su Xingyuan looked at Xinqi, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Xinqi was momentarily stunned, then shook his head, secretly wondering, I only know Xiang Han, so how could Wei Yun be acquainted with me? Zhang Ruya's bright eyes lit up, seemingly aware of Xiang Han's actions. Wei Yun, on the other hand, winked at Xinqi and left with a smile. This scene was noticed only by Xinqi. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, secretly mocking in his heart, Zhang Ruya, this kid, is really mischievous. What does this mean? Could there possibly be more to come? Xuanyan whispered to Wang Er. Wang Er froze for a moment, then shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. At this moment, Wu Luyi's figure appeared before everyone. He walked over to Xinqi and the others, patted Xinqi's shoulder, swept his gaze across the group, and said with a cheerful smile, You kids did well. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Xuanyan, with his laid-back personality, joked, Squad leader, with such a great performance, there should be some rewards, right? Wu Lui responded with a mysterious smile and said meaningfully, There are rewards, but I'm afraid you'll be crying when the time comes. With a reward, why would I cry? Xuanyan tilted his head back nonchalantly and responded with a smile, completely unbothered. Could it be that you're sending me to take down a martial soldier-level beast or something? He continued to joke. You'll find out soon enough. Wu Lui said no more, gave a slight smile to the group, and walked into the distance. Why is the squad leader here? Xinqi wondered to himself. The Night Owl operation clearly involved all the recruits of the Beast Control Army. For such an important occasion, Wu Lui personally attending obviously signaled something unusual. Su Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Seeing the two puzzled, Zhang Ruya thought for a moment and said softly, Perhaps a powerful figure is coming. Zhang Ruya's words reached the ears of the two. Xinqi and Su Xingyuan exchanged a glance, as if suddenly understanding. As everyone speculated, two figures approached from afar. One was gentle and refined, with a warm smile, the other wore a military uniform, stood tall, exuding a strong military aura. When the crowd in the square saw Hu Xiaofeng dressed in military uniform, their gazes instantly focused on him. Their eyes sparkled, and their expressions were filled with excitement. Commander. The rank insignia on Hu Xiaofeng's shoulders unmistakably indicated his identity. Whoa, Major General. Wang Er exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Zixin, Xuanyan, and the others widened their eyes, staring blankly at Hu Xiaofeng and Zhang Zixing approaching from afar. The nocturnal operation during the minor beast tide had even alarmed a Major General. Could it be that there was a Major General's child in the group? But it doesn't seem right. Could it be his grandson? Xuanyan glanced skeptically at his teammate beside him and quietly asked, "What's the name of our beast regiment commander?" Hu Xiaofeng. You don't even know that? It was posted on the wall during boot camp. Ren Jianming answered casually, then noticed something amiss, turned his head, and asked, "Why are you asking?" Xuanyan asked again, "Have you ever heard of any new recruits with the surname Hu?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ren Jianming froze, while Wang Er whispered, "With the general's abilities, do you think he can't hear what you're saying?" "Damn! I forgot." Xuanyan's expression changed, and he immediately shut his mouth, regretting it deeply. He dared not say another word. Major General? Xuanyan and the others moved slightly away from Shenqi and his group, as they had not overheard the previous conversation. Su Xingyuan froze, staring in shock at the approaching Hu Xiaopeak in the distance, his tone filled with confusion. "What's going on here?" Zhang Ruya immediately explained, "In the Huaxia Kingdom, those with the rank of Major General are at least of the Martial King realm and hold the position of Commander." Su Xingyuan was shocked and exchanged a glance with Shenqi. "How do you know that?" "In the Huaxia Kingdom, matters within the military are generally classified, and the strength and position behind the ranks are scarcely known." "Ha?" Zhang Ruya was surprised. "You've never seen it? What did you see?" Shenqi and Su Xingyuan were completely puzzled. "There is an introduction on the wall at the bottom of the recruit dormitory building." Zhang Ruya looked incredulous. "Really?" Shenqi and Su Xingyuan looked at each other in confusion, wondering whether they had truly never seen it or had simply forgotten. "Don't you want to know who that person walking with our commander is?" Zhang Ruya's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "This is the Beast Suppression Army, where there are only soldiers and no one else. The elderly man accompanying the general has no trace of a soldier's bearing but looks more like a scholar, someone who logically should not be within the army." Watching the two walking together, Hu Xiaopeak seems to show some reverence toward the elderly man, further intensifying Zhang Ruya's curiosity. Shenqi and Su Xingyuan's gazes also fall on the elderly man. In the distance, Zhang Zixing and Hu Xiaopeak are discussing a talent program. Suddenly sensing several gazes, Zhang Zixing turns around and sees Shenqi, offering him a gentle nod. Shenqi was taken aback. What did this mean? The old man's smile was somewhat baffling. The three, noticing Zhang Zixing and Hu Xiaofeng's gaze, hurriedly averted their eyes and stood obediently in place, not daring to make any further moves. The distance between the two sides was over 100 meters, yet even at such a great distance, the intensity of their gazes could still be easily felt. Their expressions slightly changed, their hearts pounded. Experts. Super experts. A strong expert of the Martial King realm is truly terrifying. This was the first time Shenqi and Su Xingyuan genuinely experienced the oppressive aura of such a powerful figure. Just a single glance devoid of killing intent was enough to make their hearts tremble. If they harbored ill intentions toward Hu Xiaopeak and Zhang Zixing, they would likely be killed from a distance before even having the chance to strike. They had no doubt about this possibility. The Martial King realm, utterly terrifying. On the high platform, Hu Xiaofeng waved his hand, declining the chair offered by Xiang Han and the others. Xiang Han, Wei Yun, and the others stood below the stage, looking up at Hu Xiaofeng on the platform with eyes full of determination and reverence. The square was utterly silent. The crescent moon cast its light over the eerily quiet square, tinged with a trace of chill. Shenqi's gaze fell on Zhang Zixing, who stood not far away, his mind constantly filled with doubts. This old man had been scrutinizing him incessantly since the moment they met, making him feel a bit creeped out. Could this old man be Zhao Zi's backing? But soon, he dismissed this absurd idea from his mind. Are you kidding? Anyone who can accompany Hu Xiaopeak must have an extraordinary status. Even if Zhao Yinian is a master at the martial sect level, he is absolutely not capable of approaching powerhouses of such status. Not far away, Zhang Zixing has a good impression of Shenqi, but the specifics will have to wait until he comes down to find out. For now, let's wait until Hu Xiaopeak finishes speaking. Tiger Xiaofeng, dressed in military uniform, wore a serious expression as his calm gaze swept over everyone below the platform. The Beast Suppression Army has been established for more than 140 years. Tiger Xiaofeng's voice was not loud, yet it thunderously shook everyone's hearts. In these 140 years, the Beast Suppression Army has experienced countless battles, repelling wave after wave of beast tides. Generations of forebearers have sacrificed their lives. Everyone present listened to the seriousness in Hu Xiaofeng's tone, and their expressions couldn't help but turn solemn. From the moment you put on the military uniform, your identity has quietly changed. You are no longer ordinary people, you have become warriors standing in front of them. This military uniform is not something easily worn. Once you put it on, you take on the responsibility of protection. Speaking of this, he paused and said in a somber tone, just 6 months ago, the 3rd Legion had just experienced a massive beast tide, with casualties reaching as high as 58,000. And such beast tides have occurred 478 times in just 100 years. Hearing the numbers spoken by Hu Xiaofeng, everyone's hearts tensed. 58,000 lives, 478 occurrences, the death toll reached as high as 27 million, and this is only the casualty count for the beast suppression army. The Huaxia Kingdom has a total of 3 major corps, each divided into 3 armies. Under the 3rd Corps, there are the Beast Suppression Army, the Mountain Suppression Army, and the Mystic Suppression Army. Such numbers are enough to leave one speechless. Tiger Roar Peak raised a hand, pointing at the military uniforms on everyone. It is through generations of dedication that we have achieved the glory we have today. I hope that someday in the future, you will truly understand the real meaning of this military uniform. After speaking, his gaze locked onto Xiang Han. Announcing the evaluations for the teams in this Night Owl operation, first place receives a reward of 1,000 Qi and blood pills, 1,000 beast crystal cores, 50 spirit stones, and 1,000 merit points. Boom! Hu Xiaofeng's words exploded in everyone's minds. 1,000 Qi and blood pills, 1,000 exotic beast crystal cores, along with precious spirit crystals and 1,000 merit points. Such rewards are simply extremely luxurious. Xiang Han took a step forward, stood on the high platform, swept his gaze over the crowd present, and spoke in a deep voice, now announcing the evaluations for each team. C-level evaluations include a total of 20 teams, as follows. The Grade C evaluation is the lowest rating. As the names of the teams were announced one by one, the faces of everyone in the selected teams turned grim. Some people in this Night Owl operation actually managed to kill only 5 or 6 alien beasts. Even worse, there was chaos when encountering alien beasts. This is clearly not acceptable. The first recruit competition assessment has already served as a warning for this Night Owl operation. With previous experience, such situations must never occur again when encountering exotic beasts. Soon, the evaluations for Class C and Class B were completed, and it was the turn for the Class A evaluation teams. Teams with Class A evaluations were enough to catch the attention of the regiment commanders of the Beast Suppression Army. A total of 11 teams received an A-level rating, namely, Thunder Team, Wind and Cloud Team, Flame Team, Ice and Fire Team. 11 teams were rated as A-level. Among the hundreds of teams, an A-level rating is already something to be proud of. The teams mentioned all had excited smiles on their faces. Among them, the 2 individuals with S-level talents previously mentioned by Wei Yun were also present. The 2 were in the same team and performed exceptionally well this time. When they heard that their team was rated as A-level, they were so excited they almost jumped up. As far as they knew, among this batch of recruits, their talent was already considered unparalleled. A team with 2 S-level talents, first place is within easy reach. In fact, everyone thought that first place would come from one of these 11 teams. The crowd anxiously awaited Xiang Han's announcement, their hearts filled with eager anticipation for this result. Wei Yun sighed slightly. He could clearly see the hope and tension in everyone's eyes. Those 2 S-level talents were snatched by him with special privileges, and he felt a sense of secret pride. Originally, he had believed that his team would undoubtedly claim first place in this Night Owl operation, but unexpectedly, a formidable competitor had emerged. At this moment, Xiang Han had only one battle report left in his hand. His gaze swept over Shin Qi's team as he slowly announced the first place winner of this Night Owl operation. This time, he did not directly announce the team's evaluation as he had before, but started with individual evaluations instead. Su Xingyuan, Night Owl Operation Evaluation, S-Class. Zhang Ruya, Night Owl Operation Evaluation, S-Class. Zhao Zhixin, Night Owl Operation Evaluation, A-Class. Wang Air, Night Owl Operation Evaluation. At this moment, just as the evaluation of the last person had not yet been announced, several figures hurriedly arrived, their expressions urgent. Xiang Han immediately stopped speaking. These people were staff responsible for battlefield cleanup after Operation Night Owl. One of them walked up to Hu Xiaofeng, saluted, then approached Xiang Han, saluted again, and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiang Han raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly changing, and then nodded, understood, handle it first. After speaking, he ignored the confusion of the people in the audience, walked up to Hu Xiaofeng, and conveyed the message he had just received. Tiger Roar Peak listened, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he nodded faintly, as if pondering something, but he said nothing. Returning to the high platform, Xiang Han suddenly radiated the unique aura of the martial master realm, instantly oppressing the crowd below, causing their heartbeats to accelerate as a sense of tension spread. I just received an important message. His voice was sonorous and powerful. Someone has made a significant contribution during this night owl operation. I greatly admire such individuals. Even the general appreciates them. Below the stage, Shinchi squinted slightly, already having a suspicion in his heart. Those people he had killed were obviously discovered by those cleaning up the battlefield. So, was Zhaoji's body also found? He hadn't had any time to deal with other matters back then, and now it seemed this issue had been exposed. Xiang Han's voice did not stop and continued. Therefore, after a comprehensive evaluation, the military has decided to grant him an additional reward. Now we will proceed with announcing the evaluation for Operation Night Owl. Shinchi, evaluation for Operation Night Owl, SSS rank. Overall evaluation of the Wulong team, S-level. Boom! When Shinchi's personal evaluation was announced as SSS-level, the square instantly erupted. Before people could recover from their shock, Xiang Han's even bigger statement froze everyone in place. Personal evaluation of SSS-level and team evaluation of S-level, this is absolutely a moment of impact. Extra chapters for the big shots. Shiomoni, Changi Shangsi Ku, my little darling, silence is not gold. Impossible. In this team with 2 S-level talents, when they heard that Shinchi was rated as SSS-level, the 2 S-level talents in the team instantly changed their expressions dramatically, suddenly looking up at Xiang Han on the high platform with faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? An SS-level individual rating. Could it be that he truly has an SS-level talent? Moreover, their team as a whole is only rated as S-level. Even their team with 2 S-level talents only received an A-level rating. Could it be that Shinchi's team, apart from him, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya, consists of all A-level talents? That's completely impossible. The S-level team rating instantly left all the members of the 11 teams rated as A-level shocked and frozen in place. Everyone believed that the first place would come from one of these 11 teams, but who would have thought that an S-level team would suddenly appear, dominating the crowd? Just as they hadn't yet processed this news, Shinchi's SSS-level individual rating stunned them once again. What kind of incredible members does this team have? Zhou Ning and Sun Fa's team was predictably rated as Grade A. As one of the teams rated Grade A, when they heard Xiang Han announce that Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were rated as Grade S, they both could only manage a bitter smile. Such an evaluation came as no surprise to them. Geniuses are geniuses, they stand out no matter where they are. Su Xingyuan's Grade A Thunder talent combined with Zhang Ruya's Grade A Strength Enhancement talent made them an invincible duo. However, what puzzled them was why Shinchi's individual rating had yet to be announced. Before they could think further, Xiang Han had already announced Shinchi's individual rating, Grade SSS. This evaluation, stronger than everyone present and unparalleled, was unprecedented. To receive an individual rating of Grade SSS signified one thing: Shinchi was undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhou Ning and Sun Fa had already experienced Shinchi's formidable abilities. During the recruit competition assessment, they had fantasized about taking first place. In the square, Jiang Yin's face radiated joy, and the other members of the team were equally overjoyed. Unlike the other teams, they knew full well the terror of Shinchi's team, something others might not understand because they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. As those who had personally seen Shinchi's team in action, they were not surprised at all by Shinchi being rated as Grade SSS. On the contrary, it would have been surprising if he hadn't received such a rating. An SSS-level personal rating. Shinchi is truly terrifying. Someone sighed, casting their gaze toward Shinchi not far ahead, their eyes full of envy. TSK, as expected of Shinchi, an SSS-level rating, so ridiculously over the top. Another person chimed in. If Shinchi wasn't rated SSS, that would be the real surprise. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Well deserved. The discussions buzzed nonstop among everyone. Those people don't understand, they have no idea how terrifying Shinchi is, nor the strength of his team. Jiang Yin listened to everyone's praises with a calm heart, even feeling a bit pleased. He let go of his competitive mindset against Shinchi and finally accepted Shinchi's strength. Previously, he had been unwilling to admit that he lost to Shinchi due to his own lack of ability. But now, he could calmly acknowledge that he was not as good as Shinchi. When someone is stronger than you, you feel jealous. However, when that person is so overwhelmingly strong that you can't even see their level, the jealousy fades and transforms into admiration and envy. This was exactly how Jiang Yin felt now. In the square, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Shinxi's SSS rating and the team's S-level performance had shaken the hearts of everyone present. Wu Lui's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards Shinxi in the distance, and he thought to himself, I already asked before Shinxi's personal rating was SS, but just now Xiang Han actually elevated Shinxi's rating to SSS. Major contribution? For a moment, he seemed to realize something, his eyes filled with shock. Not only was Wu Lui surprised by Shinxi's personal rating being elevated to SSS, but Feng Quan was also deeply shaken upon hearing Shinxi's rating, SSS. In over 10 years of military service, he had never heard of anyone in the military being rated as SSS. Shinxi. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly. Wei Yun was slightly startled and glanced at Xiang Han on the high platform. He saw a flicker of killing intent in Xiang Han's eyes. Wei Yun's heart trembled as if he understood something. His face instantly turned grim, and he remained silent. Silence. Xiang Han's authoritative voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue plunged into silence. Hu Xiaofeng slowly stood up, his calm gaze sweeping the surroundings, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. In a steady voice, he said, if you have any questions, you can contact your company commander and have him talk to me. After speaking, Xiang Han turned and left, his figure exuding a sense of competence and decisiveness. Xiang Han continued to take charge. The people whose names are called, stay. The rest, you're dismissed. Shinxi, Zhang Ruya, Su Xingyuan. Among the 20 people present, there were surprisingly 2 with S-level talents, while the rest possessed A-level talents. After a moment, the people in the square gradually dispersed, leaving only these 20 young men standing upright with determined expressions. Xiang Han stepped down from the high platform and walked toward them, wearing a gentle smile and nodding slightly. Follow me. What is this about? Su Xingyuan asked in confusion. Among this group, only Shinxi knew about the talent program, while the others remained completely clueless. Perhaps, Zhang Ruya vaguely knew as well. Shinxi glanced at her. Feeling Shinxi's gaze, Zhang Ruya slightly smiled, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. You'll find out in a bit. Shinxi withdrew his gaze and said with a smile to Su Xingyuan. Su Xingyuan nodded, unable to hide the nervousness and excitement in his heart. When did the old man leave? Shinxi glanced around suspiciously but didn't see Zhang Zixing. He pondered silently in his heart. Not seeing Zhang Zixing, Shinxi was still speculating inwardly. He shook his head, thinking that it didn't matter anyway. Moments later, Xiang Han's footsteps halted in front of a door. He adjusted his military uniform, stepped forward, and lightly knocked on the door. Come in. The voice of Tiger Roar Peak was like thunder, shaking one's heart. Xiang Hanchao waved to the crowd behind him, then walked inside. In the crowd, someone whispered, a private conversation? That voice just now seemed to be from our general. Could it be that the general wants to talk to us privately? As the words fell, the others were all stirred up, their faces showing excitement and anticipation. To have close contact with Hu Xiaofeng, such an honor is enough to be remembered for a lifetime. The general's strength is at least at the martial king level. For someone at the martial artist level, to have close contact with a martial king level powerhouse is simply a dream come true. If Tiger Xiaofeng believes he has great potential, wouldn't that mean he could soar to the skies and have boundless prospects? There are quite a few people with such thoughts. Shinxi stood by the corridor, listening to everyone's discussions, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Their speculations are perfectly normal, admiring the strong is human nature. However, I'm afraid they will be disappointed. 20 people, called into the office one by one, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Soon, it was Su Xingyuan's turn. Su Xingyuan, come in. Xiang Han's voice sounded, carrying a trace of authority. Su Xingyuan stood tall and answered loudly, yes. Good luck, Xingyuan. Zhang Ruya clenched her fist toward him, her eyes full of encouragement. Shinxi nodded with a smile and said softly, good luck. With a slight smile at the two, Su Xingyuan strode into the office, silently thinking to himself, this time, I must seize the opportunity. Bang! The office door was shut, and everyone anxiously waited as a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Su Xingyuan stepped into the office, nerves slightly evident in his heart, yet he knew this wasn't the time for weakness. He had to project his own demeanor. The first glance fell on Hu Xiaofeng sitting behind the desk, his imposing presence akin to a mountain, making it hard to look directly at him. Beside him, Zhang Zixing leisurely sipped tea, with a document placed beside him, its contents intriguing, but Su Xingyuan dared not linger on it, his vigilance instinctively heightened. He had personally experienced Zhang Zixing's strength before, a formidable power that chilled the soul. "Commander!" Su Xingyuan immediately performed a standard military salute, his voice loud and resonant, fully embodying the nature of a soldier. Zhang Zixing's gaze wandered over Su Xingyuan, as if assessing his inner thoughts, then shifted away again to continue savoring his tea, as if everything about this young man had nothing to do with him. Hu Xiaofeng smiled faintly, raised his head to look at Su Xingyuan, and spoke casually, "Sit, don't be nervous." He noticed Su Xingyuan's tension, and thought to himself that although this kid loved to show off on regular occasions, he seemed a bit reserved in front of true masters. In front of Wang Er, Xuanyan, and others, Su Xingyuan could act recklessly, but in front of Hu Xiaofeng and Zhang Zixing, the disparity in strength compelled him to restrain himself. Take Xiang Han, for instance. He was a martial sec powerhouse, and a casual slap from him could put Su Xingyuan's life in jeopardy. Su Xingyuan cautiously sat down, his body barely resting on the edge of the chair, as if ready to flee at any moment. If Xuanyan and the others saw this scene, they might laugh at him for a lifetime. "You, the pretentious king, how did you become so timid?" he teased inwardly, but he understood that the current situation forced him to act with caution. Hu Xiaofeng shook his head upon seeing this, fully aware that such a reaction was normal. He straightened his thoughts, picked up the documents at hand, and spoke formally. Su Xingyuan, age 18, a native of Chang'an, with both father and mother being martial experts in the martial master realm. Awakened talent, A-grade lightning. Combat strength, 5th tier warrior. Formerly attended Chang'an No. 1 Martial High School. Outstanding performance in the new recruit competition assessment, rated as A-grade. Su Xingyuan listened quietly, his heart already prepared. He understood that his background held no secrets before the military, and even the details of his daily life would be thoroughly investigated. Hu Xiaofeng set down the documents, leaned slightly against the chair back, with a faint smile. "Both your parents are at the martial sec level, your family is well off, and your awakened talent isn't weak. The military is not your only option. So, what is your reason for joining the army?" Hu Xiaofeng's tone carried a hint of expectation. Su Xingyuan instantly straightened his back, his gaze firm. "To kill the beasts. I don't want to live my whole life under the shadow of my parents. I want to prove myself, and even more, I want to protect the nation." Xiang Han stood to the side, and upon hearing these words, a hint of approval appeared on his serious face. Hu Xiaofeng gazed intently at Su Xingyuan, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Su Xingyuan showed no fear, meeting Hu Xiaofeng's gaze directly, his inner resolve unshakable. After a moment, Hu Xiaofeng withdrew his gaze, stood up, took out a form, and handed it to Su Xingyuan. Then he raised his hand in a military salute. This scene startled Su Xingyuan, making him shiver. He hurriedly raised his hand to return the salute, but a surge of incredible excitement welled up in his heart. "Private Su Xingyuan." Hu Xiaofeng's voice was loud and clear. "Present. After careful consideration, you are hereby notified that you have been selected for the talent program. Fill in your details and sign your name." Hu Xiaofeng's tone was calm, yet carried a weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Su Xingyuan lowered his head to look at the paper Hu Xiaofeng handed over, his heart surging with emotion. The document contained no elaborate explanations, just a simple form covering his abilities, family details, contacts, and various confidentiality requirements. The evaluation of your performance in the recruits competition was graded as A-level, and your evaluation in the Night Owl operation was graded as S-level. Hu Xiaofeng sat back down, gestured for Su Xingyuan to take a seat, and continued, "In both operations, you performed exceptionally and meet the selection criteria for the talent program." "Commander." Su Xingyuan was just about to stand up when Hu Xiaofeng waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "May I ask what the talent plan is for?" Xiang Han smiled upon hearing Su Xingyuan's question. No one who had entered before had ever asked, perhaps intimidated by Hu Xiaofeng's imposing aura. Hu Xiaofeng smiled as he explained, "Being selected into the talent plan, you are also qualified to know some information." His tone carried a relaxed yet mysterious touch, as if hinting at the new journey Su Xingyuan was about to embark on. He leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed and placed on the table, his gaze intense. "The talent plan, as the name suggests, is aimed at selecting the various talents we urgently need. This encompasses everything from personal talent to battlefield performance, assessment scores, strength, family background, education, and various other criteria." His tone was solemn, as if hiding a great secret. "Our goal is to cultivate an elite team of geniuses to address various emergencies within. The situation with the beasts is becoming increasingly dire, and each of you must grow rapidly." He added in a low voice, as though conveying a sense of urgency to everyone. The specifics will become clear once you enter the talent program, he continued. But before that, you still have one last assessment. Only by passing this assessment can you truly step into the hall of the talent program. Su Xingyuan's heart shook violently, hardly able to believe his ears. His gaze was tightly fixed on Huxiao Peak as he thought to himself, talent program? Right now, we're just a group of reserves. To truly enter, we must pass the assessment. Could it be that there are other unexpected situations concealed within the country? This thought flashed through his mind, making him even more nervous. Private Su Xingyuan. Xian Han's voice was thunderous, cutting through the whirlpool of his thoughts. Present. Su Xingyuan stood up abruptly, like a flame ignited, instantly brimming with energy. In light of your outstanding performance during your time as a recruit, you are hereby granted the rank of corporal ahead of schedule. With that, he decisively removed the private insignia from Su Xingyuan's shoulder and replaced it with the silver-framed corporal insignia. At its center was a short blade, simple and sharp, with a dazzling star shimmering beside it. All right, you may leave now. Hu Xiaofeng smiled faintly, as if opening a new chapter for him. Yes. Su Xingyuan saluted the two, his heart surging with emotion, and turned to walk out of the office. Senior brother, are you really not planning to take this little fellow under your wing? Hu Xiaofeng glanced at Su Xingyuan leaving, then turned to Zhang Zixing and asked casually. No, I'm not Thunder Talent, why would I take him in? Zhang Zixing waved his hand, his gaze flickering, and then added, however, I do think there's someone who suits him quite well. Still, we have to see if they're willing to accept him first. Hu Xiaofeng nodded, seemingly pondering something. When Su Xingyuan walked out of the office, everyone's eyes outside immediately focused on his shoulder patch. Corporal? The crowd whispered in surprised discussion. They glanced at the people who had entered the office earlier and noticed those individuals still had private ranks. But how did Su Xingyuan walk out as a corporal? Su Xingyuan remained silent, standing tall like a towering mountain. His expression was calm, as if he was completely indifferent to the promotion to the rank of corporal. However, only Shenqi and Zhang Ruya noticed the slight tremor in his hand by his side, betraying the excitement he could not conceal. King of Cool. Shenqi's heart trembled as he recalled the nickname everyone in the team had given Su Xingyuan, feeling both surprised and impressed. Zhang Ruya. Xiang Han's voice rang out again. Zhang Ruya smiled and nodded at the two of them before walking into the office, seemingly preparing herself for the upcoming assessment. Sit. Zhang Ruya saluted, and Hu Xiaofeng waved casually, pointing to the chair in front of him. Let me get straight to the point. The talent program, you've been selected. Fill out this form. As soon as the words were spoken, the form by his hand shot toward Zhang Ruya like a sharp blade. Zhang Ruya's expression changed dramatically, and her figure instantly vanished from where she was, dodging to the side. Plop! A thin sheet of paper, sharp as a blade, grazed Zhang Ruya's body and pierced into the office wall with a sound. What is this? Xian Han's face changed drastically, his gaze instantly fixed on Zhang Ruya, and the unique aura belonging to the martial expert realm surged up. In the next second, he was ready to strike at Zhang Ruya. Just as he was about to make a move, the voice of Tiger Roar Peak rang out. What are you standing there for? Go pick it up. Zhang Ruya gave an awkward smile and retrieved the form embedded in the wall. The moment his fingers touched the form, the paper, which had been as sharp as a blade, instantly became soft, as if something attached to the paper was dissipating. Zhang Ruya's expression changed, and with a firm grip, she successfully pulled out the form. Commander. Zhang Ruya returned to the desk once again, looking embarrassed. Hu Xiaofeng glanced at him and said irritably, What are you standing there for? Fill out the form. Do you expect me to write it for you? Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment, then picked up the pen nearby and began filling out the form. At this moment, Xian Han finally came to his senses, and the aura of martial sovereign gradually dissipated. He glanced at Zhang Ruya, who was lowering his head to fill out the form, then at Hu Xiaofeng behind the desk, unable to determine the relationship between the two for a moment. But one thing was certain, Zhang Ruya definitely knew Hu Xiaofeng. The subtle atmosphere between them during their conversation had already made everything clear. When Zhang Ruya reached a particular line on the form, he turned to look at Xian Han and then at Hu Xiaofeng. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice to ask, What should I write for the family section? Seeing the embarrassment on Zhang Ruya's face, Hu Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. Pointing at him with a raised hand, he teased, You rascal, tell me, what do you think you should write? Zhang Ruya was almost in tears, he truly didn't know how to write it. If he wrote the truth, his family had instructed him not to disclose it, but if he didn't write the truth, the imposing tiger roar peak in front of him definitely wouldn't let it go. Tiger Grandpa, how about I just don't write it? Hearing how Zhang Ruya addressed him, Xiang Han was completely stunned. Grandpa who? Damn! I think I've uncovered an incredible secret. Zhang Ruya, this kid, can actually address Hu Xiaofeng as Grandpa Hu. It seems that the people backing him are definitely not weak, at least on the same level as Hu Xiaofeng. Wuhou realm? Xiang Han searched in his mind for people who matched these conditions. Hu Xiaofeng looked at Zhang Ruya with a stern expression, face serious, and said in a deep voice, address the title during work. Who is your tiger grandpa? After saying this, he glanced at Xiang Han nearby. Xiang Han pretended not to hear and tilted his head, constantly searching his mind for powerful figures who fit the criteria. Damn! Zhang Ruya was almost driven to tears by Hu Xiaofeng's series of actions. Alright, just fill it in truthfully. Hu Xiaofeng stopped teasing Zhang Ruya, waved his hand dismissively, and said, you're not the only one like this in the talent program. What's there to hide? Hearing what Hu Xiaofeng said, Zhang Ruya's heart lit up, and she decided to start writing directly in the family section of the form. This time your performance was good, your grandfather should be quite pleased. Hu Xiaofeng took back the completed form from Zhang Ruya, placed it upside down beside him, and said to her with a smile. Zhang Ruya smiled, I just got lucky. Hu Xiaofeng glared, you need to work on your attitude, being so dawdling doesn't befit a true man. What do you mean by lucky? Luck is also a part of strength. Just like your grandfather, wasn't he back then also? Cough. Zhang Zixing suddenly coughed, and Hu Xiaofeng immediately swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. Xiang Han, who was listening intently on the side, suddenly heard Hu Xiaofeng stop talking. He shot a resentful glance at Zhang Zixing, who was leisurely sipping his tea. Why are you coughing for no reason, elder? Just enjoy your tea. Us onlookers were eager to hear more gossip. Interrupted by Zhang Zixing's light cough, Hu Xiaofeng dropped the subject entirely. An S-class performance, it's not too bad after all. After saying this, his tone changed, and he stood up, speaking solemnly, Private Zhang Ruya. Present. Due to your excellent performance during the recruit period, you are hereby promoted ahead of schedule to the rank of corporal. Xiang Han's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if it stirred up ripples throughout the room. He handed the gleaming corporal epaulets to Zhang Ruya. All right, you may leave. Hu Xiaofeng waved his hand casually, as if issuing commands. Yes. Zhang Ruya replied spiritedly and walked out of the room with full confidence. The crowd waiting outside widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing Zhang Ruya, almost unable to fathom what they were hearing. Is this for real? Another corporal rank, one person exclaimed, their expression is shocked as if they'd seen a ghost. Are corporal ranks being handed out wholesale today? Another couldn't help but quip, their tone filled with envy. Why don't we give it a try too? Let's talk to the commander and request an early promotion to the rank of private first class for ourselves? Someone sighed helplessly, feeling unfair about Shinqi's treatment. Seeing Su Xingyuan ahead and Zhang Ruya behind, everyone wondered, could Shinqi also be awarded the rank of private first class later? At this moment, out of the 20 people present, only Shinqi had not been called by name. The tension in the air was suffocating. This time, Xiang Han did not call out names directly at the door as usual but instead walked up to the group. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, finally settling on Shinqi. His expression turned gentle, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come in with me. Shinqi was shaken to the core but straightened his chest and replied, yes. Everyone was speechless, their hearts filled with even greater confusion. How could this Shinqi enjoy such special treatment? None of them had ever been given the kind of attention Shinqi received. Xiang Han remained stern towards others, and even Zhang Ruya was not spared. However, Shinqi's treatment was clearly different, evidently because he was about to become Zhang Zixing's student. This relationship afforded him exceptional privileges. Report. At that moment, Shinqi strode firmly into the room. Come in. Hu Xiaopeek's voice resounded like thunder, carrying an intangible authority. The two stepped into the room, and the door closed behind them, shutting out prying eyes from the outside. It was as though the entire space turned solemn upon their arrival. Not bad, old Zhang. I didn't expect you to be able to keep up with me, Su Xingyuan said in surprise, his eyes gleaming with admiration for his friend. Zhang Ruya let out a chuckle. Of course, I must always follow in the captain's footsteps, never falling behind. Good comprehension, keep understanding. Su Xingyuan nodded in praise, his tone filled with encouragement. Yes. Zhang Ruya's face beamed with a confident smile. After speaking, the two couldn't help but exchange a smile, both silently anticipating what rank Shinqi would achieve. In the room, Hu Xiaofeng and Zhang Zixing sat to the side, leisurely sipping tea, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Seeing Shenqi walk into the room, Hu Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, his demeanor friendly, as if welcoming an honored guest. Zhang Zixing held a teacup, a warm smile on his face, and said to Shenqi, "Come, have a seat and let's talk." This is? Shenqi was stunned. The two people before him were by no means ordinary. One is the commander of the Beast Restraint Army, and the other identity is even more mysterious. Someone who could be having tea with Hu Xiaopeak must not be underestimated. Xiao Xiang, have a seat as well. Don't stand there all the time, take a rest. Zhang Zixing raised his hand, smiling broadly. After Xiang Han sat down, Zhang Zixing turned to Shenqi. "Young man, your name is Shenqi, right?" "Yes." Shenqi immediately stood up, his voice loud and clear. Sit down and talk. There's no need to be formal with me, and don't mind him either, just treat him as if he's heir." Zhang Zixing glanced at Hu Xiaofeng, his expression filled with disdain. Hu Xiaofeng wasn't bothered by this, instead, he leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly enjoying the situation. Shenqi's expression subtly changed, thinking to himself, "Old master, you might not care, but I certainly can't ignore this. You say not to be formal with you, but I don't even know who you are." It seemed he understood Shenqi's thoughts. Zhang Zixing put down the teacup, a graceful smile on his face, naturally putting others at ease. There's no denying it, though Zhang Zixing's hair was entirely white, he appeared full of vitality, his gaze as clear as water. His demeanor was completely unlike the sternness of Tiger Roar Peak, he resembled more a refined and scholarly gentleman. "You're Shenqi, with an E-level archer talent," a gentle voice sounded. Shenqi nodded. This detail was indeed recorded in the documents. "Do you know who I am?" Zhang Zixing asked. Shenqi was stunned. He carefully examined the kind old man in front of him, trying hard to recall, but ultimately shook his head. In his mind, the strongest person was none other than the #1 powerhouse of Huaxia, Zhan Yuanzhou. Apart from this, there was Tiger Howl Peak sitting leisurely to the side. Tiger Howl Peak glanced at Shenqi and gave a slight smile, seemingly implying something. Xiang Han, on the other hand, chuckled lightly beside him. Although Zhang Zixing was once the most talented archer in Huaxia, not many people know him nowadays. "You not knowing me is quite normal," Zhang Zixing waved his hand, showing no hint of displeasure. "My name is Zhang Zixing, Wuling Realm, known as the God of Arrows decades ago." Shenqi's eyes suddenly brightened, staring in surprise at this gentle elderly man. It turned out the Zhang Zixing before him was actually a powerful expert of the Wuling Realm. Shenqi's gaze turned to Hu Xiaofeng. The latter shook his head with a smile. "Your name doesn't carry much weight anymore. Get lost." Zhang Zixing shot him a sideways glance, then withdrew his gaze and continued speaking to Shenqi. "It's fine if you don't know me." Zhang Zixing appeared quite indifferent as he continued. "Xiao Xiang told me that your E-level archer talent progresses at a speed comparable to S-level or even SS-level talent. I'm very interested in you. How about becoming my student? A teacher at the martial spirit realm isn't too bad, right?" As he spoke, a hint of emotion surfaced in Zhang Zixing's tone. Once the #1 archer in Huaxia, a strong martial king realm expert, and someone who killed an alien martial marquis realm foe with 3 arrows. Any one of these 3 identities would earn admiration from others. In the past, those waiting to become his students always lined up in queues. Zhang Zixing's disappointment gradually erased the smile on Hu Xiaopeak's face, sighing inwardly. If he hadn't been injured, Zhang Zixing would now be at least at the marquis level, if not stronger. Shenqi moved his lips slightly. He possessed an SSS-level archer talent, known to no one but himself. Nowadays, a powerful expert of the martial soul realm wants to take him as a disciple, yet he hesitates. If those people outside were to hear of this, they would probably want to crack open his head to see if he's gone mad. What is there to hesitate about? Student Shenqi greets the teacher. Shenqi is no fool, a strong fighter in the martial spirit realm, sharing the same archer talents as him, is simply a perfect match. A single call of teacher made Zhang Zixing overjoyed. Although Shenqi's talent is not outstanding, his gaze is resolute, and he shows no fear at all when facing a powerhouse like Tiger Roar Peak. Just this alone is already leaps ahead of everyone else. Zhang Zixing stood up with a smile, walked to Shenqi, nodded, and said, "Xiao Xiang has already told me about the talent program. I won't say much now. When you get there, I'll teach you archery skills." "All right, teacher." After calling him teacher, Shenqi became even more adept. At this moment, he was no longer the fearless youth on the battlefield. "What are you standing there for?" Zhang Zixing's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, staring straight at Xiang Han beside him, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Where's the gift for meeting him?" "Ha! I should give it?" Xiang Han froze, pointing at himself in confusion, his face full of bewilderment, as if he'd been struck over the head. Nonsense! If he doesn't give it, and you don't give it, do you expect me to give it? Zhang Zixing said this as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xiang Han couldn't help but silently complain to himself, "Master, you really haven't changed one bit." His heart tightened, and unease swept over him. Shenqi, however, was well aware of this. He knew Zhang Zixing's temperament inside and out. Studying under this master for 3 months had been a sheer ordeal, worse than death. Every time he recalled those harsh days, he couldn't help but shudder. Poor junior brother, may you not be deceived by master's appearance, Xiang Han thought to himself with a bitter smile. Then, patting down his own body, his expression froze as he mentally muttered, "This is bad." Junior brother. "I don't have anything on me at the moment," he said awkwardly. "I'll make it up to you later," Zhang Zixing said indifferently, his gaze shifting to Shenqi. Shenqi was stunned, his heart filled with joy. Xiang Han is also master's student? Does this mean my status has been elevated? From only being able to address Xiang Han as company commander, it had now upgraded to a relationship of fellow disciples. This feeling was simply exhilarating. "Look at your goofy expression. You found out I was accepting students today, yet didn't think to prepare anything in advance?" Zhang Zixing glanced disdainfully at Xiang Han, then turned to Shenqi with a wide smile and said, "Tell him to give you something. If he doesn't give you anything, I'll take you to the logistics department. Pick whatever you like." Zhang Zixing's voice was like thunder, sparking a burst of elation within Shenqi. Damn it! Listening to these words, Shenqi's heart raced as he silently prayed that Xiang Han wouldn't give him anything. Shenqi wasn't interested in those tokens or gifts. He mainly wanted to visit the logistics department, where he had previously seen plenty of great items. "Don't, master, I'll make up for it later, I'll make up for it later." Seeing Zhang Zixing's firm attitude, Xiang Han panicked immediately. He knew Zhang Zixing's temper well and understood that he would definitely follow through on such matters. "That's better." Zhang Zixing nodded with satisfaction, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. "Alright, now that the student matters are wrapped up, it's time to discuss the main business." Hu Xiaofeng stood up, took over the conversation, and held a form in his hand. "Shenqi, come and fill out this form." At the conclusion of the first new recruit competition assessment, Xiang Han had already informed Shenqi about the talent program. Shenqi took a quick glance at the form and swiftly filled it out, his actions as smooth as the wind. "Don't leave yet." Seeing Shenqi raise his hand in salute, Hu Xiaofeng gestured for him to stop and continued, "There's one more thing. Tell me about those people." As soon as Hu Xiaofeng finished speaking, the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The images of the 5 individuals flashed through Shenqi's mind, causing his heart to tighten. Order! He knew that from the moment the battlefield cleanup crew arrived, the matter of him killing those people had already been uncovered. However, he hadn't planned to hide it. The only uncertainty was whether the fact that he'd killed Zhao Ji had also been exposed. 4 people at the 7th level of martial arts, 1 at the 8th level. As soon as Shenqi spoke, the atmosphere around him instantly froze, and Hu Xiaofeng couldn't help but glance at him. Fighting above one's level, and crossing 2 minor realms. A genius. This word lingered in Hu Xiaofeng's mind. To fight across levels, talent, personal strength, mindset, and martial skills are all indispensable. And the group from Order is not weak, their madness is terrifying. Shenqi, with his E-level talent and the strength of a 6th-level warrior, was actually able to leap levels and kill 4 7th-level warriors and 1 8th-level warrior. Such an achievement, Hu Xiaoping felt he was undoubtedly a genius. Born into poverty, with E-level talent, lacking resources and martial skills, he had almost nothing. Given such a background, reaching the 3rd level of a martial artist would already be considered good, yet Shenqi had transformed into a 6th-level martial artist in a short time. Hu Xiaoping couldn't help but sigh with admiration in his heart. Xiang Han, standing beside, looked at Shenqi with eyes full of shock. No one told him about the strength of these people during the battlefield cleanup. They only mentioned their identities. The marks left by arrow wounds and spears, all clues pointed to Shenqi. Xiang Han knew very well that in this night owl operation, he was familiar with the strength of each team. He immediately confirmed that it was Shenqi who made the move. He considered himself not weak and even capable of being on par with S-level talent Wei Yun. However, even so, with this level of strength, he could hardly accomplish Shenqi's feat. Trapped in a desperate situation yet showing no retreat, he instead killed 5 people with the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. Xiang Han's expression was dazed, his heart filled with confusion. Could it be that Shenqi is a freak? an E-ranked talent archer, but his cultivation speed rivals that of double S-ranked talents, and he actually managed to counter-kill 5 enemies despite their strength being far superior to his own. Moreover, he doesn't even seem injured. He had already automatically overlooked Zhao Zi's death, because in his view, if order could kill Shen-Chi, then why couldn't it kill Zhao Zi? Zhang Zixing looked at Shen-Chi in astonishment, then a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The more outstanding Shen-Chi was, the more gratified he felt. Accepting a student was his only hope of passing on his legacy. After decades, his strength had already declined to the martial spirit realm, and the time left to him was growing increasingly short. A sense of urgency lingered at all times in his heart. Taking in Shen-Chi felt more like leaving behind a lineage for himself. After a while, Hu Xiaopeak sighed and said, Shen-Chi, I seem to see the shadow of your master in you. Genius, fearless, resolute. Shen-Chi glanced at Zhang Zixing, who had a smile on his face, and smiled slightly but did not respond. He knew nothing about Zhang Zixing's past. As the words settled, Tiger Roar Peak shook his head and sighed, his expression turning serious. Those people from order are all lunatics. Those few people before should have mentioned the purpose of their order to you, right? Shen-Chi nodded, recalling the words spoken by the martial artist in the 8th realm, a handsome young man. Our goal is to establish a new order. Those people are simply lunatics, Xian Han interjected. Order was never something Shen-Chi should be dealing with right now. His strength is far too weak. That group's methods of manipulation are exceptionally skillful, and their internal strength is not to be underestimated. This time, the information absolutely cannot be leaked. Xian Han's expression was grim, his tone serious. Their primary targets are the geniuses within the Huaxia nation. In the past, they only operated outside the military, but now they actually dare to target people within the military. You must be careful. If you encounter people from order in the future, never confront them head-on. Calling for backup is the wisest choice. All right. Shen-Chi nodded. From Hu Xiaofeng and Xiang Han's description, the organization called Order seems to be very powerful. All right, you don't have to worry about matters of order. It's not something your current strength can handle. Private Shen-Chi. Tiger Roar Peak raised his hand to interrupt Xiang Han, clearly indicating this topic shouldn't be continued further. Shen-Chi wanted to get involved, but at the very least, he needed the strength of the martial master realm. The realm of the warrior, too weak. Shen-Chi straightened up and responded loudly, present. You performed excellently during your time as a recruit and made significant contributions in the Night Owl operation. After comprehensive consideration, you are hereby granted the rank of sergeant in advance. Shen-Chi was momentarily stunned, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. Sergeant. A salary of 13,000 yuan a month, while his parents together only make 5,000 yuan a month. Now that his military rank has been promoted to sergeant, it's already equivalent to his family's income for 2 months. Such a salary would greatly ease the family's burden, and the younger brother and sister could also afford some lower-tier elixirs. The rank insignia of private was removed, and Hu Xiaofeng personally pinned the insignia exclusive to sergeant on Shen-Chi. Unlike the silver-edged insignia of corporal, the sergeant's insignia was primarily black. At its center, the short sword transformed into a warhammer glowing red, symbolizing even greater destructive power, evoking awe. Hu Xiaofeng patted Shen-Chi's shoulder, his smile radiating warmth. Shen-Chi, keep it up. I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield again. Yes. Shen-Chi responded, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, as if pledging his unyielding resolve. Watching Shen-Chi's departing figure, Hu Xiaofeng frowned slightly, then turned to Zhang Zixing beside him, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Senior brother, I'm starting to regret this. What trouble are you stirring up again? Zhang Zixing's face showed displeasure, instantly shifting from his refined demeanor to a cold sternness, with the presence of a soldier becoming unmistakably evident. You've offended too many people. Hu Xiaofeng shook his head, his tone grave. Your research has made no progress for decades, and not to mention the debts you've accumulated, you've practically offended everyone you could over the years. Just think, if those people find out Shen-Chi is your student, they'll be knocking on your door the next day. Hey! Zhang Zixing knocked on the table indignantly. What do you mean by saying I've offended everyone I could? Don't make it sound like I'll drop dead the moment I step out of here. He admitted that he had indeed offended some people, but it was merely normal interaction and hardly counted as deep-seated hatred. Xiang Han listened from the side, his eyelids twitching, silently thinking, you really dare to say that? What do you mean by normal communication? You beat someone so badly they couldn't get up for half a year and were almost crippled. If they hadn't exchanged resources for the person, you'd probably have beaten them 10 times a day. Thinking that Shen-Chi would also go through the pain he once endured, Xiang Han felt a sense of balance in his heart. junior brother Shinchi, you better be prepared. Don't end up being pinned to the ground and beaten. If you lose, you'll get beaten by master when you return, and if you win, they still won't let you off. Tiger Roar Peak was speechless, thinking, what kind of decent person does such things? He couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Zhang Zixing and shifted the topic to the talent program. I wonder what kind of performance Shinchi will have in the talent program. That's not something you should be concerned about, Zhang Zixing sneered coldly. I am his teacher, and also a teacher in the talent program training camp, so of course, it's my concern. Tiger Roar Peak felt helpless and thought to himself, what a troublesome guy. Su Xingyuan, Zhang Ruya, and others waited quietly outside, but the atmosphere became tense due to the presence of the two soldiers with the rank of corporal. Corporal rank, this is basically a shortcut, skipping several years of hard work. Really makes you envious. We don't even count as regular soldiers right now, and they're already corporals. How can the gap be so big? Don't just be envious. Their battlefield performance was S rank, while yours was only A rank. The gap is more than just a little. If I had known that performing well on the battlefield could earn me a rank promotion in advance, I would have pushed myself harder during the missions, someone lamented internally. Feeling that their battlefield performance had not been outstanding enough. They thought that if they had worked just a bit harder, perhaps they could have been a junior sergeant by now. The salary wasn't the main thing, what truly attracted people were the resources that came with the junior sergeant rank. Among the crowd, the two S-rank talent warriors had a hint of disdain in their eyes. Although Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya were both A-rank talents, in their view, A-rank was merely an entry-level threshold. They were only rated as S-class performance, but that guy Shinchi got an SSS rating. What will his rank be? Don't be ridiculous, overnight he became a second lieutenant, someone quipped, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Regarding this, Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya did not join the discussion. As long as Shinchi wasn't belittled, they didn't mind whatever people said. Zhang Ruya sighed, our S-class performance already earned us the rank of corporal ahead of time. Shinchi's SSS performance must be even more outstanding. Although his family background was decent, he had never used his family's connections in the military and earned the rank of private entirely through his own efforts, which deepened his admiration for Shinchi. Shinchi, relying on his E-level archer talent, turned the tide against everyone and achieved an SSS-level performance. Zhang Ruya couldn't help but wonder to herself, could she truly not compare to him? At this moment, Shinchi had already started to distance himself from them. Listening to Zhang Ruya's remark, Su Xingyuan's expression subtly changed. Though he had a lively personality, there was a hint of pride in his bones. After all, his parents were both martial masters, and his upbringing had destined his perspective to be far from ordinary. During his time at Wu Gao, he had many friends, but those who could truly become cherished friends in his heart were few. Su Xingyuan was well aware that fate was already determined at birth. The difference between a wealthy background and an aristocratic lineage meant that future opportunities would be few and far between. The awakening of talent is key to changing one's destiny, but Shinchi, having only awakened an E-level talent, already made him feel the exhaustion of trying to catch up. Su Xingyuan's lips curved slightly upward. It would be absurd if he scored low. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone, which Zhang Ruya noticed before chuckling softly. Xingyuan, what do you think the talent program will be like? I don't know. Su Xingyuan shook his head. Today was also the first time he had heard about this plan. He thought to himself that it would be absolutely impossible for him to know any insider information. After a while, he suddenly realized something. His eyes flickered as he looked at Zhang Ruya and asked in surprise, Kid, do you happen to know more details about the talent plan? Zhang Ruya coughed lightly, his face showing a hint of embarrassment, and nodded. I just asked a few more questions earlier, and the commander told me a bit more. Damn. Su Xingyuan was speechless, couldn't help but laugh out loud, lightly punched Zhang Ruya, and gritted his teeth as he asked, Old Zhang, do you think I look like an idiot? Zhang Ruya hesitated for a moment, and immediately received Su Xingyuan's second punch. You even hesitated? Well done, Zhang Ruya. So you really think I'm an idiot? Ha, no. Zhang Ruya said indifferently, continuing, the scope of the talent program is very broad. Not only the selection within the military, but also the participation of martial arts universities and noble families. The Martial Education Bureau is leading the initiative, with the military merely playing a role in it, and the other two parties doing the same. Su Xingyuan was stunned. He had assumed the talent program was exclusive to the military, but it unexpectedly involved martial arts universities and noble families as well. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering aloud, it seems the scope of this talent program is truly broad. There are certainly plenty of geniuses, the pressure seems a bit overwhelming. Zhang Ruya chuckled softly and teased, "What's this? Even the king of show-offs has a day to fear? Me, afraid?" Su Xingyuan sneered, his eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. "They'll all crumble, blown away with a single shot." Seeing Su Xingyuan so resolute, Zhang Ruya felt a sense of relief in her heart. The king of cool is indeed the king of cool, born with an aura of dominance. She couldn't help but wonder why no one had ever awakened the king of cool talent before. However, it seemed that this talent wasn't particularly useful. Zhang Ruya's thoughts drifted away as Su Xingyuan's gaze, sharp as a hawk, looked into the distance with an imposing aura, as if waiting for the call to battle. Dismissed, Xian Han walked out of the room and issued the dismissal order in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their faces full of doubt. Shenxi was dismissed before he even came out? Just as everyone was pondering, Shenxi finally appeared, immediately drawing attention. All eyes instantly focused on the military rank on Shenxi's shoulder. At first glance, everyone froze simultaneously, their shocked expressions like being struck by lightning. Black frame, warhammer, ruby. Damn, a sergeant? Someone exclaimed, looking at Shenxi in disbelief. Isn't this too exaggerated? Already a sergeant? Everyone's faces were filled with expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing the arrival of a mythical hero. Zhang Ruya felt a trace of surprise in her heart upon seeing the sergeant rank on Shenxi's shoulder. She originally thought that Shenxi's military rank would be at most sergeant. To reach staff sergeant, both strength and contributions are indispensable. But obviously, Shenxi's strength was still insufficient. A staff sergeant would at least need to have the strength of a martial master. That left only the final possibility, contributions. She suddenly remembered what Xiang Han had mentioned earlier, someone had made a significant contribution. It all seems to make sense now. A trace of brilliance flashed in Su Xingyuan's eyes as he raised his hand in salute, his gaze full of admiration. Shenxi also raised his hand in return, and the atmosphere instantly became electrifying. "Not bad, kid. You've become my superior so quickly?" Su Xingyuan said with a cheerful smile, his tone devoid of any jealousy. The two had been through life and death trials, and were long since bonded by such experiences, trusting each other completely without any barriers. Only a fleeting trace of disappointment flashed across Su Xingyuan's eyes. Just luck, Shenxi explained with a smile, though his face betrayed undeniable pride. Then, he turned to Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya, teasing, "You two aren't doing so bad yourselves, comrades." Su Xingyuan turned his head, looking at Zhang Ruya with curiosity. "Old Zhang, do you smell something?" "What?" Zhang Ruya was stunned, slightly twitching her nose, but didn't smell anything unusual. "The smell of showing off." Su Xingyuan burst into laughter, instantly lightening the mood. Everyone followed suit, and the tense atmosphere eased significantly at that moment. Feeling the continuous surge of vitality within his body, Shenxi revealed a satisfied smile. The stream-like blood vitality, under the support of resources, had grown stronger to the point of surging like a mighty river. 9 layers warrior. Vitality, 220. Strength, 5000 to 5500. Speed, 60 per second. In a short period of time, breaking through 3 levels in a row, such speed can only be described as terrifying. The price Shenxi paid was almost all the rewards for being the first in the Night Owl operation. 20 vitality pills, 20 beast crystal cores, a total of 40, all used by him to enhance his strength. Now, he has only 1 spirit crystal stone left in his hand, which he uses to cultivate the battle spirit technique. The battle spirit technique had been at the 2nd level of the spirit condensation realm for a long time. It was time to break through to the 3rd level. Shenxi thought to himself, and the image of Wu Lui once demonstrating the 3rd level armor shadow emerging flashed in his mind. The 3rd level requires continuously condensing the spiritual energy and vital energy within the body, and then merging them with oneself. Once the fusion is complete, one can break through to the 4th level, breath like iron. Today's rewards for personally taking out several members of the Order organization have arrived. 20 merit points are awarded for each warrior 7th realm, while merit points for warrior 8th realm reach 30 points, plus the 20 merit points for first place in the Night Owl operation. His merit points have now reached 130. Based on the exchange value of merit points calculated at 1,000 currency units per point, this time Shenxi earned 130,000 in the Night Owl operation. And this doesn't even include the blood essence pills, beast crystal cores, and spirit crystal stones he consumed. All in all, it wouldn't be less than 500,000. Shenxi sighed, having a good background indeed puts one a step ahead. If he really only had an E-level talent, he probably wouldn't even be able to afford cultivation resources. In China, there are only a few ways to obtain resources. First, join the hunting teams in various cities and hunt exotic beasts in exchange for resources. Second, enlist in the military, which provides fixed resources every month, though the amount is limited. Third, get into WUDA. Once admitted, resources are plentiful, but the requirements are extremely high. At least a B-level talent is necessary to pass the entrance exams. In other words, WUDA is the gathering place for geniuses of Huaxia. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, the spiritual crystal stone was held in his hand, with traces of spiritual energy being absorbed into his body through his palm. Spiritual energy entered the body, gentle and soothing. Blood surged as spiritual energy and blood intertwined and flowed within the body, with strands of spiritual energy continuously strengthening it. The 9 layers of martial strength can normally exert a maximum force of only 5,500 kilograms under standard circumstances, which assumes no talent abilities are activated. For someone like Zhang Ruya, who inherently possesses a strength-enhancing talent, her strength can directly double. With a single punch, she can unleash a force of over 10,000 kilograms, truly terrifying. As strands of spiritual energy were absorbed, the originally transparent spirit crystal, with weak glowing lights visible inside, gradually became murky. This is the normal condition after consumption. After a while, as the last trace of spiritual energy was completely absorbed, the spirit crystal in Shenqi's hand lost its final glimmer and turned into an ordinary stone. Third layer of the battle spirit technique, the armor shadow emerges. Shenqi's eyes sparkled with light. After more than 2 months of effort and the consumption of numerous resources, he had finally stepped into the third layer of the battle spirit technique. Buzz! Outside the body, the faint outline of armor appeared, a suit wholly formed by spiritual energy and vital energy. Sensing the armor's outline outside his body, Shenqi revealed a satisfied smile. Having stepped into the 9th level of the martial artist realm, with the third layer of the battle spirit technique combined with the dual reinforcement of the battle martial armor, his defense could now be described as terrifying. I wonder if the current defense can compare to those with defensive talents. He pondered silently, then shook his head, thinking to himself, still too weak. After killing Zhao Ji, a sense of crisis had been lingering in his mind. Zhao Inian, a martial sect realm expert, such an enemy is far too strong for me. Once Zhao Inian finds out that Zhao Ji was killed by him, it will surely provoke his revenge, and such revenge is definitely not something he can bear at the moment. As he was contemplating, Zhang Zixing's voice rang out. Shenqi. Shenqi stood up, opened the door, and Zhang Zixing's figure appeared at the entrance. Respectfully called out, Master. Zhang Zixing smiled kindly and nodded, looking at Shenqi before him with great satisfaction. Reaching warrior 9th level? Feeling the aura emanating from Shenqi, Zhang Zixing asked with a cheerful smile. Yes, just broke through. Shenqi nodded obediently. Walking into the room, Zhang Zixing sat on a chair, and Shenqi dutifully poured him a glass of water. Taking the glass, Zhang Zixing's lips curled into a playful smile. Has Xiao Xian delivered the item? Upon hearing this, Shenqi's eyes instantly lit up. Delivered. A Pejun Bao. Zhang Zixing said flatly. All right. Shenqi nodded, pondering silently in his heart. Zhang Zixing continued, the alloy longbow you used before is indeed no longer suitable for you as your strength has improved. The Pejun Bao seems to be a better fit for your current abilities. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zixing picked up a book from the table and handed it to Shenqi. You need to practice this as well going forward. Shenqi took the book and opened it, seeing the title boldly written on the cover, Mental Refinement Method. Zhang Zixing, feeling at ease, picked up a cup of water and explained slowly, mental strength is crucial. Although the battle spirit method helps in cultivating mental strength, its effect is too weak. This cultivation method focuses solely on spiritual power, not on anything else. His voice flowed slowly, as if narrating a legend to Shenqi. Shenqi's heart trembled, and his breathing momentarily halted. A cultivation method dedicated to refining spiritual power. He had heard Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya mention before that martial artists typically develop their spiritual power slowly, and methods capable of specifically enhancing spiritual power were exceedingly rare, almost exclusively possessed by the exceptionally strong. Teacher. Shenqi hadn't finished speaking when Zhang Zixing raised his hand to interrupt him. This is a spiritual power cultivation method I created myself. Just focus on cultivating it with no worries. Zhang Zixing's eyes gleamed with confidence. Shenqi exclaimed inwardly, awesome, old man. To create a spiritual power technique on his own was beyond his imagination. Alright, focus on your training, Zhang Zixing continued. In a few days, you'll enter the talent program. Take advantage of these days to train and master the basics. Once you've reached a certain level in the spiritual power technique, I'll teach you the rest of the archery skills, Zhang Zixing finished, giving Shenqi a determined look. Okay, teacher, Shenqi nodded obediently. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Teacher, since we have a few days off, can I go back home for a visit? He has already been in the military for 2 months, feeling a bit homesick and worried about the situation at home, especially whether Zhao Yinian knows Zhao Zi's news. Zhang Zixing waved his hand. If you wanna go back, just go back. You all happen to have a break these few days, but before you leave, make sure to inform Xiao Xiang. Rules are still necessary. Got it, teacher. Shenqi was filled with joy in his heart. After Zhang Zixing left, Shenqi took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the light screen panel before him. Name, Shenqi. Realm, Martial Artist 9th Layer. Physique, None. Talent, 3S Talent, Hoi. Talent Skill, 100-step piercing arrow, accuracy increased by 100%. Piercing cloud and splitting sky arrow, infuses arrows with vitality and spiritual energy to pierce clouds and split the sky. Hawkeye Insight, consumes mental energy to gain eyesight akin to an eagle's. Current insight range, 2 kilometers, insight range depends on personal strength. Martial skill, wind chasing spear, minor achievement. Cultivation technique, battle spirit method, shadow of alpha emergence stage. Weapons, breaking army bow, alloy spear. The original divine arrow has now evolved into the sky-piercing arrow, a talent skill he awakened after reaching the 9th level as a martial artist, directly replacing his previous divine arrow talent. Hawkeye Vision now boasts a terrifying 2-kilometer range, which made Shenqi feel a surge of pride. The chasing wind spear, due to his focus on enhancing his own abilities during this period, has only reached the small achievement stage. Yet, to him, it is more than enough. The breaking army bow, this is the real highlight. Shenqi's heart ignited with determination. He needed to return home as soon as possible and, along this path of the strong, break through all limits. With an entirely deep black hue, it seemed as though it could devour surrounding light. The bowstring was taut, emanating a faint metallic shimmer. Compared to the previous alloy longbow, the breaking army bow gifted to Shenqi by Xiang Han was so visually captivating that one couldn't look away. In contrast to the plain appearance of the alloy longbow, the breaking army bow featured intricate patterns on its body, exuding an exceptional refinement. Holding the breaking army bow in his hands, Shenqi was filled with joy, and at this moment, he felt the call of power. Talent program? I wonder what the geniuses inside are like. Shenqi looked up, his eyes flashing with determination and anticipation. Xiang Han's office. Report. Shenqi stepped in, his voice firm and resolute. Come in. Xiang Han looked up and, seeing Shenqi, displayed a rare smile. He said warmly, Junior brother, what's the matter? Ever since Shenqi was accepted as a student by Zhang Zixing, Xiang Han's attitude towards him had drastically changed. Once always wearing a stern expression, he now often showed a smile, leaving those around him stunned and casting curious glances at Shenqi. This is definitely preferential treatment. Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya whispered to each other, even suspecting that Shenqi might be related to Xiang Han. Faced with their teasing, Shenqi merely brushed it off with a smile, feeling secretly pleased. Xiang Han greeted him warmly and invited him to sit down, showing close familiarity. As the company commander of the recruit platoon, his kindness toward a rookie soldier with only a sergeant rank made Shenqi feel both flattered and slightly embarrassed. Company commander. I was wondering if I could take a few days off to go home, Shenqi mustered the courage to say. Sure, that's good. Xiang Han nodded, his eyes sparkling with understanding. The night owl operation is over, and you all have a break, it's only appropriate to go home and visit. After speaking, he seemed to recall something, turned and walked to the side, picked up a box, and handed it to Shenqi with a smile. Junior brother, this is a little gift for your younger siblings. Shenqi curiously opened the box, and the scene before him left him utterly stunned. 21st grade Chi and blood pills, 21st stage fighter exotic beast cores, and 2 first-grade martial arts manuals. This welcome gift was simply unbelievable. Senior brother, this. Shenqi was too shocked to complete his sentence. Don't say too much. Since you've called me senior brother, there's no need for any other formalities. Xiang Han shook his head, his tone brimming with straightforwardness and boldness. These things aren't much, but they're enough to help them improve their strength. At this moment, Shenqi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Xiang Han's bold attitude and generosity, giving gifts worth millions in one go, gave him a strong sense of belonging. Thank you, senior brother. Closing the box, Shenqi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Though their bond was still shallow, this kind of care made him feel deeply warm. When do you plan to return? Xiang Han nodded in satisfaction, a flash of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Tomorrow, I want to visit the logistics department to exchange some resources, Shinshi replied. Alright, I support your decision, Xiang Han agreed wholeheartedly. Merit points should be spent as soon as you earn them, actual strength improvement is what truly matters. With 190 merit points, Shinshi couldn't exchange them for top-tier items at the logistics department, but they would suffice. Alright, then you can go. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you back, Xiang Han said with a smile. By the way, do Su Xingyuan and Zhang Ruya also want to go home? He suddenly asked. If they want to go home too, just let them know. Leaving together tomorrow is fine, Shinshi nodded, feeling a trace of warmth in his heart. Watching Shinshi's departing figure, Xiang Han narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, Little junior brother, the talent program is not that simple. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping Shinshi would remain steadfast and confident in the challenges ahead, without being disheartened. After all, the geniuses there are at least grade A, and there are even quite a few with grade S talents. After leaving Xiang Han, Shinshi did not return to the dormitory directly but headed straight to the logistics department. The resources have been completely exhausted, and all he has left now is just 190 merit points. Senior soldiers are rewarded with 50 merit points every month, but the reward will only be credited next month. 190 points are enough to exchange for some excellent resources. Shinshi felt excited, imagining the powerful support that would soon be within his grasp. Warrior 9th Realm Exotic Beast Crystal Core, 10 merit points. War Soldier 1st Realm Exotic Beast Crystal Core, 20 merit points. Battle Master Armor, 50,000 meritorious points. 2nd Grade Vitality Pill, 15 points. 3rd Grade Vitality Pill, 25 points. The resources redeemable at the logistics department made Shinshi's eyes light up, and his heart was filled with resentment towards Xiang Han. Senior brother, why do you only remember to give me a welcome gift? If you had forgotten about it, wouldn't that have been great? Shun Chi secretly thought to himself. If his master had brought him here and allowed him to take resources freely, that would have been utterly effortless. His gaze fell on the Battle Master armor, and the 500,000 merit point price almost made him involuntarily gulp. Sooner or later, I'll buy you. Shinshi's lips curled into a faint smile, and he immediately decided to exchange all his merit points for blood chi pills and exotic beast crystal cores. 10 2nd grade vitality pills and 4 beast crystal cores of the first stage of martial soldier realm. He was secretly pleased. He was now at the 9th stage of martial practitioner, just one step away from breaking through to the martial soldier realm. These 4 beast crystal cores of the martial soldier realm were what he had prepared for this purpose. His vitality had already reached 220 points, but to break through to the martial soldier realm, his vitality needed to reach 320 points. Although 10 second-tier vitality pills cannot instantly increase his vitality to 320 points, they can definitely significantly enhance his cultivation speed. The previously rewarded vitality pills had limited potency, but the second-tier ones are far superior. Looking once more reluctantly at the resources listed on the screen before him, Shinshi licked his lips, filled with anticipation, and turned to leave. Perfect timing, I was planning to visit home as well. I haven't been back for over 2 months. Upon hearing that Shinshi was going home, Su Xingyuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation and immediately expressed his intention to make a trip home too. In 2 months, they built a deep bond, and the tacit understanding between them had surpassed that of comrades in arms. We're really envious of you all, Xuanyan and the others said admirably, their eyes revealing a look of longing. Their team had 3 members selected for the talent program, Shinshi, Su Xingyuan, and Zhang Ruya. However, they would soon be reassigned and integrated into various combat units, and it was hard not to feel a sense of reluctance. With the arrival of the holidays for Shinshi and the others, everyone was about to bid farewell. Work hard and strive to catch a glimpse of my departing figure. Su Xingyuan clasped his hands behind his back, raised his head, and spoke to Xuanyan and the others, his tone carrying a mix of reluctance and resolve. Captain, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, Xuanyan said with a grin, a playful glint in his eyes. Go ahead, no need to hold back. Su Xingyuan was already prepared to bask in Xuanyan's flattery, secretly looking forward to it. You really love showing off, Xuanyan said, grabbing his luggage and running off, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Laughter echoed throughout the corridor as Wang Er and the others couldn't help but laugh as well, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Captain, let's go. Captain. Shen Qi. Soon, all the original team members had already left, leaving only 3 people behind, their hearts filled with a surge of farewell emotions. Let's go, prepare to return home tomorrow, Shinshi said, his heart reluctant as he sniffed slightly. The smile on his face carried a hint of sorrow. Su Xingyuan seemed a bit downcast, as the comrades they'd spent 2 months with were about to go their separate ways, and the 3 of them would head for the talent program. Old Zhang, are you going home? I won't go back. I'm afraid I'll get a beating if I do. Zhang Ruya replied with a cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. She then chatted and laughed with the 2, hiding her reluctance to part ways deep in her heart and refusing to let it show at that moment. Dressed in military uniforms, Shenxi and Su Xingyuan boarded the military vehicle. As the door closed, it was as if the entire world had sealed itself off behind them. Zhang Ruya did not accompany them, seemingly deliberately avoiding the impending storm. Time flies so fast, Su Xingyuan said, gazing at the military camp that was gradually disappearing from sight. His voice was full of emotion, as if everything was slipping away before his eyes. Yes, it really has gone by fast, Shenxi nodded in agreement, but his mind was deep in thought. When he first joined the army, he hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist. Yet in just 2 short months, he had grown to the 9th stage of martial arts, just a step away from reaching the martial soldier realm. Such rapid progress amazed even himself. Su Xingyuan's progress was equally rapid. As someone with A-level talent, his cultivation speed was not slow, and the resources he had were even greater than Shen Qi's. Now his strength had also improved to the 7th realm of the martial artist stage. In comparison, Shen Qi's advancement was even more astonishing. What have you been eating recently? Your cultivation speed is getting more and more freakish. As the military camp disappeared from sight, the scenery outside the window seemed increasingly dull. To Su Xingyuan, he turned his head and asked in disbelief, the 9th realm of the martial artist stage. Are you planning to step into the martial master stage in just 1 day or something? Listening to Su Xingyuan's tone of surprise, Shenxi shook his head with a smile, leaning his body against the back of the seat. However, he was secretly pondering in his heart, this is still far from enough, there is a long way to go to become a true powerhouse. Still too weak. 2 months and I haven't even broken through the martial soldier stage. Shenxi said flatly. Though his tone was calm, it was like an invisible whip lashing at Su Xingyuan's heart. When he first joined the army, Shenxi was just a rookie who hadn't even reached the 1st stage of martial cultivation. Yet, in just 2 short months, he surpassed everyone, soaring to the 9th stage of martial cultivation and was even preemptively granted the rank of sergeant. Such a meteoric rise made him stand out, becoming the center of everyone's attention. Forget it, I don't even feel like talking to you anymore. You, kid, can put on an act better than I can. Su Xingyuan rolled his eyes at Shenxi, leaned back against the chair, and closed his eyes to meditate, though a twinge of jealousy brewed deep inside him. The vehicle sped ahead, and Shenxi stared out at the rapidly passing scenery, his thoughts wandering. The name Zhao Yinian loomed in his mind like a sharp blade, constantly pressing upon his heart. When he said the speed was too slow earlier, it wasn't boasting, it stemmed from his profound unease about his own abilities. Without reaching the martial master realm, the current crisis remained unsolvable. What did you say? In an estate somewhere in the capital, Zhao Yinian, with reddened eyes, glared intensely at the man in a military uniform before him and gritted his teeth, asking, say it again? The man in military uniform felt the aura of the martial sect realm emanating from Zhao Yinian and couldn't help but frown. Bracing himself, he repeated once more, Zhao Ji was unfortunately killed in action during Operation Night Owl. Impossible. Impossible. When the man in military uniform repeated his words again, Zhao Yinian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. He staggered back 3 steps, trembling all over, and the aura of the martial sect realm burst forth instantly, as if tearing through the air. Bang! The man in military uniform, whose strength was only at the martial soldier realm, was instantly swept away by Zhao Yinian's martial sect aura. He slammed heavily against the wall, his entire body feeling as if it were falling apart, his eyes filled with terror. Has Zhao Yinian gone mad? He was burning with rage, his heart surging with endless anger and resentment. I don't believe it. I need to call and confirm. Zhao Yinian didn't even glance at the man in the military uniform. He took out his phone, dialed Yang Guang's number, and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. How did my son die? On the other end of the line, Yang Guang's voice came through. Listening to his reply, Zhao Yinian nearly crushed the phone in his hand. But considering Yang Guang's status, he took a deep breath and forcibly adjusted his tone. I see, so that's how it happened. After ending the call, Zhao Yinian's gaze fell on the man in the military uniform not far away. With reddened eyes, he said, I lost control earlier. Sorry about that. It's fine, the man shook his head, though he secretly felt thankful that this big shot hadn't gotten angrier. The two didn't say much. Zhao Yinian took the Medal of Honor and the urn containing Zhao Zi's ashes handed over by the uniformed man without saying a word, then turned and went back into the house. On the sofa, Zhao Yinian calmed down, dialed another number, and spoke in a low and resolute voice, "My son died in the military. I need to know everything that happened to him during this period. 1 billion, plus a beast crystal core at martial spirit level 1, the person on the other end stated the price. Zhao Yinian narrowed his eyes and responded without hesitation, "I'll give you 2 billion and 1 beast crystal core at martial spirit level 1. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This game had only just begun, and he would never let anyone escape easily. "But I'm only giving you half a month. Just wait and see." The call was cut off from the other side. Yang Guang. Zhao Yinian's eyes gleamed with a cold light, fury burning in his heart. Yang Guang had once promised me that he would never let Zhao Ji participate in any dangerous operations. Yet, within a mere month, Zhao Ji died in the military. Staring at the medal before him, the flames in Zhao Yinian's heart grew even fiercer, as if they were about to consume everything. "Brother! Brother!" Sister Shen Yao and younger brother Shen Hao saw their older brother Shen Qi at the door, their eyes instantly lighting up with joy as they excitedly called out. Sister Shen Yao threw herself into Shen Qi's arms, her deep longing evident without words. Younger brother Shen Hao silently took the luggage from Shen Qi's hands, a contented smile on his face as he quietly watched the scene. All right, you've really grown up. Are you embarrassed?" After not seeing each other for 2 months, Shen Qi indulged in his sister's hug for a moment, then patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Xiao Hao, did you miss your brother?" Shen Hao, though not very talkative, nodded heavily, his face full of anticipation. Hearing the commotion, their parents came out of the house. At first glance, they saw Shen Qi in his military uniform. Mother immediately stepped forward, tightly grabbed Shen Qi's hand, carefully looked him over, and only after confirming he was safe and sound did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Didn't they say the army doesn't allow casual outings? Why are you back?" The concern in his mother's eyes warmed Shen Qi's heart. He smiled and explained, "Mom, I'm on leave this time. I'll have to return in a few days." Next, Shen Qi turned to his father, Shen Jiqiang, "Dad." Hearing Shen Qi's explanation, Shen Jiqiang's worry gradually faded away. He nodded and said to Shen Hao and Shen Yao, "Go buy some groceries. Your brother rarely comes back, we need to make something nice." As he spoke, Shen Jiqiang hesitated before taking out 4 bills from his worn-out wallet. "Dad, no need, I have money," Shen Qi said as he took out 2 bundles of cash from his luggage, his face beaming. "Wow, brother, where did you get so much money?" Seeing the money Shen Qi took out, Shen Yao and Shen Hao exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. The expressions of their parents changed as well, looking at Shen Qi in surprise. "How long has it been? Shen Qi only joined the army 2 months ago, so how does he already have so much money?" Shen Qi smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. His journey to the barracks was not solely for battle, there were endless opportunities and wealth waiting for him to conquer.